That's what those people like Jesse Kozlowski are claiming. They're saying, "Look,
No, they're not.
I projected a horizontal, projected a level line, and look how the water that's level is dropping from the level." Yeah,
No,
that's what they're saying.
that's clouding the conversation, man. It's in my opinion. If that's what if you want to keep pushing it that way, I don't know if that's really being honest.
Why it's used to establish a horizontal plane of reference?
I don't know. I don't know, Lou. If I don't know that you fully grasp it. To be honest.
If there's a look, it's two different. It's two different philosophies, paradigms of thought. In one, they think level is equidistant from the surface or equidistant from the center of a ball. In the other, it's equidistance above the surface of a plane. Okay, it works the same either way.
Water level doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, yeah,
water
you don't
level
get
doesn't.
it. You're equating, Lou, a point. When they'll argue a point, they'll say, "Look, it's not what a point." But we're talking about extending a line over a distance. You're talking about same on both models because it's at a point, it's level.
That's a fair point, but what Glober posits that a water level creates a horizontal line? What Glober would posit that?
One that's using it to do
it's
that.
only if you haven't defined your terms, because they would say that horizontal. They might say that horizontal is curving, just like they say level is curving, right?
No, yeah, but that would you'd have to be a pretty jacked up Glober to say that.
I mean, I've had conversations with like at least 5, 6 people who have said that horizontal curves. Yeah.
Well, that's just stupid, dude. Well, let me put it to you this way: horizontal on a globe doesn't exist, but how it would be if you created a line. Let's say you had a line that was horizontal, vertical, perpendicular to vertical at one point, and then you extended it out. That would be experienced as a reciprocal slope because every point you move away from the center will be an increase in elevation. So horizontal line is actually a reciprocal slope on a globe.
But that's just jumping to imagination land without first establishing that's just jumping to imagination land of the consequences of a globe, rather than walking through the steps of what it takes to establish a horizontal line in reality.
What you're saying this is an exaggeration of it, but in my view of what you're saying with the water level argument, it's the same as when flat earthers were showing water dripping off of a tennis ball and saying like this is what the globe would have to do.
My point is
why not just use the exact subject we're talking about instead of
my point is you cannot use 2 points of water to establish a horizontal if you're a glober. You can't do it.
Right, but in reality, we can establish 3 points in reality.
3 points of what?
We on a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but how did you validate it's horizontal?
With a water level tool and going to each point and carrying that straight line over a distance and checking it with the perpendicular and the
straight line? Oh, hold on, but what straight line are you carrying over?
The one that I project with a water level. You establish your points.
Dude, that's just saying the water level is straight and then looking at the water level saying it's straight. That's just circular reasoning.
No, it's not. You can measure the distance.
Yes, it is.
You can measure
the distance of what?
Yeah,
between the 2 points.
Thank you, AI. This is exactly what my point has been, and
I don't care. But we got to let them parse out the particulars. All right. So, what measured distance are you measuring?
The distance between the 2 points.
Like traveling to them, or the distance from the ground, or something like
that. No, traveling to them.
Okay, so if you travel, let's say 50 feet, and there's your next little water level tube that you're going to mark, how does traveling 50 feet tell you that it's horizontal?
Well, that's what you bring in. I said you can bring in the third point.
Okay, so then you travel another 50 feet. So you've traveled 100 feet. At 0 feet is the water level. At 50 feet is the water level. At 100 feet is the water level. Okay, that's all well and good. You know, the equilibrium of water will say that they're going to be at the same level in the tube. But now, how do you know that that's horizontal? How do you know they're all horizontal to each other? That they're on the same line? How do you know that?
Well, let me think.
That's where I suggested. That's where I suggested comparing it to a laser. Comparing it to a laser. Laser wouldn't bend. Yeah.
No, there is a way to check the distance with an angle. I'd have to pull my book back out. You don't need to have a laser.
Well, you need something. You need something. You need something as a benchmark. You need like another thing to.
That is your benchmark.
You're not going to use water to judge against water. You need something else that would, like, so like the light from the laser. You know.
Well, I mean, you're saying benchmark. The benchmark is the point.
If the water is curving to match that 8 inches per mile squared, right? Which would be very hard to calculate over 100 or to determine over 100 feet. Like, so we would have to blow this up. But either way, your laser is not going to be bent by gravity because photons have no mass, and so you could use this laser.
I just don't agree with you. You're
connecting all 3 dots. You would connect all 3 dots with that laser to verify what you're saying.
Sure, you can do that. Sure, yeah, but that's not where I want to go. I don't want to go to show that one thing is parallel to the other thing. Yeah, what I want to confirm is that the distance between A and B is a straight line.
Yeah, but between A and B, if you connect 2 points, it will always be a straight line. It doesn't mean that it's not curving underneath of it.
What's not curving underneath of what?
The ground could be curving.
No, this is independent. This is independent of the ground. It has nothing to do with the ground. Independent of the ground, there's a horizontal line in the air.
No.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You're not thinking like a glober, okay?
Right. Why do you keep going to weird globe?
The meniscus of the water. The meniscus of the water.
Nobody's talking about the meniscus of any water, though. Only you are bringing that up. But we're talking about an A to B distance only.
Oh my
God! Ends of your water,
brother.
What?
You don't have to think like a glober at all. Okay. You have 3 floating points in free space. Okay. You want to say that they're all on the same horizontal line. Let's say. Okay. How are you going to validate that? You got to come up with a methodology to validate that, right?
You could possibly try and reference.
You don't have to think. You don't have to think like a glober. You don't have to think like anybody. You just have to come up with, right, a way to validate that those 3 points are in a straight line to each other, and that line is perpendicular to vertical. There you go. Problem solved.
Right, and actually, I just thought of something. So, like, your water level doesn't have to be just 2 vials. You could actually make a Y in the middle and have 3 vials, giving you 3 points all at once, and then check it with the laser or something.
Yeah, so I mean, like, so when you said benchmark, you confused me why you put a laser over top of the benchmark is the post in the ground that you mark, and that's their benchmark. I don't know why you were putting a laser over top of your benchmark.
No, the reason why I was talking about a benchmark is because in the philosophy of the globers, level is curving. Okay, like, so this proves nothing to them. They would say, yeah, of course that, and that proves a globe. That's what they would say.
No, dude, what are you talking about? You need the distance between A and B, and you need it to be proven. That's all. What are you talking about?
Dude, a distance between A and B doesn't tell you anything about its orientation in free space relative to its attitude.
Well, not yet, but he's 0. Yeah, but he's jumping the gun all the way over to curving something that I'm not bringing up. I don't know what he's just going to.
You're failing to bring it up. That's what you have to argue.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. I'm not talking. A, I'm not talking to them, right? B, no, hey, I'm not talking to them, period. And whatever you're saying might happen or would happen in your guesswork with what could go wrong is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about doing it in reality, and that's it. Not like what they'll say to hand wave dismiss a measurement, right? And I understand you want 3 points, not 2. I understand 3 points.
A water level on its own can prove both a flat or a globe Earth, depending on what you believe.
All right, go ahead, walk it through. Go ahead, walk it all out. You keep saying these things over and over. Go ahead and work it out. Let me hear it.
I've already said it many times.
Say it again.
If you believe that you live on a globe and you believe that level is equidistant, if you believe that level is equidistant from the center of the Earth,
Bro, that has nothing to do with. Why do you keep on going to the center of the Earth again?
Dude, you wanted me to frickin' make the argument. I'll tell you their argument.
But you're going to the center of the Earth when we're talking about two places up in the air, right? And going to those places. The line itself.
Dude, that's not the point, okay? The point is that a water level, if all 3 points are horizontal, right, in a straight line to each other, they will be at equal altitude off of a parallel horizontal line at a lower altitude, okay? That's one way of looking at altitude. The other way of looking at altitude is radially, which is to a center, right? So if the points are radial, then they're not going to be in a straight line. It's going to be, if you do straight lines to each one, you're going to have like an upward arc, point, right?
Right.
So in one view, you have an upward point. The one in the middle is higher off plane from the other two. In the other view, they're horizontal to a horizontal baseline, a straight line through them. But how are you validating that it's a straight line through them? That's the question that you haven't yet answered.
Yeah, right. But I understand the two ideas on the table. Yeah. I just don't want Lou to keep on jumping back to that the one in the middle would be. I'm talking right now. I don't want you to jump back.
You seem to accept the same information from him, but not from me,
bro. Because you're not giving any. I understand the issue at hand. How can you measure the third point to be higher or lower? You just keep on saying it over and over again as if I haven't heard the globe model. Like you're just saying it over and over, not really moving forward.
All he did is reiterate what I was telling you in a different way.
Yeah, and I'm telling you. Yeah, but Lou, I'm saying, yeah, I get it. Shut the fuck up. Move forward, Lou.
That's fine. That's fine. So let's move forward then. Let's move forward then. What method are you going to use to validate that those 3 points are in a straight line to each other?
Right. Yeah. Without projecting a laser. Yeah. I would probably make the benchmark below as well. Yeah.
What benchmark? What would you use? Because your benchmark would have to be straight.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's supposed to be the benchmark.
All right. So this sounds, my friend,
because I suggested it.
This sounds like a hypothetical so far. Am I right?
Maybe. Still working it out.
And then that means it's a hypothetical. It's not yet put in practice, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't have the answer at the moment.
Well, then it's not the best proof that you thought it was like a moment ago, is it?
Well, it's not like some people haven't.
I'm just trying to find a surefire way to measure the angles and to see if they're the same on both sides.
Well, one way not to do it is to use a theodolite.
Why not use a theodolite?
Well, what do you think's the compounding problem with the theodolite? Is your angles are the angles you get are visually acquired. So the differential placement of things in your field of view are going to affect the angle of your machine.
Well, distance is what the problem I would say is with that. But carrying it over, that's why I'm trying to work out right now in my mind, is there an issue with carrying a straight line over a distance with benchmarks and a theodolite? I'm trying to see how that would not why that wouldn't work. I'm not sure.
So
You know,
again,
we have the benchmarks in the ground on a post. We cite a straight line to it, only 30, 40 feet away. You can put another one in the middle, make sure it's still a straight line. I'm trying to see why. I'm trying to work out in my mind why people are disagreeing with this, saying that you can't prove it, or that doesn't prove anything.
It doesn't prove it because there's two different philosophies, ways of thinking of it, and both you would still get the same result, depending.
Really?
Either way, you would get the same result either way. Okay, and so it doesn't prove it one way or another.
You keep on saying that, Lou. You're not saying anything, though. You're really not. I'm not trying to be a dick. You're just not saying
something that you're not understanding or grasping.
Okay. I mean, yeah, right. That's why I'm a little bit suspicious because AI is smart.
If you create,
maybe I'm missing something, but
if you create a method to validate that the 3 points of the water level are indeed on a straight line to each other, and the one in the middle isn't off that line, then you have validated, right, that water level is straight and not curved, right? And that would be a death blow to the globe paradigm. However, there are excuses that they could get out of, like, oh, it's just a weird gravity talking, whatever. But fundamentally, that's a pretty good thing. Now, usually what Glovers will do is we'll have 3 points, and they'll try to say, oh, this point in the middle is higher, and the other point in the distance is lower, and this can only happen if the Earth is curved. Of course, they forego their usual wonkily donkily light that normally, makes the Earth look flat when it's supposed to be a giant globe, but then it looks even bigger than it's supposed to be. So it's like they want their special refraction when they need it, they don't want it when they don't need it.
Yeah, but all I'm imagining, and what I've seen done, and what I've done a version of, was putting a benchmark, I mean, like a story pole that you can read, marking it, and 30, 40, 50 feet away, and citing on the theodolite or whatever you want to use in a straight line. Why are we saying that your vision is bouncing up in the middle and bringing it back down? And then you can do as many benchmarks as you want and carry that straight. Why are we saying it's not a straight line? Why are we saying that whatever I set the theodolite up to at 4 feet tall, and then I cite a straight line on and put it, to make, into the, not far, I mean, 30 feet away. Why are we saying right now, Lou and AI, that that's not a straight, or I can't prove that that's a straight line?
30 feet away, you're not going to get that kind of accuracy that you need. 30 feet away, you're not going to get the kind of accuracy you need to prove anything with the water level, period.
Okay. Well, does that prove anything? You're going to have to go way farther. You keep on jumping into saying we'll never be able to do this and that. So I'm just starting at 30 feet. And then I'm going another 30 feet. Every day I go 30 feet. I'm not seeing the problem.
One sec, guys.
At the moment.
Well, I've got a question for AI, because he said something about the Glovers saying that the middle point will be higher in relation to what?
The other two ends. The other two ends would be.
How'd they measure that?
The straight line, right?
The water level would be the water level. Okay, so the way I'm picturing this test, like let's say you did a 3, like the water level, but you put the Y in the middle, right? So that you had 3 vials that you could test this with, right? And you had one on one side of a lake and one on another side of the lake and one in the middle of the lake, right? Now you can judge that against like the water level
against what?
Water level should be equally distant above. Huh?
So not higher. So not higher then. Not higher then.
It'll still be equally distant above the water. However, if you could have a third thing, like a laser, or another way to measure an angle from position A, let's call it position A, B, and C. B is in the middle, right? Like position A should be shooting uphill to B, and position C should be shooting uphill to B.
Why is this again? Why are we shooting uphill? We're shooting straight. What's going on?
On a globe.
Oh, dude, you've been in globe world all day.
How do you know? How do you know you're shooting horizontally?
My goodness, dude. How it works is you acquire one of your targets in the reticle of your optic, right? That's how it works. So on the globe side, they would claim that if I have one part of the water level close to me, and I shoot it through my optic, and I aim at the one far away, the one in the middle will not be lined up with the one far away and the one close to me. Right? Whereas if the Earth was flat, what?
Like in the theodolite examples. Is that what you're talking about? Like by using a theodolite?
No, not by using like I was talking about using a laser. Like if you use a theodolite, A will shoot to B, and that would be level on the theodolite. C to B would be level on a theodolite. But if you shot a laser from A to C, there would be a deviation where B would be above the laser.
Yeah,
that's
that'd be
fine.
horizontal.
The same claim should ring true for the Glober's paradigm simply by using a sight through a theodolite. If you're just talking about pure geometry, right? No wonkly donkly light and everything being equal, and you have a perfect level and a perfect sight picture and all of those things. Right? That's the whole premise here, right? The premise is the water level points are in a straight line to each other, or they're not in a straight line to each other. It's A or B. So the whole meat and potatoes is how do you validate that they're in a straight line to each other? That's the problem you got to solve.
Or how do you validate that the thing you're going to reference against is a straight line?
Yeah, this is what I feel like I started with. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm getting gaslit a little bit here.
You're not referencing anything. You're referencing three floating points. Okay, if three floating points aren't in the straight line to each other, then you can't acquire all three through a single sight picture. One of them will be higher, away from the other two's lines. Follow that?
I gotcha.
It's like you're trying to shoot three suckers with one sniper bullet through the head, right? If all their heads ain't lined up, you ain't getting them.
Got it. Yep.
So I got a bit of a question here. When we're leveling floors and walls in a house, what are we leveling? Like what's the reference that we're leveling to?
We use a laser
Is it
level.
what?
We use a laser level usually.
No, I'm talking just like a regular level that you buy out of the store that we use. Like what are we referencing the level to? To the level itself? Like are we using the level to find level?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, that's what we're doing.
So then why are we questioning whether or not the level is working or not?
Because there's different types of levels, and we're talking about it, if you were to use.
Like aren't levels tools that are used to find level?
The question is whether or not level is a straight line or not.
So like when you pour floor leveler on a floor, doesn't it make a straight line?
That's the whole question, dude.
Well, when you put a level on it, it's level, right? Like I just don't understand how they can get a curve.
I mean, is it? Think about it this way, okay? At the scales that these people are talking about, your floor is going to be in the micro, maybe even nanometer scale, depending on what liquid you're using as a leveler, right? So if one side of your floor is arced to the other side in the center by a micrometer or a nanometer, no level that you could purchase is going to tell you that at that local of a level. That's the problem, is that they're appealing to this thing on a grand scale that could never be quantified on small scales that we all use in our daily lives.
So then Jerry's other point, like about flowing water and water standing still, like if the water is curving, shouldn't it be flowing?
No, not on a globe. No,
Why
it
not?
wouldn't be.
Got Glow Boy over here.
Why not? Because of gravity?
Yeah. That would be their excuse, right? Yeah, like
But
level
we
is
see water flowing though, right?
Sloped.
only in changes of elevation,
So
right?
that
Like
Yeah.
isn't a curve a change in elevation?
not according to the globe paradigm.
So the other question I got about gravity. So gravity holds water to the Earth. So like it's applying a force in what? Just one direction, or like so the water can move freely side to side. It just can't move up and down, or like even then it moves up and down as well, right? Like I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing with the water level. Like yeah, if it'll slope. It would be running. It would be moving water. That's what happens with the water level.
Yeah,
It's not level.
the gravity one is one that I don't
Like
I can't steel man their argument on the gravity one.
like
But
we build dams, right? Like to hold the water back, right? Like isn't that what we do?
here,
Like
hold on, my mic died. I gotta switch earbuds. Hold on.
Yo, what's up, Pancake Earth?
like dams are used to hold water back. I don't see gravity holding water back, right? Like like whatever. Like they can try and explain some kind of magical force field that's holding back the water, but like we use dams in real life, in reality.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that you're thinking of a curve as a slope in regards to a straight benchmark from which the curve is falling away from. But in
Would
their
be a slope.
worldview, no, it wouldn't.
Of course, it would be a slope. Yeah.
No, the vectors are radial. The vectors of force are radial, so they are acting perpendicular at all times to the tangent. So to
Exactly.
each vector, it's not a slope.
And
That's
therefore,
that's
Earth
just
is
a
a globe.
model. That's just a
Therefore,
model.
Earth is a globe.
So then my other point comes up, like you got this force that's just holding water down and not doing anything else to it. Like it just holds it down. It doesn't hold it from going laterally or up and down or anything else. Like it just holds it in that one spot.
Yeah,
Like this special
imagine
kind of
Darth
force.
Hey, shut
Vader
the fuck
in
up.
Star Wars. It's
No,
kinda
that's
like
exactly what I'm imagining, dude. Fuck, man.
that. Now mix
Look,
that
if you
with
have a circle, yeah, we don't care about Darth Vader, dude.
why not?
So if you imagine a circle, right? Just imagine a circle, and then a point in the center of the circle. If you draw lines from any point on the outside to the center, those are radials. Okay? So
I
as long as
understand
that
that
circle maintains its distance, right, then there's no difference in the equipotential, right? But as soon as you decrease one of those radials in length, now you have somewhere for the water to go in more than it previously was. So it'll go in more. There's no down. Look, this is the problem, is that when you think of down, when you're thinking about a globe, you have to get rid of down. There's no down. It's inwards. The only vector is inwards, not down. There's no down. Down only exists on a flat Earth.
Listen, if I got the water level, if I set the water level up, right, I got two ends of it, I'm holding it. If I don't hold them level, the water's going to flow on a slope. Water flows when it's sloped.
How does something slope and slope? Like how is it sloping but also sloping at the same time?
Well, it's not sloping. It's maintaining that that horizontal that we use to reference things. If it wasn't horizontal, the water level would flow.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, how can a slope? I mean, it's
That's why I
ridiculous
feel
to
we're
even
getting gaslit a
contemplate.
little
I
bit.
mean,
Yeah. I'm gonna go eat though. But yeah, I mean, I think the water level is like the test. Flowing sloped water, not flowing, not sloping.
well, you could. That's what I'm saying. They could say, yeah, it is sloping. So what happens when it does slope? Oh, well, it flows. So
Yeah,
it
so
was
they'd be
already
saying that
sloping.
so they'd be saying that
And
when I
look,
have the
it's
water
no
level,
different. Just chill for a second. Chill. It's no different than a spring or an arch that's under tension or counter tension. Okay, it's arched in a certain way. and it has an equilibrium of force, right? It's the same thing with the water level.
Like to go to
Slope
lose
is
world, right? Where we go to
slope is
imaginary
actually
globe
a
world.
bad way of putting
Lou,
it
I was
too.
already waiting and chilling for my second. So, but if we went to lose
Go ahead.
imaginary globe world, like where we have to imagine a globe at all times, I carry the water level, over whatever. If I had a mile long water level, this is just an imaginary globe thing. I would have to keep, as I move away from point A, for it to not, slope, I'd have to keep lifting the water level higher and higher in the air as I walk away from point A. Yet the claim is that the water that's not moving in the lake is
That's wrong,
sloping down.
dude.
All right.
That is wrong.
Well,
Listen. You walking away from a point and increasing one end of your water level would be increasing its elevation. And so relative to the other end, it would be sloped. In order for it to not be sloped, you'd have to maintain the elevation, which just means the distance from the radial. So you're very confused. You're very confused about the nature of what would be a slope if the Earth was a globe, which is fine,
That's how you
because the
tell
globe
it.
is highly incoherent.
This is where I'm trying to get in on the slope.
I get
thing.
I get what you're saying.
Slope is a bad way of putting it too, because slope is also flat, but it's so it's a linear change in elevation.
It's
That's
the
a
straight
slope.
line
You'd
that
be able to
it's
tell.
Zero
You'd be able
slope.
to tell if you're going up or downhill, right?
Oh, well, but that's only linearly. So this would be a parabolic type of a function. So kind of like what AI is saying about a radial, like it only denotes a curve. So you'd have to take the 3 points and then connect them to find a radii, like in order to find all the points in between whatever your data points were.
Is there any kind of example of this in nature, or any kind of experiment showing this, or anything like that we can look at that shows how this works?
Yeah, well, we have Bev who did a test, and then DP has. I can't remember the place where it is, but it's like a man-made structure. I'd have to look into it where they have it's a mile-long square of water where there's no slope. It's like
Dude,
No, but I mean,
you
of water sloping like this, right? Like not sloping, but like radially being drawn all to the center at the same time, like that type of thing.
well, dude,
Happening.
dude, the scale of that is, the principle is sound, but the scale that you're asking for just wouldn't be able to be done unless you're using some kind of centrifuge or something solid, like a bicycle. You know, a bicycle spokes,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
That maintains its roundness because all the spokes are at the same tension, right?
Yep.
And if they're not, then it's lumpy, right?
Sure.
So as long as all the spokes are at the same tension, which means the same distance,
Then the
right?
pressure's equal, right?
yeah, but how do you measure the distance then? AI, like again.
He's saying you can't, though, right?
But I mean, just between A and B, not even the
then
radial, just the
it
Oh, you're breaking up, dude.
maintains, yeah, the pressure is equal. But as soon as you start, dude, the distance is just its altitude.
no, the distance,
From the center.
no, I'm not talking about that distance. I'm talking about we're on one spoke or whatever, and you're on another spoke. I want to go in a straight line from A to B at the tip of the spoke, not the center of the radial of anything.
Yeah, well, I understand your argument too, Jerry, but like their argument is a different argument, right? They're saying the water's all being forced down by this magic fucking force, right? Of the this big mass spinning in fucking a vacuum, right?
Yeah, but you got to consider, okay, if it's curved, then is it a drop or is it a hump?
Yeah, no,
No one can swear
I
that.
agree with you, dude, 100%. But these guys are saying this is their argument, right? Like this is what they're arguing, right?
Well, what I'm hearing is that we can't even establish the straight line reference to measure drop or hump from. That's what I was hearing like 5
That's what
minutes
I'm
ago.
hearing
That's
too.
why that's what's so frustrating is that they shoot down the laser test so much, because like the laser test is pretty much the best we got, like, or anybody's got. This is,
No.
like, in order to create a straight line over distance, how are you going to determine it's straight? Well, we know that, again, like lasers, because they are, light, photons and they don't have mass are not going to be affected by any kind of gravitational pull, or at least much minimally, like, because they do claim that like enough gravity can bend light and all that stuff. It's just they've designed this thing to become so unfalsifiable. They'll have an excuse no matter what you do. But when you can put different parameters against each other, or different tests against each other, like with what Dr. John Dee does, where he knows that light travels at different wavelengths, and you can compare different lasers, like different color lasers and their wavelength, against each other to determine the amount of refraction and stuff like that. Like, we know that light takes a straight line from A to B, unless, of course, affected by like refraction. But you can test for refraction, and you can using these different wavelengths. Like, this is why, in my opinion, anyway, like lasers are the best we've got. Like, as people as a whole, not just as flat earthers, it's the best we've got. It's why we laser level things. Huh?
The
Water's
laser,
better.
yeah, the laser is just referencing the. I mean, how are you going to get the laser? How are you going to know if the laser's level? I mean, the lasers are working on other axioms, which is
lasers
the
level
shortest distance
themselves.
between 2 points being a horizontal straight line. I mean, if it was any type of slope to that line, like with the two benchmarks, like we're referencing that horizontal made by the water level, made by established with a theodolite, in the benchmarks, and if there was any slope to that, it would be a longer line. Yeah.
Modern laser levels level themselves by spinning in a 360-degree axis and making sure that there's no deviation in the target
From
when
what?
they do that.
From what? Deviation from what?
By spinning around in a circle and making sure that the target that it's hitting doesn't go up or down.
You're not even saying anything again. I swear, dude. You don't know
You're
it.
not listening again.
Bro, you're not saying anything other than what you said the first
You
time.
guys are missing the whole key is that all this stuff assumes that water or a level or a plumb bob or a laser that's on a gimbal, which is hanging, all are aligning themselves to something. That something that they're aligning themselves to, for the longest time in our lives, has been known as gravity, right? Now, most flat earthers don't like the term gravity for whatever reason, because they have this reason or that reason. But the point is that all these things are aligning themselves to some equilibrium that has to do with let's just say, a quote-unquote force, for lack of a better term. They're aligning themselves to something. So what is it that they're aligning themselves to? And why is it that we think of water as being horizontal, to even say it's a benchmark? Because that's essentially a circular reasoning. Water's horizontal, therefore we can use water to see if other things are horizontal.
Because if either end of a body of water is higher than the other, then the water flows.
And this is a big part of why globe earthers and flat earthers constantly, for years and years and years, talk past each other and have the same recycling arguments.
Yeah, for sure. The other one that could be horizontal is the horizon, right? And the water doesn't look like it varies off of the horizon, like it looks like it's parallel with the horizon, right? And I guess you could say the horizon is curved, but it looks pretty flat to me all the way around.
So if you had a curved surface and you put water on it, water would flow off of it, right?
Well, that's what you'd think. That's what we see. That's what we experience. Like when you pour water on anything, it falls off of it.
Right. So if you put it in a pan, it's just gonna lay flat in the pan, right?
Yeah, like I assume that it'll seek its level, right? It'll find level.
Right. Now, to try to extrapolate the first thing that I said, as if the globe was curved, that water would always be flowing, isn't coherent in that paradigm. It's not a fair critique.
But in whose mind is it not a fair critique, right? Like, I guess in a globe mind, right?
Dude, what are you talking?
Not in my mind, right?
No, dude. It's called equilibrium of forces, tension, counter tension. compression, all these types of things, dude. If you have radial directions of force that are equal, just like on the bike tire, unless you crank on one of those spokes more than the others, it's going to have a balance. You have to unbalance in it for anything to happen.
I understand what you're saying, right? But we do observe water
if you understand what I'm saying, then it's not the case that if the Earth was a sphere and you put water on it, and the direction of force that the water was traveling was inwards to the center, and there was an equal altitude, that the water would be flowing. It would just be static.
But still, at the same time, you're making this up, right? Like can't be proven, right? Like I get you're talking facts, bro, and I understand what you're saying to me. But like you said, on a grand scale that we can't fucking fathom, right?
Yeah, you need to disprove that water at rest flows uphill. I mean, what the fuck is going on?
Water at rest flows uphill? What are you talking about?
No, for them, it's not going uphill. It's keeping an equal attitude from the center of attraction. Level for them is a ever so slight curve, which does create a very slight hill. If you were to look at it from a orthographic view, okay, but it doesn't mean that that's actually going uphill in their paradigm. Uphill would be like a mountain on the hill.
But isn't it
you have to increase?
Isn't that the important part?
You have to listen. You have to increase the length of the radial to the point. If you don't do that, then you don't increase the elevation, and you have no disequilibrium. And if everything's at equilibrium, nothing's going to flow.
Yes, in a universe where we have planets spinning and mass attracting mass, and the Big Bang happened, and all that bullshit. But what if all that didn't happen?
Dude.
And what if we don't have mass attracting mass?
Great, but keep in mind,
universe.
I know, yada yada yada, but keep in mind this whole thing that we're talking about now is just circling the drain of somebody said that a water level's horizontal and all 3 points are in a straight line, and then they were asked, how do you validate that they're in a straight line to each other? And crickets.
Yeah, we're gonna argue back and forth, right?
I get it. How do you measure the distance?
Dude, measuring the distance is irrelevant. That doesn't tell you whether they're in a straight line to each other.
Well, what's funny is it wasn't crickets. Like you and I came up with a way of doing it. Talking about a laser from A to C and trying to determine if B was deviated from that line. Like, but he didn't want to go there because, well, A, I suggested it, and B,
shut up, Lou.
see.
But what about our laser tests though that go across like 10 miles and 30 miles of water, and you can still see the laser, right?
That's what I'm saying. They all align with the
like, have we already
the laser, and the water. They all match up. I don't see I'm missing like the argument. I guess.
Like, haven't you guys been looking for the curve for 10 years now?
Things don't exist. How do you know any of those are in a straight line? I guess you could have to say, okay, I'd measure another benchmark above it and confirm that the distance is the same.
Like when you say there's no curve and you ask them for a measurement of the curve and nobody's ever measured the curve, like, isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, yeah, I mean, to a glober, yeah, I guess. But then it was posed that we've never confirmed that 3 points lie within a plane, and I'm just confused on why it's being said exactly. All these tools match up.
Well, there should be obstruction, though, right?
The theodolite, the laser, the water level, they all match up.
We do have the one test over I forget the name of it, but over that frozen lake where they had the different colored lights at different distances and stuff. That was pretty decent, but that didn't do like it. I wouldn't say that was conclusive for for the Globers. You know what I mean?
I don't think anything will be conclusive for them, to be honest.
No, nothing would ever be unless it was, looking at, photos from space.
All right, look, there's two ways to do it, okay? Practicably. There's actually more than two, but the two main ways are with a rigid structure or a optical method. The optical methods will always be dismissed as wonkily donkily light, regardless of what happens by the globers. The rigid method will be scrutinized. How did you make sure it was rigid as your straight benchmark, et cetera, right?
Right. Well,
So at the
yeah,
end of the
because there's a
day,
huge problem with that.
yeah, at the end of the day, you're left with just water as it is, and two philosophies about water. One, water's curved, and one, water's flat and straight.
But
Right?
we've got pictures showing like every body of water I look at looks like it's flat. Like I've never seen anything in any way curved, right? Like I don't know about you guys, but I
Well,
haven't.
of course, and that's to be expected because you look, the way this works, and we all know how it works, is there is a amount of quote unquote curvature over a certain distance, right? That would be negligible to most observations that you're going to have, right? It doesn't really come into effect until certain great distances, and everything less than that is like, oh, weather, this or that, whatever. Yeah. So there always is this pull for this like definitive thing. But like I'll say, when people usually say curve on the water, the majority of the time they're just talking about I can't see the bottom of something, and they're just saying that's curvature. Like I see curvature, and then you ask them, well, what did you actually see? Oh, well, I couldn't see the bottom of something. It's like, oh, so you didn't see curvature, you just couldn't see the bottom of something, and you thought that was something curving up in front of you.
Yeah, boats go over the horizon.
So if you mentioned a geodetic structure like force the line. So if you built a water level alongside the bottom rung of force the line, right?
Sure.
I'm all for this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, hold on. Once you've built this water level, the distance that force the line proposes, you wouldn't even need to fill it with water to know the result. So if you did fill it with water, well, hold on. It would be the same. It would be built along the same rung of the bottom line of force the line, the beam,
Okay,
the
yeah,
bottom
yeah.
beam. But anyways, you wouldn't even need if you were able to construct this water level that distance, you wouldn't even need to fill it with water to know the results of whether or not there
How would you
was a
construct it if you
sphere.
didn't fill it with water?
Well, hold on. But if you did fill it with water, and both ends of the water level match up, then you would be left saying, "Hey, but this doesn't prove anything."
No, you see, the thing is you'd have to fill it with water to alleviate people's concerns that you just
Yeah, but the fact that you were able to construct it in the first place, though.
Oh well, no, they would challenge you.
8 inches per mile.
Exactly, they would challenge you that you didn't build it correctly. You build it intentionally to thwart the visual
No,
effect.
it's along the force the line, though. It's built alongside the force the line.
I don't care, dude. The whole point is, unless you put the water in it, people are going to say, "Oh no, this is fake."
I get it, but if the force the line, but hold on, you said if the geodetic structure were built, then that would prove something. Well, the geodetic structure is built.
No.
Force the line is built, and then you just
filled with water.
Yeah, but then you have a water level alongside of it. So does the geodetic structure prove anything?
Well,
the idea there is to compare results between two different tests. So, like, if you want to force a line, great, that's awesome, but it doesn't really prove much without a comparison. So you have to also do something like.
How about instead of forcing the line, build something that's curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
This reminds me of LIGO.
Dude, when's the last time you've seen something that's a mile long that's built?
LIGO.
Well, we can build stuff straight up in the air, like 2,700 feet, man. Like in.
Oh yeah, but that's a very different type of forces, right?
I
It's
get
stacking.
it. Like that's that's pretty. Like that building has to be pretty damn straight to stay standing, right? Like, and to withstand forces and wind and all that shit.
So the whole premise of the force the line in the beginning was you create a structure at the beginning, level, plumb, square, all those things. And then you force each panel that's attached to it to be square to the original. And so as you go along, you're going to have to either add more structure, right? So your first leg, let's say, will be 4 feet tall, but your next leg will be 8 feet tall, right? And so on and so forth, in order to get the thing to stay true. But if the Earth is flat, then it's just going to be 4 foot, 4 foot, 4 foot, plus or minus your terrain. But it's not going to be keep growing. And so over a great distance, you'd start to see it, right? And you'd be able to just look at it and see the Earth curving away from underneath it. Now, keep in mind, if you got 8 inches per mile squared, unless you make this thing, this thing's got to be like 3 miles long to even get like greater than 6 feet of variance. So you're talking, you got to really make this sucker 5 miles long, right?
This is what
What
they're
about
claiming
like the
with
Suez
LIGO.
Canal, right? That's 100 miles long. Like, wouldn't they have had to dig it down on each side, like you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
What?
No, they would have to add locks.
Mm-hmm.
Or account for the curve in some way, right? Like it would be dropping off on both sides, right?
No. In the Suez Canal, because right now they currently don't have locks, right? And it travels
Never will.
the very long distance,
If
right?
they want it to work, it's a ditch.
Yeah, that's actually a good example to highlight, like where they're saying that they didn't need locks and that they covered this much of a distance around a globe. And what they're trying to say is that the water is level, but also curving. No need for locks. That's what they're trying to say.
Yeah, but
No, that's
why,
bullshit.
dude?
They didn't have to go up in
Listen,
elevation above the ground or anything like that.
right. So if you if the water was at a certain altitude and you dug a trench and the water flowed through the trench, which decreased the overall altitude of the water in the entire ocean by 0.000 to the 17th power microns, right? Then you just have an equal level of water again. It's not a mystery.
Like
I
it's
disagree with you.
the St. Lawrence Seaway is different. There's a lot of locks. They have to go up like 1,000 feet or so. And so every 20 miles or something like that, whatever it is, they have a lock and they pump you up about 15, 20 feet, something like that. And then you go again, and then you go up again, and you go again. You go up again and go again. If you're going the other way, they lower you down.
Well, transversely, what do you think? Transversely, what do you think would happen if you have an ocean, right? And you dig a hole through the land, connecting one side of the ocean on one side of the land to the other side of the ocean on the other side of the land. What's going to happen? It's not going to fill up with water. But don't get me wrong, I do understand that people struggle with different ways of thinking about things, but this idea of misunderstanding downwards versus inwards and equipotential altitudes. So if you're at a higher equipotential and altitude, you have a lower equipotential and altitude, you're going to go down. I mean, I gotta say, flat earthers in general need to up their game on this one point because it's.
So how
it's
many 120-mile flat slabs make up a spheroid?
Oh, you could have.
Upper game.
I mean, yeah. Look, a spheroid by definition isn't a sphere, correct?
Is it a disco ball?
Could be. For example, if you take a tessellated sphere that's rendered in a graphics program, it's just made up of trillions of triangles. It's not actually a circle in any way, shape, or form.
This is into inventing new cosmologies.
No, not at all, dude. You can have a giant structure which has a mean radius.
Disco ball Earth aligns with the heliocentric ideology.
Yeah, they claim it's a geodesic, a bunch of straight lines. Yeah, from A to B. That no three of these straight lines lie within the same plane, but
I don't know if they really claim that it's all straight lines either, though. It's that their measurements are straight lines. So there's the natural world.
The Suez Canal is what it is.
the natural world is analog. It's got ups and downs and curves, and it makes a smooth transition from one point to another. However, when we measure it, we're measuring it in very hard angled, like straight lines from place to place to place. Okay,
Yeah.
and
So like when
and
they built like
the way they model it is based off of those measurements.
when they built something like LIGO, right? Like they built it horizontally, right? Implementing this level and horizontal, and then as they built up vertically, they built vertical to be perpendicular to that horizontal. So I mean, did it get wider at the top as they went up? I mean, is this what we're using to say we can never measure the difference from the top of LIGO, however deep it is,
I don't know. I don't know enough
underground.
about LIGO, but
Well, that's like what's claimed to be the 2 mile long straight line, horizontal line that measures Earth curve or
yeah,
not.
I've heard it thrown out there as some kind of
Right.
globe truth, but it's
Well,
like I really
but
know nothing about it.
this is the point, is what they're referencing is the geoid, right? Measured against the horizontal, right? That they're establishing using level, the water level, no slope in that facility. The shortest distance, from the bottom floor to the ceiling, they're both the same distance. So it's horizontal.
Wouldn't that be easy to accomplish on a flat Earth and much more difficult on a globe? I don't. I've never.
Right, but then what they eventually go, like a Glover might come in to claim, is that they had to dig out deeper into the ground one side. I mean, that's what the globe claim is of LIGO. If you don't know that, like you said, you don't hear the argument of LIGO too much then, but that's the claim, that the horizontal established by the building is measured against the datum of the geoid, which shows that it depends on what it's showing is that they're begging the question on what a straight line is, right? And they're saying that the horizontal must be sticking up off of the earth. Yeah. Yeah, so, but we use that horizontal reference for everything that we build. So.
Either way, I mean, the real argument had nothing to do with LIGO. It had to do with this point that it's two different philosophies, and what is level? What is level straight or is it curving? They view it one way, we view it another, and we talk past each other nonstop because when we talk about level, we're talking about a straight line, and they're talking about a curved one, and
Okay. Yeah.
things get missed. They're like yeah, it's level, and we're like yeah, it's level, but we're talking about two completely different things.
They're claiming the drop from horizontal established by the water level. I mean, that's my issue. The thing that we use to establish the horizontal being level, they're claiming that there's a drop from the horizontal being level.
See, in what horizontal, this is a definition also that like horizontal literally, in my eyes anyway, literally has to do with what you see on the horizon. Like I know horizontal is supposed to be synonymous with level, but level is in contention.
Yeah, level isn't in contention until people are in this subject. But yeah, I kind of can hear you. But I mean, again, they're claiming that there's a drop from the horizontal, drop over distance from what? From the reference of
Yeah,
level
yeah. See,
of horizontal. Well,
see,
how do you establish
here's
a
the way.
horizontal? Well, you use two ends of a water level, or you use a theodolite to cite a straight line over a distance using the measuring rods. I mean, which
For
matches the
them,
water level.
I would say I think AI said like they can't really use horizontal. Like what instead they
Well, then
do
what the hell are
use,
they measuring?
no, more specifically, it's tangential to.
What is tangential,
Okay,
though?
so
You're saying the words, but how do you establish a tangent? Using what tools in reality? You
yeah,
use the
no,
water
it's
level.
all
Use
it's
the.
all it's all figurative. It's all like just it's all a framework, like a mental framework. But if you lived on a ball, what you see as a horizon is actually a tangent, like to a ball. Like
I'm not
if it's a
using the
straight line,
horizon though, but yeah, I mean,
if you're gonna call it a straight line, then it's tangential.
How could it be a tangent though? It's not like floating off the sides. Like what?
Right. No, it's not. Like the horizon itself would have to be the horizon itself. But when they're doing their work, like talking about celestial navigation, right? Like this is where it normally
Oh
comes up.
yeah.
So like the horizon is a tangent in that case. And so it is shooting off. It's fucking. They're crazy about
mhm.
that.
I mean, the horizon is the what? The water?
Well, I
Well,
mean, and I
well, the
can. This
water is
is
below your
you're not
feet,
gonna
so
like
it
me for
can't
this either.
be. Yeah, it
You're not
can't
gonna like
be
me
that
for
the
this
water
either.
is rising up to my eyes. It's at
But
my feet.
listen. We only see a very short distance in front of us. Sometimes we can see 10, 20, 30 miles in front of us, but your angle of view isn't that wide. What you can like your total peripheral is like 130 degrees, and what you can focus on is
Okay, you're
much,
talking about
much less.
the left to right of the horizon. Okay, I thought
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
talking about the rise of the horizon, like the up to eye level or whatever of the horizon.
Your total peripheral view is like 130 degrees or something like that. And what you can actually, but you don't get any definition, or like you don't really gather much information on the sides of your vision. What you can actually see is like much narrower. It's like 20 degrees or something like that. It's ridiculously small. So like what you can focus on in any picture, in any view, uh what is the distance from left to right there? Like if you did live on a globe, like would
It would be
you
6 miles.
expect to see, would you expect to see curvature there? The answer is no. You would not expect, even if you did live on a globe,
Wait, you
you would
would
not
not
expect
expect
to
to
see
see
left
left
or
to right
you
curvature,
would not
but
you
you'll see
would not
forward
expect
curvature.
to see left to
But you
right
would not
curvature.
expect to see left to right, but you would see, right in front of you. It would be dropping away
No,
in
no,
front
no.
of you
I'm
at a
not. I'm
shorter
not.
distance.
Look, no. Look, I'm not claiming that you would
You're a
see
globe
any
boy.
front to back either. Like,
So there's no drop in the distance then in their model.
yeah. I mean, for them, you would start to lose your view of something at well, 1.22 miles, 1 foot off the ground, about three
Right.
miles,
So
about
then it
three
would be
miles,
about 6 miles left
6 foot.
to right.
But we've destroyed that in
Then why
distance,
are you bringing it up,
no
saying
problem.
that you shouldn't expect it? You should expect it. If it's dropping in all directions, then you would expect it to be dropping left to right as
You wouldn't
well.
expect to see it though. You wouldn't expect to see it left to right. You wouldn't,
Well,
because you don't see 3 miles left to right.
yeah, you would see more than that. Yeah, you see 6.
And even if it was 3 miles, like even if you see 3 miles left to right, what
6.
how much drop are you talking about out in the distance?
Yeah, you would see that on the same as you see forward. You see the 8 inches to the left, 8 inches to the right, 8 inches in front of you. Drop from what?
Right. Do you think you can determine a few inches on both your left and right
I don't know. Can you
line
determine
of
it in
sight?
front of you?
That's what I'm saying. Is that even on they are
Drop
correct
from
in
what?
saying that if they lived on a globe, you would still see it as flat. They are
See
correct in
what?
saying that,
Could use water
and
to
that's how
tell.
I know. And that's how I know. That's how I know that the idiots who fucking
Dude,
claim
you
to see
forget,
peripheral.
man. You missed out, bro. Ruhif, hold on. Ruhif recently updated that the Earth is flat, the horizon will be curved. for the same reasons, because you have a circle of vision, right? A limit, whether it's a horizon, whether it's your vision itself, that's a circle, and that's curved. Therefore, the horizon should look curved. If the Earth is flat, the horizon should look curved if the Earth is a globe. That's from Ruhiv.
Yeah, circle of vision, but that's not geometric Earth curve claim. Hula hoop. Yeah, the hula hoop circle. Yeah, the point that I keep on trying to just drive is drop from what? Like, so the Earth is dropping from the established what? All right, so like, and then if it's we establish this thing that it's dropping from, what tools we use to establish this is what? Theodolites, laser levels, water levels, they all line up together, these tools. So now we're measuring a drop from these things.
Actually, we don't know that they all line up. It's just, in fact, I would argue that they most likely do not all line up.
Yeah, you probably would, Glow Boy.
No, I'm not saying that they line up to fucking show a globe. I'm saying that they're three different tools that will give you three different results. Why the hell would you think that looking optically through a theodolite would equal the same as a laser level? Why would you think that a water level? Don't go in and call me Globe Boy because I have a better understanding of the argument than you. Either, by the way,
I don't think you do.
I think I do.
You keep fighting for the globe.
Hey, you guys! I want one of you to disengage. Okay, someone's got is going to get really just into a weird pissing contest, and let's move it on. Okay.
Great. Did you just put your thumb in a pit bull's butthole?
Yeah, and then grabbed it and pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're just making their argument for them. Pretty often, I get like you're trying to steelman it, and
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not taking a Glober stance. I'm telling you that you are If you're going to argue against what they're arguing for, you have to understand their argument, and you don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's only fair, I guess, for any discussion, right? About different topics like that. Hey, babe, what's up? Look cute.
Yeah, well, a lot of the global arguments I hear is that things are horizontal and vertical at a point, but we don't use just 1 point, in any of these demonstrations. We carry it over distance. I hear the whole equal potential water at a point argument.
Yeah, but
water isn't just at 1 point.
Nothing's vertical at a point, dude. Nothing's horizontal at a point. It doesn't even make sense.
Are we? Yeah.
Technically, a point is just a concept, right? There's not even such thing as a point.
Doesn't even exist. Yeah, so we're arguing a thing that doesn't exist. Well, it would be vertical. Every point as you change an elevation on a globe would be different, vertically and horizontally. Yeah.
Dude, I can demonstrate it to you very simply. And
yeah, but it has no width.
No, just check it out. I'll tell you. It's a very simple experiment. You could do it anytime. Just go into her house and turn a picture lopsided, and then ask anyone, "Hey, can you straighten that picture out?" And then go see what they do.
Right.
Usually they'll eyeball it, right, and just line it up. Because not everybody's carrying around laser level or
exactly. They'll orient it to what seems right to them based on their present equilibrium and their ability to sense that relative to what they're looking at, right? So they'll just take it. They'll try to horizontal the bottom. Yeah.
I know a contractor like that. He's just like fucking. He's so off all the time. You gotta. We call him Wreck-It Raj. He like breaks things. He's really big. He's like 7'3" or some shit. And he just breaks a lot of shit, on accident. Like things that aren't supposed to break.
Knocks over your lamp when he's trying to fix your window.
No, it's just like he'll bend a 4-foot level standing up, you know, because he's like 340 pounds, but he's very slim. Because
Why is he leaning on his level?
Because you know he wants to stand up from a place like if he's building a fence, like the time when he did it, he was actually using it like a cane to get up the hill a little bit from the.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. That's
building
an
the
idiot.
fence.
No, it's a bad carpenter. A carpenter doesn't use his level that way.
Yeah, when he's about 60 something years old, he does because he's trying to get up the hill without falling. You know, it's a little bit rainy and muddy, but he put too much weight.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that a good carpenter would not treat his tools that he relies on in such a fashion.
It's not true, really. A good carpenter will use his tools in any way that he can use them at the moment.
I don't use my square or my level as a pry bar. Okay.
Neither does
I don't
he.
fucking.
Neither does he.
You
But
get
when
me?
he was falling, as he was holding his level and he wanted to walk up the hill, he stubbed it into the ground and bent his level. Usually, something he would never do. He doesn't use them as stilts, and he doesn't always use them incorrectly. He was just slipping up a hill. You're talking about a guy who probably has more experience in carpentry and contracting than most people, right? I mean,
Like
so
I
he'll just
understand.
go
You
off and
said you
say
said he's old. He's
something
been doing it a long
disrespectful, like,
time.
"Oh,
He's got
yeah, I
excuses.
don't do that to you guys or anybody that you know, right? Oh, he must be an idiot because he did this one thing
No,
wrong."
I didn't say he's an idiot, but he's
Well, that's what he would think you're
he's
saying when
getting
you tell
lazy in
him
his
he's
old
not a
age.
good
He's
carpenter. Whatever
mistreating
makes you
his
feel better,
tools.
dude. Sure, of course he was. He
He's
was also gonna.
mistreating his tools if he is doing it that way.
Yeah, but when you're falling up a hill, you're not thinking, "Oh, I'm mistreating my tool." You're thinking, "I'm gonna save my face from biting this rock."
Yeah, well
So you
then,
stab your,
okay.
so you stab the
But it
longest
was
tool you
your own
have at the
point.
moment. So you interrupt the guy talking to you as quickly as you can for no reason at all,
Sorry.
and
No,
you stab the
I'll let you
fucking.
finish. I'll let you
Yeah,
finish. Go
right, and
ahead.
then you stab whatever tool you have into the ground because that's what's smart, right? Not falling on your face. That's where
Right.
that's where that's where and then he can come to work the next day. You can go
But
buy
you
a new
said
fucking hold on. You can go buy a new fucking level, but a good carpenter wouldn't have fallen on his face so that he couldn't have gone to work the next day. A good carpenter would have just broke his fucking level trying to keep himself up.
no, that's what
And
I
then he would have
like.
went and
You're the
bought a
one
new
who said
then he would have
now
went
you're
and bought a new
monologuing.
then he
Now
would
you're
have went and bought a
monologuing.
new one the next day. Or he already has because he already
Now
has
you're
one.
monologuing. Look, you're the one
Like
who
I said,
said
we
that
call
he
him
was
Wreck-It
using a
Raj.
bent level. You're the one who said he was using a bent level, and they call him Wreck-It Ralph or whatever the fuck
I
it
didn't say he
was.
was using a bent level. I said he bent his level. He breaks things that you normally don't break, is what I said. Like his level when he fell up a hill and
All
broke
right,
his
all right.
level. And then you're
I
like,
have
he's
an
a
easy
bad carpenter
solution.
because he's using his level
No problem,
incorrectly.
friend. I have an
It's
easy
just the
solution.
stupidest statement
I have an
you've
easy
ever made,
solution to
and you
this
haven't done a
problem.
job at that
We
one.
all just agree. We all just agree that Lou is the best carpenter, and he knows the argument better than us. Problem solved.
No, no.
Whatever
Well, I
helps
mean
you,
that
whatever
would
helps
be a
you.
solution. That would be a solution, but I don't need that. Like I don't need that. I already know I'm the best without your approval. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, no. Look,
So he
maybe I
wasn't really, hey,
misunderstood you.
Lou.
Maybe I misunderstood you.
That's
Like when
okay.
you
Yeah,
told
no,
me that
no.
they
We're
call him
back.
when you told me that when you started off by saying that they call him Wreck It something or another, and that he's always wrecking something, and that he does this to his level, and blah blah blah. I was playing on that and
Wreck-It
going,
Raj. Wreck-It Raj is because he's so damn big. And when it's time to do the demo, he doesn't do what everybody else does. He just pushes fucking walls over. It's fucking crazy.
okay,
He saws all the top and push it on over.
yeah. No, if he bent his level using it as a cane or a pry bar, I would hope that he bought a new
Not a
one.
pry
You know,
bar. Yeah, not a
yeah.
pry bar. A pry bar would be a stupid greenhorn move, right? We're talking about
All
a guy
right, I got a quiz. I got a quiz for you. Then look in the chat and tell me why this guy's jam is wrong.
It's like saying, "Damn, I stepped on a nail," and another guy goes, "That's because you're using your boots incorrectly."
All right, what's wrong with that guy's jam there? Yeah, I think I found the source of the problem.
When are you looking at pictures somewhere?
I took the
Kind of
trim. I
hard.
took the trim off just now.
Why it's wrong? Kind of hard to tell, isn't it?
Oh, that's not it. Are we talking about the
I mean, we don't have like a level or anything to put against it. But I see the margins look a little smaller on the, and it's hard to tell because of the foam.
That's the problem, dude. They foamed the crap out of it.
And did they? Yeah, that's not window and door insulation. That's the freaking gap filler in it.
Yeah, and it pushed the whole jam back an inch from the top down, so it canted the left side in, so the door can't shut.
Okay.
So it pushed. So you have the exterior trim. It pushed the jam away from the exterior trim into the house.
Yeah, that's
Spray
the whole
foam for the
reason why
win.
they have. That's the whole reason why they have the window and door insulation is because it won't expand so much to push in the jams. Like
Yeah,
if
it's
you use the wrong.
non-expanding.
You know, the
I
simple
mean,
fix is
it does
simple fix
expand,
is
but
you just slap a new
yeah,
door
yeah.
in there with jam and all, brand new, $75.
Now you're right though. That's why they have the separate stuff for the door and trim.
This is all custom. This is all custom wood on the outside. So what I have to do is I have to sawzall through this foam, so I can get it separated because I can't move the jam right now. It's glued to the foam. And once I sawzall that, I should be able to put my clamp on the outer trim and bring the jam to the outer trim. That's my plan.
So the jam width is too short now for the door to fit.
No, it just has.
No, it's just off.
When you
Like
do that, you're going to separate the side of the jam from the top.
It's hitting in the middle somewhere where
I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you, and then you'll use it.
Okay.
It was set properly, but then when they insulated it, they used the wrong product and it shoved the jam inward, and now it's hitting.
Oh, I see. So it's just bowed inward then, taking up space. No, hey, that's nothing a little rubber mallet wouldn't fix. I wouldn't even worry about all that foam. Just smack it with a rubber mallet.
Yeah, dude. No. Dig it out a little bit and run a screw through it. Suck it in some.
Yeah.
I want you building my house, brother. Just take a fucking hammer to it.
That's what I'm saying. I take a rubber mallet to it and just spread it out.
Dude, I got the 600-pounder DeWalt clamps, right? And they mean business, and they could only budget like an eighth of an inch because this foam is like glue, dude. If you whack this thing with a hammer, dude, it's gonna be a disaster.
You're just gonna put rosebuds in it everywhere.
Is that from the garage into the house or what? Like why?
It's like a porch. It's a porch. It's a porch, but it didn't need foam. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, the foam was just the wrong. This whole door has pink insulation stuffed in it, no problem. And then this one section has foam, and it's the one section that's bowed out.
It's been there for a while though. I can see at the header there. There's a little bit of weathering. Some water hit that up at the corner there. So
yeah. So what happened was this is the way I figure it happened. So it happened.
That's right.
And then it made it to where the door couldn't quite lock right. And you know how people like to slam the door with a little up action to get it to lock. And so over time, the guests who stay here are increasing the slam, and now it's finally where the door won't close at all. So now it's finally getting attention.
Is the door sealed?
You can also see some black spots there. Normally that's like mold, and that indicates that you've had water there plenty of times.
Is the door sealed on the top and the bottom, like on all sides?
So it might be
the door will grow and shrink with the temperature, right? And the moisture content.
Hello,
I've got a lot in buildings where the doors won't close in the summertime, and in the wintertime they do.
Hey, thanks for unbanning me. I was just posting globe memes.
Well, you're interrupting carpenter chat. What the fuck do you want to say?
Yeah, Jesus was a carpenter, you know.
I was thinking another way for the level thing is what we do is we measure corner to corner, right? To make sure that everything is square, right?
Oh man, I got a joke. Hold on.
A bow out.
Hold on, friends. We got a debut flat Earth joke that kid just invented, but he didn't know it. So Jesus was a carpenter and he walked on water, but he didn't slip because it wasn't curved.
I heard a joke the other day. It was like An atheist and two Christians walk into a bar. They get into a discussion after a couple of drinks, friendly discussion about God. And the atheist says, all right, well, I'll sit in one hand and I'll pray in the other and see which one fills up faster. And one of the Christians said, okay, go ahead. And so the atheist did it and shit in his hand. And he said, see, no God. And the other Christian goes, hold on now, just a second. I prayed that you'd shit in your hand.
Wahahaha.
I won't laugh at my own joke. TM.
Anyway, actually, we should. Okay, Carpenter's chat is over. What did the kid want to say?
I was just saying, thanks for unbanning me. I got banned for no reason. You're just posting like globe beams like this.
So
That's it.
Like
are you
this?
whining
You're gonna
now?
do it again? You're gonna
Are
do
you
it again?
whining?
But it's not nothing wrong with it. It's
It's
just
baby
that,
talk.
huh?
Well, you're
Why is there
unbanned
a
now,
girl
bro.
trying to talk
See
like
how
a
you
boy?
make out.
You can't hear me?
The person sounds fine. Right. Next topic.
All right.
Maybe you have a topic that you'd like to ask about.
What are your thoughts on the on being mocked as a flat earther? Like a lot of people are mocking y'all for
You know
being
what? Nobody
flat earth.
mocks me, honestly. Like I go openly in the real world. Like I mean, I don't go around like advertising I'm a flat earther, but I say things that people can be like, "What are you, some kind of flat earther?" And I like look them right in the eye, and I'd be like, "Yeah." And nobody, and nobody freaking, they all shut up immediately when I do that. Like nobody has anything to say.
Well, that's pretty. That's you avoid toxicity, right? Or it's just
Oh my God.
No,
What's
man, I'm
toxic
toxic
about
as
that?
fuck, dude.
All the buttons,
that's
right?
so like
What's
flat
toxic?
earthers are toxic too, just
Male
the
When
tox,
same as
you're
male
manly, that's
toxicity
toxic.
is
to the
round.
max, brother.
Is it toxic to be manly?
No, it's fine. You can be whatever you want. I'm just asking because
So, what's your
it's
definition
like
of being toxic?
uh, I don't know. I mean, if you're like mistreating other people, then that's wrong because of their different views.
So, being toxic is not caring about other people's feelings?
No, it's not that. It's just most people are empaths, but that's up to you to be that way if you
Not most
can't
people
pick
are
up on that
empaths.
energy.
Not most people are
Most
empaths.
people are
Most
fake
people
virtue
are.
signalers. Yeah, most
I
people are
mean,
faking as virtue signalers. To be honest, I mean, like you are
yeah.
right now, when you came in and started trying to peel
Whoa,
scab,
whoa,
acting
whoa!
like you were
Time
being
out.
nice. How does it make
I
you feel when you're
was
being
about to
nice? How does
apologize
it make you feel when
for
you're being mocked for believing in flat
no,
Earth?
no,
Nah, we don't
Let
need
me
your
get
Buckle.
know in
apology,
there.
dude.
Yeah, like you weren't just
Okay,
doing that.
what are you
Like,
talking about? I was just trying to mention about
yeah,
like
you
how it
peeling scabs.
feel, but like because there's a lot of people out there that are mocking flat earthers
Are
and
you feeling sorry
and
for us?
they're memeing.
I know.
No,
Thank you
I'm
for
not
saying it
pitying
again.
y'all.
We don't
Yeah,
need a
I've never felt mocked. I've never
we don't need a
felt mocked.
soldier
Never
for the
been
flat Earth.
like.
Like,
But there's
There's
so
never
many.
been a time where I felt mocked. Other than like I know Glovers in these chats try to mock, but I don't like.
This
I don't.
guy's like,
I don't
oh, the
feel.
poor flat earthers.
But I
Yeah.
never said
Glover's
I was
trying
a
to get me
Glover.
mocked. Glover's trying to mock me.
I never said I was a
I'm just
Glover
playing.
or a flat
I'm just
Earth.
kidding.
That's it.
This topic offends me.
No, I'm not offending anyone, and I'm
No,
not
how do
No,
offending
you
I
know?
said
y'all.
I
I mean,
How
took.
do you
I
know
just
No,
you're not offending anybody?
I didn't say you
no, I'm
offended
just
me. I
saying
said
Pretty presumptuous of
I
you to
took
assume you're
offense to
not
this
offending
topic.
us.
It's offensive.
I'm not being triggered or butthurt or anything. Well, I don't know what
No,
that
but
person was saying.
I
What
am.
are you saying?
You gotta quit trying to be
No,
so
I am.
empathetic.
How does it make you feel
I
when
said
people
I'm
mock you for
offended,
acting
Blue.
like a little
I
gay
didn't
boy?
say she was. I said this
Not
this
not
topic
you, not
offends
you, not
me.
you. Her or him,
I'm
whatever
just
that is.
concerned about you. Like, this is what it sounds like, right? And I'm just
Oh wait.
concerned about you here. So how does it make you feel when they mock you for sounding so gay? Because that must suck.
What the
No,
That's
heck,
on
come
you,
dude?
on,
buddy.
Listen,
let's not
listen,
call him.
All
Let's
right,
listen.
I'm
call
on his
more.
Look,
team
That's
here.
on
I'm just trying to
topic.
support him.
But I'm on mute. I
Look,
said this topic offends me.
my
I'm
goodness.
fully offended
All right, listen.
now. Thank you.
Cognize yourselves.
Stop
Okay, we
being a
don't need
pussy, man.
to
Grow up.
devolve. We don't need to devolve. Oh, okay, who is that speaking right there?
That's battle mod. What does cognize mean? Can you
No,
define
the
that?
other person.
It was subdued. You can mute me if you want.
Listen, what the heck was that? Somebody's bagpipes?
Somebody's vibrator.
Anyway, we don't need to turn this into just a slang fest. Try to do something productive. Maybe they have a question about something else besides feelings.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
came
no
here
problem.
with
yeah. Well,
yeah,
your
I
question
tried to think.
was how do you feel about being mocked? And it's like I had told you, and I can't speak for everybody, but I've never felt like outside of Globers that like in the chat in Discord. Like I know they try to mock. I've never taken offense to it. Um, in real
There you
life,
go.
it's never ever ever happened. And
Correct.
every time somebody tried to like just to like, what are you, some kind of flat earther? When I looked them in the eye and told them yes, they immediately stopped.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't
People
take
aren't as
kindly
brave.
to. I
Yeah, go
wouldn't
ahead,
take
please.
kindly
Go
to.
ahead.
I wouldn't take kindly to insults or anything like that. But
It's not an
yeah, just
insult.
give it.
It's
No,
not
this is
an insult. It's
no
not
time
an
out.
insult.
Time out. Time out. I would give it to God and I would move on. I assume that everyone believes in God, right? Right?
Well, the point
Uh,
the point here is that in real life, people really don't make fun of flat earthers that much, and the kind of ways in which they do, a flat earther doesn't really take seriously. However,
Mm.
there are people who do more than insult. For example, they break up with their family members, they break up with their loved ones, they try to get people fired from their jobs. These are all things that have happened in the history of the flat earth in the past 10 years. Okay, we've
That's
got
insane.
we got major flat earthers who used to run a YouTube channel named Brian Mullen, who somebody went on a campaign to get him fired from his job and get him de-licensed from being an engineer because he would do videos about flat earth. And he was like accusing him of like doing wrong things with his children, like teaching them dangerous ideas, and that his buildings might fall down because he's a flat earther. The guy went nuts. Basically forced Brian Mullen to retire from making his videos so he could focus on his family instead of being harassed.
It's like
So
a
yeah, there
smear
definitely
campaign.
is.
A
Yeah,
smear campaign,
there
correct?
you got it. You got it. Yeah, so there definitely is concrete examples of the globe Earth, the triggered globe Earthers. Not all globe Earthers, obviously, but there is definitely a recurring theme there that we have documented for the past 10 years.
I mean, I mean, everyone in here doesn't trust NASA, correct? We can just agree that NASA can't be trusted. So yeah, but I understand truly. I mean, it's not a joke when it comes to flat Earth. They take that really serious.
but another thing that happens in real life, because I'm somewhat vocal. Like I said, I don't advertise it, but if somebody, uh, you know, I'll feel people out to see if they're going to be possibly receptive or if they kind of catch the cues and try to call me out. I'll be like, fine, like you think that's funny, like let's talk about it. No, you want to see a glober back away? Ask them to talk about it. Ask them to talk about their globe. They don't have
Yeah.
a fucking shit clue about what the fuck they're talking about or what they think is true or how laughable they think your point of view is. They will real quickly blush and clam the fuck up. Every time I've ever gotten a conversation with somebody, they realize almost immediately that I've got way much more ammunition than they do.
Mm.
In fact, I'm convinced, like, I have like probably the people that I've actually tried to talk to about flat Earth in real life. I think my ratio of them at least becoming accepting of flat Earth and considering it is like 90%. As
Right.
opposed to online where it's like 1%. You know what I mean? Like when you can have a one-on-one conversation with somebody and like they act differently, they're more receptive, and they'll actually take in the information you give them, and they usually walk away saying, wow, there's a lot more to that topic than I ever imagined. It's not what I thought it was, and it's something I would have to think about. Now, are they really going to think about it? No, probably not. But are they going to laugh at you? Never again.
Yeah.
No, and if you're really being honest with yourself, the world does present itself as flat. Everything looks flat. You don't feel any motion. All these things are truth. Like it's not like we're trying to pull the wool over your eyes or anything, right? I think it's the other way around.
Right.
Like you literally have to believe a fucking story in the globe paradigm, right? That you can't verify, other than pictures from space. I guess it comes down to either you accept that story or you don't, right?
Yeah, like the story of astronauts.
Well, the story of the Big Bang, right? How it doesn't even start at the beginning. Everything just came from nothing, and then it all just went out in certain trajectories and created this universe, and fucking mass attracted mass, and like they're all stories that are linked to this story that started halfway through the story. It doesn't even have a beginning.
True.
Hey, Medusa said we got astronauts. Is that not a story too that we have to have faith and belief in?
No, I
to
said,
believe these people actually
do you
go
believe in
somewhere.
Do you believe in astronauts?
I guess that's a choice, right? Like it's not a concrete thing. How could you or I know that, right? Why are you laughing, dude? Like what really? You know for 100%
How
there's
do
astronauts?
you know that they listen, that's a valid question. How do you know they actually went to space? It's not like you can prove it.
Right.
I mean,
right.
if you think
they got the rockets. Hold on. They got the rockets. We saw it. Now here's the thing. Here's the proof that everyone would tell you. We saw it on TV. We've seen
already
pictures
heard
of
it.
it.
Yeah.
So
Right.
most of your
We've seen a
so-called
rocket go into the sky.
Right.
most of your so-called astronauts have never even been to space, what they call space. In fact, like you can be a NASA astronaut and have never left the ground. Okay, like people who have been into so-called space to the ISS or something are in low Earth orbit, a height at which they cannot see curvature. They cannot, like they're still bound by the so-called gravity. They're like this. It's
Not
low
in
Earth orbit.
space.
It's not deep space. Now, when it comes to going beyond low Earth orbit and possibly seeing curvature of the Earth, that comes down to like a dozen people during the Apollo missions. So
Yep.
now, what is your question? Like, do you believe in the testimony of a dozen people during the Apollo missions?
No, and then
And
to
if
top
we
it all
believe,
off, we got AI created video now, right? Like technology is fucking like look at Hollywood, man. These movies they're producing are way better than anything you see from NASA.
Then
and
most of the
listen,
movies would be real. Go ahead.
if we believe Buzz Aldrin, then why wouldn't we believe him when he said we just didn't go there? We just didn't
He says
do
it a bunch of different ways too, eh?
There's been at least 3 different times that I know of where, yeah, he like hinted towards all like it was faked. We didn't go there. That's not what you saw. So on and so forth.
It was a Cold War and everything, you know. We had to. Them damn communists, communist Russia, the USSR.
Yeah.
No, and it's surprising as you go through the information how much of it is an assumption, right? Like really, you're relying on these pictures and these videos from space.
No, I never like using that as a counter argument. I'm actually agreeing with you that, there's certain things about NASA can be very questionable.
Oh my god.
No, and then you think, why would they all lie? But they're not all lying. They're all telling the truth, right? like they're not lying.
It's crazy how. Actually, I'm not gonna say nothing.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
it'd probably be better off just not to.
You're having a pretty good conversation with Medusa, actually. So, like, your oh my god can probably wait.
Right.
Oh my
Bring it
god.
out, man. What do you got?
No, I feel like people who believe in flat Earth are just trolling. There's no way they could actually believe that.
Is that the best you have? Like you've been
That's your
smoking a lot of
closed mind,
weed or
right?
what?
Your fucking programmed closed mind, dude, that wants to think just like everybody else and fit in with the
I think
crowd.
he's
Fucking,
stoned.
I get it, man. Do you even
That's
know what the
crazy
size
how-
of the Earth is, or do you know anything
Couple
about the fucking
edibles.
place that you live at, dude?
Okay, so
Couple
Or you just
edibles.
believe, right? You're a blind believer,
Yeah,
right?
that's crazy how you
Ripping
call me
the
the polar,
bong,
but you're the one repeating
some
what Igor
wax.
was saying here.
Dude, what's the size of the Earth? Do you
I
know?
don't know.
You don't know.
Oh, because you know the size of the Earth. You know
Of
more.
course, I know the
No,
size of
You know
the
the
Earth,
Earth is
man.
he's
flat.
asking you if you know your own model. What? How
You're
big
My
did
sitting
he
here
own
say?
calling me
model. You
crazy,
mean?
but you
Hold
don't know a
on,
You
thing
let's
mean?
cover
about what
that.
you live on, dude.
You mean our model?
You're
Yeah,
arguing
let's
from
just cover
ignorance
that.
right off the hop, man. Like I get it, but fuck.
You don't know
Do you
the
know your model?
radius?
Do you know the size of your flat Earth
Yeah.
You
model?
mean
I
our
You
don't
don't
model?
know
claim a
the.
model, dude. I don't claim a model, man. I
Wait, but
claim that
are you
it's
flat
not a
earther?
globe, all right, bud?
Are you
Do
flat
you know the
earther?
radius or the circumference?
All
If you're
right,
not a flat
guys,
earther, fair enough. But if you're a flat earther,
guys,
that's a model.
guys. I think he gets it. I think
I'm
it's time
sorry.
to.
Did
No,
you
he
just
doesn't
assume
get it.
my
He
gender?
doesn't get it.
I'm not
No,
a guy.
you're not a guy. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just fucking joking.
You're
I'm
not a guy
trolling.
guy?
No, I'm
What
a
are you, a
man,
broad
man.
or
I'm
what are
not
you,
your
a broad or some
pal. I'm
kind
a
of a
man,
weirdo,
dude.
dude? Or some
He
kind of a
left.
I'm
He
not
left
your
the
buddy,
V.
guy.
He left the
I'm a man.
VC.
what are you, some kind of a freak, bro?
Well,
Some
I'm
kind
a
of a
man,
tranny?
eh? Ask your mother. She'll tell you, eh?
But it
Tell
sure
her to
shows
put some
how
money on
you
my
have these
card. I'm
followers,
hungry.
though, right? That just follow along. Don't even know what the fuck they're following, but they're following it.
Yeah. He didn't even know the radius.
He doesn't have a
Or
fucking clue about his reality, though, right?
But
He
Are
it's
just
the
a
only
believes
two
ball.
whatever he's
choices?
fucking told.
Are the only two choices flat and globe?
Dude, why you gotta be like that for, man?
Can you give look? Can you give
Yeah,
a
hold
third
on.
alternative? Can you give a
Yeah.
third alternative?
Yeah, thank you, Lou. We'll entertain this. Concave? Dino Earth? What? Give us your best troll. Come on.
Pyramid Earth?
We're flat earthers, or we can work through this. Okay, Pyramid Earth.
Pac-Man? I love Pac-Man. Pac-Man Earth?
He said pyramid. Can you show me this perfect pyramid Earth? You have any proof of it, you know?
No.
Survey anything.
Let me ask you a question.
The
I don't have any
pyramidicity of
direct
the
proof
Earth.
of anything.
If something, I'm not talking about the Earth here. If something shows no curvature anywhere, what is it?
It sure the hell ain't curved.
Not curved.
I don't know. That means there might
not
be a
curved.
Yeah.
That means there might be a
that
space.
implies flat.
What is it?
It's not curved.
Yeah, not curved.
That means there's
would
a
imply
flat base.
smooth, level, or flat. Yes.
Flat face.
Remember, this is not the Earth.
Well, not perfectly flat, just consistently level.
If I have a 2x4 that is not curving, is it flat?
Straight. It's going to be straight.
Plumb.
Yeah.
It's not curving.
Straight line. Near perfect straight.
Okay. So
we gotta point out nothing's ever perfect.
If the Earth is not curving anywhere, then what is it? And then remember, this is an if. It's a prepositional phrase, I believe. I think that's the right thing to call it.
I would say it's straight, level, or flat. Yeah.
If not the Earth is, but if the Earth is. If the Earth is flat, then what? If the Earth is not curving, then what is it?
Not curving.
Well, this guy's on the level. Okay, next answer.
Can you
How
say?
the hell
All right. Can you name like is there a such thing? Is there a such thing as flat bread? Can you repeat that word to me? Like flat bread?
Flat bread? Yeah.
Flat bread. All right. So you can say the word flat. There's a type of an engine called where it's got a head on it. It's a flathead
Flathead.
engine.
Ooh, a flathead. Flathead.
Flathead. So can those exist?
Oh, is the engine flat?
They do.
Or is there a flat face on it?
No, it's as it implies. It has a flat cylinder head, which has two flat surfaces. One is perfectly flat. That's a mating surface.
So there's
the
a
other
flat
one is
surface,
flat
yeah.
for the mating surface for the valve cover. So yes,
it's flat.
Wait, now we're talking about mating.
What about the flat irons in Boulder?
Flathead screwdriver.
You ever worked on a car?
Good one. I like the screwdriver one.
You know what a mating surface is? That's one surface where you put a gasket and put another part on there, and there'll be two flat level surfaces, machined to the best of your ability.
Hold on. I got a trick question. Speaking of machined parts, I'm going to put a number in the chat. Hold on. Okay, so if the ratio of undulation changes on the surface of the machined part compared to its surface area is that number. So the maximum variation is that number compared. So that's point.
You're trying to confuse the boy.
Hold on. That's point.
It's one.
Hold on. That's no, but it's to the -7, so you got to put the zeros in front. So it's point 0.000000134020619%. difference in the surface variations to the surface
Yeah, which would be in the millions.
Would you call that flat? Would you call that flat? Something that's that precise?
Yeah, if it was milled to that precision, yes, I would call that as perfect as man could machine it.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, because that's actually cool. That's actually the percent of the surface territory of the Earth to the maximum variations from sea level. Interesting.
Really?
I'd call that curved.
No shit.
Right, so the
in
Earth,
a million.
The Earth is actually
it's
better
hold on.
sphere than a cue ball. The Earth is actually smoother
So
than a
it's
cue
going to
ball.
have 1/1,000,000th of a curve. The deviation from straight is going to be less than 1/1,000,000th, and you'd call that curved?
I'll show you the Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I mean, do people
Yeah,
understand
we know it,
these
dude. Don't worry. Smooth as a cue
decimal
ball. We get it,
places,
man.
magnitudes?
I was only trying to make a point that it's perfectly okay to call the Earth flat.
All right, so again, the prepositional phrase.
Yeah, I'm just trying to define orders of magnitude which would make that true.
Hey,
If the Earth is
goodbye.
not curving anywhere, what is it? And don't repeat what I already said. Like, give it another word for the same thing. Can't say not curving. Not curving is not an answer. Anything but not curving. If the Earth is not curving anywhere, what is it?
Curving.
If the Earth is not curving,
Yeah,
then
he
what
ain't
is
gonna
it?
answer, bro.
Not a sphere.
Yeah, not a globe.
Wait a minute. Is he a not flat earther?
I have an answer actually. It's something that's not curving.
No, but that's what I said. You couldn't answer with because you're just repeating what I said.
Yeah,
You
he's
have to
not
give it
playing by the
another
rules,
word.
dude.
So if the Earth is not curving, then what is it? If your mom did not give birth to an intelligent human being, then what did she do?
Give birth to a non-intelligent human being.
Correct.
I got a question for the Glober. What makes the Earth spin?
God.
I'll accept that answer, dude.
No money?
Doesn't prove a globe, but it might prove the spin.
Yeah, if the Earth is spinning, then what caused it?
It's such a diluted answer they give too. Like fuck.
That's an ontological question, right?
Right.
So it's going to be redundant.
Exactly. Everything came from nothing, right?
I don't know.
I know you don't. Neither do I, dude.
Is there a glober in the house?
Yeah, we got one of those ones that can't say the word flat
Oh,
unless you
nice.
like really like.
I got the best thing for this guy. So yesterday, as I'm walking home, taking my hourly walk from work to my house, I'm walking along Lake Shore, right? And then I look across this lake, which is over 30 miles, this motherfucker, right? And all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, look at all those lights. Again, right? So I get a bunch of these pictures. But this time, I'm like, you know what? These motherfucking globers pissed me off, right? You know what I did? I literally fucking put my head right next to the water where like the water's fucking literally splashing my fucking face. And guess what I see? Oh shit, I still see the same fucking lights over 30 miles across. Not only that, I started taking pictures of this phenomenon with my fucking S22 Ultra in night mode, right? And now I have a few, like 5, photos I would like all of us to observe. Are we interested?
Oh,
And I'll
fuck yeah.
explain every goddamn photo step by step. Okay, so first photo coming up. This actually I like this photo the best. So here we go. Let's fucking load one up. My photos. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this one. Wow, what a beauty this one. Everybody go check this one out. I'll explain to you what's happening here. So, if we look closer at this photo, right, we can see that there's like a 2 piers I'm looking in between, right? Not only that, I literally brought my camera phone down all the way to the water where the water's literally splashing my camera lens, right? So you guys can see, like right on the waves are higher than my camera phone at this point, right? So, but we can still see between those 2 piers that there's some faint light that's appearing, right? But due to wave conditions, and it was a really windy day, right? So some of this was obstructed by the waves. Okay. I'm like, fine, fuck it. You can't see what I see with my eyes because night vision night vision mode takes a lot of frames at once and then overlaps these frames together to form a picture. This is what it did on my thing. So if you guys can see how the waves are kind of like compiled on each other. So it took me like 5-6 seconds before it completed this shot. Okay, next shot. I'm like, fine, I can faintly see a dot. Let's go to the next full camera shot. I'm like, fuck it, okay, I'll raise it up maybe a foot off the ground, and this comes the next shot. Boom. And I realized after I've watched the first shot, it's because there's 2 piers between, right? And these piers are higher than I am. So they're already obstructing most of the thing. But if I see past these 2 piers, which is the second photo, which I raised the camera, you can still see the rocks. I raised the camera just a fucking foot off the fucking water so the waves no longer obstructed. And guess what I'm starting to see if you guys zoom in closer to the horizon? Are those motherfucking lights? Or am I going fucking crazy? Anybody? Right at the horizon. Don't worry, I got 3 more photos to make it clear. But do we agree or not agree that those 2, the major ones, the more brighter fucking little points on this image, on the horizon, those are the brighter dots that can pierce through all the conditions that were happening that night. Okay? Next. Image number 3 coming up. Like, fuck, this shot wasn't clear enough. Let's get another one. Boom. I'm like, this one may be even better. Right? Because at this point, I zoomed in, and you can clearly see there's two brighter lights at that point. And this is still my camera right at the fucking water. Thank you very much. Here's some more. The problem, it's a little blurry, is, again, night photography. It has to take a bunch of frames together that overlaps each other to compile it, right? And I was really, really down at the water where my fucking camera's getting splashed by the water. Okay, my fourth picture. I'm like, okay, here. Let's make it better. Boom. Oh, look at that. Those two same fucking lights. Just to emphasize them on my fourth photo. The two lights that I'm talking about, I can see clearly with the camera, because there's multiple lights I can see with my eye, but my camera doesn't pick them up, okay? But this is what it picked up. And then I'm like, fuck it. Here's a better shot of what I'm actually seeing. Because I raised a little bit more in elevation at this point, right? And I pan my camera down to look at the swans hiding their faces because it's a cold, windy day. So what swans like to do, they like to hide the shit in the water, right? And you can see, I pan the camera down looking at the geese, or the swans, right? The white swans, you know, ironically. And I had to elevate myself just a little bit so I can see past the pier where you can see the horizon rising above the fucking rocks, right? That were obstructing me originally, clearly. That's how perspective works. And now I see more lights piercing through. What's up, boys? What's up? Welcome to Flat Earth, my guys. 30 miles across. You're welcome. Anybody have anything to contest? I'd like to hear it. I'll take it as a no. Hello? Mic check. All right. Guess that was too much for everybody. Hello?
Yeah, no one's here to chant refraction.
Even if they did, there's no
I think it's a presentation success. You know, it's another long distance observation. Well, good on you for going out there.
No, but I mean, this is what do you call it? It's extreme conditions that these cocksuckers always say, oh, because of these conditions we can't do it. I'm like, okay, so there you go. The conditions were eliminated. First of all, this was yesterday's shots, right? Yesterday was a cold fucking day, right? So the temperature was pretty much the same as the water temperature, guaranteed, right? The swans are not freezing over, but they're dunking their head into the fucking water and holding their head in the water. Why? Because the water feels warmer to them, right? But the atmosphere itself is fucking freezing above the water, right?
Did you account for refraction?
Buddy, what's the refractive index?
I don't think they dunk their heads because of the water temperature. It's because they are looking for food. They're eating algae and looking for fish.
100% they eat the food. No. They do eat the algae, but they dunk and they raise their fucking heads up. They literally are holding the head underwater for like fucking 5 minutes. They bring their head up to breathe a bit, and then they go back down.
Look.
I've seen them feed, my guy. I see them on a daily basis, my guy. I know how they fucking feed.
They're not afraid to dip their head on a cold day either. Like or on a
the water's warmer. The water's warmer. That's why they keep their head underneath, especially if the atmosphere is freezing. That's what birds do. I've seen, especially Canadian fucking birds. The geese here are crazy. right? So I've seen a flock of these motherfuckers, especially when it's cold atmosphere. They literally would all huddle up in a pool of water because the water ambient temperature is way warmer than the atmospheric temperature. Happens
Yeah,
all the time.
I'm familiar with that. I'm in the Wisconsin northern environment. Like, yeah, we have Canadian geese all over the fucking place, and you're right, they are fucking crazy. But I'm just saying it doesn't prove anything because they were dunking their heads. If the
No.
water is wet,
That whole image was 5 minutes. They didn't even listen. That whole time I was there, the swans never once raised their fucking head above the water. And I was there for a good 10 minutes. They're not feeding, man. They're literally, because it was that cold. The best way they protect themselves is these are smart birds, man. They fucking literally bring the head underwater and warm it up.
They're not worried about it. Like, if the water's not frozen, it's good for them.
Well, that's it. That's how they know. It's warmer than the outside, because usually, especially up in northern climates, right, what's the first thing to go? It's the weather, the atmosphere changes, but the water's still warm. It takes longer for the water to cool off or heat up than the atmosphere, right?
Yeah. This time of year, the water temperature is typically warmer than the air temperature. And this year is a little bit different, though. This is a little bit of a different year, at least by where I'm
They usually leave. Listen, usually mid-February, end of early January, there is no birds where I live. This whole year, every day the birds are here.
You have a warmer winter than usual, also, right? This year.
Very.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The birds usually are gone, but this year they were here the whole time. They never left. So they know, the birds, they understand. Like I'm pretty sure like they have like this internal like sensor that like they can sense temperature changes, right? So they can feel like the air's changing, so they would fucking fly or flock towards or migrate towards the warmer climates, right? But they didn't feel the cold this year, so they just stayed. It's crazy.
Yeah, we did, dude. We had like no winter at all. We had 2 weeks of cold weather, and that was it. 2 weeks. I'm in fucking Wisconsin. Like we normally do, like this time of year. Right now, I could easily be at like negative freaking 20 degrees with freaking like 3 feet of snow on the ground. But literally, people are walking around yesterday in 75-degree temperatures, in wearing shorts and t-shirts, and freaking like there was a kid playing with just a pair of shorts on, like riding his scooter down the sidewalk with bare feet, basketball shorts, and no shirt. Freaking that was going on yesterday here, like where we it's crazy warm right now.
Yeah, same here, dude. It's crazy warm here too.
I love it.
Climate change is real.
Year of the dragon, baby. Year of the dragon, everything's gonna be nice. Who was born on the year of the dragon?
It's like a month early, man. I was born year of the rat.
I know you're a rat, fuck man. I know you're the fucking rat. Hey, listen, Mikey. I know. Hey, listen, Mikey. Even though you're the year of the rat, the year of the dragon is a positive year for the year of the rat. So you should have some good fucking money coming in this year. You should probably be banking to this year. But you know what? I don't understand why you didn't like buy crypto. Like you should have done that shit like months ago. But it's okay. It is what it is. I'll be the only one crypto booming.
I invest in cars, houses, and precious metals. We've covered
whatever. Precious. Oh, listen. Gold market cap is at 10 trillion. It's hard to push past 10 trillion market cap. Bitcoin's only at 1 trillion, right? So it has 10x to go to catch up to gold, and it's gonna catch up and do better than gold. So, I'd rather put my money where it's going.
Then it could crash in the future, and my gold will still be worth the same it was 20 years before.
Gold goes up and down, man. Gold is manipulated market.
It fluctuates up and down, but overall, it always goes up. Like it never
crashes.
Yeah.
Crypto can crash, bitch. Come crash my gold. You got to take it to crash.
Crypto cannot crash. When did crypto crash?
Be a bad man
gold
to come
is
on
finite
property
as well, right?
with gold.
No, actually, that's the problem. Gold is not finite. You know, they still keep mining, and the mines are still open, and they still keep finding gold. So it's not finite. See, they can't say shit like that.
No, it's finite,
Gold is
meaning
not.
like meaning that there's a limited amount of the resources available in the earth.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Currently, in this
That's not
economic
true.
system, cash is king and gold runs shit.
Yeah, crypto cash. Boom, boom, boom.
You ever
Not
see that picture
fucking.
where they show you all the gold in the world in like a football field kind of thing?
Yeah, but that's man. That's
Yeah.
you know, it's like believing in space, bro. They show you a picture and you're like, oh, it's real.
Yeah, but
You know
if,
what I mean?
listen, if you got a room full of gold and silver, and then silver coin each, maybe a ton of it, what the fuck do you need crypto for?
Well, listen, crypto's gonna be like a fluid currency, man. Depending on which currency, you're gonna have fucking awesome shit.
As long as you can trade it on the internet, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's
but
just
keep
get
changing the decimal point on that shit,
broke
right? Like,
people
fuck.
are looking to get rich. Rich people aren't looking for quick anything.
I'm looking for stability, my guy. I'm not down with the fiat system. I don't like being under a Rothschild system. You know what I mean? Fuck that.
Stability would be tangible. It would be something that you can hold on your hand, in your hand. Like like crypto can be shut down. Crypto can just freaking go the way of
Yeah,
fucking.
no. See, again, spoken like an uneducated person about crypto. Bitcoin will never be shut down. I don't know who the fuck ever told you it could.
It could be, dude.
Never.
It
literally can't.
Never. No,
If the
it
power
cannot.
grid goes down, where does your crypto go?
The power. Everything. Listen, everything is fucking compartmentalized. If let's say a portion, a sector of your town goes down, not the whole fucking town goes down. They literally, in order for them to shut down the whole electrical grid or the whole fucking plant, they literally have to do this physically, and everybody has to do this at once, and everybody has to be fucking in cahoots. They'll never do it. You crazy?
Listen. You seen the way they censored like shit online. You were told like everything that is online is
Irrelevant.
forever, right?
Irrelevant.
Everything online
That's
is
compare.
forever.
Why do we bring this shit up? This is irrelevant to the topic.
It's not really. If an EMP hit and all electrics went down, bam, there goes your crypto. I'll still have a pile of platinum and rhodium and catalytic converters in the backyard. Copper, gold, brass. I'll still be paid.
Will you be stealing cat converters, bro?
What do you keep?
No,
what's your
I
crypto
don't
key on?
steal cat
What's
converters.
your crypto key on? What happens if your USB drive that you think is freaking isolated away from it?
That's wrong.
What happens when it gets EMP'd or when it becomes corrupted?
So you have multiple wallets, one. Number two, there's wallets that all you need is your seed phrase, which I have all my seed phrases. Doesn't matter if the actual device goes to shit. I just rebuild my seed phrase on another device. That's how it works. If you fucking shut down all, let's say 99% of the fucking Bitcoin network, but still there's one ledger somewhere out there, right? You can fully rebuild the fucking network again. No problem. It is secure as fuck.
It's not real money, man.
It's real money. You guys don't understand it. That's it. That's why it's worth. That's why it's almost 70 fucking grand, right? It's not real money. Okay, there, buddy.
Not real money.
What's not real money? What's not real money is the credit system that you guys are all living on, and the U.S. dollar being a fucking fiat system. That's not fucking real money. That's fake shit.
Vlad, instead of like just yelling about it, check this out.
I'm not yelling. I'm telling you. I don't need to check it out. I've been doing this for God knows how long. You're gonna teach me some new shit, lunatic. You, my friend, out of all the motherfuckers in here, will never teach me shit. So don't even fucking try.
There is a difference. Like
Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, I told you, I'm not gonna listen. The fuck would I want to listen to you?
Well, I told you. Oh, I said, hold on.
You never bring anything good in this conversation, anyways, buddy. You're fucking stupid.
It's an off-topic.
There's a lot of people who disagree with you.
It's an off-topic.
I don't give a fuck about those. A lot of people think it's a fucking globe too. Why, you gonna agree with them too? Jesus fucking Christ! The kind of fucking shit you spewing here is fucking glober.
Get your panties on and that, man.
Yeah, I just hear you, buddy. Not consistent. It's not consistent. It's like a bitch, you know, not consistent.
Well,
no,
I'm just saying.
Unwilling to hear a point of view that is non-consistent with your own. Okay, like quit fucking being like that and just hear it out before you shout it down.
I don't need to hear shit from you because you clearly don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Period. You're already starting to say shit about crypto. You don't know about how it's gonna be all shut down, whatever. Yeah, buddy, you don't know. You're gonna fucking talk
No, he
shit
said
again.
if.
If my grandmother
Listen,
had
there's
a
a very
dick,
real
be my
possibility the
grandfather. You know
internet could
that.
go the way of the wind and your digital
Never.
data could be just yes. You
Okay,
say
listen.
never, but
I worked for
listen, computers
Canada.
themselves aren't infinite.
Scientists is everywhere.
Network
Hold
isn't
on.
infinite.
Cool story. Which one of you guys worked for the biggest telecommunications company in fucking Canada? Which one of you?
How
Please
many
tell
of
me.
us got enough gold we don't have to waste money?
Listen, no, but you guys are talking about fucking internet and how it works without actually knowing anything. That's funny.
You work for the biggest telecoms, but I still have
I
more
used
money
to.
than you. I guarantee
I don't
you.
care. Listen, buddy, if my crypto booms, I'll have more money than you.
That's why
Don't
I'm
worry.
not worried about crypto because I'm already set up.
Any
Whatever, Mike.
Globers in your
I know this.
Globers?
Yeah, exactly. Let's get back to the flat Earth,
I
man.
already know, Mike.
Right. I'm comfortable the way I am, or I would listen, bro. You know I would.
Old money, man.
I'm already set.
What I
Old
want
money
Old
runs
money,
deep.
man.
Old money runs deep,
Old
baby.
money, man.
what I wanted to point out about the difference between crypto and fiat is like neither one is real. Okay, like I understand.
Oh,
fiat.
wrong.
Yeah. No, but I'll tell you this.
Wrong already. See
Oh
again,
my
you're gonna
God,
talk
they're
shit.
just
Wrong.
systems
Period.
we fucking created for the exchange, the purpose of
Yeah,
exchange.
well.
That's
Here's
it.
the biggest
That's all they
difference.
are. They're just
You
systems. They're
keep printing
creations of man.
dollars.
They're not perfect, man.
Hold
Let's
on,
move
Mike.
back to the flat Earth.
Big one, yeah. The final
I
point.
frankly
Systems,
hate.
that's what they
I
are,
hate
man.
hearing.
Printing.
I hate
Listen,
hearing about this fucking computer digital money, man. I really
I
do.
love it. It's the best. That's why it's
Well,
70,000 US
it's
right
the
now.
only way you went from have
Vlad
you was
won't
a have
allow my
not
point
to
to
a
be.
have.
Vlad won't
Of
allow my
course you
point to
love
be
it.
said. And actually,
Well, I
Mike,
would have
neither
invested
will
in
you.
other places if investment is like I would have fucking
Oh
found something
man,
else.
I
But
don't
this
think the
was the
topic's
smartest
worthy of
investment
making
ever.
any points, Lou. You
No,
dropped the only
I
point
just
you
want to
have
say
to,
something. I just
and the
want to say
rest is
something,
just
and
semantics.
this happens over and over and over again. Look, the difference between
But we
crypto and
know
fiat.
that. We know he's not going to listen to you. We already know
Buddy,
that.
the difference between Bitcoin and fiat is fiat gets printed infinitely and Bitcoin has a limited supply. And as soon as you print 22 million fucking Bitcoins, you cannot print any fucking more. And there you go. That's the big fucking difference.
No,
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
point
That's the
about
big.
the
See, now you're going to
difference.
talk bullshit when you clearly don't understand this major fucking point.
I told
It's
you,
called
Lou.
supply and
How
demand,
do you know
economics
what I
101.
don't understand?
Fucking guy's gonna fucking yeah, because you're telling me how fiat and Bitcoin are the same.
He's
Yeah,
just
get the
going to
fuck
keep
out of here.
talking so you can't say it.
You fucking a few fucking garbage
Listen,
stories.
Lou, me and you, we've known Vlad
Yeah, can you
forever.
explain
We
this in full,
already
Michael?
know.
Oh,
Can we go
fuck yeah,
back to
bud.
flat Earth? Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, can we go back to
Oh,
flat
fuck
Earth,
yeah,
eh?
bud.
Oh, hey,
I can
help
do
I'll
me
go
out
down
here.
to the beer store,
any
eh?
Globers?
Hey,
Hey
give me a
Globers, hey
hand getting
Globers.
these guys back on the flat Earth, eh?
We'll get
I
a
got
six
five
pack,
photos
eh?
for the Globers. Hold on,
Vlad,
I got
why
five.
don't you go over yonder with that, yeah? You just do us a favor,
Oh,
eh?
fuck yeah, bud.
I
Oh,
was
yeah,
gonna
you
show
know,
these
you'll be
Globers.
fucking quiet then. It'd be fucking golden then, eh?
Hey, listen. I was gonna show the Globers my 5 photos. You know, hey, tell them a nice little story about
Hey,
these
old
5
crypto
photos, eh?
motherfucker just came out and started killing people.
Nobody gives a shit about your photos. You understood that when nobody was copying your fucking presentation.
Hey there, Lou. Half the people here are AFK. No Glober
Okay.
was there to fucking contest it. Amazing, Lou.
No, we're obviously
Your
here.
little
We just
jabs don't mean shit to me. Hey, listen, how about you go back to the other server and fucking
You
blow
realize
QE's cock
this
more?
means war, right?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Go back into the fucking cold ass
Hey,
lake.
listen, go back to that server again and go get fucking fucked by QE like always, bro.
Oh, hey, fuck crypto,
Hey,
eh?
yo, hey, yo.
Hey, we got the bull moose here, eh?
Eh? This fucker
You got the
here.
boost loose about the hoos for sure.
We got
Go
the
to
bull
Timmy's
moose,
with your
man.
crypto and give me a fucking 2-4, eh?
Oh, fuck yeah, bud.
Give me some Timbits while you're there, bitch, eh? And tell your mom to put that money on my card, man. I'm fucking hungry.
I want a large double, eh?
She said she was going to take care of me, damn it. I'm going to hold her to them words. Tell your mom to put the money on my card.
I had 15 Labats today.
I heard crypto actually goes down every week.
I'll take crypto if that's all your mouth's got. Fuck it.
See, now you want the crypto. Hey, Mike.
He wants to stay with pot a little.
Fucking hey.
Yeah, but the crypto will buy me a pizza, eh?
No, but you know what's
Get some
funny, though?
fucking DoorDash up in
Listen.
here, man. Get his mom over here sucking my shit, you know?
Mike, listen to this one, Mike.
Fucking crypto,
right?
eh?
So, I know some pretty wealthy
You guys
people, right,
kill
Mike?
me, Vlad. You kill me, man.
Listen,
Lou's mad as
Mikey.
hell. Vlad's just gonna act like nothing happened, all over some fucking crypto, man.
Hey, Mikey.
It's like fuck, Lou's just like, all right, dude.
Yeah.
Lou's like, all right, then fuck you. I'm cool with that. Fuck you.
Listen,
hey, you gotta admit though, Vlad got a set of brass balls so big the server can't contain them.
This guy doesn't let nothing stop him. All right, but like I'm kind of the same way, not as much, but like, I still want to make my point. Vlad, will you allow it?
Oh, Labatt, you say?
I want to fucking talk to Mike right now and say something to Mike.
Oh, Christ, just let him make his fucking point and we can move on.
You want a lot.
I don't care. You made a million points, so you're irrelevant, man. I just don't want to listen to you.
I see it. The difference between crypto and
man. It's not gonna happen again. Fuck you guys.
I fucking hate Capricorn so fucking much. Listen, guys.
Killing me, man. With
all the signs, all the astrological signs, Capricorns are the fucking bitches in the world. Just so you know.
Yeah, I'm
fuck the Capricorns. Listen, QE is a Capricorn. This fucking lunatic is a Capricorn, and ever since I meet every fucking Capricorn in my life, bunch of fucking cunts. Why is this?
Betcha.
Fucking,
you betcha.
Go
you know why? Because
over yonder with that. It's cool and all. Just take it over yonder.
Stays where you're at, and it comes where you're to.
Nimrod, listen, everybody.
We'll be there after a moment.
Hey, listen, everybody. Nimrod was a Capricorn, just so you guys know.
They also put
Nimrod was a Capricorn, bros, just so you know, guys.
From crypto to Nimrod. He's a motherfucking go hard. He got a set of brass balls about 6 foot tall. You couldn't look at him all.
6'5", we're gonna fuck out of here. 6 feet. Get the fuck out of here.
Don't ever say anything bad about crypto.
He running Lou over nonstop. Monologue, real lot. I'm a rap about it, you know what I'm saying?
So, which crypto should I buy?
He gets on there on the VC and starts slaying.
He would never do this unless I was trying to say anything bad against crypto. Normally,
he's like, fucking cry. Fuck off, bro. Buddy, I fucking ignore you all day, bro. Every time you're in the channel, I don't even want to listen to you.
Russian Canadian. What the fuck is a Russian Canadian? What the fuck even is that? What is it?
Listen, Mike.
Are you Canadian, eh? Oh, eh? Or are you Russian?
Yes.
It's a refugee.
Я русский, нахуй. Понимаете?
It's a Kanuski.
Я русский, сука ебаный.
He gets all pissed off like a Russian, and then he throws an A in it at the end, and I'm confused. I'm like, man, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, the A is just to throw you off there, Mike. You're right. It's like, what? Isn't he supposed to be a Canadian? Aren't they nice? Nah, buddy, not this fucking Russian Canadian. Woo!
We were sending Natasha over to kill you, eh?
Listen, I'm just nice enough not to fucking hit you first. Let's just keep it that way, okay? I'm just nice enough not to fuck you up first.
Fucking moron, Vlad. There was a reason why you were banned from 24/7 for like 2 years.
I was so many messages to fucking bring me back. Get the fuck out of here. I was banned. First of all, the last time the fucking only person that banned me was fucking Crypto, and I was fucking talking shit straight to his face, and I called him a fucking bitch. That's why he had a little fucking ego trip, banned me, and I said, okay, you're gonna ban me? I'll never fucking come back, and never did. I get your fucking story straight, Lou. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck you think you are? Fuck out of here. But and then I get messages. I get messages from every fucking mod telling me, yo, just come back. Just come back. Water under the bridge. Water under the bridge. Fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. He's a New Yorker. He's a New Yorker, Russian, Canadian, fucking Italian.
I should be fucking
this
acting.
Fucking guy, eh?
Gets banned by Crypto.
I know. The Crypto guy gets banned by Crypto. Ain't that a bitch? I thought that when he said that. I thought, yeah, that's fucking karma, bitch. That's what the
I don't
fucking
care. No, listen, I don't care. No, to me, that's what do you mean? I don't care. I told them to ban me. I don't give a
That is
fuck,
so
bro.
fucking ironic when you talk about crypto all day, but then you get thrown away and sent away by the dude named Crypto when he banned you that day.
You know what? Though I'm happy that there's a couple people. Listen. I'm very happy. I'm very happy that there's a few people that listen to me. Okay, interrupt me while I'm fucking talking, Lou. Thank you, fucking asshole. But anyways, as I was saying, there's a bunch of fucking people that listen to me, and I'm happy. See, this guy's a fucking hey yo, you guys listening to this guy? Hey, look a little bit. Hey yo, he's a cry little girl.
Fucking made sure that
Cry more.
it was more
Cry
than
more.
just crypto, right? It was everybody involved. All the moderators.
Hey, hold on, everybody.
Stay tuned next week for the next episode of As the Flat Earth Turns.
You don't know how to.
I'm listening. I'm hearing the smallest world's smallest violin playing right now. Is anybody else hearing this? Because I'm literally hearing the world's fucking smallest violin right now. Isn't that crazy? It's going.
Oh, hey. Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
so
I'm not hearing it.
I was rudely interrupted. Hold on, Mikey.
You were rudely interrupted.
I'm glad. That,
Don't be a hosehead, eh?
I'm glad that. Listen, I have to say, I'm glad. I have to restart this sentence so many fucking times. You guys are killing me. Listen, I'm glad that a few years ago when we started talking about this shit, obviously 5 years, because I never stopped talking about crypto, right? So I'm glad that there's a few people on that fucking server that listen to me, and now they're making fucking money. I'm so glad. And there's specific people I know, which I'm not going to name. You know what I mean? Because that's personal shit. But I'm glad because these people are still in contact with me, and they're so fucking happy to tell me, thank you, Vlad, for being such a fucking nice guy for showing me this shit. And I'm always like, you're fucking welcome because your life is good now.
Yeah.
Thank you. My life is good, and everybody that ever fucking invested fucking 3 years, 4 years ago, 5, even if you invested a year ago when it was 16,000, your life would be good right now.
Bro, man, you're going to blow out your vocal cords, man, trying to get a good mic if you're going to yell, man.
I'm not yelling. I'm outside, man.
What do you
I'm outside walking.
Remember when you came into the server with no vocal cords not too long ago? Like, go back to that.
I mean, I just think that you're gonna stress your throat if you keep yelling so much.
I'm not yelling, bro. It's my normal talking, bro. What the fuck?
Dude, you're
I'm literally like walking and
out him on the
talking.
street.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck,
If
man.
I must say, it sounds a little effeminate. I'm just trying to fuel the fire, man. And Lou, how many Labats did you say you had?
No, I had 15 Labats today. No, I didn't have any Labats. I was
drinking Molson, eh?
Yeah, Molson X is the stuff, eh?
No, I've been doing the IPA, the Indie, what was this? Goose Island IPA. Pretty good.
I've tasted some Goose Islands.
Yeah, Goose Island's good. It's out of Chicago.
So it's Molson Canadian if you like the lager, and Molson Export if you like the ale.
Oh, hey, we just both, eh?
You can mix
Bring
them
both,
too, eh?
Right. They'll go great with the sausage, eh? Are you hungry?
Fucking alcoholics,
We
bro.
can feed you, eh? Need some help? Are you lost? So, let's just open the floor and say, is there any globers in here that have scientific proof of a globe, or who want to steel man the globe argument and argue with these two guys right here? Can you change the topic for us?
Yeah, the globe exists due to crypto.
Hold on.
Due to pictures.
Hey, yo, my kind of conversation. Hey, yo.
Hey.
Globe is
he's
real.
got fucking jokes, eh? Oh, mute his ass.
No, let him go. He's open. He knows what he's jumping into. This is something that Vlad has to freaking address.
He might bring something worthy, this guy. It seems like he's just a troll, though.
Hey, they're all flat earthers, bro. They just lie about it. You know what I mean? That's what I realized. Every time that I show them the truth, I see it in their face that they realize what's wrong, and then they just start lying about it. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, Mike, are you singing into the mic? Why is it always that
Not
motherfucking
now.
name Mike? Yo,
That's
bro,
not
it's
me.
true, man. It's always that motherfucking name Mike. No, not you,
I'm
Mike. I'm
laughing
talking about
at you.
every motherfucker in the world that's named Mike, and I meet them. Always the motherfucking Mike is always fucked up. Why is that?
My real
I
name
don't
is
know.
Mike.
Probably because they don't have Super Canadian doing their fucking internet, eh?
Hey, the super Canadian.
Canadian
Hey,
war internet
yo.
war chief, crypto king.
No,
Chieftain.
I'm more of a
Don't
pizza
let
guy
me
right
see
now,
you
you
on
know.
the reserve,
Wait,
motherfucker, because you might
I
become part
like
of
to
the
keep it
reserve.
simple, man.
The
Although,
way
yeah, I like to keep it simple.
show you the
You
ways
like
of my
making?
people.
I have this
First, we'll
nice
have to
wooden.
wander about 4 days' journey into the woods.
Ethereum proves the globe.
No, not at all.
I can prove it.
Definitely not.
I can prove the globe.
Definitely not.
The
Listen,
algorithm
boys
actually
and
has the
girls.
R value that proves
We'll make a
curvature.
diagram.
That's crazy.
That's
I can
assuming,
prove
man.
that crypto
It's not
doesn't prove
crazy.
the
It's
globe.
fact.
It's crazy, bro. Because Globers are crazy. Grasping at straws. Mikey, do you hear this? Oh,
They would
fuck.
assume a radius
They
with
can
crypto, man.
fly.
No, but like
They
these
believe they see globes in the sky.
yeah, there you go. Keep it going.
Fucking
They
Vlad
think
acts
about
like
it
this
every
with no
night and
chemicals.
day. Get on a
Yeah.
rocket and fly away. They believe
Hey,
they can soar.
that's
The
right.
universe is just an open
Need help with my
door.
globe math.
I believe I can fly.
In space. Yeah.
Yeah, in space.
In space.
With nothing but a rayon suit and a mask on my face. Fuck them solar winds.
And all this other stuff, like minus 200-degree weather.
We're gonna make it to the moon and never go back again. Man, my
Man,
rocket
yeah,
went
this is good
high.
lyrics. Yo, these are badass lyrics. Just a little bit of modification, and we got ourselves a track, guy. God
Yeah, it
damn.
sounds like your YouTube channel with the music. It was just total trash nonstop.
Fucking amazing. Hey, Lou. Hey, Lou. How about you make a song and then put it on fucking YouTube before you fucking start talking shit? Look at this guy. Hey, yo, he's trying to fucking do some hits on me. Motherfucker, you could make any of those tracks if your fucking life depended on it. Get the fuck out of here. You know how difficult it is to make music from scratch. Get the
5
fuck
different
out of here.
ethnicities in one
You're a
sentence.
fucking moron. Have any more jobs, Lou? See how fucking his dick is so hard for me right now? That little bitch guy. Get the fuck out of here. Say my name one more time, Lou.
Let's not talk
The
about the
fuck
penis.
out of here.
Sir, no penis talk. Thank you. We
Fucking
meant to call
twat.
fallacy on that one.
Yeah, my dick could go head to head with yours any day.
See, I
Definitely
knew it.
not.
I knew you were gonna start this shit.
Yeah, sure.
You had
Tell
to
that to
start
your
it.
baby mother.
Penal
Right, Lou?
envy.
Let's start taking real fucking jobs now. You want to start, Lou? Fucking prick.
I had the better joke.
Listen, hey, buddy. You don't know how much I can fucking shit down on you. Keep trying, bitch.
I can
This
diagnose this.
motherfucker doesn't
It's
know
called
how
penal
fucking
envy.
crazy my brain is.
Envy.
Fucking, I remember everything.
Yeah, you
Everything
envy
you
his
fucking
penis
said. Remember that.
because it's bigger than yours. Penal envy. Yeah. And depression due to the envy.
Ha.
Well, that's a medication for you.
With a hint of penophobia and some racism. We're going to have to give you Prozac, lithium, about 15 other drugs, and we want to take them 5 times a day, okay? You're going to be okay.
Bada bing, bada boom. It's like that.
Fucking things these days, eh?
Well, that's what they do to them, you know. If you can take all that shit, but your tummy hurts when you're done, they'll throw some painkillers in for that. My buddy's kid, he said he was going broke buying all his medications. I looked at the list. I was like, holy shit, man. I think you need a new therapist. One day his kid was just confused, and the next dude, he was greatly confused. The therapist entered all these new ideals of what may be the problem into his mind.
He became
Gave him
dazed
new
and
shit to
confused.
right. He gave the kid more shit to be fucking focused on, you know? I was like, man, I would fuck this dude up, honestly. I mean, my kid's already got problems being a kid in this world, and you're going to add a bunch of other shit to it that they weren't fearing or considering. And that helps depression how? Added fear. What leads to psychosis, man? Or detachment from reality.
And a dependency on whatever fucking drugs they're getting.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of that shit's worse than cocaine, bro.
Right, legal meth, bro. That's what Ritalin is. It's fucking meth.
Adderall, Ritalin. They don't
Whatever, all
generally
that
use
shit.
Ritalin anymore. They outdid Ritalin, but they use Adderall. But yeah.
No,
You
and
got
most of
grown
these
ass
drugs,
people.
they have like a lifespan. Like they're only good for so long, and then your body becomes kind of immune to them, and they got to jack it up, right? Like it's crazy.
Oh, here, hey, just take 20 more each time you take one. You know, we're gonna up yours $2,000 a week, man. You'll be okay. It's gonna cost another $5,000.
Your insurance company, but they cover it, so it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're not going to pay for chiropractic to line your back for that shoulder you came in for that hurts, but you're crazy as batshit, so we're going to give you 30,000 other drugs, and it's going to cost a hell of a lot. Your shoulder, that's just from work. Go back to work when we give you the pills. Think I'm bullshitting. Work your whole life to be broken at the end and have a doctor that won't even give you them pills. But it'll give you a whole bunch of depression shit because you're now depressed because your back's fucked up and nobody will give you a pain pill.
Well, and that's because they think you're a junkie because you say you're in pain.
Right. You know what I'm saying, Lou. That's what you got to work your whole life for, and that bitch, you'll probably leave. But hey, I didn't say it. I didn't say any of that.
No, that's the weird part is like this catch-22 because like if you go back 15 years ago when they were over prescribing like opiates, Oxycontin to everybody while getting a kickback from Purdue Pharma.
Yeah, then some
That
people
wasn't
were,
an
listen,
issue. That wasn't an issue. Like
it was an
now,
issue. Listen, Lou.
because they know they fucked up. Now, because they know they fucked up, they're so scared to give anybody anything out of fear of
Yeah,
being
listen, Lou.
sued.
Listen,
Before
when
the
they
Oxycontin, it
were,
was Valium, right?
Purdue
hey,
Pharma
listen, I run an asphalt company.
it was both
Now,
actually. It was both.
listen, 20 years ago, man, 15 years ago, we'd send a guy to, the doctor because his back hurts at the asphalt company. And they'd just give him a script of Vicodin and send him back to work, to take 3 days off and take these pain pills. And then guys would work their back in the ground and end up crippled. So they figured it out real quick. You give this shit to people, they get so stoned, they forget they're hurting. And they're just fucking their back up worse,
Even more, for sure.
Well, dude, I knew tons of people who
So it's a paradox. You want to help, but how do you do it without harming them too? Because I don't care. The guy says, okay, doc, I'll always take them after work. Because you shouldn't work and take a pain pill because you're just going to kill yourself.
Like you say, you don't know you're hurting yourself.
Right, but how can you trust a guy?
You're just trying to maintain your life, like your job and everything else, and you're doing more damage because you're working on a hurt back, you're working on a hurt shoulder, you're working on a hurt leg, whatever it is. You're just numbing the pain and working on it, and you're doing more damage in the long run than ever before. And now they took away. Now they said like, no, we can't give you that shit anymore because it turns out it's irresponsible. We fucked up. Like, we know you're hurting, but we can't do anything for you. pay us, and we'll and take a Tylenol.
Here's some Prozac. Hey, they'll give you a shot of lithium or a Dilaudid. They'll give you Dilaudid once a week. Give you this anti-inflammatory shot that'll eat out the vertebrae, the cushions between your joints. We can take the swelling down, but it's going to cause more pain because it's going to deteriorate your joints more. When the truth is, they could just balance your minerals and give you natural remedies for inflammation. There is a cure.
No, but they can't back any of that though, because you can do that naturally. Like they have to be able to. You have to rely on something that they patented. They don't make money unless you use that.
An MD prescribes medicine, right? They have a license to prescribe medicine. That's what they do. Treatment, not cure. Treatment, maintenance.
Oh, but then they're under the fear of being considered homeopathic instead of whatever the fuck it is, like that. Osteopathic. Yeah. And then once you get labeled that, you're a witch doctor. You're a snake oil salesman. You're a freaking, you're just a scam artist.
40 years ago, when I was a child, all hospitals were osteopathic hospitals. There was no homeopathic medicines or the medical doctors and medical standards like there is today. When I was a kid, they would use medicine to address it over a temporary period while they ask you to make life corrections to get rid of it, such as diet, exercise, stretches, drink more fucking water, you're dehydrated, bitch. All this stems from dehydration. You know how many people got high blood pressure just because they don't drink any fucking water at all? Your body needs water, man. You can't live on pop and Monster and have a heart attack at 50 and wonder fucking why, or 30. It's because your bitch ass has been dehydrated for 20 fucking years of your life.
No lies about it. I know I still have plenty of bad habits. I still drink alcohol and shit, but by living next to this spring, I've told you, I live next to the world's second most pure natural spring in the world. Like, I've been drinking nothing. The water that I do drink comes right out of the ground. It's living water. It's alkaline. It's high in magnesium. It's got all the right things. And I'm honestly, like, I haven't felt better in years. Like this shit's, and it tastes great. I've never wanted to drink water before. Like this water tastes so good, and it makes you feel so good. Like, I mean, I don't even know how to finish that sentence, but like it's just.
I grew up on well water, and I'll crave water from the hose.
Yeah, I'm not talking about well water. I'm talking about a spring, a natural spring. This is the natural spring.
I know what your spring is. I got a deep well. Well. I know yours is purer than mine, but 130-foot deep well is pretty good water.
Oh yeah, no, I guarantee you. Okay, I don't doubt, especially in the region that you're in, that you have good water. But yeah, this shit comes from 2,500 feet below the surface. It hasn't. It's the same water. It's that magic water, supposedly. Yeah. It's literally the same exact spring.
It's not magic. Listen.
No. I'm not saying it's magic. But no. What they? I was doing air quotes. I was doing air quotes while I said it.
To your health.
But no. What I'm saying is this spring that I'm talking about is the exact same spring that they piped to the Chicago World's Fair back in like the late 1800s. And because of it, it's the exact same spring. It's the exact same spring.
No shit.
Yeah.
Hey, if it fills a lake, I would definitely want to fish that lake. The fish in them would be parasite.
No, dude, listen, it doesn't fill a lake.
is to all carbon life. Listen, water is the most important thing for your health, and the purity of that water is the most important thing for your health. Period. Pure water is essential to life. You go longer without food than you can water.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I mean, dude, like, you drink it and you feel invigorated. You feel like, I don't know. And like I said, just it hits you. It has a taste. It has a flavor. It's got like I don't know. But yeah, I mean,
Nobody gives a fuck. Say like a bit more, man. Come on, man. Who gives a fuck about your spring water? Can you fucking describe it for 50 more fucking minutes, please? Stupid
shut the
motherfucker.
fuck up, Black.
Like,
Go back to
I don't know. Like, you stuttering bitch, guys. Shut the fuck up.
Here we go again, eh?
Oh, fucking cunt, bro. I can't believe this.
All right, I'm gonna have to talk about that cryptocurrency. So the problem, the way that I see it with crypto, is the difference between it and fiat is basically like
Okay there. The owner of this fucking server owns Bitcoin. You stupid motherfucker. You talking shit.
Penal envy.
You're a dumb bitch.
Penal envy.
He's just hating that he doesn't have any. Little bitch.
So, like, crypto, in order for you to gain, somebody else has to lose, and it's all just, you might as well be playing Wall Street, the stock market.
Yeah,
like,
you're losing because you don't have any, dumb bitch.
But whereas, unfortunately, this is not like a positive to fiat, but when somebody borrows money, money is created. And
Yeah, this guy's talking about the fiat system. Look at him. He's literally equivocating the bank system to Bitcoin, which is completely wrong. See how dumb fuck this guy is?
Somebody has to pay that off, which means they have to put sweat equity into the economy. They have to,
yes, because miners don't exist, right? Because somebody doesn't plug their computer and just mine fucking Bitcoin. That's how it's created, you stupid motherfucker.
They have to
wow, you dumb. You dumb.
They have to put
everybody. If you want to lose money, listen to this guy. Everybody, if you want to lose money, listen to him.
Well, listen. What backs crypto, if not manufacturing?
The blockchain architecture.
Yeah.
Nothing backs it. That only supports it. It only supports it.
Fundamentally secure.
No,
listen.
It keeps a ledger. It keeps a ledger.
That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on, Lou. Now, Lou is right. So the economic system is based on a product, manufacturing, labor. That's what backs the economic system, or the petrodollar. Then petroleum backs the dollar, depending on what way you look at it. What backs crypto? What is it backed by? What makes it valuable?
The work, the computer, the energy. Listen, the work, the energy to produce it, the scarcity, and on top of that, it's the intrinsic. Hold on, let me finish before you fucking. You said everything you had to say. Now let me fucking do it.
Listen, don't
scarcity.
No envy shit with me.
Hey, you don't say that shit with me. You know exactly who you're fucking talking to. Now you gotta be fucking courteous or not? Are you gonna be fucking courteous or not, Mike?
What backs your crypto?
Now listen. One, it's been mined, so just the energy put in makes it valuable. That's number one. Scarcity makes it valuable. Number three is that the people that use it make it fucking valuable. And now the system's being used by fucking BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, all the biggest major investment firms right now are fucking stacking crypto, especially Bitcoin. Not only that, the ETF was made.
That crypto that all them broke people
The ETF was put out and it was allowed. And now since they're trading and fucking people, just random fucking people that own fucking portfolios are now putting at least 1 or 3% of their portfolios holding Bitcoin now. And we're talking about all the fucking major investors. There you go, and that's what's fucking making it a fucking, and this is what's gonna back it, and that's what's keep backing it, and that's why it's 70 fucking grand a pop right now, and it's not gonna stop. And there you go. Now, if you don't want to listen to that, don't listen to that.
Crypto does not drive people to actually produce anything. It causes a bunch of money changers, a whole bunch of bankers.
Who you want to go with? Who you want to go with?
If we lived in a world,
buddy, I'm gonna break you right now. You want to go?
Money changers. Do you think we would have anything?
Buddy, are you serious?
Do you really believe that there aren't any Jewish bankers?
Hold on.
This fucking hold the fuck on.
Hold on. Hold on, Vlad. Listen. So
Vlad, you got
you're saying if you have
Vlad. Now this fucking bank coming up today. Ты хочешь нахуй? Выебал нахуй.
Nobody can
Buddy, I promise you I'm just a nice guy. I'm not fucking you up.
Nobody can understand you.
Well, I'll have to fucking take the bomb off.
Understand
Hold
the
on.
value of in your portfolio because it has value. I understand both arguments, but what I don't understand is all emotion. So when it comes to my money, you leave your emotions at home or don't come to the table to talk to me about my portfolios.
Listen, I'm not talking to you guys. I had a bum right in front of me that tried to fight me.
Dogecoin. Everyone buy Dogecoin.
You were doing that to a bum in front of you?
Buy Pepe.
Christ.
I almost fucked up a bum right now. Listen, Mike, I wasn't screaming at anybody. I was screaming at a bum right now that wanted to fight me. I really almost fucked him up. That's it. I'm not screaming at nobody else. Just now, bro. I'm walking home. I live downtown. This guy literally squared up with. No, listen. This guy literally squared up on me. Fucking racist fist. I was about to fuck him up. Buddy, I was about to fuck this guy up.
Crazy though.
Listen, I've seen it. He's live streamed the video when he walks through that hood. No, I get that. Okay, whatever.
I was gonna really fuck him up though.
I think Lou has a point. Nothing backs that shit other than a bunch of people are using it, and the banks are using it. So it would produce a bunch of bankers, but at the end, we have to get people to manufacture, like the power plants. Somebody's got to build that power for you to use it.
Yeah, the energy that he was talking about.
That's irrelevant to the conversation. Mike, that what you just said at the end was irrelevant.
That he was talking about.
Completely fucking irrelevant. Completely fucking irrelevant. Mike, what you just said at the end was completely fucking irrelevant. That's why you do not understand what's going on. It's irrelevant.
Listen.
It's not free.
Listen.
Completely fucking irrelevant.
Listen. Hold on. If I can sit on the internet all day long and get richer on my crypto, why the fuck would I go work and build your fucking power plant?
It's already built, Mike. The whole infrastructure is already built. All they do is maintenance. That's why they want to depopulate everybody. Mike, that's why they're depopulating everybody. They don't. The maintenance is going to be easy, bro. Because it's already being maintained. It doesn't take a fucking army to maintain this shit. The shit breaks down. One guy comes in, one guy fixes it. That's it. What melts down? The nuclear? Yeah, the nuclear sometimes. It doesn't matter. They'll rebuild it. Okay, so one goes down. Buddy, do you understand? The whole grid is already built.
You ever been in a coal mine, motherfucker?
Buddy, they still do it.
Where does the coal come from?
They still do it.
How do you get coal out of the ground?
You're still going to have that economy because guess what?
Dog.
People like Lou did not buy Bitcoin and they're going to be fucking stuck working. Go ahead, do that. That's not my fucking problem.
Won't work. Right now, my workers, if I set total,
You have to buy Dogecoin.
Fuck Dogecoin, it's garbage.
My employees, I was going to pay them in
it's
Bitcoin.
not.
Yeah, how is it
crazy?
Like literally look at it.
I still give a physical paycheck that you can go to my bank and get cash from. I don't give that digital paycheck card bullshit, none of that.
It takes physical producers in order.
Here's the problem. Yeah. My money, I can spend it any way I want once it's in my pocket. Nobody knows what I'm spending it on except for the people I give it to. I'm not an idiot. There's debts I have that are known as private and debts that are public. I'm not part of one world fucking government. I'm a private fucking citizen. I'm an American. I'm a motherfucker willing to go to war and die over what I believe in. Are you?
You don't even know what you believe in. You're an idiot.
I do know what I believe in. I believe So on a digital economic system, you can't guarantee me that people don't review my exchanges. Bitch, and I
review
bet you're
exchanges
broke than a
now.
motherfucker right now, too, talking shit to a motherfucker that ain't never worried about money.
Right. Everything you do is tracked, especially if you have that fucking dollar and there's a piece of paper, right? There's a serial number on each individual note. So if you're telling me that they cannot track you, you're crazy. That's number one. How do you think they catch all the major fucking drug dealers? They just trace the fucking money.
Vlad, how much
It's all
money you got set
traceable.
aside
I don't
for
understand how
retirement?
you fucking. Yeah, listen, more than you. I promise you that.
Banking is
Yeah.
traceable, yes.
How can you promise me if
You
you don't
didn't
want to say how
listen.
much?
You
How much you
didn't
got set
listen to
aside?
what I said, Vlad. When I put cash in my pocket, I do what the fuck I want with it. I didn't talk about large exchanges from my bank account to another. That's traceable. The money in my pocket isn't.
I'd rather take my bitcoins, right?
That's
If I
asinine.
need to buy something, listen. If I need to buy something, right? If I need
What are
to,
you
right
talking
now, I
about?
can
No
go.
straw
I can
man me and shit.
No,
Try to
same
go
thing.
fuck with that bum.
Listen, same thing like you. Same thing like you. Instead of me going to a bank and withdrawing some cash to use it somewhere, right? I go to my Bitcoin guy, right? The Jew that wants the Bitcoins, and then I sell my Bitcoins. They give me cash. It's pretty much the same thing, Mike. The difference is right now is I'm my own
That's
bank.
a private exchange.
I'm my own bank. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you hold crypto, you are your own
No, I
bank.
get that
Yeah,
part.
you're just
Yeah,
a
we're
money
all our own
changer.
bank.
You're just a money
That's
changer who
it.
produces nothing for anybody else in the economy.
Lou, don't buy any Bitcoin. Stay doing
And
whatever the
if the
fuck you're
big
doing.
guys
I'm
are,
happy for
listen,
you.
every poor person in the world thought this was an investment opportunity, so they invested in nothing other than electronic time. Okay, so now that there's a
That's just
certain amount
because
of money
there's not.
pooled up
That's
in
wrong.
this system, hold on.
Dude, if you know
The
math,
wolves
you
of
know
Wall
Bitcoin's
Street are coming in.
if you put $1,000
Excuse
and it
me,
goes up
fellas, but
20%, you just make
now that
$200.
it actually has, now that it actually has tangible value, what's going to keep away the wolf of Wall Street, and how are you going to keep all of
That's
Wall
literally
Street
why it's
away from
going
it?
up right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. The
Yeah,
scarcity is going
because
to
it's coming
increase.
for your short change.
They'll never buy it. They'll never.
And believe
They'll
me,
see. That's the thing.
it
They
is
cannot
short
do
change.
50%. Nobody can build up 50% right now. It's impossible. The only way they can attack this system is by a 51% attack, and you literally have to own 51% of the
Well, they
crypto.
just go in and learn to
That's not
take out
possible.
Yeah,
of it.
Yeah. No.
I
Hasn't
think
that
what's big.
happened like half a dozen
I think
times already?
Nah. This shit's so strong. Nah, bro. Like, you can go look through all the history. That's why crypto's fucking 70 grand right now, because it went through all the bullshit, right? Went through all the FUD, the fear, uncertainty, doubt. And that's why now all the major fucking investment firms, BlackRock, State, Vanguard, I can name a whole bunch of others, they're all just buying in.
Get the value out of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
How do
You don't
you
want to
think
do the
that? How do you think
competition.
that
and if
helps
you're not
your
following
argument?
them, you're
It's too
stupid.
late.
How do
It's
you
too
think
late to
that
jump
helps
on
your
Bitcoin. You gotta
argument when you're
hit
arguing
Dogecoin and
that all
Ethereum,
the
bro.
Wall
Ethereum's
Street,
gonna hit
No.
10K soon.
Ethereum is
yeah,
Has
shit.
Bitcoin
Dogecoin is
ever
the
shit.
Wall Street guys like
has
Vanguard and
Bitcoin ever
BlackRock
flipped?
are buying into it? Like, how do you
Yo,
Ethereum's
think
gonna
that
hit
You're
helps your
10K
right.
soon,
argument?
bro.
but
Those
real,
He has
Bitcoin
almost
coins are.
4 right now.
but real quick though, I think that something that you guys are all kind of like missing is that you're putting your faith into a system, like on both sides, on all sides. You're
Yeah,
still
that was
putting your
already
faith.
mentioned. That was already mentioned.
I got here late. I'm sorry. I got here late. But the fact is, like, don't get me wrong. Like, Bitcoin
I'd rather
is
put my
skyrocketing
bread
right now.
into a pool than
Look
to
at right now.
have it inflate and turn into
Look at
nothing, you know?
right now. Bitcoin is fucking going through the roof. I get it. Like, people are
It
making
is.
money hand over
Yeah,
fist.
yeah.
True,
People talk
but
like that every time there's a Bitcoin boom. Yep.
right. But at the same time, though, it's
Yeah,
still a
they do.
system. It's
But
still a
where's the
system.
billionaire that came out of the Bitcoin system? That's what I'm looking for.
He's in
If
prison.
you're already
He's
a
doing.
millionaire,
He's in
if you're already a
prison.
millionaire,
He got
no, come on,
investigated by
this
the
is an
Fed.
honest question. If I'm already a millionaire, how is it I'm gonna make it that leap from millionaire to billionaire in the Bitcoin system? And why hasn't more people in my position with millions who seek to have billions, why haven't they jumped into
Actually,
it and got the
Where are
at
the
that
guys
point,
Bitcoin?
you
who
switch
bought in
over from
early in
crypto to stocks
2008?
when
Where are
when you
the
hit
guys who
that
bought it in
threshold.
2008? Like, there should be a whole bunch of Joe Schmo billionaires from fucking 2008.
Stock pays me every year. I can get paid fucking quarterly if I want.
Yeah, so basically, people use crypto as a stepping stool into dividend stocks. You know?
Yeah,
That's a good way to go.
Actual economics.
It is
so
a good
they're
way.
trying to get.
So that's what
Hold
I do,
on.
at least. I don't know about
Excuse me.
anyone else.
So now they're trying to get where I already am. So you have one portfolio of crypto, but 4 portfolios of stocks and bonds and annuities.
You got to divide and conquer. You got to
Actually,
divide and
yes.
conquer, Mike.
It's like one big thing, so it's like not
Mike,
divided.
Mike, Mike,
Listen.
I
Divide and
think you're
conquer.
established. Mike, you're established, so you don't really have to worry about this digital increase. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
It's not that I'm worried if I
Established
want to
doesn't
get
mean
rich
shit.
off of it.
He's comfortable in his life.
What
Okay,
value does it have?
he's comfortable in his life, but he's not a billionaire. He's not like okay, like he's not.
I
He's
am.
not. You're not a
No.
billionaire.
Yes, yeah. See, Lou talks for other people because he's a fag.
You don't have to be a billionaire.
No, I'm
Hold
not a
on. Wait,
billionaire,
hold on.
Lou.
No. Wait. Hold on. You don't have to be a billionaire to be comfortable. That's what you're misunderstanding.
No,
Like there's people.
I said he's comfortable, and he has been, but he's also. Look, I know Mike pretty well. Like Mike comes from a family that has been smart about their money. They've fucking handed it down in trust. He's been granted a certain amount to fucking start with, and it's paid dividends. Okay, like he didn't freaking like have the tough road that most people will have.
Hey, Mike, you haven't had a tough road. Lou said it. A fucking cunt, this guy.
He agrees with me. Go ahead, ask him.
Well,
I'm sure. Yeah, exactly. Well,
yeah, he's
exactly.
right in the sense that.
Dude. How can you hate on
Here,
him?
let me answer.
How can you hate on Mike for his family making smart decisions?
I'm not hating.
bro.
I'm not hating.
Listen,
I'm telling you,
let me do it, Lou.
it's props. It's props.
Lou, it's cool.
That's fair.
Yeah, listen, Lou. So yeah, I was born in a proper family. The companies were already given. The knowledge was already given. I knew damn well at a young age I was never going to work for other people. Always going to work for myself.
There you go.
I decided to go to the Marine Corps. I put my own stress on myself, but my family was smart enough to do generational blessings, to pass down knowledge, skills, money. And yes, in that I was blessed. I was already established. I have worked hard.
Your blessings without run out because the world's changing, buddy.
He said, I had to work to maintain, not to establish. Hold on.
Lou's only guy's saying, like 6 years old.
I had to work to maintain, not to establish. It's harder to establish than it is to maintain.
True.
And I'm not offended by anything Lou said. He's just speaking the truth. I'm just comfortable. I'm not a billionaire, but I'm not worried. But I am smart. So if I can make money off my fucking money instead of off my back, I will. So entice me. Sell me the fucking pen.
Right. Hey,
that's literally what crypto is.
While you need a pen to write something down. So there you go. Buy it.
Am I supposed to buy it because you said that's what crypto's a pen? So what's this fucking special pen going to do for me and my fucking millions?
Well, in today's
Sell me
world,
the
Mike.
Pen.
Mike, in today's world, I feel like crypto is for the people that aren't established. They're trying to get established for the generational wealth that it can produce.
That's what I said.
Right. I agree.
It should only be a percentage of your portfolio, and your portfolio should be vast in its entirety, covering many areas.
Very true.
So that your money is
I agree with
intact.
that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
A lot of what comes with being a crypto guy or whatever, a lot of that comes with this idea that like I'm just gonna stop working. I'm gonna become a crypto millionaire. I'm just gonna, and some people can. You're right. Some people will, but it's unrealistic for most. It's like saying I'm gonna go to Los Angeles and become an actress. Like
This is the problem for me and you with this. We built many a thing that we were proud of. Many parking lots, many buildings, barns, homes. My home, I maintain my land. I build all my shit. I'm proud of that. When you say I can just sit on my ass at a computer, you take away the value of the fucking effort and the handcrafted workmanship that I put into
Right.
it. So it's an attack
So
on me personally.
at the
And I just
end
want
of
on
the
you
day,
because you're a
it's
man
not
with
like
great pride in your skill.
it's not like it's effortless. But what I'm saying is that it produces nothing for the economy or for the others as a whole. There is no production being done. It's literally changing money. You might as
it's a,
well
In
become
contrast to that, with gold, you can at least mine more gold out of the ground.
well, you can also mine Bitcoin. I mean,
Yeah, but listen.
take your choice.
Yeah, but the Bitcoin doesn't add any value. You can't create resistors like computer parts with
You're right.
Bitcoin.
You're right. It's a different
Exactly.
world we live in.
Listen, when you
I
computer
agree.
geeks need my gold, when you computer geeks and computer rich motherfuckers need my gold to maintain your systems, then we'll be talking dollars, son.
Right. And Mike, here's the thing though. A lot of these new age,
gold is just a rock. You know that,
hold on. These new age
Platinum,
ideas.
rhodium.
Hold on. These new age ideas
Little do you guys know.
hold on, wait. I'm talking, bro. Like, stop cutting me off. In today's world, these new age ideas is that you just invest money, you make money at your computer. Okay, great. But it's still a system to where you're having to adhere to a computer digital system. But Mike's right. At the end of the day, the fucking people that actually are putting their hands on things that actually hold a value to your work, it will always supersede in the long run. Maybe not in the short run.
I'll always be richer than you.
Right. In the short run,
Because I'm a material supplier.
Yeah, in the short run, you can make a lot of money. Great. But in the long run, you're going to have a lot of pitfalls. That's what it comes down to.
No. They need to. Society needs to need you for you to have actual worth and wealth. Like you need to be needed. If you're not needed, if you can be replaced, if you're just there to try to make a buck in the moment, you're easily replaced. There's no wealth in that. Like your generational wealth means nothing because
exactly.
But if you own the means to production, if you own like that is something that can never be replaced.
And here's the thing. Listen to hear me out. In comparison, it's a very selfish market right now because you can make all the money but for yourself, to where the old school money makes money for many because you're actually producing something where everybody can make money off of it because you're working. You can provide jobs and everybody's making money. It's not exactly, Mike, exactly. And in that concept,
your power in the economics of the entire nation.
Exactly. And in that sense, Mike, you're able to lift everybody up. What's the old saying? When the tide rises, all boats will rise, right? So there's this thing to where when you have a foundation of I'm going to make money, but everybody's going to make money. But right now in the digital age, it's like I'm going to make money, not you. I am, because I'm investing and I'm making money. But that doesn't help anybody else in this situation. And old school money will always be the real money maker because everybody makes money off of it.
When you invest, you're just getting a portion of that old money anyway in stocks and annuities. They're just shifting the old money around to keep their system going because they own
money. It's just changing money. In fact, that's a big part of our economy. Is literally like it's not about production so much as the movement of money. Like if money moves, then the economy does well.
If no money's moving, a lot of people are starving.
Like for instance,
I think that's true to an extent, but not the ultimate extent.
Well, for instance, like digital money right now,
people starve when money doesn't move.
Digital money right now is a very selfish thing. It's a very selfish thing. It's not going to help out the community, the city, or the state. It's selfish for you to become rich. But technically, the old school.
That's not a good argument, though, man.
No, it is a good argument. I'll tell you why, Mike.
Usually selfish people who want to be rich, so you're not going to reach them.
Well, it's not about them though, because overall, when the old money that's spread out and actually creating jobs, creating production, creating these entities to where everybody can have get a paycheck, then everyone
Here,
can at least survive off it.
I'll help your point. Listen, when I hire 130 guys to pave highways, I employ 130 fathers in my community,
Exactly.
and even more children benefit from the work I do in the highways I produce.
That's the movement of money.
The entire community uses that for transport. Plus, it's the highway and byway that brings in your food and products to your local Walmart.
Exactly.
But
So
it only really helps us though in that type of a situation.
Very true, but that's reality though. But that's reality. You cannot
what I'm
discount it.
saying, no, hold on. I know
can't
he
discount
wants
it.
to finish, and I was clipping him, but what I want to say is, the movement of money helps when it goes to smaller, not necessarily like small business, but smaller businesses that are literally employing real families, like, and so on, and making real jobs.
Exactly.
If it's going from one billionaire to another and just changing hands because of some deal like that they made with the government or with each other and shit like that, like
yeah,
these,
nobody even
like,
bought a value meal working there.
yeah, like dude, like especially between international companies, when you're sending your money overseas and shit like that, like you're not helping your people. You are not helping your people.
Listen, you know how much money they save by not making it physical money that they move around on the Silk Road all day long. And the Silk Road is commerce. Every exchange that's done, this money builds up at Walmart's, Myers, Kroger's. It's got to be moved to banks, moved from banks to shipping houses. This all costs money. All right? So the people with the most money spend a lot of money to keep the money moving. If you make it digital and everybody's just swiping a card and no money's actually moved, then you know how many motherfucking armored car drivers are now out of business? How many security guys? How many banks? How many bank tellers? They're all out of business. You know, their families are going to suffer.
Right.
And that's a large portion of our community.
Well, there's an argument that could be made that, though, even though that would have a temporary negative side, that you always need to cut the fat. Like you don't need to spend where it's not needed. Like those people will have to just adapt and they'll have to find a different job. There's somewhere where they're useful, somewhere where they're needed.
They can just go mine crypto, right?
Yeah, see that's not.
If somebody's gonna pay,
that's not
listen.
productive.
If somebody's gonna work to pay for their internet and their fucking electric bill, right, Lou?
Yeah, no matter what, we need the movers and the shakers of actual production, and like we need.
Listen, you have a motherfucker like me or Lou that comes home from a 14-hour day talking about, bitch, you still on that fucking computer? You eat my cheeseburger, you motherfucker?
There's an old understanding that most wealthy people hoard money and they don't make it move. They don't make it move.
It's the
little man.
Yeah, the people who hoard are honestly, it's getting. We've never had a worse example of it. The separation of the classes has never been higher than what we have now.
Exactly.
We have a whole lot of people who do nothing at all,
guys, I'll tell you,
and just hold all
Lou,
the money.
Hold up. I'll tell you, listen, it was looking like a depression there for like 10 years. So all the motherfuckers with money said, I better start saving it. Nah, I'm not going to get a Cadillac this year. Just give me a fucking Neon. I'll drive the Neon into the ground.
The people who were
They
thinking
started
like
putting
that
their
were
money
not
up.
the people we're talking about.
It's like, it was going to be a depression. I better buy silver and gold. So now we're just sitting on hordes of coins.
Like statistically, a lot of people.
My grandpa was a hoarder.
A lot of statistically, a lot of people that hoard money and they become rich. They don't share
coinage,
it.
bro.
That's why they're rich. That's why they're rich because they don't share it.
Trickle down has never been like trickle down.
I want to ask you guys.
Yeah.
Do you guys know the difference between lawful money and legal money? Do you know what legal money is and what lawful money is?
I'm
Google
guessing.
that.
Well, I'll take a stab at it
Google it.
as a guess. So, like, legal money means that the law says you're lawfully allowed to have it, but legal money means that you have to have like a just means of acquiring it and
No.
holding it.
Nope. Nope. Not even close. So one's a dollar bill, you know that. Which is the dollar bill lawful or legal tender? Is it legal tender for
It's
all
legal
debt?
tender.
So it's
Legal
not
tender,
lawful
yeah.
money. It's legal tender, right? So
Yeah, it's legal
lawful
tender.
money is coinage, generally silver and gold.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Well, I'm just want you to know that. So if I sued the government for $1 million lawful dollars, I could ask for those $1 million lawful dollars to be paid 99.9 pure silver, 1 ounce. Thank you, that Troy, and I'll cash out with my lawful money. You know, and you keep your legal tender because I want real fucking money. I don't want this legal tender bullshit that the fiat system is based on. I want something that actually has value. It's a precious metal.
I almost had it. Basically, I had it reversed then when you said not even close. I
That's
basically
why
had it
the
reversed.
Jews. This is why the Jews love shekels.
There you go. And you know what's funny is that
Because
nowadays,
I got a gold shekel. I don't give a fuck what you do with the economic system. Somebody will always take that shekel and give me a sandwich or do some work for me or whatever the fuck I want.
and Mike, ironically, this is why they're saying that the dollar is on its end, if you will, because it's about
The
to
legal
collapse.
tender.
Because
Dude, no.
Actually, because
Actually,
it's
I
no
have
longer backed by the gold because we don't even have the majority of the gold. That's
I know that's why
the
you
fact.
That's why
I
you just
mentioned
gave
I mentioned this a couple of days ago. I mentioned this a few days ago, but I'm pretty good at making these predictions, especially when it comes to these election term cycles. For some reason, like I've got a good track record with this. I'm gonna guess that Trump gets in, and that through Trump they pass the CBDC, the central bank digital currency, and that is going to be presented as basically the resolve for the
To
failing
save the
dollar.
dollar. Yeah, to save it.
So
To save it. Yeah.
right. And only,
Hey guys, is anyone a mod?
only
Are
under
there any
Trump,
mods?
only under Trump would this ever be a
Let me look.
possibility.
Says
Because
I agree.
No, I don't think any mods are in here right now. Crit.
Okay, because we're violating the rules of this VC like really hard, you guys.
Talk about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how everything
yeah,
you're
you
talking
guys
about
don't.
It's
As
a
soon as it
globe.
gets
is on a flat
really
Earth.
real, you guys were fine for like an hour. As soon as it gets really real, like let's not talk about this.
Yeah, chill, man. It's an intellectual conversation.
Yeah,
Well,
quit whining, everyone.
Listen,
at
we
the
have
same
give
time,
ample opportunities for you to come with your scientific globe proof. Are you saying you have that?
How you doing, Battle Mod?
I mean, because you can
they don't
say
have it.
do a topic change, but that doesn't give me a glober to debate. You know.
Yeah, these globers, they have to realize that these minerals that are being mined are not
Give
on
me
a
a fish and
sphere.
I'll fry it. Cool. How's that, brother? You give me a fish and I'll fry it.
Yeah,
But I do
you're
know how
not
to fish for myself.
you're
So
not
when you get
mining.
that scientific globe proof, hold up, bring it on down, and we'll destroy it.
Let's talk about how they mine. It's not on a globe. It's on a flat Earth. Let's talk about that. Because everything about those
What do you think of my
calculations.
I
diagram?
just kind of want to know
What do you think of my
why
diagram?
in that moment, in the middle of my sentence, it had to be stopped
Hold on.
right then when we were getting to the meat of something.
Was the guy
Yeah.
Peter?
What? Did you go back to the penal MB shit, or is Peter somebody's name? He's talking about penis again. Damn it.
Hey, Battle Mod. How you
What's up,
doing?
bro?
How you
It's
doing,
not a globe.
Trouble?
It's not a
What have you
globe,
been up
I'm
guys.
to?
alive. I'm good. I wasn't gonna interrupt Blue again though. I was just had to get the Peter joke out
No,
there.
I think I got the majority of my shit through, but like, yeah, to finish it off, like again, it's like with the lockdowns and the masks and stuff. Like the conservative right, the gun owners, the people who might revolt and would possibly be a danger, they were pacified. They were on board with it under Trump. Okay, as long as it was Trump, it was okay. And the same thing will happen when he gets in again. When it comes to passing a CBDC, it's something that they would never allow ever, unless it was from somebody like Trump. They've been trying to push the CBDC through. They've had it planned. They're just all like waiting ready to actually institute it. And only under the proper leader could they actually do that.
Well, that's when you have to realize that it's all orchestrated and planned, bro. It's all orchestrated and planned. It's all part of a script. All part of the script.
I'll still have my shekels.
The script is that it will change. It has to change because that's just the evolution of this currency as we talk about it. It has to, because we understand that this dollar that's supposedly the gold standard, but we don't even have the gold to even back it up. It has to change from that. Otherwise, it will collapse.
And Trump will be your man to do that. Absolutely.
He's going to do it. You can't argue it.
Let me ask you a question about that. Like, what portion do you think of the whatever people that be voting for Trump? What portion of them do you think would be okay with that kind of policy? What portion do you think would not be okay?
If it came under somebody like Biden, like 20% of them would be okay with it. If it came under Trump, 90% of them would be okay with it.
Yeah, I see. That's where I think you're completely you're not in touch with the country as well as I am. You're way off, brother.
Listen here. I hate white horses. I don't give a fuck who you put on the white horse. I'm still gonna hate the white horses, and I'm not using digital shit. You want my shekels, you better have shekels. We'll be on the farm. You come out here with no shekels, you might just become part of the property. Do your digital shit out there, but just stay off here because we're equipped to keep this.
Yeah. I'll give you an example of why I think you're wrong. I'm not saying you're oh, I know that's not going to happen. I'm just saying I doubt that's going to happen. I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example.
You can doubt me, but all you can do is wait and see.
I'll just give you an example. Take for instance, in the local area where I live, the closest we have to any actual political Republican or conservative leader of any kind. There's a guy, Lars Larson, and even a friend of mine said to me once, he made me laugh once when he said, "Oh yeah, Lars Larson, he sticks to the right even when it's wrong," which is right. He kind of does. He's one of those party kind of guys. But what I'm trying to say is,
violating the rules of this
political party. I've never seen anybody in a political party stick to their grounds and their morals and their fucking stand. I've never seen that. These people,
you gotta be more specific. You're being too vague. Dude, you're being vague. You're being vague. You gotta talk about specific policies. You're gonna say something like that. But let me finish what I'm saying though. So even though this guy is a square, and me and my friends will jokingly refer to him as a square, even this guy, I know that if this digital currency thing was put in place, he'd be up with people in the streets with torches and pitchforks, being like, "No fucking way are we dealing with this." No.
I want to also preface that they're not going to advertise it as a CBDC. It will be a CBDC, but it won't be called one. They're going to give it another name.
I'm from a small town too, brother. I don't think most of the people in my town will even entertain that idea.
No, but it'll be disguised. It'll be disguised just like everything else is. They're going to call it something else, and but that's what it will be.
Old country people with shotguns that are going to say, "But to do it, I got to swipe my card." Fuck you.
Dude, tell me
you
when
and your card.
Tell me when in the last 40 years that the people in the country have won in an election.
Listen, I know people who still make the government send them their fucking disability check in the mail because they ain't doing digital transfers to the bank. I'm serious. I know
Yeah, no,
small town.
I understand
Small
that there will
town
be
people.
people. There will always be people who will hold out, but they're going to institutionalize this. Like not saying like mandatorily all money has to be a CBDC. You know, like, but there will be a transition period, of course. But they're going to they've had this thing ready, and they will they will they will introduce it, and not very slowly, but slowly but surely it will become the money. Like
Listen,
they could even incentivize it. They could
banks
say like if you go
already
if
did.
you go
Like this service is full of VCs where people talk politics and Bitcoin. Okay, some of us
Listen,
come
dude,
here to
can you prove
indulge
a
in
globe?
this delusion of
It
people
says
who believe.
Peter the Glober. No, don't mute him. Peter the Glober, can you prove your fucking globe? I asked you once.
No, of course I cannot. I'm here to listen to other people try and prove the
Then
globe.
shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Well, don't talk about fucking Bitcoin.
Well, when
I'm
one
not
of your
talking about Bitcoin.
listen,
I'm not
hold
at
on,
There
all
are other
talking. I'm not
channels
at
on this
all talking
server.
about Bitcoin.
Lou, hold on.
Well,
CBDCs.
don't talk
I got
about
you.
the
CBDCs
government
are
and the
not
politics.
crypto. CBDCs are
The
not
shape
crypto.
of the earth. I don't care. The shape of the earth. Go.
Listen, dude. If you're not, don't talk to us like we're your fucking children, you little bitch. If you can't prove your globe, then just shut your glober ass up.
Well, I want to listen to other
When
people
one of
try.
your friends comes in here, we will gladly afford them the opportunity. If they're here now, name them and point them out. Otherwise, you can shut up, Peter.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure there's at least one glober here.
What's your proof of a globe? What's your proof of a globe? We could shut it down.
It measures curve.
He said he couldn't
Where?
prove it. Now he says
Where does
measures
it measure
curve.
that? Where does it measure
Nobody
that?
ever
Hold on.
measured
I
curve.
have it. I presented it many times.
Hold on. Where does it measure that? Because there has been measurements that it's not. So go ahead.
Well, and I have measurements that it is. So there you go.
Where?
Everywhere in front of your face.
So are you?
No, he said, where are the measurements?
Okay. So early. Hold on. So how far do you measure a globe?
As far as you want to.
That's a cop out. How far are you to measure it to be a globe?
How far do we got to measure it to see curvature?
I did it 20 miles. So 20 miles was enough. You can do less, you can do more.
Okay, that's fair. How did you measure 20 miles?
I just looked in front of me.
You saw 20 miles away from you?
Yeah.
And you saw a globe?
Yeah.
How? What did you do?
If you look up in the chat,
Just measure the drop angle over distance.
Vlad just posted 5 pictures. He could see 30 miles across Lake Ontario to St. Catharines.
Exactly, and I can see from Washington State to Victoria, Canada.
So you just proved yourself wrong.
No,
but that's a globe because the horizon dips.
The reason why is because if you can see something that
that's
far,
what you said.
then it's not a globe. It's not a globe at that point.
No, of course you can see. The globe doesn't say you cannot see 20 miles.
It doesn't.
Are you crazy?
What's your altitude? How high above the ground are you?
Right.
50 feet.
Okay.
No, Vlad wasn't. He had his camera right on the fucking surface, dude. Like right at fucking.
Vlad is high.
It was getting wet.
Sure.
30 miles he could see across.
Okay, so 30 miles.
I have a measurement with a tool with a theodolite, and you have a crazy Canadian Russian called Vlad.
And a picture,
that you have to mute.
And a picture.
Because he went off the rails.
Hold on.
It's an eyewitness account, man. Like you can't get much better.
Eyewitness account from a guy who cannot hold a conversation for more than 5 minutes without yelling.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. First of all, if you're using a theodolite to measure farther than 300 yards away from you, then you're using it inaccurately. So let's start there.
Okay, what is Vlad using?
What was that?
No, 400,
what tool was
400
Vlad
meters
using?
for most theodolites. 400 meters is like what they say for most theodolites.
What tool was Vlad using?
His eyes.
How far?
I'm not even going to cover it with this
I use
guy.
my eyes too.
You can see 30 miles, right?
What?
And you can see 30 miles, right?
Unaided.
20.
Of course.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, and Vlad was using what?
His eyes.
He was using his phone.
Oh, okay. I was using my eyes too.
His phone. Vlad was using
Oh,
his
his phone. Okay. So phone is better than theodolite for measuring angles?
Who gives a
no,
fuck,
no.
man?
Hold on, dude. Listen, straighten this motherfucker out. No, don't straw man us. Nobody said that, you fuck. Who said? Point out the guy.
I like it when you talk dirty.
Listen, point out the guy that told you that.
I can't tell the difference between your voices.
Do you got a video?
We all
What do you
sound the
got?
same.
Hold on.
I do.
Said you basically presenting a survey. Is it done to a professional standard? Do you know the procedures? Or do you
it's
just
good
go out
enough
and
to tell
point
the
it
difference
out?
between globe and flat.
That's not what I asked.
Okay,
do you
okay,
know,
so-
do you know any? Hold on. Any standard procedures of survey?
No.
So what is it that you're attempting to do with your theodolite? Measure.
So a simple.
Hold on. You're measuring a dip in the horizon.
Until when you're done, tell me I'm done. Then I'm going to respond. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished forming the question.
So keep building. Keep building.
So, how exactly? What procedure are you using to measure a dip in an angle at 20 miles?
He does not understand.
You
that
think
a
it's just
theodolite-
pointing the angle and you don't have to calculate for refraction or consider anything or use any transformation equations to get the predicted angle?
That's a very long question you're asking.
I know.
No,
I'm asking you.
no,
what did you
I'm
do?
trying to memorize all the things you included in your question.
Here, this is what I want to know. Did you measure the distance, the 20 miles, or is it just an assumed distance?
No, that was a very well measured distance by professionals.
Okay. Okay. Speaking about professionals, let me ask you a
Professional
question. Hold on,
photographer.
Mike. Hold on, Mike. Hold on.
They don't
Wait, hold
measure.
on.
They shoot across the distance, and they use some reference.
No, they don't shoot. People
Hold
have
on.
lived here for hundreds of years.
I know. When
They've
you take
measured
a
the
picture,
distance.
motherfucker, and you want to know the distance, you get on Google Earth and you plot your GPS position, and you say, "I'm going
You're
to
a
this
potty
point."
mouth, aren't you?
So,
Mike.
so you're calling that whatever 100% professional and accurate? It's the
People have mapped. People have mapped this area very well over centuries.
Hey, Mike.
They do.
Hey, Mike.
I ask how you got your mileage.
I use a map, an officially recognized map.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike. Mike. Right.
What
Let me interject.
lone
Mike.
landmark do you use so you know
Mike,
the
Mike,
distance?
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Mike. What day is it,
Listen,
Mike?
I just want to cover this so-called survey. I don't know any standard use of this piece of equipment. I didn't take no schooling and get no certification, but I know that I got an angle that the globe would predict to be a dip angle at a distance I don't even measure. I just
I
assume.
didn't measure the distance. People much better than me measured the distance.
Yeah, I know that's what you asserted, but I'm saying, how are photographers professionals at measuring distances? That's asinine.
They're not. They're not. That'd be silly to say. Photographers measuring distance between two cities? That's crazy.
No, they use GPS references.
No, people have
Google
done
Maps.
this.
Well, if you want
100
the
years ago,
exact,
right?
if you
they
want
didn't have
the
GPS.
exact distance, you would. It would
Exact enough.
With the theodolite, you could just, if it was a total
With a
station.
theodolite what? With a theodolite what?
Theodolite. With the total station,
theodolite.
you could just plot your GPS position and you'd have a known distance.
I don't have GPS. I didn't have GPS.
If it was a total station, you could have done
But it
that.
wasn't. What does that have to do with anything?
So it's just an optical. So you took an antique out in the field? I want to see
An
the
antique.
video now. Yeah, an antique.
See, I'm not going to show it to you. I'm not going to show it to you.
You're not going to give me the video? I actually do this for a living. I said I pave highways.
Yeah, but I don't give a fuck about you, and you insulted me, and you can go
Let
fuck
me
yourself.
see your fucking antique and your child's play with it.
Why don't you go fuck yourself? How about that?
That's what I thought.
All right, now you know it for sure.
Yeah, no standard of use. How did you calibrate this antique? Oh, hold on. How did you calibrate?
I asked your mom to help me.
Yeah, I bet
Your
you
mom
did,
helped
because my mom worked for an asphalt company, and she'd known a lot more about it than you would, motherfucker.
Well, and she did.
She'd go out there
She
and tell...
calibrated it just right.
Yeah, my mom could go out there and tell the county guy exactly where the fucking lines were.
That's
Our
what she
property
told.
lines. Yeah,
What did I join into?
It's you we're trying to figure out that we can trust your approximations of distance and
I
angle.
know these fucking gypsies.
With an
man.
antique.
I didn't approximate
20
no
fucking
distance.
miles.
What are you talking about? I read the distance of a chart.
I know, but you didn't even GPS your location.
No, you don't know. You're puffing on your cigarette and you're just saying random gibberish into the internet.
Yeah, he knows.
How did you plot your position in the chart to the exact position of the observation?
Because I know the terrain features, the road where I was.
So you know it's
good enough.
exactly from here to there. This tree marks 20 miles.
Absolutely. How is that? Were you never a Boy Scout? You don't know how to tell landmarks?
I was a
on
Boy
map?
Scout,
What
but I wasn't trying to spot things at 20 fucking miles. It's hard enough at 100 yards.
It's easy. It's a building. A building, you know exactly where it's at, right? People build
300
buildings,
yards, I
they put them
use
on
the
maps.
At 300 yards, I use the scope. Shit.
At 300 yards, you use a scope. Are you blind?
What optics
Cannot
does
see a
your
building
antique?
from 300 yards.
What optics does your antique have on it? 15
The
millimeters?
best, state of the art.
35? 50
State of the art.
millimeters? I doubt it.
State of the art.
If it was, you would already give it to me in millimeters right away, or you'd
Yeah,
give
I
me
could. I have it all I have a whole PowerPoint deck full of information, but I'm just denying you this because I'm not going to waste my time on you.
Yeah, you should have multiple lenses.
Hey, just
No,
real quick.
you're a complete lunatic. Why would I waste time on a lunatic?
Hey, Mike, just real quick. Hey, Peter, do
You're
you
funny.
know?
Yeah.
Peter, do you know?
Fuck you, Pete.
Hey, Peter, just real quick. Do you know
what's your
the
name?
drop? Peter, do you know the drop over 1 mile to surveyors? How they calculate it?
Study. Listen, don't stutter his word, Peter.
No.
Peter.
How do they figure it out?
Just real quick. Hey, Peter, do you know how far down the drop a mile away that surveyors actually try to accommodate for? Do you know that number? Because I know the number. I'm just asking you.
20 fucking miles, and he thinks I'm crazy.
Peter, do you know that answer or no?
No, I don't.
1 mile?
So in 1 mile, do you know how much
should go hang
drop
out with Jesse.
that survey? Do you know how much
8
drop?
inches.
No. It's not actually. It's not 8 inches. Do you know how far actual surveyors in the business, how far they accommodate for curvature of the earth 1 mile away from their position? Do you actually know that number? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. I've heard enough.
So no Havassar, huh? Is that what he's saying? No Havassar.
Okay, for the listeners listening, let me tell you, true surveyors in the business, because I literally fucking talked to one earlier. There's a very very good company that's fucking nationwide, and we literally were talking to a surveyor. I have the recording. I literally have the recording on my phone. I can play it for everybody right now. My boss, who's a superintendent, a general superintendent, and he was fucking talking to the main surveyor who's going to get promoted to the next position of his boss, and he asked him, what's the measurement? A mile away, they only say it's a 3/4 drop. But we tell you it's 8 inches. But the surveyor is saying, no, it's only a 3/4 drop a mile away from you. And he insisted the world is a globe, but only a 3/4 drop every mile. Do you understand how he was so fucking inaccurate? Yes or no?
3/4.
No, I wasn't listening to you.
Wow. Okay. He said he said it's a 3/4 drop, 3/4 of an inch. That's all he. That's all he said. It's and by the way, in the recording, he says, "I've never accounted for curvature, nor has his boss. His boss is the main motherfucker of the company for fucking 30 years plus, and he's never accounted for curvature. But in their own fucking paradigm, they say that a mile away, it will only drop 3/4 of an inch." A mile away, and that's where they're going to account for curvature. Yet, in the question, well, have you accounted for curvature? No, we never had to. That's his fucking explanation. Obviously, he's wrong. Even mathematically, that makes no fucking sense. Because if a mile away, it's only dropping 3/4 of an inch, how fucking large is the world at that point, bro? Because that's not going to represent a 25,000 mile circumference. I think everybody in this
sure as hell is it sure as hell isn't 8 inches. If it's 3/4.
Exactly. He was way off. He was, and this is, by the way, this is an actual surveyor who has taken surveys for every fucking job that he's been on in his profession, but his boss told him it's 3/4 of an inch every mile. That's so fucking far. Obviously, they're wrong. Obviously, these surveyors,
It's
professional
not every
surveyors.
mile. It wouldn't be every mile because that would be linear.
Horizon's
So,
too high, bro.
Even so, it's not fucking 3/4 of a mile, of 1 mile. It wouldn't be a 3/4 dip because that would
Horizon's
not.
too high, bro.
It would be too high. Yeah, you're right. It would be too high because it doesn't equate to what he said. And this is a professional. He has the credentials, and obviously he's wrong. So obviously there's this fucking narrative, even within the profession itself, that they are fucking wrong, even in your own paradigm. It makes no sense. So why do you support these guys? Because I know another fucking surveyor that's retired over 35 years. He said, I've never had to account for curvature. And these guys, they also said they've never had to account for curvature because everything they're building is not
chill the
fucking.
steam a little bit. Yeah, you're talking about the difference between plane surveying, which is what like all boots on the ground surveyors actually are, plane surveyors.
Right.
They take their data, and it goes to. There's another group of surveyors called like these geodetic surveyors, where they assume this geodetic potato earth, and they WGS 84 model, right? Like they take the data and they try to wrap that data around a ball, and they come up with the WGS 84.
Exactly. And the fact of the matter is that they are literally, even though they never do it themselves, they're just saying this is what we've been taught and this is what we go by, but they never themselves have gone by it because we
It's
built
just a
a
bunch.
2 point.
It's really geodetic surveying is basically just math. It's just mathematicians trying to work
Base,
out how you could make the data work around a ball that you already presupposed.
my boss, he asked the surveyor, when you're going from datum point to datum point, he said, oh yeah, you have to account for that curvature. It's only 3/4 of an inch for every mile. But I looked at him, I was like, dude, that would not make a
Yeah,
25,000.
it should be
That would not.
8 inches in the first mile and 16 inches in the second.
Yeah, exactly. But think about it though. Think about it. A surveyor who's been within the system, within the training, within his experience, he's never had to account for that, yet he knows the number, and their number themselves is way less than how much it actually would have to drop. What does that tell you? They're fucking retarded. They do not know even their own geometric fucking calculations.
And 32 inches in the third.
Yeah, they're off, bro. They're off. They're all off. And then I have another surveyor saying, dude, the world's fucking flat. Like I don't ever fucking account for curvature. And they don't have to. And if you ask a surveyor that's not a fucking glober, quote unquote, in the argument that states, oh no, we have to account for curvature. Those are a bunch of fucking goons. Fuck those guys. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Ask an actual surveyor, they're gonna tell you, yeah, we never account for curvature because that's not even the fucking system that they use. That's not even the fucking the calculations that they do.
Anybody who does surveying on the ground assumes the ground to be flat. They assume that the line they're seeing is also flat. Like, I mean, there's a lot of assumptions that are made, but they don't overcomplicate the issues.
Here's where
they assume everything. They assume their baseline to be flat, and that their
here's the
optics
gray
are
line.
flat.
Here's the gray line. Here's where they fuck things up. Because all of a sudden, you have these surveyors that are saying, well, I'm measuring something at a distance, and I'm going to get that angle of that. But realistically, through perspective, as something goes away from you, it's going to drop. Like, visually, it's going to drop. Has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth bullshit. It has to do with the fact that optically, it will drop as it goes in the distance. Like streetlights, it's going to fucking drop. You cannot say that when I measure that fucking light pole that is a fucking half fucking a mile away from me, that it's only, it's no longer fucking 30 feet in the air.
Like, nobody's yelling back at you, so you can stop yelling at them. Like, dude, like, go ahead and make your point, but like, you don't have to yell. Like,
am I
chill
yelling?
out a
My
little
bad.
bit.
My bad. I'm
Yeah,
sorry if I'm
yeah,
yelling.
yeah.
I get very emotional. I get very emotional in this because I know it's all bullshit. My bad. My bad. I know that. I know that when we shoot shots, when we take measurements and we transfer benchmarks, I know for a fact we're never going to go beyond using a theodolite. We're never going to go beyond 250 yards, 300 at the max. We know that because of the way something drops in the distance, not because it's a curve. No, I'm sorry. I'm just very, very passionate about it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
you can calm down for a second.
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
need
just
to
saying.
calm down.
We let me calm down. Let me take a swig of my beer. Let me chill out.
No,
But
maybe that.
here's the reality. You are never trying to use a theodolite out of its actual usage. If you're using a theodolite to go beyond 300 yards away from you, then you're fucking using that equipment inaccurately. You're going to fuck yourself over.
Yeah. Keep that up. Keep going, Apocryphon. Yeah, keep that up without yelling.
I'm just saying, all these Glovers that jump in here, and they're like, no, we know it is because I can measure something 20 miles away. Get the fuck out of here. If you're using a theodolite for 20 miles away, then you do not know how to use a fucking theodolite, you
You're
dumb
doing
shit.
it again. Stop yelling. Don't yell at
I'm
me,
sorry.
motherfucker.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a cigarette. I'm getting a cigarette right now. I'm getting way too out. I'm way out of course, bro. I'm way out of course. Give me a second.
No,
I
it's
just
like
get passionate about it.
Yeah.
I'm passionate about it because I know they're fucking lying. I know they're lying.
Yeah. All right, fine. Just like yeah, have a cigarette.
Oh yeah, I got my cigarette. I'm my nerves are calmed. I still kind of talk loud. That's kind of the way I talk, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but no. Look, I understand if somebody is being like aggressive towards you, how you could like pick it up. But you do this like where you're like all of a sudden you're just like yelling at the group. Like right now, literally nobody's talking to you, and you're yelling at basically yourself.
Yeah. Well, I just hope that they're just at least listening. I'm sorry I'm screaming at you, but I'm just telling you the facts. I'm telling you truth. And
Yeah,
if
but
I get passionate about it,
I don't like
my
that
bad.
tone. I don't like
My bad.
personally.
My bad.
I don't like being screamed at, especially if it's unwarranted.
You're right. My bad. I just get very, very passionate because here's the thing. When you know someone's lying and they have no fucking idea what they're talking about, it makes you angry inside because you know they're fucking wrong. You know it for a fact because he's probably never used a theodolite in his life. He never fucking probably used a theodolite in his life, and he has no idea how the fuck they even work. Like, have you even fucking corrected
Yeah,
it?
look, I often I want to jump in. So like when you're talking about the theodolite, like I think you misspoke earlier. Also, like you said, you could only see so far with one, but I know what you meant. Like it's not that you could only see so far; it's that it's within its working parameters. So like a theodolite has a range of accuracy, just like anything. Like if I have a 4 foot level, if I have a good 4 foot level, like I have a stability level, like it'll say that it's accurate up to like like it'll give a ratio like it's an 8 foot level and it'll say like 1/8 foot level could be accurate up to um
I have a good
I
example for that.
forget the exact number, but it'll be like 1,000 to 1 or something like that, right?
I have a good.
Now if you're doing the same thing with the level in a theodolite, it can only be accurate. Like the accuracy won't be perfect, and so
No,
the
well,
farther you shoot, the more inaccurate it will be.
right. I
And
have a good example about that.
so with the theodolite, they typically say that its accuracy range, like it can be like accurately used for, is within 400 meters,
Right.
which is a very short distance compared to what Jesse wants to do, shooting at mountains miles and miles and miles away.
Bullshit. Yeah, you're right. I have a good example, by the way. So, like, for instance, if we're tripping up a column, right, and this column is a 30-foot fucking column, okay, you could put a 4-foot level on the base of it, and it's level, but the top of it is actually out of level. It's out of plumb. This is why we have a whole fucking crew called the Plumb Up Crew. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna shoot from the top of the steel beam, and they're gonna tell you,
Quit
"Hey,
yelling at me, motherfucker! I'm not listening when you're yelling."
I'm sorry. They are gonna tell you that if you strap chokers to the top, and then when you bind it down, when you start to fucking get on the choker, right? Because we put a choker to it to bend the top. They're gonna say, "Go ahead, boom, 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 boom." You're fucking rigging it, and then all of a sudden, they're gonna tell you, "Tits, stop," because now to the theodolite at the top of this fucking column that we tripped, all of a sudden it's gonna make a 90-degree at the top
Bosco,
of it.
that's a standard of use. Hold on, is Bosco in here? So I just posted a standard of use for shots of total stations, and this is if you want a job as a surveyor, not what the manufacturer does tell you. You can use it at large distances, and they also tell you your error accuracy is going to decrease over distance too. But so standard of use, this is what will your township accept, what will your county accept, what will your state accept for a standard of use. And I post some of them. This is from a Michigan Civil Engineers Handbook.
Right. No, and you're right about that.
It's for a standard of use.
The fact is that
Don't let them yell at you.
the fact is that when we plumb up columns, you could put a 4-foot level on the base and it says it's level, but the top of that column can be off to not make it a 90-degree. So when you build your next fucking story, that top of the column's off. So this is why the plumber crew is going to base with the theodolite, and they're going to look through their fucking scope, and they're going to say, go, get go a dog over, go one more dog. And then once you get that dog right, it's making a 90-degree. And then that 4-foot level, when you place it at the top, is going to say level. Because we know for a fact that from the base to the top, it's creating a 90-degree. And these fucking Globers do not understand how we build shit 90-degree perpendicular in all fucking areas, bro. It's horizontally flat, bro. Get the fuck out of here with all your other bullshit. It's fucking curving and diverging. Get the fuck out of here.
You did a good job there. You were like almost on the verge of yelling, and you didn't do it.
Thank you. I'm trying to maintain my composure because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
You did a good job. Way to keep that composure.
Thank you. I'm just tired of these Globers talking bullshit in the fucking arena, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. You do not know what the fuck we do.
It's a lot easier to listen to you when you're not, so hyper about everything that
I
you're
do
saying.
get hyper. My bad. My apologies. I do get excited because I'm passionate about the truth. I'm sorry. And I know the truth. I know the way we
Right,
actually
but no,
fucking do
and I
things.
know you are, but if you want people to actually hear you, you have to
You're
present
right.
it in a way that that it's listenable. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get you. You're right. You're right, too. I agree with you. I just get overly excited because I know what the fuck I'm talking about and how we fucking do shit on the job site. I just know. Like, this is what I went to school for this motherfucking shit. Like, how are you gonna tell me different? That we have to account for character? Never. How are you gonna tell me that? Oh,
I imagine you're just like shouting at people all day long.
Was Bosco in here? Is that Bosco dude in here?
I'm an iron worker and we do shell a lot.
Look, he says, yeah, it's for the distance, but the theodolite doesn't have a range limit. It actually does. It's the range of your optics, but you don't know that because you don't know you can change from a 30 millimeter object to a 50 millimeter optic and increase your acuity. But the standard is used is based on accuracy. So no, you don't have to have a limit on your theodolite or total station, but it's not going to be very accurate. So do what you want, but nobody has to accept your measurement as accurate. It's being how it's really an approximation anyway. Nothing is absolute in survey. It's all approximate numbers. So you want the closest approximation you can get, and yours isn't even close to that as you increase in distance. So you can say we can do whatever we want, but then a professional would want to know how you adjust and transform for refraction and all other errors over that distance, because that error becomes exponential over distance greater. We know
That's why when they do long shots with a theodolite, they do basically the force align thing. So they shoot forward and back, and they do it during certain times of day.
Multiple different angles too.
Yeah. In order to test the results, and then they can correct for them. They have corrections that they make and stuff like that. So
Because
like,
you're always adhering to the benchmark. You're always adhering to the benchmark. It's the benchmark that you're fucking trying to point out. That's the whole point. That's the whole fucking
you're in reference.
And what they'll do, if it's got to be super accurate, it's not that they do one forward then one back. They make sure that they have one person shooting at the first guy and the first guy shooting at the second guy, so that they can take them simultaneously and then make the correction.
He's right. What he said. First you set and calibrate your total station, then you make your first celestial benchmark, and from there on out, or unless your benchmark is a known location, like okay, we get to build 1,000 foot from this building over here, then we start from the building, so that's a benchmark.
Right.
But all things will be relative to that, and I'll view from where I want to be in the parameter I want to have to the known place, but also from the known place to it. It's all in reference to this spot. Every measurement is reference to this tangent.
I can tell you right now, I have been on a job site, okay, at LAX, 2.5 miles, okay, of the whole entire tram. Everything started with the benchmark. This is where
fucking yelling, dude.
The surveyor. I'm sorry.
Hey, what's your name?
I'm fucking with you on that one. Go ahead.
The surveyor came in, and he spray painted orange. He spray painted orange the nut on the bolt of the first column and said, "This is your benchmark." And for 2.5 miles, we built off that fucking benchmark, and we transferred it for 2.5 miles, a horizontal line. Well, any glober can suck my dick if they're going to say that we accounted for curvature, because horizontal is horizontal. Go ahead.
Grade of elevation, yeah.
There
That's
you
your
go.
grade of that's your grade of elevation, and you had a starting point, so you can continue the grade. And I'm sure it's graded for runoff in an airport too.
Everything about it was fucking horizontal. Everything about it.
I mean, the runway itself for an air, the runways themselves have to be basically perfectly flat, don't they? Like, that is interesting. You being in concrete work, I'd think you would know about that. Like, but
asphalt.
Yeah, okay, asphalt. Yeah, but maybe not because airports are concrete. But
Listen, you can be almost true and still have a slight runoff, just so water
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah. No, all you have to do is be like a quarter inch per like 4 feet to get like a good runoff, right?
Do 1% difference. You won't even see it. The plane wouldn't feel it, but water will still move off of it.
Right. No, but
yeah, that's true for the concrete guys.
I guess about the design of a runway. Like, so
It
does a
is for the
runway have a
concrete
crimp?
guy. Listen, my brother's the concrete guy. 1% is all you need, brother. That's it. You can go less too. You can if it's.
I'm just curious about the design of like where do you crimp it? Where do you put the runoff? Do you make it run to one side or the other, or do you like put it? You know, like you see what I'm saying? Like I'm just curious, like how that would work. You could maybe do it like a channel down the middle, you know, like and then.
I just want to throw this out there real quick. Like, that's for the concrete guys to make that deviation for runoff.
The finisher. The
but
finisher.
for the still the still guys, it's going to be horizontally flat. That's the way we build it.
It's steel frame concrete structure, so you laid out a true fucking steel framework all the way down. Damn.
Right. The whole horizontal part of it. Because
a runway is steel framed underneath. Serious?
Yeah, they put rebar through it so the concrete lasts longer.
Oh, okay. Just rebar. Just rebar. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. Okay. Rebar is different than what I was saying.
So rebar does not curve.
Contraction. We use it in buildings too.
Yeah.
Don't
check
give
it out.
me shit that rebar doesn't curve. Like rebar.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
No. If I hold a stick of rebar up in the air, and like a 20-foot stick of rebar, it's gonna have a fucking curve to it. Okay, like the shit can curve.
No, it's not gonna curve. No, rebar is placed horizontally flat. It's the people that pour the concrete on top of the rebar that's going to have their slope for drainage.
The rebar is only lattice. It's only structure to make the concrete stronger. It doesn't
lattice. Yeah, it's just lattice. You're right.
Right. But it's going to be horizontally flat. Now you can make your adjustments on the concrete to create a slope for drainage. I agree, but the structure of itself. Right. You finish. You want to create this slope, obviously, because you want the runoff. But the way we build the bones of this, the bones of it is going to be horizontally flat, because that's just the way that's just the way it goes.
It doesn't matter because the finishers are gonna fucking put a pitch into it because you're only giving steel structure lattice to the fucking structure.
Right, exactly. So don't talk to a still guy about curvature that we do not use.
Because he has no idea what the fuck it's about.
Hey, we build curvature not because we don't have to account for it, because that's not the way it goes. We build horizontally, flat, plumb, level, square. Very, very simple. That's the way we build shit. And then the finishers can have a slope because they have to account for this and that, whatever. But the bones of the building that we're building, the structure that we're building, it's all plumb level square. And you cannot have plumb level square on a curve, because the second that you say, well, it's curving the distance, no, because it was plumb level square in entirety. It's fucking crazy how these globers try to fucking throw out this bullshit because they have no idea how we're building shit. They have no idea how we do shit when we're out there. It's fucking crazy. That's why I get passionate about it. That's why I want to shut these fuckers up. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because you know rebar.
Yeah. Ironworkers do rebar. Ironworkers is rebar and structural. That's our local. Local 433 is mine, and we're the international ironworkers. This is what we do. You have 416 is the rebars in Southern California. That's a different local because it's split. Yeah. It's a long story, but technically they're still iron. They're a sister local to us, and rebar. They do the same exact thing. That's how they're gonna build everything on the rebar. Is fucking plumb level square. There's no curve to rebar because it still does not curve.
No, I understand that you guys don't. Fuck. No, rebar does curve. Okay, like you guys can throw some twisted ass pieces of rebar in there, and it won't fucking matter because it gets covered by concrete.
Exactly. But the rebar itself is not curved, brother. Like the concrete poured on top of it for instance, the Disney Hall, okay, when it was built, the Disney Hall down in Los Angeles, when it was built, that building was built to have no angles. That fucking thing was built all like it was engineered to have no angles. So it actually made it really, really hard for the ironworkers when they were building shit because that's not the way we build. There's no curves in our shit. So we had to accommodate. That is not normal, okay? But if you want to say that, oh, yeah, we all have to build according to the curve. No, that's not the way you fucking build
I'm
things,
not
bro.
saying that you're built. Yes, all I'm saying is that rebar doesn't prove anything in this case. You can easily throw down a rebar lattice, assuming a grid-like structure, and have a curve thrown over the top of it.
Well, technically, you're right. If that was called for in the prints, I agree with you. You can bend it. You're right, but typically you're not because the steel does not bend by itself. You have to literally engineer it to be that way.
Rebar is thin and heavy and flexible. Like it's made of steel. It's
right.
friggin' the shit does not. It's fairly rigid, but it is, especially given its own weight. If you hold, like I said, if I hold a piece of rebar on one end and let it, and have it extending out into the air, it will have a noticeable visual curve to it as it bends towards the surface. Okay,
If you bent it that, you're right. If you bend it,
I don't have to
way,
bend it. All I have to do is hold it. All I have to do is hold it, and it does that.
No. Hold on, brother. Not when you build a lattice, because everything about a lattice, you have to make sure that the rebar is level and plumb, and you have to build it where it's going to be no difference of size on one side to the other, as far as level, and you're going to make that straight across. So for instance, if you have two rebars going, in one direction, like let's say you build a square of rebar, none of that rebar will be fucking bending because it's like making a fucking like a square, and the rebar that's ran across it will also be flat because you've already positioned one side of the rebar to another level. So when you put a rebar on top of that,
back off just because I don't want you to start yelling at me. Fine, you're right.
Okay, okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to tell you, bro. Like when you I will show you a video of guys way back, about 6 years ago in punk school, and they're building rebar for their test, and they have to literally make sure that it's level from one side to another, and that to tie all the fucking pieces with tie wire, and then they're gonna make it horizontally flat. like every single piece, and you might have like about 60 pieces of rebar that are over 20 feet long, but the 20-foot rebar, it's going to be straight across because your crossing of those rebars, it's like a foundation for it.
Let's say each 20-foot piece of rebar that makes up this lattice, this grid network, each one of them is perfectly straight. Let's just say so, right?
Yeah, you're testing on it. Yeah, good.
If the Earth was curving and you leveled each one of them, each one would be independent of the next. Is that not true?
They are, but if you're off, then you fail.
But you would still be on if you lived on a globe.
No, you cannot build. Okay, if you have, because level isn't curved. I mean, I know a lot of globers believe it's curved, but that's bullshit. Because you cannot have a level rebar that's curving. It's no longer level. From one side to the other, it's no longer level. It's no.
Well, I guess it would be testable if you wanted to like talked about, like, because I'm a carpenter, like measuring corner to corner, or similar to like what they talk about with the spherical triangles and shit like that. Like you could measure from corner to corner once you finish your lattice, um I don't know. Okay, so how would you do it? Because you'd have to be below the ground. But essentially, you could geometrically prove it. Like if you could actually like build the situation to do it. Like if you just measure from point to point, like from corner to corner, like in order for it to be square, both measurements have to match, right? Like when you go corner to corner. If you were to go, it's just geometry. Like if you were to make a triangle out of it, a planar triangle, a regular triangle would have to equal 180 degrees on internal angles. But if it was over a sphere, it could have excess.
If that was in the prints, because that's the way they were going to build it, then yeah,
No, but
you
no,
can.
that's the thing is like you could build it planarly, but if it was literally overall, all said and done, once it was all put together and then you tested it, if it showed excess, like that would show something else.
No, but you don't have access. That's the point. You wouldn't have
But
an
you don't know that.
access.
You don't know that when you're building it.
No. Okay. The only way you would know that is if it was in the prints, because you would have to accommodate it that for it to even give you that bent, if you will. But in reality, you never build something that way. You're not building it to be
No, I
curved
know.
away unless the prints
No, you
call for
build you build it assuming that the Earth is flat. Yes, I get that. Right. That's not the Glober argument. Well, again, here I go doing it, but on a larger scale, if you were to keep doing that on a whole airport, or let's say it's like the world's largest airport, right? And you have this lattice in place, and let's say you could go underneath of it, like underneath the lattice before the concrete is poured. You might be able to take measurements to find that there's angles that don't add up if that was the case. And I'm not saying that is what happens. I'm saying, like, at least in theory, you could do so.
The only time you're going to do that is if the prints call for it, because that might have been
No, see, that's like a compartmentalization thing. Like the same shit that we talk about them about, like compartmentalization. Like your job is just to lay down rebar, dude. Weld it together.
no. But the
Your job isn't to worry about the engineering of it. It isn't to worry about whether or not you're going over a curve or if it will curve itself naturally either. Like that not your
it
little
wouldn't though.
concern as a laborer.
It wouldn't though. It wouldn't though, because if you're building level horizontally, there's no curve to that unless the blueprints called for this curve. Which typically that's never a fucking actual situation.
No, but you
No
wouldn't
one.
even have to. That's the thing. If you did live on a globe, you wouldn't even have to. Because each 20-foot segment would just be laid flat, but then the next one would be such a slight small angle off of the first, you would
In a
never notice it. You would assume
in
it
a
to be flat. Like,
no. Look at in a globe world, it would have to be curving over a long distance. But in reality, we didn't build
what
the
does it really
2.5.
matter, dude? It's literally just
We did
rebar. It's
no. Okay,
literally just rebar. It gets
okay.
buried. It
Okay,
gets buried by the concrete.
okay. Look. In 2.5 miles, it wasn't about rebar having to bend to represent the curvature of the earth. The rebar that was placed for the concrete of the tram's fucking trailway or fucking platform was not curving away from the original benchmark that we set. This is what you're not getting. It was built horizontally flat. Now, if you want to say in your example, if you were taking rebar all the way down to be a benchmark, okay, not even including the concrete. Obviously, the concrete can do what they want to do to make slope and all drainage, all that shit. But in the structural side of it, for 2.5 miles long, you had to make sure it's fucking flat. Not only the rebar, but the steel fucking beams and the headers that we placed up between the columns that held up this whole entire structure. So when you're going way, way down, 2.5 miles away, and you're still transferring it at the same benchmark from the beginning, that in a glober's world, that means that tram would be higher 2.5 miles away.
I
It
think
would be
2.5 miles. Have you worked on a project like that? Like 2.5
yes,
miles of this?
yes, the LAX platform. That's why I'm not talking to you out the side of my fucking neck. I'm telling you right
I'm
now.
saying even okay, LAX platform. Like what? I don't understand why any runway would need to be 2.5 miles
No, it's
fucking
not a
long.
run. It's not a run, brother. It's not a runway. It's called the people mover. It's the fucking tram that we built to go from
No,
the
it's
parking lot all the way into the airport. You understand?
it's a tram. Okay.
Yeah, they built a tram. They're building a tram. That's going from the parking lot that they built. I think it's like the second world's largest fucking parking lot, and we built a platform that's 2.5 miles long into LAX. And what I'm trying to tell you is that everything about the structural part of it was horizontally flat to the benchmark that you started from column A. Now, when you go all the way
Listen,
down,
I've
hey,
seen
dude,
pieces of warped rebar though. I think I know. I think y'all are talking about two different
hold
things.
on.
We are.
Yeah, listen, are
I
you
just wanted
talking
to
about
yell
a
at me.
subway? Hold on. Are you talking about a subway and a concrete structure, pretty much a train that moves people?
not a subway, it's above ground. It's a tram.
A people mover,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know, but it's a train, so it's basically
Yeah.
a subway train on a elevated platform of concrete and steel
Right.
with pillars and all that.
Right. That's what we did.
Well, now at least people can envision what you're building, and now I'm gonna post a picture of it. Cool.
Yeah. So the point that I'm making is that from the original benchmark, you kept that straight. Now, if it was the globe, if it was curving down away from the original position, then that benchmark would be shooting up into the sky and way higher, 2.5 miles down the road than the ground.
What is your benchmark?
Because
Do you shoot one single
okay,
laser for the 2.5 miles?
Put it this way. Think of it this way. Imagine a level on a basketball. Okay.
No, hold on. I don't want to imagine anything. How did you create your benchmark?
From the original position.
So from one spot, it was shot on a laser for 2.5 miles?
It was transferred. You call transferring benchmarks. There you go. Thank you. Hold on. He posted it. Bettelmont, thank you. This is what we're building. See this whole platform? So this whole platform is 2.5 miles long. Go ahead.
Listen, hold on. So they start from one level tangent at Earth, and they project that line perfectly, right? And they build up an equal, even structure from this line. Understand what he's saying?
They start in the middle?
So even the walkways with the pillars are rebarred, I'm assuming.
Right, of course, because they're pouring concrete.
Reinforced concrete to hold a reinforced concrete structure. That's a good guess.
Right.
But
so
you build a perfectly square structure for 2 miles in height,
2.5 miles,
and tangent line to the Earth.
Correct. Now,
you start from the middle for your benchmark. You start in the middle and shoot outwards.
No, you don't start from the middle. What are you saying, bro? You start from the beginning, from the first fucking column that's placed. We'll call it column A. Okay, from column A,
why wouldn't
there's a
you,
benchmark.
even whether you lived on a flat Earth or a globe Earth? Why wouldn't you start in the middle? And instead of shooting 2.5 miles in one direction, why wouldn't you shoot 1.75 miles in two directions?
That's not the way it works.
Listen, they're not doing that. Listen, it's systematic, like a bridge. So they're building a tangent straight structure and then building off of that structure all the way down, keeping that level just like you would a concrete wall for a foundation, Lou.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Yeah, no, I get it. I think I get it.
So the first brick's always going to be at the same level. For him, that's fucking rebar. Always at the same level. It's the foundation, or what you build the footer. It's a footer.
Right.
So
the first column.
You just keep projecting that tangent all the way out for the structure, and you want to place it within the property lines where it wants to be, where it has to be, where the person wants it, whoever's fucking paying you, they're going to give you a placement diagram, and you're going to start your first edge. You look at it in 3 dimensions, you walk up to this thing, you say this structure is going to start right here, and then you project it out 3D, but he's got to make that happen in reality.
Correct. And by the way, there's 5 stations that were
it just
built.
Goes sections at a time.
Yes, sections at a time, because there's 5 stations.
Forcing the line every time.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So now you listen. Your 5th section, at the 5th section or so, or maybe even the 3rd, you might look back to see your tangent from the first benchmark. Relative. Correct. What is my tangent relative to the first benchmark?
Correct.
Because you got to stay true to that. So you can't just do it sectionally. You have to do. If you finish the 2nd section, you're going to look back over both sections to make sure they're all true in tangent. Just like you would, a foundation wall, to make sure that it's true all the way down.
And
exists in the same horizontal plane. That's why I'm using foundations as a reference for you to understand that the construction process. Each tower he builds is another brick we're putting in that concrete 10-inch block foundation. Are you with me?
Interesting. Yes. I have a question regarding a picture.
It's LAX people mover.
Go ahead. What's your question?
I'm about to post this picture right here. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Better not be gay porn.
No, it's a just concrete and foundation. That's what
Is it concave?
No, I don't know. I don't know what it is. If we were to, look at this concrete foundation of this building,
My bad. I
and
didn't see who was talking, bro.
Yeah, you should know his
Go
voice.
ahead.
and try
I'm
to
sorry.
create a horizontal line to the horizon. That's all.
Yeah, that's a lot. Did you blend those two images? You
No,
like
that's an
post
actual
one?
image. That's actually what happens in real life.
So when you actually
we built
Oh, I
horizontally.
see it now. It's a building. It's a building. Ah,
Yeah,
that's fucking
horizontally.
awesome.
Exactly. It's horizontal. That's the way we build shit. Welcome to the real world, buddy. It's not a globe Earth, bro.
That's
Welcome to
fucking
the real world.
crazy that it plays tricks on. It's like the corner of a building at a lighthouse or something. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm just tired of these globers just trying to
It
do
almost
some
looks
dumb
like
shit.
4 separate squares, bro. You
He
got.
ain't even a glower.
I had to look at it to fucking. Dude, that looks like 4 pictures clipped into one hookup, don't it? When you first look at it. Because them clouds look like people kneeling down to pray in the background. Did you notice that one? Or is that just me? All the glory.
It looks like. Yeah, I see what you saw. It looks like two people praying.
It looks like a nun behind a priest, a man with a woman behind her on her fucking knees with her headgear, and I see him everywhere I look, though.
Yeah, these globers just have to stop coming up with this dumb shit, bro. They just have to stop with their bullshit. It's not the way we build shit. It's not fucking a curved globe Earth that we're building on. It's
Yeah,
all
look, I'm with you
horizontal.
there. Like being a builder myself, like I know you never ever consider that you might be on a globe, like when you're doing this stuff, like.
Bro,
But shut up, Glory. But if you did live on a globe, it is, according to the argument, large enough where you wouldn't have to. And that is kind of their like bread and butter right there.
Yeah, that building's plumb intrude in the motherfucker, ain't it? The more somebody move this image, man, it's fucking with me.
Aren't y'all tired of talking about the same shit every single day?
Kinda, yeah. I take breaks, though, bro.
I'm just tired of globers trying to invoke this falsehood.
This
That's not
diagram.
Don't
what
go
it is.
confusing Glory with Glovers, dude.
No, if anything, Glory just pointed out the facts. Like that
Glory's a
building is
concaver. He's a
horizontal.
concaver.
I know he is. I know he is. But he actually proved my whole point. It's
Yeah, that
horizontally
building
flat.
is so plumb and true, it makes that image look like it's cut up in 4. You know?
I remember talking to a few
to see the
Glovers,
full.
and I asked them how, because they write me off. Oh, you've never built anything that has to account for curvature. I'm like, fuck you, dude. 2.5
Yeah,
miles.
Nobody has. Dude, nobody's ever done that. There's only a few structures in the world where they supposedly claim that it had to be done. But I guarantee you, the workers on site never thought about curvature while they were building.
Absolutely. And they don't have to, because the blueprints themselves, everything about it from the beginning to the end is plumb level square. It's like putting a level over a flat earth or a planar earth, or putting a level over a globe earth. If you look at one end to the other, if you built it level, then you would have the left to the right way above the globe, way above, because it's a basketball. and you're gonna have to say, well, wait, it's gonna be built into the sky. But the reality is, it's not built into the sky. Who's fucking hot mic right now?
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was running water in the sink, and I'm not by my phone to mute myself.
I think Lou's making a margarita. He just don't want to admit it.
No, I was about to make. I got hungry. I was about to fry a couple of eggs real quick, just for fun.
Okay.
Just for fun, shit.
You guys should really look into concave Earth. You guys know Antarctica is only a small continent, right? It's not this ice ring that all the other continents fit inside of. It's actually a little continent, and all the areas around Antarctica, like circles of latitude around Antarctica, is really small. Then when you go up towards the north, towards the equator, they get bigger and bigger, the circles of latitude.
Reach,
and
brother.
The equator is the biggest one. And then when you go back towards the North Pole, they get smaller. The circle of latitude around, say, Alaska, is that size, that length of that circle, going fully in a circle, is about as big as the one is about as big as the one in Antarctica.
Right now.
But you can test it, right? The easy way to test it is how far, because I agree with you, All Glory, how far east or west do I need to drive to keep up with the sun? Because the sun must do a full circuit in 24 hours, right? But sometimes the sun moves slower, and sometimes, like over the equator, it moves faster. So I know if I'm on a shrinking line of latitude, if I ride west and it because your clock changes, right? It's really easy to tell, but you know you can still check the sun if you want to. But your clock is a pretty good indication of the sun, and you can ride west, drive west or east, and you will see it add or subtract from the daylight. So you can see that line of latitude is a certain distance because you have to be going 1,000 miles an hour at the equator to keep up with the sun. And the closer up into Canada you get, you can keep up with the sun by going slower than 1,000 miles an hour, such that the closer you get to the North Pole, definitionally at the North Pole, you do not move to keep up with the sun, right? The sun is always just moving around you, right? What I'm saying is you can testably check what latitude you're at, and in the south we see the same thing. You can drive less far to bring the sun up. The sun moves over less distance on the ground.
So either eggs is a concaver or glory is a glober. Is it
concave works? Concave works. It fixes a lot of flat Earth problems, don't you think, All Glory?
Oh, concave works.
For this, it definitely does, man. Yeah, absolutely. You can have spin. You can have like
it works.
Bizarre
does it
motion.
work in your head if you think purely mathematically, or does it? The question is
well, hey, here's one thing. We have a map.
Does it match observation? Does it match?
There's a map.
Yes,
okay.
It matches many observations, including the one he brought up. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, All Glory. You say it. Like, we can test the length of a line of latitude, and we know that it's shorter. I agree. Preach.
All right, so you're a concaver now.
Well, it works.
Bro,
what I'm saying is he's spotted an issue and he has a solution for that issue. He's fixed that issue. Yes.
Trying to bring to your awareness that this ice wall, that's like how you imagine how big it fucking is. It's not actually that big. That ice wall is about as big as that circle near Alaska, bro.
Gloria, when's the last time you heard of
you're already lost.
Talk about the ice wall as being the edge of the world?
Hey, it is what it is, bro.
Ice walling.
So what about this? This also helps your case. Can anybody disprove this version of Earth? So I'm going to argue, I'm going to pretend, I'm going to LARP for the next little while until you want me to quit. I'm going to LARP as a flat earther who believes in a south-centered AE map.
Exactly.
So this is the new tactic.
Sure. So I'm a flat earther. Prove me wrong. The burden of proof lies equally on both of us to prove why our center is in the middle. So you can't just beg the question and say it must be the north.
You don't get to just make a claim, any random weird claim, and then say, prove me wrong, motherfucker, otherwise I'm right. That's not the way it is.
You say north. No, you say north, I say south. It is incumbent upon both of us.
I'm not
now, us flat earthers. isn't it? Right? Because the world is observably flat. We know this, right? We wake up, we look at the ocean, we go, that's flat. Water,
Okay, I'm
bodies of
glad you
water, standing
agree.
bodies of water don't
Where do we
curve.
go from there? We agree
Right.
there. Where do we go from there?
Okay, so we need to figure out if it's flat, could it have a center? Does it have a center? Right? And you would say yes. The North Pole.
If the Earth has a limit to its boundaries, there could be a center, but it would require a symmetric boundary in order to find a center. And then as well,
sure, that's
all
a
we're
good
doing
point.
is
That's a very good point.
we're not mapping the Earth. We're mapping the sky. We're mapping the sun. So
No,
what
I'm trying
you're
to
doing
map
is
where Antarctica is.
You're making a sky map of the sun.
No. You're not listening to
the
me.
center of a possibly asymmetric Earth.
Point by switching now, and I'm now a flat earther, right? Bodies of water observably lie flat. If everybody points up, their arms will all be parallel. And now, the only difference between you and I right now is that I believe that the Antarctica is at the center in that map. The southern A projection map is the true one. And all you guys picking the North Pole do so on a 50-50 coin toss with no reason to back it up. You pick North, I pick South. Great, we're even. Good. Disprove me. And if you can't disprove me, all glory's right.
The only reason North is ever picked is because the globe has always done this. And it's not mapping the Earth itself. It's mapping the celestial sphere, mapping the path of the sun and Polaris.
Right. So there's a point that Polaris stands over on Earth, right? Whether somebody stood under it is a second question. But we know when we're getting closer to Polaris because it's nearly at 90 degrees, right? Such that if you're at 60 degrees north, as you would be in parts of Canada and stuff, it's pretty chilly. And that Polaris is quite high up, right? Right?
Sorry. It's chilly. Do you mean cold, or are you talking about the country?
Yeah,
chilly?
it's getting cooler. The closer you get to Polaris, the closer Polaris is to your 90 degrees, it gets a bit chilly. It gets a bit cool. You need to put on a jumper, and then a jacket, and then snowshoes and shit, right? And get around on a ski-doo. The closer you get to Polaris, correct?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
I say the same about Sigma Octantis. I say as I get closer to Sigma Octantis, it gets chillier.
Right, but if you're mapping the path of the sun, you've gone in either case.
No, I'm mapping the ground under my feet. It's snowy. I don't give a shit what the sun's doing. I've got snow here.
You've gone well beyond the tropics where the sun does not go.
We get snow in Sydney. We get snow all over the world. I know that there is more likelihood of snow the closer I get to the higher I get, or the closer I get to the poles. Right. So I'm saying low-lying land could be snowed out is the closer I get to this. So why am I wrong? Why is the South not the center? Could it be the center? Do you think really? Like possibly, if we got out of the debate,
could it be? You could possibly map out something where you could say that the South is the center.
Okay, would it work?
Yeah.
Eggshells.
Look at your country. Would it work?
We could actually confirm 24-hour sunlight in your South Pole flat Earth model.
Exactly.
I would say.
We have people living there that never see the military, right? People go down there and blog from there, and there's no military, right? Not saying they're obviously in tiny places on something bigger than continental US, so I'm going to calm down a bit. But
the same way on the AE map, when their sun is over the Tropic of
the thing is, you don't.
Bro,
see,
you don't hear me talking
You don't see the sun going around a southern point. You see it going around a northern point.
No, not in the South. In the South, it's identical. I'm telling you, it's identical. Exactly the same as you see, we see it. It just rotates while still going east to west, the opposite direction. We get the clockwise direction, which to me feels right. You're counterclockwise. It's a bit weird. So I think we're the North. You prove me wrong.
You don't
How can you prove me wrong? The South doesn't exist. The South Celestial Pole, the stars don't circle clockwise in the South.
I'm being facetious.
I know, sorry. But do you think the South could be the center? Like, what would it take to make you flip from, like, I know you don't hold to an AE map, but most do hold to an AE map.
I would have to spend a little time in the Southern Hemisphere. I've never been there. Have you ever been to the North?
Yeah, loads. I'm a big traveler. I travel a lot. So, because the thing is, if you know what the conclusion is, right? If it could be the South Centre, then we lose all right to say that it's not both poles, right? It's not that you now flip from north to south. If you say there's no good reason to pick one over the other, you now say both poles are valid. And that's a problem for flat Earth, right? You need to say it's one or the other, right? Because nobody could pick. No, neither of us can pick like Jamaica.
It's not a problem. It's not a problem. See, it's only a problem if we accept your straw man argument.
But it looks like there's a center. It looks like there's a center, right? There's a central point of the stars that gets colder and the days get shorter as you get there. You can make it.
The central point about flat Earth is that there is no demonstrable curve anywhere. Okay,
You're looking at what you're not finding. You're looking for what you're not finding. You're deliberately looking for things that you can't find and going, "Ha! I haven't found them." I'm going, "Look at this."
Why can't you find it?
You have found the South Celestial Pole.
You're losing it. Let me give it a try.
Sure,
bro. All this stuff he's presenting you, it's all with it's flat. There is no contention against it's flat right now. Okay, we can't just spend our entire lives just going against the globers. We need to get somewhere. We have to get beyond step number one. We're not going to get there
through you, Glory, going concave, and with eggshells who's willing to side with you just to make a fucking point.
Earth's flat. Earth's flat. It's just south's the center.
Yeah, you guys are both demonstrating that you're willing to say anything to try to fucking...
We have the same map, bro.
I'm making it clear that it's a debate strategy. I'm making it clear it's a debate strategy.
Let me make it clear to him why. Because it's the same map, the inside of a map or the outside of a map. It's the same measurement.
Exactly the same
measurement. And it's the same.
One of you very definitely believes in a globe. The other one very definitely believes in a concave Earth. You have found allies in each other.
You see, this behavior is what perpetuates your issue.
While claiming that the Earth is flat.
It is what it is, bro.
You want to make this a point. This is semantics. This is semantics.
Once was a truth seeker. Once was a truth seeker. I promise you this. Once was a truth seeker.
No, you guys are both.
Yeah, you are once was a truth seeker. I promise you this.
You're both trying
Hear it
to
in my voice. Hear it in my voice. You were once was a truth seeker. Not anymore. You run away from information now. Rudimentary, elementary information. You run away from it. You become hostile. Why must it be this way?
No. I do want the truth, but you guys are demonstrating that you are not for the truth.
Why?
Because you're playing semantic arguments in order to try to
win. Have semantics. It's a very clear case.
Map, so you're what?
This is the case I'm making. I've got it on my screen if you want to see my live stream. And it is, if you cannot disprove the South Centre, you must accept both poles, both centres.
Yeah, we know what you're doing, man. We know what you're doing.
So I'm showing that you must agree. You must disprove the South Centre, or you must agree that both centres are equally valid. And then you need to show how you can have two centres on a flat object that isn't moving.
The thing is, though, is like, that's not the position we take. We take that the model that is given is bullshit, and this is how we observe it. And what you're doing is just being fucking ingenuine.
What you're doing, you're fucking running away from information and name calling him to fucking pretend you're doing something. Why don't you just?
You do this every single day.
I'll go on mute.
Us with a model that you have in your own head.
I'll go on mute.
While presenting a model that you don't even believe in.
Do you get the argument, Lou, that I'm making, which is if you can have both centres, then you're saying both have an equal claim to being the centre? Do you get that the logic of that argument? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Because I'll shut up about it if I get the strong sense you get it.
I mean, I've thought about it in the past, like when the what was it called? What was the I think it was a flight tracker that had a northern azimuthal. I forget the name. It wasn't FlightAware, was it? No. But there was Null School, Null School had a northern azimuthal projection that they used to flight track everything. And as soon as flat earthers got a hold of it and started making a big issue out of it, using it as a flat earth proof, they switched. They got rid of their northern azimuth and changed it to a southern azimuth projection.
I think that's funny.
Yeah, it is kind of funny, isn't it?
Like, it's funny, yeah. That's what I do. I will deliberately take like, if when you search a map, 2 maps come up, and there is a group of people in the world who claim, who believe, but refuse to claim or denounce the southern. They refuse to denounce. That's what I would say. There are people who refuse to denounce the northern A projection map who can't disprove the southern. So they've taken a thing that if you search for a map, only 2 things come up, and always these 2 things come up, and that is a northern and a southern. If you look for 2, you can do an equidistant map from anywhere. You can do it from any city. It's in fact how they make bomb. Like if they're intercontinental missiles can go 4,000 miles. That's how you do it. You make an equidistant map around that point, and then lines of latitude are those which will get hit by planes that go that far. Right, so you can center it on anything you want, but generally it's centered on the north and the south. And if you've got a group of people who refuse to denounce the northern centric map but denounce the southern centric map, they need to explain why. Right?
No, I disagree with the need to. Like, there's no need to explain anything. We can, like, an explanation is just a story.
Sure, but it's saying that southern-centered could work. If I don't have an explanation against it, I'm saying southern-centered could work.
You're trying to put some kind of burden of proof on us when
I'm just pointing out that it's equally valid.
You're trying to put a burden of proof on us when all we're doing is poking holes in your model.
Bro, first of all, this is not even serious. He's showing you something to help you get this idea. This is like not even a burden of proof, bro.
It's not something that I haven't thought of.
It's a creative way to help you think. That's all.
Lou did say he'd thought about it. Sorry, I'm badgering a bit. You were fair enough to say you had thought about it, Lou. I don't know why I'm badgering. I'm being a dick. So what would change? How would you test that? Because I think Australia looks the right shape for me, and I've travelled a lot of Australia.
You've never seen all of Australia. You don't know what shape Australia is. It's like saying I'm American.
I've told you about my
I know the shape.
Right?
I'm American. I know the shape of America.
Have I told you about my trip though?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Allow me to regale you of my trip. I have on previous trips taken things into the red. Oh my God, that's way too big. Into the red center. So that way, and also down to the high country twice, right? And then in another trip, I went up
Did you map
I
the
went
continent?
up here.
Did you map the
and then
continent?
over to here.
Its shores and its distances when you did that?
Is it out there, right?
Just
So
by
I think that's a
driving
pretty
from place to
good.
place, you had it mapped.
It told me exactly where I was, and the distances were all correct.
Did you use a map to get from place to place, or did you map the place?
I didn't use a map. Yeah, I'm not pretending I mapped this place, but I'm saying I've tested that as one individual. Australians are big road travelers, right? So we've done that. We would know if it were the other map, right? I think that's what you would say. So tell me where you've traveled in America.
This is just a reification. Like, you used a map and you got to where you were going. Therefore,
I'll make the point.
Is true.
No, my point's a little bit different. I'll be able to make it now if you tell me where you've traveled in America or where you trust. Help me put things out. Where's New York here? That's already up in Canada, isn't it?
I've never gone to either East or West Coast. I've gone to Florida.
That's New York.
New York's on the East Coast in the northeast, and then
that's LA.
LA is in the
Washington,
southwest in LA.
So, where's Washington? Would Washington be like there? So if Washington's there, I've caught a bus from Washington to New York. I sat behind. It was so weird. I sat behind it was like watching a theater the whole time. I just sat like with my eyes bolted to the backs of their heads, listening to their conversation. Where she was a prostitute and he was
literally where they are. They just follow their GPS or the before GPS.
So what do you think about
or navigation on their phones or in their car systems? Before that, you just followed a map and you looked for landmarks and you said, "Okay, I am here."
Sure. What I'm suggesting is
traveled that amount of distance. You don't know.
Right. What I would know. Let me tell you what I would know, because FE is obsessed with what it can't measure. Always talks about what it can't measure. I want to talk about what you can measure, and what you can measure is driving north-south, and what you can measure is driving east-west. These should be square, right? So if that's square, that means that distance is way more than that distance, right? If you're going sideways, you're going to go faster. You're going to be moving twice as fast across the country.
You're still trying to hold us to that AE map as though it's our
map.
No. As though it's...
No. I'm on the south center. I win. I've got the right map because all verticals are parallel. We know that, right? We know that the Earth is flat and stationary and the luminaries move around us.
So now all you're doing is reversing it. So now all of the distances in the north have to be farther going east to west.
Sure. Yeah. Now you've got a problem in America. But I don't have that problem on my map. That's why I've picked it, because I'm in Australia and I've done that, and that looks about right to me.
Well, lucky for you.
Because these are close to square.
Lucky for you that AE map is not the flat Earth. It's just a representation that people have used in the past without knowing the implications of it. Like, it was a conception.
And why was it thrown away?
It's a map.
Why do you not defend it?
Came up with. It's a fucking... Look, it's a fucking globe map. That's what it is. Okay, like it.
Sure.
We don't fucking deny that.
Sure, and it works. It tells me how likely I am to be getting cold. It tells me how high Sigma Octantis will be in the sky.
Every time you guys fight against the AE map, you're fighting against the globe.
In what way? Tell me what you mean by that.
It's a map of the globe.
But I mean, the north is still north, right?
North is a center on that map.
What did you say? Every time you talk about the AE map, you are what?
Arguing against the globe.
Thanks. Sorry, I should have written it down at the time. So in what way? So what?
It's a globe projection. If you know how to read the scale of it, it's just another projection of the globe. That's why the UN and all these other fucking government agencies use it, is because it's a sprawled out version of their globe. Like, it's... They want to have an all-encompassing version of the Earth to show two-dimensionally to everybody, to prove to you that they control you in everywhere you go.
Fair enough.
It's their map.
Would it be normal? If the Earth were a globe, that would be normal for people who claimed to be doing what they were doing, though, wouldn't it? If the Earth were a globe.
No, I want to focus, actually, instead of being steered around by you, led around by you.
Sure.
I think it's pretty interesting the way that you responded when I pointed out that a center would take a symmetric Earth and that it would require knowing the boundaries, and that we were actually following the sun when we map something, that it's actually mapping the path of the sun over the Earth and not the Earth itself.
What we know is there is a circle.
You agreed with that and said that's actually an interesting point. But you don't want to talk about that. You don't want to discuss that.
We can talk about that.
You want to continue to straw man this AE model.
Sure. So tell me about it. Like, make the case for me in full, and I'll write it out in posties. What you got for me? Say it. Let's do it. So it's about the center. You said the center.
No, the overall shape of the Earth is unknown. We don't know it. The overall size is unknown. We don't know it.
We can't know the center.
The habitable land, we know somewhat, and the path of the sun we know fairly well, right? Like we base our above the Earth. So now in this case, you have to imagine a flat plane that could go on for quite large distances beyond what we do know. But it would only be the path of the sun in a circular path that we judge all of the distances and all of the locations of all of the continents and all the places.
Yeah, we know the path of the sun. I agree with you. Yes, and we know that's how we map out all the continents. I kind of agree with you on that.
I wouldn't even say that we know the path of the sun. That's also based off of an assumption. It's a fairly good assumption because we can go to the north and we can see a 24-hour sun. You know, like
or in the south.
You guys say that, but I don't know. I've never seen.
What I can tell you that I have seen is days get longer the closer I get, and that's the same in exactly the same relationship it is in the north. So the closer I am south, like when you're at the equator, your days are pretty much 12 hours. There's very little fluctuation, but the closer you get to the poles, the greater the difference will be. Such that the closer you get, it just gets all day daylight. I have only seen all day daylight in the northern Arctic Circle, but I've seen increased daylight or increased darkness actually also another time when I've been to Tasmania, for example. So Tasmania is significantly far south from me, and I'm like, oh wow, it is noticeably different, and it's chilly. It's known as a chilly place. All of the photos have come from there. But you're like, oh, those people are chilly. They're not like us up in Sydney getting burnt, or those people sweltering in Queensland. We can see it getting chillier. Right, so we know the path of the sun. You're absolutely right, and that's why we pick the North Pole as the center. That's why it has to be the AE map because let me just finish this and then you can respond. We know the path of the sun is what you said, and I will say to you this, which I'm typing down. Yes, and oh my God, why is it so small?
We know fairly well is actually what I said there. I said we know fairly well the path of the sun, and this is over geographic locations of the Earth. But
so yes, and the path of the sun is a circle is my response. So that's what I need your response to. Is the path of the sun a circle?
That part is basically an assumption. Like,
okay, what shape would it be better described as? The path. If you pass,
I can't give you a better alternative because I would agree on either the flat or the globe Earth. Like a circular
both,
path,
they would say it's a circle.
Makes the most sense. It really does.
Right.
But
so if it's a circular path, the question now is that circle has a center. Yes.
If it's a circle, yeah, presumably, yeah.
Because you said you cannot know the center of something unless it is symmetrical, and I agreed to that. That's how we got here. And you said, but now we've got a circle. Circle is symmetrical, so you can have a center. In fact, definitionally, it's the easiest one to find a center because it's equidistant from every point, right? So we know that there is a center of a circle. And we can have a rough idea that it's probably going to be a measurement of nautical miles, a nice round number of 90 times 60 nautical miles to the center from any point on that circle. Shouldn't it be? And we know, but we know that
there are some nuances to be had there, like how just because it's a circular path doesn't mean it's a perfect circle. Kind of like how you guys claim like an oblate spheroid instead of a perfect sphere.
Sure.
The sun could have a slightly irregular path deviating from a perfect circle. And
right.
and its speeds and its heights, and if it's even a physical thing, there's a lot of stuff to be considered.
Sure. I would suggest to you that I can do this and I can show you how I do this. And that would be, same as All Glory started with, the lines of latitude will be, as I go a certain line of latitude, the day will get longer by a super predictable amount. Right? So I cannot go all the way to the North Pole, because just the same as, like, let's say there's a street light in a car park, and you want to know where the center of that street light is for some reason, but you can't get there. Let's say it's behind a construction fence, but you want to measure it for some reason. Could you stand on 3 different sides of it and measure the angle up to it, and then using that information get the point that's in the middle without being able to stand on it? Do you agree that's a possible thing to do? To know where the bottom of a straight telegraph pole was by being able to see the top. Are we?
I think you finally passed out.
Do you get what I'm saying, Jerry? Because this is just Euclid, right? Euclidean circle would have a center. And
yeah, I'm kind of half paying attention, but what's your overall point?
Well, the good news is I'm a flat earther now.
Oh, I love when you're a flat earther.
I'm just a flat earther that believes in the South Center. Because I say, I can look up and I can see Sigma Octantis, and it's quite high in the sky and everything circles that point, and the sun circles that point, and it's a very cold point, so that's my center. All verticals are parallel, just exactly as you always say, Jerry, all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane are vertical.
Well, what if I said that there's no straight light rays, and up and down are relative, and
I mean, it's insane. Do you have any evidence for up and down being relative? That just to me sounds like, I don't know, theological nonsense. Where did you come from?
Listen, you just don't understand.
Well, what is there to not understand? I'm sick of being told by these bloody globers that I don't understand. I understand what up means, and up means up. And if I'm standing on the beach with my mum and I say, can you point at the sun? We both just point up. Right? It's not one's pointing up and one's pointing left because they're a little bit to your side. Like, that's just ridiculous. All verticals are parallel.
Hey, who are you to question what thousands of men smarter than you and I combined have already determined?
Yeah, did they get paid for their work?
Yes.
So these geniuses got paid for their opinion and they went, hey, by the way, it's a globe. Okay, yep, sure. Did anybody pay you for your opinion today, Glober?
There you go. No.
Have you been paid to turn up and try to convince us we live on a globe?
No, it's just so obvious that, I'm just here for entertainment.
Sure you are. Back day after day, you're just here for entertainment. If the Earth really were a globe, you wouldn't be coming back here telling us.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to drop out. My phone died, and I didn't realize it was.
There's low. I said there's low.
There's low.
Phone died. I didn't know it was so low on power. I didn't mean to drop out like that, but it is getting late, and I do have to go very soon. But I just wanted to have it for the record. I didn't just disappear on you.
No, you're good. I wouldn't have thought you would. I assumed the best. So if it was an imperfect circle, it would have a kind of center, was where we were at. If the sun goes in a circle, you would describe that circle around your North Pole and you'd be correct. I describe that circle around my South Pole. All verticals are parallel. We live on a flat, stationary plane.
I'm willing to consider if you could, sure. I don't see how that would defeat the flat Earth. It
doesn't. It proves the South-centered flat Earth.
It doesn't really matter.
Well, it does. It does to me. My north and south versus east and west take different times.
It would just be an equal, but a equal reversal of the way of thinking is all that would be.
So you would agree it's an equal reversal of the way of thinking.
I mean, that's all it would be. Is if you're gonna, since we're doing the AE map thing, right? Like, if we're gonna consider that, if you did a northern versus southern azimuthal projection of the AE map, then if we're gonna say that it could work this way on the flat Earth, then instead of Antarctica being the border of everything, then the North Pole becomes the border of everything. It's equal but different.
It's equal but different. So equally valid? I like it. All right, I'll stay here. I'll keep coming back as a flat earther then.
Okay, as long as you get to be the center of everything, you're cool with it, right?
Yeah, it's been my whole life till today. Like, everybody knows about me, right? I was an actor, I make YouTube videos. I love being the center of attention. Yeah, sure. I'm not shy about that.
We're going to make eggs the center of everything from now on.
Yep. That's why the South Center. That's how we're starting. I'm going to put that up here. It's a commitment you've made to me today. We're going to make eggs the center of everything.
You might not want to put it because, like, I'm known for being like one of the very few flat earthers who goes like outside of the bookends and boundaries and accepted speech that is allowed within this fucking community.
It's interesting you say that. Tell me more about what you mean about that, Lou.
Well, I stand on my own 2 feet, man. Like, there seems to be a lot of followers in this community that and often when I try to speak out, I get talked over and shunned and told to shut up because it's not what we as a whole, a collective, believe, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
So you feel a kind of you're bullied to present a view that the collective believe?
Sometimes, not always. It depends on who's there trying to shun me.
Yeah, there's always going to be that kind of effect in psychology. It's a normal, natural effect where there's peer pressure. That's why the globe is so prevalent. And you're always shunned to stay on the globe all the time, everywhere you go. Like if you just go out in public and just, wear a flat earth shirt, you'll see that you're going to get heckled and all sorts of things people are going to say to you. It's because they want you to stay in that in group, right? They prefer you to be in that in group. And if you're not in that in group, then you're going to be shunned. And that's exactly how the schools work.
Yeah.
Right? You want to get a good grade. So yeah, of course that's going to be on the flatter side too. And I would like to think, I don't know, I would like to think that I am like Lou and I also march to the beat of my own drum.
Nice. It's interesting you say that. Why are they starting out so small? So do you think sometimes you might be in that group, like that it's not like you're one person or the other? To me, I'm like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, you go to you start a new activity, or you've got a group of friends, or you support a football team, right? And you go, oh, he's the best for the team, and no, he's the best for the team, where it's like, if it's us against the other team, if it's Manchester against, Arsenal, then I'm fucking Arsenal through and through. But then when I'm with my Arsenal people, I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like we have to present a concerted, a singular face, So sometimes you're like wanting to go out on your own, but I also recognize in me, sometimes I'm like, no, I am part of the collective and I am trying to get you to fall back in line.
Well, I think everybody takes a little bit of a, everybody shines a little bit. They like being accepted by a group, but I find individuality to be even more rewarding, like stepping away from that group just a little bit at least. So where they can notice that you're not the same. You stand on, where you're able to bring something new to the table. Like that's very, very rewarding. And in fact, you'll be rewarded on both sides for doing that. Like somebody like me or Larry or somebody, like if you're willing to step away from the crowd and say something new, then people on both sides of the fence will recognize that and bring attention to it and be interested in it. And they'll like that you're not just another clone.
Except for the clones.
Do the clones think they're clones? Are there any clones who are like, I'm not very individual? Though? Like, I don't feel like I'm a clone. Does anybody here feel like a clone?
I don't think you're a clone. You're actually. That's why you stand out. That's why you've lasted so long. Like, you've seen the clone Globers get fucking discarded day in and day out, and you stick
They
around.
get triggered. I get triggered too sometimes. Yeah, but typically, yeah, they get triggered. But it's a weird kind of person that comes to this, you know. It's like a weird outreach, aggressive skeptic.
When you can formulate your own arguments and like think on the spot and come up with something relevant, it shows that you're not an NPC, right? Like, it shows that you're a free thinker, and people look up to that, no matter what side of the fence. If they're intellectual at all, they have to respect that.
So it sounds like you're saying that the others wouldn't like this South Centre. Because I'm looking forward to arguing on the side of flat Earth.
The vast majority wouldn't, and personally, I'm not like partial to it, but like I can see the reversal like as a possibility, but it means that the North Pole, if you're gonna go with this, sun-centered Earth and an AE projection, one being north, one being south, and you wanted to reverse it, then instead of the South Pole being the borders, the ice wall, then the North Pole is the ice wall.
Yeah.
But the problem there is, I guess, is that the North is much more like traveled and explored.
People stand under there or stand on ships or go. They actually go to the North Pole.
Yeah.
This is the issue, and that's kind of the point I'm raising, right? But I'm a flat earther for now. I'll be flat earth for another couple of weeks till people get sick of it.
Yeah, you're just a self-centered. You're an egg-centered fucking flat
egg-centric rather than egocentric.
An egg-centric flat earther. Yeah. I like it. I don't accept it, but I like it. I don't accept it, actually. Anyway, I do gotta go. Good talking with you.
Right there, mate. See ya. I kind of want to play some Helldivers, actually.
I'm surprised no one asked Peter the question that would expose the magic trick when he was in here.
What's the question that would expose the magic trick?
Well, Peter said that there's a drop. Like if you're looking out over the ocean or anywhere really, and you get a drop, and that's his globe
Yeah.
proof. Well, yeah. So if so, the question is, well, if you looked from point B back at point A, would you have
Yeah.
to look up?
Exactly. And what did he say?
Well, nobody asked him.
Yeah. This is why you need to be able to jump in, because that would have completely exposed the globe. You'd have absolutely blown it right open. We've got to get somebody, get him back in here. Ask him that question. That's it. Because he will have to be like both yes and no.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I really want to believe the globe, but there's too many contradictions. I don't know.
They can't keep their stories straight. Is the issue? Like they tell you one thing and then they're like, hang on, gravity's the answer for that one. No, it's not. It's refraction. Sorry, we forgot refraction. And then if they're like, oh, it's electro something, you're like, this is going to still come back to refraction.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't.
I think
get their
Larry
stories
wanted to say something. Larry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's always a just so story. It's a affirmation. It's always, an explanation without experimentation.
Sure, yeah. Just like some guy just turning up, just going, oh, here's what I read on Google.
Right.
Just, you can hear them tapping away sometimes where you're like, you don't even know the distance to the moon. And they go, yeah, I do. And there's this long pause. And you're like, I can hear you type. Even though I can't hear you typing, I can hear you typing because there's this long pause. And then after 30 seconds or something, you're going to say it like you already knew it. Like,
and then school us.
I don't believe you. Yeah, exactly. And then pretend to sit here and be like, well, the thing you don't understand about gravity, it's like, oh, yeah, this thing you heard about 20 seconds ago. You're now the expert on it just because you can Google it.
That's
ridiculous.
Crazy.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
I really like this version of eggshells.
Well, he's being consistent tonight.
Just arrogant dorks.
Whale penises.
People had a crack at this Helldivers. It so pushes the globe, this like spheres narrative.
What are you talking about? What are you guys on about?
We were talking about the South Center and how, like, obviously Earth's flat, right? But
looks
what's
flat.
the center?
Good question, man. How far down have they drilled?
Yeah.
What's the record?
8 miles or something, isn't it? Kohler borehole?
8.2, I think.
Hey, yo, eggshells. Eggshells.
Yeah.
You've been doing this for how many years now?
Don't know, good question. Since whenever the thing happened that shut us all indoors for ages,
5
and I
years,
had lots
bro.
more time on my hand.
About 2 or 3.
2020. So 4 years?
Yeah, that's it, 2020.
Well, happy anniversary.
Thanks, man.
It's coming up.
Eggshells. Why is it always the same shit with you then for 4 goddamn years?
Because I'm so good at it, probably.
No, you're actually really bad at it.
Right.
I mean, who did you ever convince that the Earth is a ball? Like, if you were so good at it, you must have convinced somebody. Now, who did you convince?
I hope I haven't convinced anybody, given the Earth's flat.
Well,
please
we
don't
all
tell me I've
agree that
convinced
the Earth
somebody.
is a
Did I
you
break
haven't,
somebody?
no. That's why I'm asking
Did I
you.
deceive someone?
Well, that's what I
Right.
want to know. Do you know of anything
not.
like that? Oh, you hope not. Sure. Just like Scott Mackey. Oh, snap. Hey, what's up?
Do you want to like finish
Dude,
that
man,
bong hit
what
and then
is-
get back to us?
Look, I just got to hit crypto up. Man, boy, what the hell's going on out there, bro?
Oh, you're asking the right guy the question. Oh,
I'm like,
my
holy
God.
shit, man.
Hey, Earth, dude, did you at least listen to me when I was telling everybody to buy crypto?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, so
But
you bought
it's
some
just like,
cryptos?
it's so stupid, dude. It's like,
It's amazing. I love it.
I think it has to do with the election year, man. I think. What do you think, man?
Well, it has
I
to
don't know.
do. Listen. I can get really fucking crazy on this subject, right? But just
No,
do
you
the
can't.
numerology. Yeah, just do the numerology on the year we're in right now.
Oh, the dragon year. Yeah. We're
It's
good.
not just the J, it's the 8.
It's
Yeah.
8.
Yeah,
Right, so
that makes sense.
go read the meaning of what number 8 is.
Money and karma.
Mm.
There you
And you
go.
know whose life path is number 8? Yours
Yours.
motherfucking truly. That's right. Yours motherfucking truly. I fucking numerically root to number 8. Actually, it's 35, but then it's 8. Yeah, 35 is a crazy
Dude,
fucking thing too.
you're finally sounding normal again. There was a hit. It was touch and go there for a minute, man. I'm like,
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You just didn't have that same ass kicking attitude, man. It was.
What
It
the
was a
fuck are you
little.
talking about? I was just yelling like fucking an hour ago in
Oh,
here.
I'm
Get the
not.
fuck
I'm
out
saying
of
like
here.
weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. You were kind of a little more low key. Maybe.
Oh, you talking about the pre-surgery, pre-hernia
I think it
surgery?
was
Yeah.
post. I think it was post
No,
surgery,
it's
but
pre. It's pre.
anyway, yeah, you were hurting,
I
man. I could tell. I'm like,
I
shit.
just
You
got
sound great, man.
my fucking hernia finished. Yeah.
You sound great. That's my. Anyway, you're back.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, man.
Go ahead. You guys want to? Crypto's kicking ass. That's all you need to know. Get some.
Sure. That's all you need to know. Hell yeah. I like that.
We got a few regulars in here. Good. Scott Mackey's freaking server muted. Thank you. Whoever did
Good.
that.
Like always. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't
Very
deal
much
with him
appreciated.
this late at night. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. No.
I mean, I could deal with him. It's just I don't want to. Yeah.
Exactly. I'd rather just hang out with you guys. Maybe somebody new.
Right.
Yeah. We got any newbies in here? We got. Anybody want to talk about the upcoming eclipse, or is anybody going to go see it?
Yeah, it's coming to me.
It's coming to you, Larry. Yes,
Most of North America
bro.
will see it.
So it's about 474,000 people or something. I heard. Fuck, I don't know.
There's gonna be there's certain people that are gonna see it all. There's gonna be some people that are gonna see partial.
Right.
I'm gonna see like 75, maybe 80% of it.
That's not bad.
It shows that the Earth is flat based on the angles there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is, man.
I saw the one 2017, man. I
saw that one too.
I was dead ball center, right over the fucking middle line, and it was cool. It was great. Something
And I kept
to see.
looking at it bare eyes. You know how they say, "Don't look at the eclipse with your eyes." I fucking was staring at the motherfucker with my bare naked eyes.
Yeah, me too, man. I was right on it. But
it was so sick. I mean, I never felt anything like that before.
It was pretty bitching, man. But I drove 1,000 miles one way to see it. I'm not gonna fucking go to Texas, man. I just came from Texas back in January, but
hey, what up, gentlemen?
Talking about the eclipse coming up in about a month.
Oh, the Great American Eclipse, yeah.
The second one. We already had the Great American. Yep. Now we got Great American 2.0.
The Big X.
The Big X.
That's the Big X.
I love the
AKA
Big X.
The Big X.
It's gonna wipe out America. We're all doomed. It's over. That's hilarious, man.
We got Vlad in the house. What's up, Vlad?
Yo.
Fuck, man. This is like old school. OGs in here, man. Damn. Fucking.
Hey, Larry.
Games?
Hey, Larry.
Yeah.
I saw you ride your bike, and I saw how the bike lifted up the car, and how the car crushed you. I saw that.
Let's see if there's any globers. Let's see if there's any globers in here.
Yeah, we were looking for them, man. I was shouting out. Anybody new in here? Speak up, or forever hold your peace, man.
I think the Earth is a globalist globe.
You might be right about the globalist part, but I think it's flat, and I'm pretty sure
it's globalicious, bro.
It's globalicious.
Globalicious.
That's pretty funny, man. I like that.
Hey, Jerry's a glober. He said he was a glober. Hey, Jerry, why is the Earth a ball?
Well, because it gets dark outside, and I
There
drop
you go.
stuff. And
Right, the
Congratulations.
Earth's a ball because it gets dark, and I drop
It's
stuff,
such a
bro.
typical argument. It's like, just because here's what I see, then that's definitely globe. Why are they?
Yeah.
Eggshells
the
is
worst
trying
argument.
out. Eggshells is trying out his LARP because he started taking L's, so he wants some W's
Eggshells
in the
is
house.
he's practicing on being a flat earther. He's working on it.
He's like, dude, every time I come in there, I fucking lose the debate. I need to win. Okay, let's do it, man. Flat earthers, let's go.
Let's go, man.
So now he's on team flat. He's getting it wrong though because his argument's already all screwed up. He's talking about he's talking about the Antarctica being the north and not the south.
Being the
So
north.
he's already screwed. Yeah, your north is your south. Your south is your north, right?
Oh, are you saying you can prove that's not the case? Awesome, I'm ready to hear it.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know, and we do this. I do this to people. Flat Earth. Listen, when you say that you're a part of like the community, Flat Earth, and all that, that's not going to save you from making bad arguments. If you make a bad argument,
part of the community.
you gotta stand for it.
I think the community,
No,
as we were just hearing about, kind of forms ranks and says, "Oh, you can't say that to people," and they don't like that. That's what I thought I just heard people say. Which makes sense to me. I don't want to be told what I can and can't think by another human being.
Oh, you can.
We're not allowed to
you can
discuss
think
that
whatever
here.
you can think whatever you want, but it's not backed up by validation. So there's that, right?
Sure. Which
You can
one's
think
backed up
whatever
by
you want.
validation? Let's validate one or the other. Show me how you do that.
The crazy guy down the street can say a whole bunch of shit, but it's not backed up by validation. So it doesn't fucking matter what you say you are. You could be a flat earther all day long and say wrong. You could say wrong shit all day and say I'm a flat earther, and that's not gonna mean a hill of fucking beans to like
Unless
what
you
you
can
really
prove
are.
it. Is that what you're saying? Unless you can validate it. Cool.
Oh yeah,
Great.
you bet your ass. You bet.
I can validate mine. For sure I can validate mine.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me show you how you can validate yours, and let me just toss you a little something, right? Because you seem to say that you know what you're talking about. So let's just test the metal, shall we?
Sure.
So it's pretty simple, right?
Sure.
If you were to say that the map of the Earth has been already validated, would you say any type of map?
The Earth?
Yeah, map. M-A-P, right? Map.
P. Sorry.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, so the map of the Earth can be validated. It doesn't matter what map you pick, right? Because it really
Can be validated. It can be falsified. I think any map can be falsified.
I like how you jump into the middle of my sentence with the beginning of yours.
Yeah, back
I
off,
like
man.
that. It's really cool.
Back
It's
off.
really cool. I like that. So let me just finish what I'm saying, and perhaps you understand. So whatever map you pick out, it doesn't really matter what map you pick out, Eggshells. So long as you pick out a map projection in name. Once you pick out that map projection in name, I want you to go ahead and validate it somehow. Because apparently you know what the whole entire Earth looks like to say that the Antarctica is in the center of your flat Earth. Right?
Hang on, I need to know. Hang on, can I understand that logic? I need to know what the entirety of the Earth looks like in order that I claim a center. Is that your argument?
Yeah. You bet your ass.
So is that a standard we're going to stick to?
Oh, you better stick to it.
Okay. So the standard is, explain to me the standard. The person who picks the center has to have validated it. Is that your standard?
No, you've already given that. Well, you said some flat earthers think that the north, whatever you claim the north is for the AE map or whatever, that's going to be one standard, and then yours is going to be that the south Antarctica is the center. Is that not what you said?
You can pick whichever center you want. It sounds to me like you're not bothered about which center I pick. It sounds like you're concerned about whether I can validate it. Is that right? I need to be able to validate it.
Right, Eggshells. Isn't that not your argument earlier? Yes or no?
My argument is I'm a flat earther now, and the south is the center.
Right, that's what I just said. So some flat earthers will say the AE map is consistent with reality, yada yada, on and on, right? And you say
they'll try to say that.
Right, and you say Antarctica is the center, not what somebody else would claim like the North Pole and such.
Sure, yeah. Right? I think it's got a better claim for the center.
Okay, so it's a dichotomy, which means that they're saying that, you're saying this, correct? Or did I mistake that?
Just saying we now have two equally valid claims. I heard Lou saying they're kind of equal and opposite and they're equally valid. And I agree with that. I think that I think that I can make a strong argument for mine. Maybe you can make a strong argument for yours, but I think we both agree it's got to be one or the other.
Yeah, no, that's a false dichotomy, as a matter of fact.
Okay, tell me what the other option is. Where else could be the setup?
No, well, the other option is you don't know. So
we don't know where the sun travels? We know the sun draws a circle, roughly?
No, that's incorrect.
No, it doesn't roughly draw a circle around the North Pole.
Yeah, that's
in your
incorrect.
worldview.
So, right.
Okay.
So no. So let me explain something to you. The idea of the whole world as it is per a map projection has been already thought of in both sides, both camps, right? As in the path of the sun has been realized, right? So then you got all kinds of things like, seasons and all kinds of things worked out in that particular reification idea. So they're trying to reify a model, basically, of the path of the sun. So in that particular model or map projection,
reify a model of the sun. Tell me what you mean by that.
Yes.
We know the sun's subsolar point, right? Then we know the GP of the sun. We know the point that's directly under the sun.
Yes.
Okay.
When we talk about points on Earth, we're not talking about paths. Points aren't paths, right? Would you agree or disagree?
I mean, I think we know.
Would you? I'm sorry, but I didn't hear agree or disagree right there. I didn't hear agree or disagree right there. I need a confirmation.
Tell me again the question, please.
No, well, why are you losing the plot?
Standard.
Yeah, but why are you losing the plot? Because you're saying subsolar point. Did you not say that?
Yeah, subsolar point. We know where that is,
okay.
right?
All right. So is a point? Follow along the path. Is
a point travels along a path? Is that what your question is?
Is a subsolar point the path?
No.
Of the sun. Okay.
No.
Thank you. No. So go ahead and continue. Well, I don't know where you were going to go, but I just wanted to make that very clear.
Subsolar point travels around a path that is roughly circular. Every day is circular. If you look at seasons, it sort of makes its way to the pole to the tropics, right? Never goes beyond the tropics. The subsolar point is never below the tropics.
All right.
Right.
So what's your validation that it's going around in an oval, in a circle? Go ahead and give me your argument for that. How'd you validate that?
Sure. The path I always see it in could be described as circular, and I know that the subsolar point, in terms of the distances from those points, is best described as something pretty close to a circle. Plus, I never see it deviate. Plus, that's the simplest shape it could be. Plus, I have no reason to think it's any other shape. So when I apply those heuristics, I think it's more likely than not than the sun's path does probably travel in a circle.
Okay. So what I heard you say basically is what most of the mainstream rhetoric scientific communicators would say. This is our best guess. You could summarize it with that.
All anybody can do, right?
Well, but that's what we're getting at here, right? This is our best guess. Most of the scientific communicators would fall in line. Well, I'm just trying to kind of clarify what's being said. So let's just not, muddy the waters with all this flowery words that you don't have to do all that. Let's just get concise here.
South's the center. All verticals are parallel. Very simple language.
Right. So yeah, but just let's condense it. Let's not go monologuing on and on. So once we figure out,
I said 5 words total.
No. 5 words. 5 words isn't what you said. So
that was as little as I've said in a fucking lifetime.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is that it's all comes down to a best guess. This isn't something that has been validated. Now you could say for sure it strongly suggests something, right? But it doesn't confirm it.
Strongly suggests. I think I'm happy with strongly suggests.
Right, but still, it's not correlation is not causation. So we're not going to go ahead and say, well, yeah, we know that the sun, because if we know certain geographic locations on Earth, that these points that we're drawing along, we can make a circle or something close to that. But you have this idea, just like everybody else, of what the whole entire Earth looks like.
No. Do you have an idea what the whole entire Earth looks like? Have you validated any of this? Have you picked a center?
No,
You've picked a center and you haven't validated. So evidently validating is not required to pick a center. Your whole argument falls apart because of the fact that you don't even uphold that standard. You pick a center, you picked your center, and you didn't have any validation for it. You're saying it's equally valid.
Eggshells, did you hear me pick a center?
You've got to pick a center. You've got to pick a center.
Did I, Eggshells, did I pick a center?
You're trying to argue against one center. You picked a different one center, right?
Did I pick a center, Eggshells?
Huh? Yeah, you picked a center.
Did
Absolutely,
I
you picked a center.
center? Yeah. What center did I pick?
You picked the North Pole.
I did not pick the North Pole, dude.
Sure.
Why are you
Okay.
sticking
Why
words
is it
in
not
my
the
mouth?
North Pole?
I didn't
Why is
say
it not
that.
the North Pole? Have you picked
I'm
a
gonna
center?
tell you. No, I didn't pick a center. I'm telling you, I have not picked a center. Why do you keep not understanding
Go
what I'm
for
saying?
it. Tell me how you
All right,
haven't picked a
so-
center.
Right, I haven't. So
Mhm.
here's the thing, though, that you're not realizing. Once you say that there is a center, you already formalized a specific orientation to the whole entire Earth. So you started to.
What do you mean you picked an orientation?
You've gave the Earth a specific orientation. So think about this, right? Continents.
What do you mean by
according to-
orientation? That's the word
Well,
I'm
I'm
lost
about
on.
to tell you if you don't jump in and talk over me. I'm about to tell you.
Uh-huh.
All right. So we're talking about landmass orientation in relation to one another. So continents and such, like when you travel from, let's say, Italy to America, right? You want to know like what orientation you're going to face, north, south, east, west, all this kind of good stuff, right? So you want to put everything where in respective to one another. So everything has to fit in some type of map, projection, model, or something, right? Would
To
you
travel,
agree or disagree
yeah.
with that?
Of
Yeah,
course,
would
yeah.
you-
You can map.
you
You
agree,
can
right?
map the Earth. Is that
Okay.
question? Yes, you can, and it is advantageous to map the Earth.
Right. So
The better your map, the better the advantage.
Oh, yes. But do you know what the orientation is exactly, so that we can put the continents in
No, you pick
relation?
an orientation arbitrarily.
Okay, so it's not really known exactly how everything sits as far as the continents and such, right? Like,
Well, we know that one good center is the sun. We know that if we draw a center is the North Pole, right? This is what your model dictates, necessitates, right?
I
We
didn't
know
pick
that
a
there is
model.
one place that. Okay.
You're straw manning me. You're straw manning me.
Okay.
I didn't pick
So
a
where's
model.
so explain how there's no center to a thing. Is it finite or infinite?
Yeah. So I didn't. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going
Go
to say, he was asking you about your center, Eggshell, which is
Oh,
centered
sure. My
in
center's Antarctica. It's a small, it's a small island. People have travelled across. People go down there and blog. They show no indications of a military presence, despite regularly multiple Australians and people around the world know people who've been to Antarctica.
And all the other continents are arranged around this center.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Okay.
And there's a big
Do
ice
you-
wall at
Right,
the end of.
right. So
North Pole.
I know you're LARPing. You're LARPing because you wanted to get all glory on your good side. You want to have him in your back pocket to launch him like a
No, all glory
a
and I just get
a
on.
robot. You want to launch him like a robot toy against Flat Earth, and it's not working. So, anyways, here's the thing that you don't understand. Even if you side with him and you want to make this straw man argument or whatever argument you're making right now, because it's fallacious already. It's fallacious.
Why is Scott
right?
muted?
Don't worry about Scott. He's going to be writhing in chat. Let him writhe. Listen, but for now, you have made an argument out of saying that Antarctica is the center. I didn't claim a center. You did. So
Sure. I'm saying it's I'm saying that's why I'm picked that center.
All right. So back to that. How do you know that that's exactly what it is? The case.
I don't say I do know exactly what it is. I don't think many of my other flat Earth brethren who pick the North claim to know what it is. I think they just say that's where it makes sense to be.
That's fine.
Given the
you LARP.
available information.
That's fine that you LARP. I don't really care. That's you do you. But what I'm saying is that argument in and of itself is not going to stand, even if you say you're LARPing for a flat Earth, because nobody would
I'm
claim.
not saying that. I'm saying South's the center.
I know that what I'm trying to tell you is, even though you say that, how did you validate that? In what way?
I mean, the same way my brethren did. We kind of came to our best guess,
Brethren.
as you put it before.
Best
yeah,
guess.
same as my other flat Earth brethren. My other friend flat earthers who understand that large bodies of water do not curve.
Okay, point me.
That straight isn't straight and level and horizontal.
HL, dude, show me in this room anybody who's claimed that. The AE map. Because obviously you put a false dichotomy. You said you claimed that Antarctica is the center,
well, you
but
don't
your
have to. No, my worldview doesn't depend on yours.
Right. But you said your flat Earth brethren had said that the North is opposite of your Antarctica, right? So some people would claim that. You don't claim that. Okay. So point out to anybody in this room, name one person who's claiming the AE map or the Gleasons or something, as that's the true Earth. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just go down the list and see who
Please
I've got
do. Please
ideas of that
me.
from.
This is what the other guy was mentioning before he left on how
Subdued. I've definitely had a chat
here.
with that about that with Subdued. Sorry to cast you in there, mate, but I've definitely seen you presenting something that was north centric. I think it was a weather pattern map.
Who?
Get me
Who did you say?
if I'm wrong. Subdued, I think it would have been.
Subdued,
I know I would have
really?
got, like weather patterns going around going, look, I think I could be getting this wrong if it wasn't from him, but that donut of red going around the north center. A map, of course. What else have I seen? I mean, show me a depiction of the flat Earth that doesn't have the north at the center. That's what I'd challenge you. All Glory's got a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, man. Look, there's guys that put these things up there and say, look, this is what the flat Earth is, but that's not in this particular arena. Nobody in here that I've heard of that has been a part of 24/7 ever claims that. Now, if somebody has, point them out so that we can talk about it, at least so we can find out what is the reasoning behind it. Because not only will I ask them,
I think their reasoning. I think I could steel man their reasoning for you, if you'd like me to.
That's fine, but not yet, eggshells. But like, what I'm saying is, for the moment, right? Even if they claim that, you claim something different or opposite, I should say, because your north is their south and their south is your whatever. Like it's backwards. But if you guys both have that kind of mentality, I would put both of you on the stand and say, I need both of you to give me the validation for how you know that's the case. Now, for you, you've already gave it to me. You said this is my best guess. Now, they haven't yet. So I need to hear from their side how they validate it. And that's the thing. So they can't validate it. Neither can you.
Well,
it's the same thing.
I think, like I said, I think I could do a steel man for them. I think they would say, there are circles, which I've described in many different ways. One of them is just the time, so not the subsolar point of the sun, but where that sun is on the land if you pointed a straight line at it. So at one point it's on the horizon, then it comes up and it's at its highest point, and then it goes down. And wherever that is in the sky, you can know the timing of that. And if you travel east and west, I think they would say, these people, as All Glory did before, if you travel east and west in Canada, you will notice that the day, you can drive a shortish distance and change the time in the day significantly. Whereas at the equator, you have to travel, the closer you get to the equator, the longer you have to travel. I think that's what they'd say to you. It's interesting because that's what I say too. I say lines going east and west. Keep up with the sun.
Really, niggers. Honestly, you're a globe earther, but your LARP is whatever, right? And by the way, All Glory is a concaver, so he might have a different perspective even still. But what we're saying here is that those flat earthers, whoever they are, these mysterious flat earthers, they're claiming the AE map, as in that's the true Earth, right? And you're saying, no, my Antarctica will be the center, and challenge me, bro. Excuse me, but what both of you are doing, you're using a reification fallacy to support your premise. And that's never going to be the case for somebody to validate anything. As a matter of fact, you both should say, this is my best guess, which really is a road to nowhere.
Yeah, that's what I think I say. Yeah, it's my best guess, given a bunch of things. It gets colder as we go towards it, and we can know how far we are from New Zealand, say, and we know that both of us will start seeing Sigma Octantis rise in the sky. So what we can do is
that's great.
Go that line
Let's
of
ask
latitude
Alpha
shrinking.
Verita this. We hear what you're saying. Do you have a better alternative to model the south hemiplane than he does? Do you have a better model?
Great.
So
question.
listen. So yeah, this is a great question. But their answer to that is that nobody has the ability to be able to.
If you're not a truth seeker and you're not interested in seeking truth, sit down. Kindly, respectfully.
It does sound like you're not trying to seek truth, because seeking truth would be making a map and then testing that map, trying to disprove that map, and then being able to, at the end of that, go, here is my map. So is a map not truth? Is a map not useful in proportion to how truthful it is?
Eggshells. You're not the arbiter of what a truth seeker is. Okay, you're not the arbiter of that. You're not saying, I'm telling you what a truth seeker is, and this is what a truth seeker should be. Bullshit, dude. You're a fucking globe earther.
Does a map tell the truth? Does a map tell the truth?
In context. Let's put this in context, Eggshells, shall we? You are a globe earther LARPing for flat Earth because you're tired of taking the fucking L's when you come in the room.
And the south
so
is
you
the
want to
center.
win. You want to win
Earth is flat and the
sometimes.
south is the
that feels
center.
good. Yeah, that feels good sometimes when you
Well,
win,
yeah,
right?
some people are
And you
easier to
hate
beat
losing.
than others. It does feel good.
Well, that has nothing to do. That's just bad arguing overall, right? You might be
It is a
listen.
bit,
You might be
yeah.
able to hold your own. I'll tell you this much, eggshells. You can hold your own in a debate. Not to say that you're right, but there's certain
Oh, thank you, man.
variables in a debate. No, I'm just calling it like it is, right? Like some people have trouble with you even as a glober, like, and I don't. But I mean, other people they seem to struggle with your type of logic. They don't catch the things I
Yeah.
know that you're good with. You have cunning linguistics. You're kind of up there with a lot of people. Anyway, beside that,
Cunning
I'm not going to give you any more flowers. But
That's nice.
the thing is though, a lot of people, they don't know how to navigate conversations and they struggle with knowing, anyway, let's move away from that. So getting back to the idea that we're going to solidify points in an argument using reification models or maps is not going to be the way for us to get to an endpoint. It's just going to get to a point.
Is reification a key issue here? Because I need to understand what you mean by reification and how this is reification in order that I can understand the point you're making.
Sure. So like, let's say like we're looking at a map. I don't pick one, right? If I say to you, okay, the Mercator projection, I'm going to stand on that and say, prove me wrong, bro. And you're going to come at me with like, well, dude, I got, you pick another one, right? I got the 1942 aerial map, or what? It doesn't really matter. You're going to put something against what I shown you. Now we're both going to have points we're both going to have good points, I guess, solid points, right? I can tell you how, if I was thinking like a glober, which, the Great Circle course over the part where I'm launching from Australia to, I don't know, fucking, China or whatever, like that is going to be different than what you think a flat Earth would be on your 1942 aerial map. It doesn't work. Like I could say something like that in an argument, but at the end,
are you explaining what reification is? Because my understanding is reification is like this. Is sort of
no. I'm reifying a position that it doesn't have any foundation in falsification or validation. So I'm just telling you.
That to me is not what reification is at all.
Yeah,
can I share with you? Can I share with you what I think reifying is, so that we can?
Yeah, you can
choose one or the other.
Yes. Yeah, you can do so. I got a few more minutes left, but you can do so. I'm just trying to get as much as I can in with my lunch break. So basically, all you're going to be doing when you do that with your little Antarctica in the center or whatever, you have a position to take, right? And you have to at least,
it's a good position.
At least from your vantage point, you don't have a specific map to reify, right? So you don't have something that you can point to and say, look, this is what I'm talking about. Nobody's going to see that. Although the AE map and all that still has flaws, and we won't get into that. But like they will have the same issues, but they have a map. You don't. So you'll just have a, I don't know, common sense idea of like what your argument is all about. So you don't have something to reify. They do. Their position would be like
reify is still this word I'm stuck on. Where reify to me is mistaking the map for the territory. So in essence, sort of behaving as if you
got
like,
3 minutes.
The map is the thing that you're trying to do. You go, well, we can get there. What do you mean it's going to take us all afternoon to get there? I can put my finger there right now. And you're like, well, that's a map, right? It's mistaking the map for the territory. What I'm talking about is quite simple, which is just going, if I drive east or west, does that change the time of the day? And can I use that to draw a circle in reality? And is that circle going to tell me something useful about reality? Like, can I pick the amount of nautical miles to the center of that circle and use that to navigate, for example, because I know where the sun's going to be? None of this seems to me like reification. Like, this just seems like it's a good idea to figure out, if you're living on the Earth, how to get around it. And one of the best ways to do that is a map, and a map is as useful as truthful as it is. And therefore, the best map's always going to win, right? You'll easily pick a bad map because you'll be standing somewhere and it'll have the wrong thing somewhere. It'll be the wrong latitude and longitude, or the roads changed and now there's an overpass. So we want truthful things. We can build truthful things, and they all come out, showing the South as the center.
I had to mute him. I'm getting back to work, so somebody else can pick up the conversation.
So why do even military maps, no matter how good your calculations, require confirmation of your navigation?
What do you mean? Why do you need confirmation of your navigation? Say more about that.
Or you can walk 400 kilometers. You can walk 400 meters along a bearing. No matter how accurate you're trying to be and your calculations are, you've calculated your grid to magnetic angle.
Yeah.
You know what your magnetic variation is. You plotted your bearing. You correctly transferred that into magnetic, so it lines up with your compass.
Right.
And you're walking along your paces, along your bearings. You still have to confirm your nav along, even just walking 300 or 400 meters. If you're talking jungle, even 100 meters, you've got to constantly.
I can believe that. Yeah, sounds right.
Reaffirm your navigation. The reason being is that maps are simply a representation of a portion of the Earth's surface. They're not gospel, man.
Sure, I'm not saying they are. I'm saying the more truthful they are, the better they'll be. Right? It's one of the major. That's one I was thinking about, because like Pakistan, to try to make it difficult for India to invade, both sides have this idea that border towns are poorly mapped and often show up differently for different people. Because they don't want the Pakistanis to be able to come in, pick up a map, and suddenly know how to get to like straight down a highway, for example. So yeah, I think, like it's intel, I imagine. I've never been in the military, but I always see them saying in movies that like, you know, it's all based on how good your intel is. That's how successful you'll be. And all my maps, you've seen the South Pole, right? You've seen the South Celestial Pole.
It's a fair enough. That's a fair enough call. What I'm getting at though is, so you're talking about in your belief that there is this map that shows that the south, the center of the Earth. You claim that others claim that the north is, and if they have, they're probably idiots. Whereas most of us are not claiming that at all. We're not claiming an accurate map. We're not claiming an accurate model.
Well, then I guess we have no discussion until you make a claim, and you're not presenting a position to be discussed, I guess is what you're saying. I have no. Well,
you were going on about reification, right?
Right.
What is the definition of reification?
It's a misunderstanding something that is conceptual as something real, like thinking guilt is a thing, or that are mistaking the map for the territory. So the common saying that is essentially intended to be an indication is like the map is not the territory. Another way that it sometimes, more often I think happens in reality, is people go to these personal development courses and learn about love languages or something, and then sort of mistake that as the entirety of complexity of human interaction. You've got to be like, the map's not the territory. That could be a good way of looking at things, but don't get too obsessed with this idea and thinking this idea is real. But generally it's meant to be misunderstanding a model for reality.
Not too bad an explanation, man. Not too bad. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I got a bit of lag at my end. Weather's pretty shitty here. I'm up in North Queensland. Right. Reification is basically taking abstract for reality, or a lot of times using consensus as a basis for reality. And this is exactly when people come up with these models and come up with these maps and everything like that. And you can have a map. I'm going to be generous here. Let's say you have a 1 in 25,000 map of a military training area. Let's argue, just for argument's sake, that thing is, you're not going to get that high, but say 90% accurate to scale.
Sure.
You still got 10% of error in that thing. And the only thing that is actually
error will be different ways, I guess, too. Keep going. Sorry, I meant to interject, not interrupt.
No, you're all right. No. That's a fair enough point. So the point that I'm trying to drive at here, mate, okay, and where I'm going with this, and I think is what Alpha was trying to get to as well. I think he was very clearly trying to get to, is that essentially it's assumption at the end of the day, and you can't use that as a basis for an argument and say it's real. So it's all well and good, but for yourself,
I can use my best guess, right? I don't think anybody's validated the flat Earth. They've still done their best guess after doing a couple of measurements, right? That's all we've done to prove that all verticals are parallel.
We've got best guess, but again, like true flat earthers, the true flat earthers, we don't make claims as to North Pole, South Pole, ice wall, any of that. And anyone who does is look, there people have their own beliefs, etc. But to make a claim and say that is 100% correct, they're either delusional or they're fucking lying to try and win an argument. Because
or they've used that argument in the past and failed to defend it and now avoid making that argument, I think is what actually happens. Very hard position to defend, but people did, like, let's be clear, what's his name? Mark Sargent was making it and selling it. There's a flat earth thing. There's many people, not in this room. This particular room's gotten out of that habit because it's been a debating room for ages, but many of the forums and the TikToks and all sorts of other places don't say there's definitely no centre. They don't say we can't know what centre means. They go, no, it's very clearly here, and here's what the Earth probably looks like, and here's why flight patterns match up. I think we need, like, it looks to me more like this refusal to pick a side is an acknowledgement that it's probably wrong.
Not necessarily. Look, I know why you're saying that, and you're clearly a very astute individual. What I am saying, what I am saying, okay, if these guys have done that, and I haven't heard that in this room, and I've been in this room and the other server now for a bit over 2 months. So I haven't been here for ages, but if someone's trying to argue balls to the wall that, North's located exactly here and South is located exactly here and there's a fucking ice wall and, the firmament's made of frozen oxygen and ether and all of this shit that cannot be proven via the scientific method, then all they're doing is shooting themselves in the foot. Now, is there a center of the Earth? There would obviously have to be a middle point somewhere, just like in Australia. You and I are both from Australia.
Yeah,
there is a central point in Australia. Yeah?
Well, I think you can debate sometimes if it's not. I think there was a good point made before by Lou, which is you can't, if it's a symmetrical thing, it can have a center. If it's asymmetric, you might have a debate about how you choose that center, but that debate would probably involve measurements, and those measurements would have an objective answer. So I think, yeah. But, because Australia's a bit wonky shape and you could probably have a bit of an argument, it's still going to end up near Alice Springs, but where exactly it is. Unless it does have a center, unless it's circular, and then you're like, okay, what's the center of the circle?
You're still an asshole.
Hey, Eggshells, are you going to go over the gyro compass or what?
Well, I'm a flat earther
No, you're
who
not.
knows that the South is the center.
You wish you were.
So
No,
I don't
it's
know
not.
why I'd need to talk about gyro compasses anymore. Because gyro compass is, something orbital motion.
Hey, why are you bullshitting?
What? Something
He's bullshitting,
orbital
man.
motion.
The point I used to make about gyro compasses, that obviously I don't make this point anymore, but the point I was making when I did make it was that gyros can detect rotation, and that gyros can detect rotation. Obviously, I realise now I was mistaken, and they don't.
Oh, you're probably mistaken about a lot of things, man.
Indeed. I keep learning that every day. Every time I change my mind, I realise I was wrong before I changed my mind, so I could be wrong now.
You're probably always wrong, bro.
It's possible.
Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter what you do. You're always wrong.
Well, could be a wrong'un.
Huh?
No,
I don't know.
Could
I'm
be
never
right
wrong,
guy at
bro.
the wrong time.
No, you're just the wrong guy at the wrong everything, bro.
It's nailed it.
Everything about you is wrong, bro. How does one become like you?
Lucky, I guess.
Oh, no, definitely not lucky, man.
Is that a good answer or not?
No, definitely not.
That made me want to punch myself in the face.
You're terrible. You're a terrible person.
It is a fucking terrible thing to say, but it was
No,
funny.
you're a terrible person, bro. Straight up.
It wasn't like that surprisingly
Not
funny,
nice.
but just. Hey,
Oh.
all glory. How are you, man?
Doesn't matter. It is what it is. Eggshells knows why he is what he is.
Do you reckon the north's the centre, Vlad, or do you reckon are you with me on the south, or do you have a different centre, or are you in no centre?
Listen, buddy. I've never fucking been there. I'm not gonna tell you shit I don't know. So you're just speculation land, and if you want me to speculate, I can speculate.
Sure, yeah.
But I'm not like, listen. I have the best speculation because I'm not a dumb fuck like half these guys that fucking talk out their ass, especially Lunatic. That guy's a piece of shit, just like you. Anyways.
Demons.
Anyways, what I'm about to tell you.
People who aren't here.
Right. Shut up, man. I fucking cuss you out every day, so why are you still crying? Listen, every time I talk to you, Eggshells, what, I don't cuss you out?
Let's just carry on, man.
How many years I've been cussing you out for and you still doesn't care? Like, it's fucking stupid. Anyways.
Almost
it's like you like it's like you love the abuse. It's fucking nuts. And I'm not the only one that cusses. I'm not the only one that cusses you out. Probably fucking all of 24/7. Anybody that's anybody cussed you out. Oh, whatever. Fuck you and your demons, bro. Shut the fuck up. Nobody's talking to you. Okay, Eggshells. So I'm gonna speculate to you the center, right? So the sun is oscillating between Capricorn and Cancer, right? So the season's changing. I stood on my balcony for a year. I'd come out on my balcony at the same time at noon, and I would measure the angle of the sun to the horizon.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
From my point. Oh, yeah, I did that. Hey, buddy. Right? And not only that, I know where it rises and where it sets every day throughout the whole year. So, in the summertime, when it's right on the Capricorn, on the line, it's rising from the northeast and is setting to the northwest. And not only that, you got 15-hour daylight. So I swear to God, it's like maybe it gets dark, and then by 5 in the morning, like you see sunlight where it's coming out, and you see the attenuated light, so the gradient and where it's coming from. See, light attenuates over distance. Another thing I'll explain to you, like I always fucking do, you dumb fuck, right?
Yeah,
over distance, the light is
You did
attenuating.
remind me that lights attenuates because I thought I just was like, no, obviously light stays exactly the same brightness from its source on forever.
Well, see, you're fucking retarded, right?
When can somebody point out to me this fairly simple reality?
What,
is
the light
untrue?
attenuating?
Yeah, I've been wondering where you were my whole life. I'm so glad you came here on this day to tell me that light attenuates.
Okay, so now since you understand that light attenuates, right? You can pinpoint the source of where the intensity is coming from, right?
Can we?
Right,
By where it's
yes, we can. Yeah, no, buddy. You could. The closer you get to the source, the more intense it gets. That's why it's attenuating away from the source.
Things get dimmer as they get far away. Okay, I'm keeping notes.
It's attenuation of any fucking energy source, pretty much. If you got an oscillating like a wave, you're oscillating waves. They attenuate over distance. Same with fucking radio waves. You got all kinds of shit that does that. You know, so and there's harmonics involved in that, and the further away it goes from the source, the bigger the harmonic. Anyways, motherfucker, what I'm trying to explain to you is that
good enough.
With all that information that I just gave you, the attenuated light source, the north to the east, right? Pathing shows you where the center is. The sun moves around the center.
Sun moves around the center, and where is that center?
Well,
is it? Do you think it might be
mark the sun location? 4 locations, right? You go, let's say, to Canada. You stand under the sun, okay, from this point, right, and then you shoot a line towards the other point on the other side, and then you go then you do another 2 points. So you make an X, right, on the circle, and then all of a sudden you find your center. God damn. Easy.
What about the other season, bro?
Do you think it might be somewhere
And it's
near
all in
where
degrees too, because it's a 360-degree circle, right? So it's not that hard to position yourself at these points.
So do you think it could be Antarctica? once you did that? You could
No,
find it
it's
was
not
Antarctica?
Antarctica. Because I live in Canada, moron, and I see this shit in real life, and it only happens in the north. Go fuck yourself. Go
It
fuck
only
yourself.
happens where you happen to be looking at it. That's an interesting
Well, no,
theory.
because I get. Oh yeah, no, and then it go come wintertime. Guess what? No. Listen, come
It happens
wintertime,
here
it's
'cause
still
I see
circling
it.
around the northeast. It still goes. It still goes to the north. It still turns towards the north, buddy.
Okay, I'm
Sorry to say,
I
your shit
shouldn't have.
doesn't fly.
It was funny. It was funny.
It's all going
Why
towards
doesn't
the
it do
north.
it in the south? Because I live in Canada.
No,
We all...
no. Dumb fuck.
Well, I don't know. It's debatable.
Wait,
what's debatable?
What made you break character?
Nothing made me break character.
You're a
He's
fucking
here trying to
moron,
say
bro.
the South's not the center, and I said why, and he says because I live in Canada.
Yeah, well, he lives in Australia, and everything that happens in Canada happens over there too.
Well, I don't know what happens in Canada.
No, because he didn't
But I
understand.
just-
See, that's the reason why he thinks he jumps right on the whole because this motherfucker didn't understand the whole thing that I told him, right, about how the sun path fucking goes, right? All he does, and then I really literally exactly what I said. I live in Canada, motherfucker, and I see this shit. Right, so you can literally know that the sun is going around the north. And when I ask people in Australia about the pathing of the sun, they tell me exactly what I fucking speculate. You stupid motherfucker.
Hey, what may I ask?
What kind of question?
What season? Like what
And
month of the
that's
year
why
was
you
it?
have a lot of Australian. That's why there's a lot of flat Earth Australians. So this is the only off fucking shot. Like this is the idiot of all
Linktree.
Australians, my friend.
In his model, the sun goes around the Tropic of Capricorn, which is
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
it's the same way.
No, it doesn't.
Bro, you're so
No,
low
it
level, bro.
doesn't.
You're so
No,
low
you're so
level.
no, because that's how you
You're so
fucking
gay kept,
sound.
bro.
That's how you do it. That's how you're doing. You come
Like,
just
it's
because
like
you go and
you're-
state a statement
you
doesn't
think
make it
you're
true.
mocking-
No, I think you're mocking me. You sound like that.
This is
Look
what
at this. That's exactly how you fucking sound. No, but that's how you sound. I'm just fucking projecting what you're fucking projecting here. You're coming here saying nonsense. So better be fucking quiet when I'm fucking destroying
Bro,
this guy.
you're very gay kept.
Buddy, you're fucking retarded. I don't care what you say. Listen, you can talk all the shit you want, but I already
What
crushed
about all you
eggshells.
ever get from Vlad?
You can fucking try. You can eggshells. I've been destroying you for years, right?
You're
I
too
don't
dumb
understand
to
how you try and
understand
switch fucking
his
tactics
flat
like
Earth
that. That's so
model is
fucked
the
up,
reverse
eh?
of the AE. It's
just
eggshell.
whatever happens, you just
Don't even bother with this guy.
whatever happens, right? Just
Keep
make it
sharing
work.
your model, but
Make
ignore
it
that
work.
guy. He's too dumb to get it, anyways.
Skinny Vet and I are having a
Whatever-
nice chat. Oh, g'day, T-Dub. You're here too. Aussie Hour.
Yeah, howdy. Yeah. So whatever you need to do to say to explain it, anything away, just do it. That's what Globers do.
Sure, yeah. We see Sigma Octantis high in the sky, so it's more probable that Antarctica is the center. Plus, like, people go down
it's
there and
not.
vlog from there and stuff.
Pure bullshit.
So I think the south is the center.
Can I ask
You
a
can think all
question?
you
It
want.
seems
Explain everything.
about the center of the circle that is drawn by the sun.
Can I
No,
ask
it's
a,
not.
can I ask a question?
Evidently. Do you want to ask another?
No, it's my first one. I
Okay.
just jumped in about 10 minutes ago.
All right. Well, let us know if you've got any others next time.
All right. Well, I just have one question for you, Eggshell.
For me. Oh, g'day.
I am aware that there is what we call a North Star, right? What
Yeah.
people call Polaris. Is there an analog to that in the South? And
Sure.
if
Yeah,
so,
Sigma Octantis.
No, it's
Okay.
not. That's bullshit.
Slightly, it's much dimmer,
not a
but it's
no, it's
slightly
not.
closer to the
No, buddy.
point around which all the stars circle.
How
okay,
about you
if
show me some? How about you show it to me? How about you show us? Okay, listen. How about you show us fucking Australian
Sigma Octantis?
guy looking at Sigma Octantis? Oh, let's see an
Working it-
Australian
Bro,
look
you're
at the
sounding
Sigma
cognizant as
Octantis, right?
fuck
And then
right
have
now.
somebody in South America look at Sigma Octantis, and somebody in South Africa look at Sigma
I think you're
Octantis at the
cutting in and
same
out.
fucking
Can we get a
day.
moderator on this
Let's do
guy?
that. How
Can I
about we
ask-
do that?
You can't handle it.
Can I finish my line of thinking?
Yeah, I love it. Go
Can
for
I
it.
ask,
How about he asks? How about he answers the fucking question before you interrupt?
Yeah, that was all my joke was before. Just you already asked me a
And
question.
anyone else
my,
here?
Yeah,
Mike?
go for it, Mick.
the latter half of my line of thinking was, if there is, or if there was an analog to the North Star in the south, do we have time lapse video of that?
Yep.
Depicting an inner sort of circular kind of path that it would take over an extended period of time.
Yeah, let me find it for you. It's called the South Celestial Pole, and you just plug that into the YouTube, and then you'll get a bunch of time lapses of it. So, there is one I know of that claims to have been done from the point directly under it, but loads of them are taken from really nearby, and then you just look really, really, really close to them, and the closest one you can see is going to be very dim, and it's going to be Sigma Octantis.
Okay, so if that is true, and we have time-lapse video of a south star, and we also have time-lapse video of a north star, we have a problem, because these two cannot coexist.
Right, exactly. The north is false. The south is the center. Down with the northerners.
What would be the information to support the claim that one or the other is invalid?
Right. Well, I live in Australia for one, so that definitely means the south is more, likely to be true. Because I can see it from where I am. I can see the South Celestial Pole. I see Southern Cross is on our flag.
I live in the north. I'm in Canada.
You're just mocking.
And I can see the north. I can see the
I
north.
was just joking then, because that was legitimately, what's his name's response.
I think that's what he meant.
No, the reason I think it's the center and it's got a better claim on it is there's a few other things where I've never seen anybody on the North Pole, but I've seen vlogs and stuff and research centers, and if it's guarded by military and it's so much, the size of it should be way different. And it just can't be that size. If I can catch a flight down there and take a petrol plane on a tour, a prop plane that takes a few hours to get from this base to that base, and those bases are in fact thousands of kilometers apart. I know how it looks like a DC-10. It's just not doing it. Is one reason. I know that Sigma Octantis is high in the sky, so I can tell my elevation to Sigma Octantis, and it's higher in the sky the further south I go. So I'm just saying there is a point of land under which Sigma Octantis is, which is called Australia. But I've got the same reason for all the rest of us flat earthers to know that standing bodies of water do not curve.
Okay,
we call it water level for a reason, and obviously the south is the center of this level plane that we exist upon.
Okay, so again, we have conflicting information.
Sure.
Because one bit of evidence would suggest a South Star time-lapse video, the South Star creating an inner circle kind of pattern. And we also have claims of the North Star doing the same thing. So so somehow that is going to have to be unraveled, because otherwise these two things cannot coexist. So you're saying
this is calling. Sorry, just a second. Sorry, just a second. Sorry, my missus is downstairs. I can't make her way around. I'll be back.
So we're all in limbo. How nice.
Yes.
But you guys, I guess the rest of the panel here's my point, right? We're at an impasse, basically. Yeah. I'm not even sure how any one claim of one being the true video or a valid video or credible versus the other one not being. I have no idea, no way to unravel that. I've seen numerous ones of people claiming, hey, this is Polaris, right? It's the brightest star, all that shit, right? But none of the other. So how am I to say, oh, all these other ones are invalid, and this one of this southern star is true? I have no idea how to do that, right? So we're at an impasse.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I got no idea. Just it all boggles my mind.
Starting to sound
You know, trying to.
starting to sound a little bit more like a LARP than anything.
What's that?
But like,
Who is?
poison the well, you know? Like, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Who's poisoning the well?
Eggshells.
Yeah.
Eggshells is a piece of garbage if you never met him. Just so you know.
No, I haven't. I'm new to this server in the last month or so. I've been listening to the YouTube stream for a long time, and decided to jump in not long ago, say hi, and I got kind of caught in the wind, so I'm still here. So I don't know. I don't really know anything for a small handful of you guys, especially Scott Mackey. Got to know him very well.
That's another fucking character.
He's a bit model afflicted. He wants model. And look, you know what? Considering like what modern theoretical physicists are like debating these days and considering to be reality, if I was a glober, I wouldn't even fucking scoff the loopers, the Pac-Man earthers. These theoretical physicists come out with some crazy fucking shit. Try and band-aid the fucking inconsistencies in their fucking models. Fucking multiverses and shit, you know?
I mean, once I started hearing wind of them talking about dark matter and dark energy making up 97 or 95% of everything, and you know, them saying that that these things are not any inputs or any outputs of any experiment or whatnot. It's like I'm kind of like, fuck that. You guys are talking shit. Something went wrong, you know. So fuck them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, man. Whatever you need to say to complete, you know, to patch things up and to make it work, keep fucking cramming the square block into the round hole or vice versa. Keep doing that until it fits. Make it fit. Pour off edges. Some paper mache. Whatever you need to fucking do.
The funniest thing I remember hearing the funniest thing I remember hearing not long ago was from a guy on YouTube. His channel is Theoria Apophysis. I've mentioned him a number of times. Brilliant guy. Goes into field theory, electromagnetism, all that stuff. And what he points out is in established, mainstream science or whatever, no one's ever really defined energy. No one's ever really defined magnetism. They describe their behaviors, but they don't really know what it is, right? And one of the latest things or explanations for how magnetism works is they use the term virtual. What was it? What was it? Virtual. Some sort of particle, virtual particle X, whatever it was, neutrons or something like that. I forget. But virtual these things, right? It's just a placeholder variable in an equation. It hasn't been any output of any experiment, but they're like, oh, this must be explaining it, and they literally call it virtual particle X. Oh, it'll come to me later probably. Virtual particles. If this isn't the modicum of a cult, I don't know what is, man.
Right.
So you've been a glober or a flat earther for how long?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I grew up, under the spell of the globe. And a friend of mine, in passing mentioned, oh, the earth is flat about 3 years ago. I laughed at him and I kind of dove into it after realizing, hey, why am I laughing at something I know nothing about? Why am I reacting emotionally to a claim that is quote unquote so stupid? Right? And upon reflection, I'm like, okay, so if I'm going to behave like this for something that I have no idea about, I ought to at least verify.
Yeah, you're honestly, listen, buddy, you're so smart. You are very
You think?
emotionally and intellectually smart to be able to connect your emotional response to something that doesn't even require your emotions. And you were like, hey, why am I emotional to this? And investigated. Good job. Kudos to
Oh,
you.
wow. Thank you, Flatsy. That's very kind of you to say. But yeah, that's how I
I,
kind of got onto it. I was like, oh shit,
I wish I could say that for more people. I really do.
I must say that this is one example of. I mean, I should say this is one of the first few things in my recent history where I've kind of caught on to that and went down the rabbit hole, and now here I am, right? Kind of still investigating, and I'm more aware of my reactions to things in that same light now. So I kind of, I'm a little bit more attuned to when that happens, to actually maybe step back and look, right? Because of this is like the biggest thing for me in that regard, right? Beyond any sort of questions of a creator and
A,
God and a little bit of religion and stuff like that, or whatever. But this was probably the pivotal point for me in that regard.
a
So
lot a lot of people will ask you to look up the flip side to logic, being logical fallacies. But I encourage you to not only look up logical fallacies, but also your biases so that you
yeah.
can under the certain biases that you're under and maybe conquer those.
Right, right, right. Well, I must say, being here and listening to you guys talk, I'm much more aware of these things, and seeing them in action is definitely very educational, right? So even though I come in, there's a lot of yelling and stuff like that. It can kind of get like a little bit, dynamic and entertaining a little bit. Beyond that, the cordial conversations and the sincere back and forth that go on where people call each other out and say this is that, it's very uh, fruitful, and I
We try.
very
We
much
try.
yeah, well, it's an ongoing it's an ongoing thing, right? Everybody's learning, as we go, right? And I'm very appreciative of that. That's why I join back every day or every 2 days or something like that, because of you guys. That's
Well, the
why
more
that's why I jumped in. Like I was gonna just be listening on YouTube, but I figured, fuck it, I'll come in and say hi, and now I'm caught. Now I'm caught in it, So fuck it, So thank
well,
you all for your service.
well. When truth is being said, it kind of attracts the ear because it's the truth. And sometimes, if you within your own self can hear and kind of differentiate the lie from the
Jesus
truth,
Christ.
you're gonna come to it.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I would hold out on that idea because a lot of people are attracted to what tickles the ear and it's not actually the truth. So, really it just takes your due diligence and your desire for truth and objectivity. Like,
Right.
that natural laws are objective outside of any subjectivity because they dictate the way nature behaves. So that's another example of what is objective truth. You don't need to validate it because it's apparent, and by apparent I mean not
Well, well,
not
what
not actual, but like it's apparent because
Self-evident.
self-evident. Yeah.
Well, what I mean by that though is when someone's searching for the truth and they hear it, they can cling to it a lot easier than somebody just hearing the same old narrative of what we all been programmed to believe in the beginning. But when someone's truly searching for the truth and they hear it, they will grasp to it because that's kind of like that's what they're looking for, and it's not because the person speaking it, it's because the truth itself is resonating with that individual that's like wholeheartedly truly searching for it. And like that's kind of like the way the truth will work, like because the truth does not have to be defended. Like the truth is truth regardless.
Yeah, there's
But
a key.
Also,
There's
truth.
a fine. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say also truth doesn't change. And a lot of the things that are propagated as truth will change over time. That means it's not the truth. So the truth is always the truth.
right,
It doesn't.
exactly. That like science, because remember, like every so many hundreds of years, their quote unquote truth changes. But they say science got better. So now we're able to say this. Like, dude, well, that means 500 years ago, that wasn't the truth. And that's kind of the point that I'm saying. Like, when you speak the truth, it resonates because you're like, okay. And guess what? 500 years from now, that truth is not going to change because it's the truth. The truth will always remain. That's the point of in today's world. We have a world of like science, quote unquote, changing. Well, then that makes it pseudoscience because obviously, if it was the truth, it would have stood. It wouldn't have changed because that was the truth. No, it's not the truth. We've learned that that wasn't the truth. Like remember back in the day, like way back in the day when the sun was only 3 million miles away, that was the truth to them, but it changed, right?
Yeah,
So now,
that's where some of there's a little bit of dishonesty on the part of the authorities, right? Where they say, "Oh, this is
exactly
for sure the case," instead of
right.
saying, "Oh, this is our best approximation of what's true." Like, let's say there's something that is so, but we just don't know the fine details, and we venture on to try and figure out those fine details by whatever means, right? And then we arrive at a conclusion that gives us, okay, some figure of, let's say, distance to something, right? Let's say distance to the sun, right? Instead of coming out and saying, hey, this is our best shot so far. This is what we think. It's probably not accurate, or it's most certainly not 100%, but we don't know to what degree of error or margin of error it is. We're just going to run with this because it's our best guess,
Right.
Instead of saying something like that, they
Yeah,
say,
but
"Oh, this is for sure the case," and this is where
Exactly.
this is where the problem is because people cling on to, "Oh, they say it's the truth; it must be," right? So, but it was never the truth to begin with because it was propagated under false pretext.
well,
I
Exactly.
so agree.
it's good to think of it like this. The truth is something that is before you were ever here, while you're here, and long after you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Yeah. And then one of the truths we know is the South is the center of the flat Earth.
Wow, come on, eggshells.
That's
You threw
and
your eggshell. You threw your eggshell in it. You threw your
how
eggshells a wrench.
We're
how
gonna
can
have to investigate.
you say that when
That's
in Australia your compass points north and you have to hold your compass north
What do you mean? My compass points south.
to the ground?
it never points. Come on, eggshells. It never
What do you mean the
points south.
compass points north? Are you talking about what
It
color the end of
points
the
north.
end of the arrow is?
Are you gonna lie?
Compass never points south. They always point north. Eggshells. Come on,
And
What do
brother.
you mean? How do you know they point north? Like they clearly point south.
Compass. How do you hold your compass? Do you point it, or do you
You're
Huh?
point
trolling. You're
to the
trolling.
ground, or do you hold it parallel to the ground?
Hold it parallel to the ground because we live on a flat. Live on a flat plane, so of course you put it parallel to the plane. And how could you put it parallel? Here's another point: how
It
could you
doesn't
put it
point,
parallel to the Earth if we
and
lived
you're
on a
flying.
sphere? Because you would have to put it on a parallel to a curve, and we know
You
that
would
There you
parallel to a
go.
curve doesn't exist.
There
south.
you go. He's got his flattered hat today. He's got his flattered cap today.
Yeah, well, you would have to lie to say that it points south because everyone knows that it doesn't.
What's interesting to me is that a lot of globers.
Technically,
What's interesting to me is that a lot of globers, they will not accept this thing that I'm presenting, and in regards to, if the science keeps changing, then obviously they're wrong. Obviously they're wrong because and this is why I predict that probably in 500 years the sun will be not 93 million miles, because when science gets better, in the falsehood, they're going to say it's 93 million miles today, but it's going to be 100 miles, 100 million miles away, and that's going to say, well, then we were wrong today. But them in the future are going to say, well, the science got better. But technically, if you think about it, well, if we did all of our math based upon the 100 miles away, then we would not have been able to get to Mars and been able to get to the moon based on those calculated predictions of how far we had to travel, because it's going to make everything spread apart much further than what we once thought it to be in today's world. And that's kind of my point. Like, you cannot keep continuously saying the science got better, the science got better, so now it's further away. Well, if we're making calculations today, then we'd be wrong. But yet, somehow, some way, we're getting to those positions. Dude, come on, man. Like, wake up.
Got a great little singing jig for this. So it's really quick. But that river will flow on, even after we're all long gone. That river will flow on. There you go.
Very true. Very true. And it makes you think, okay, it makes you think, okay, well, if so many years ago we believed it to be only such a distance, then that would change every distance of these constellations, of these moons, of these planets from our position. So then how are we calculating we're getting to these things at a known, quote unquote, distance? So we put enough fuel, we have enough trajectory, and then we get to the point, right? But in the future, when it's way bigger than we thought it was, because science got better, by the way, science got better. So now we know it to be way more accurate, but that would negate everything we're doing today, because everything that we're doing today is projected and calculated according to the numbers today. And then we'd be wrong.
To that point, it kind of reminded me, not long ago, I remember hearing somebody mention this article. I just put it in the chat. I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but I remember growing up and hearing, the universe is 13 billion years old or something like that. Well, lo and behold, last year, scientists discovered that the universe is actually 26 billion years old. Yeah, thank you. I got the nice. I never got that one before.
That was a perfect soundboard.
So they doubled the supposed age of the universe, but all along all this time, probably for 100 years or however long they suppose that it was 13 something, right? They built their models accordingly, right? And then here we are, it's twice as big. So which one was true? This is a 100% or a 50%, depending on how you do the calculation, margin of error. That's absurd. That's not science.
Exactly. This is why I don't understand globers that believe the paradigm, because if it's changing consistently throughout history, then how can you trust those same scientists that are telling you these things as fact? How can you trust them today? Because obviously they're wrong. But they're going to chalk it up to, well, the science got better. Okay, but that means when they sent out this satellite back in the 70s and it's going to Pluto, so many millions and millions of miles away, and now we're taking pictures of Pluto based upon, well, then if your number changes, that means your whole calculations would have been off. So you would have never reached Pluto in your own calculations, in your own paradigm. It's fucking funny, bro.
There's something to that, yeah. No, it's very disingenuous for them to be saying, "Oh, this is the truth," and 10 years later, "Oh no, this is the truth, and we were wrong then." But then, in the interim, they were showing us all this stuff that was based off of the previously established truth, and then
Right.
all their results based on that. It's like how can we have any how can we have any faith in these results? Like, for example, you send a rover to a distant planet, right? Well, how do we, number one, aside from the fact that how do we know that these photos aren't CGI, right? But I mean, more that actually, it would further reinforce the idea that these things are CGI, because given this thing is probably even further out than they thought, all their calculations would have been wrong. They wouldn't have actually in the first place. So it's a compounding effect.
It's
right?
exactly. It's like, look at, to put it like kind of like simple. If I was to plot my path from Los Angeles to San Diego, and I say this is an X amount of miles away, and I fueled my tank up to go that distance, but then in 400 years, it just so happened to be like way further. Then how did I get to San Diego based upon those calculations? I would have been off. That's kind of the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, eggshells left, so we did something right.
Eggshells is just he's on the fence. Eggshells on the fence. I think he's on the fence. He's gonna just come here to he likes to have fun.
Has he been here before?
Of course, yeah. He's been the community for years. I'm just saying.
No, you
What was
can't
his
be serious.
position before? What was his position before? Is he LARPing or?
No, he's always been a Glober, but he changes every now and then. He puts on the hat and he plays a flat earther sometimes.
Okay,
He
so
just
he's
does it
playing
just for fun.
He's playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. He's always
No.
been.
Well, I think he's hit a mock, and he's openly admitted that his only intention in these platforms is to people away from flat Earth, to save them from the delusion of flat Earth.
Yeah, good luck with that. If you can't be a flat earther, you might as well choose some other troll job to perform. There's no other high ranking position here. So secondary is definitely not a globe earther. So might as well play a troll or whatever. Shout out to you, Eggshell. Goofy.
I think he left, but
He left?
I think he did. He left.
Y'all called him out. He left, huh?
Yeah, but the conversation still stands.
CB, I think you missed it. He came in here and he was saying, "Oh, the South Pole is the center of the flat plane."
Hell no. Homeboy thinks he's in anime. I literally watched anime.
No, he likes to throw
the exact
wrenches.
same thing, bro. They said the exact same thing. The South is the center. Crazy.
I busted him. I asked him, "Hey, is there an analog to the North Star Polaris in the south? And if so, is there a time lapse video of it, kind of depicting, the South Star having its inner circular kind of pattern there, like all the, I'm sure everyone's seen those time lapse videos of Polaris and stars around it, and then over time you see these lines of the trajectories of the stars, and they form circular patterns around Polaris, right? I was asking him, is there an equivalent in the south? And he said, yes, there is. I'll get it for you. And he never did. And then we're like, okay, well, then we have conflicting evidence here. How can we know which one's true? Because both of these, I've seen 5, 10, 15 different time-lapse videos of Polaris with the stars orbiting, circling around it. And you claim to have one of the south. So they can't coexist unless, of course, we actually live on a ball. Right? But then everything else kind of falls apart. Like there's something wrong with the picture. So it's like, get the fuck out of here.
Shout out to Mike, man. Shout out to Mike in here. You cooking, bro?
Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Second soundboard tonight.
You got the hand claps. You got the hand claps.
Well, thank you.
I see on deck.
Wall, Humpty Dumpty had a great fall.
Where's the GF6? Where's the Troll 46 at? Where are they at?
Oh, man, they're lingering. They're lingering for sure.
They don't want that.
Peter was in here earlier.
They don't want that smoke. Let's be honest.
They don't want that smoke, bro. Hey, at the end of the day, bro, like they're here to learn, and that's why they stick around. But they like to troll because they like to discord, pun intended. They like the arguments, but they're still here to learn. And hopefully, this is why we keep doing this. Every day we do this. Why? Because we know that those who are meant to hear the truth, they're going to hear it, receive it, they're going to grasp it. And even the trolls themselves, they know the arguments. They know why their paradigms of falsehood. But they love to troll. they themselves might realize, oh shit, yeah, that does make sense logically, but they're trolls, so they're gonna just keep disputing it. That's all they do, bro. That's all they do.
As much as they like to try to say that, oh well, I'm here, it's a circus, and I'm got my peanuts, as a response to why they're here more than you are. It's more like moths to a flame. They cannot help it.
Right.
And
right.
if you're smart, you'll wise up and see the light, and you won't fly into it like a dummy. You know what they say? What do they say about that one guy with wax wings? He flew into the sun, too close to the sun, melted his wings.
Is that
Icarus?
What's his name? Icarus.
Icarus.
Yeah. So you don't want to be like the moth, where you're getting zapped by the light. And I think that's more akin to what globe earthers or what these I don't know what you want to call them these days, but that's what they're doing. That's why they're here more than me and you. And I think some of us we wised up. We're not getting zapped. Okay, we saw the light. Okay, so yeah, shout out to you if you're a flat earther in 2024.
Yeah. You've been called out of the lies. And I look at it as like a spiritual awakening, to be honest. I feel like in these days of times, it's about those that are being called out of the lie and being shown the truth and grasping it, and then like realizing like, whoa, like we are being lied to. So like it's almost like a spiritual calling, bro. It's the great awakening, if you will. And that's part of it. And it isn't new. Like there's people been since the 1800s that were like they were like diligent. They were doing the diligent work to fight against the globe, but the propaganda superseded them. Like they were silenced. The consensus became, no, it's a globe. Just trust us. This is what it is mathematically, formulas, blah blah blah. But then later on, as we look back at what they were saying, we're realizing how fucking accurate they were in their own arguments. And it's really weird that you would think, how did people fall into this paradigm? Like we were all globers once upon a time, obviously, because we're all children and we all grew up to it. But it makes you think, like, how were we so bamboozled and believed it? Well, that's propaganda. Like that's how we grew up as a child. But when I was once a child, I did childish things. But when I became a man, I put those things away. But some globers that are men, grown folks, they can't let go of it.
Hey, listen, man. When my parents took away my little stuffed animal when I was like 3, I cried too. So when we take away their little globe, stuffed blankie, animal, whatever, they cry.
Right.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, and let them cry. We're still going to continue to share it with them. Santa Claus isn't real, Globers. Wake up. Oh, they know that. They know that, but they don't know that it's not a globe. They pick and choose what they want to believe in.
Well, they're like feminists. They're like feminists these days. They've been just propagandized. They've been told by the TV what to think. Some people are waking up. A lot of people, the feminism has gotten so crazy that people are they're like coming to a halt. They're like, whoa, this is
Yeah.
It's a little too crazy. Feminism.
Yeah, you're right.
And like I think in the same way, a lot of people will see the globe ridiculousness, especially if you're looking at the news and things like that. Like Crit posts the news all the time, space news.
Right.
That is a good way to wake up. So yeah, Globies, you're basically like feminists. So some of you will wake up, but a
You know,
lot of
it's
you
funny.
will shave your head and put nose piercings in and stuff like that and go full on with it. So go on. Go ahead.
You know, it's funny though, is that a lot of feminists are starting to realize that was also a facade. The whole
Yeah.
feminist movement was a
Yeah.
facade, and a
And they
lot of them
only
are
got
realizing that.
that from the media. They only got those ideas from the media, just
Right.
like they got their globe ideas from the media as well. They
Right.
didn't go out
Right.
into reality and observe reality is behaving this way, and therefore I'm going to behave this way. They're
Right.
saying, well, the media is saying, no, queen, you're this, you're that, you're this, shave your head. And they do it. And that's not how reality is like, no, don't shave your head. You know? Like, it's not a globe. So you have to not listen to what the TV's telling you to do
With
and go listen to the way nature says it is.
with that being said, are there any globers in here that have scientific proof that it's still a globe
Yeah,
as
creation does
we
it.
are?
Yeah, Dove says it.
Anybody? Anybody want to
Of
step up?
course not. Of course not. We wouldn't even be in the server today if they had what you're asking for. Well, first of all, it was a trick question what you asked. But if there was
It
proof of
was.
the globe, they would have provided it by now. We wouldn't be sitting here day after day after day, pointing and laughing at you globe heads for still believing in this thing in 2024.
Right.
So yeah, there is no evidence. We're at this point, we're just doing victory laps. All right.
Right.
We're doing
If
victory laps.
you think about it, there are a few globers that have recognized that this platform here, 24/7, is not a place for people to go to. They literally promote that themselves. They say, don't go to 24/7 Discord. It is a cesspool. It is a bunch of idiots. They're morons. Why? Because they're keeping their party, their listeners away from the truth. And these YouTubers that are, that will straight out say that, they know the facts. They know that globers come here and get schooled and then taught how it's not a globe. So obviously it's in the glober grifters' best interest to not let people come here to hear the truth. And I'm talking about specifically like McToon, Fight the Flat Earth, Craig, like guys like that. They don't want people coming to 24/7 Discord because they know that their listeners are going to get they're going to get taught the truth, and it's going to make them now see the bullshit lies that they are spewing because it just doesn't make logical sense in so many areas. It's actually nice when they do that. It's confirmation that we are obviously doing something right.
Well, if we were doing something wrong, we would have died off a long time ago. This
Yeah.
wouldn't be the most popular voice call in this server.
Right.
Like, you got to look around and think why that's the case. Why is the
Right.
Flat Earth VC the most popular VC in this entire server? And I don't even go, like, first of all, I don't even go into other voice calls in this server. I barely even come over here. But this is number one from what I see. So,
Right. Yeah. It's because the truth is told here, and we could smack down the paradigm that they believe in. That's what it is.
well, first of all, let's just be honest. They don't know what they believe in.
Right.
They don't know. You've had to, I bet you many times you've had to teach them what they believe or what they're supposed to believe.
Right.
They don't know. They'll say they saw curvature from a mountain.
Yeah. No,
Even the
a
most
lot of them say I saw curvature when I went to the beach. A lot of them say, have you been to the beach? I can see curvature on the beach. Like, oh my gosh. Okay. You're one of those guys.
it just shows their wig flops right off their head, and it shows that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Your most honest globe earther will say you can't see curvature. Doesn't matter how. Like you'd have to be stupid far away from the earth. Not in an airplane, not at the beach, not in a mountain, helicopter building. We can go straight Dr. Seuss. You're not going to see the curvature.
Right.
So when someone comes in here like, no, well, I saw it in a building. Okay, well, we know automatically off rip. You're just making shit up. You don't know what you're talking about even. You don't even know how big the globe that you're supposed to believe in is, which is crazy. You've just got some vague idea in your head and you're okay with that, which is wild.
You're right. A lot of them don't know the circumference of the earth that they believe to be a circumference of a sphere. They don't even know that answer. So they come here jumping in with their, with their falsehoods, and then they get schooled. And that's the beauty of this server. It's about teaching and educating people to the truth. Whether they believe it or not, you're still planting that seed and saying, hey, you don't even know what you believe in. Because we know your model better than you. Matter of fact, it's because we know this paradigm model,
That's why
which
we're
is
not.
why
Yeah.
exactly. That's why we don't believe in it, because we realize it's a bunch of shit. It's bullshit. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But
I mean, listen, if anyone was going to be a globe earther, it would be me. It would be you. It would be some of these people in the room. These guys aren't even calling themselves globe earthers. They're calling themselves anti-flat earthers.
right.
Like you're not even standing on 10 toes on a position. You're just raging and mad that we even exist. Or
Right.
that the flat earth exists. You're just upset. Fine.
You're
That's fine.
Yeah. They're mad because we are breaking down their paradigm, and they can't grasp how they could have fallen for the lie and still be in it. So they're angry about it. You're shaking the people's cores, bro. Like we are shaking their cores. Any Globers in here want to step up? You have proof, please say it now.
Go ahead. We'll
Yeah,
just let a long pregnant pause.
yeah, you have the floor. Go ahead, please. Any Globers, please tell us
I
why
need
it's a
it.
globe.
I need it so bad.
I was just gonna
Say
say,
pregnant pause, because if you say pregnant pause, that means that it's gonna they're gonna eventually come and give birth, but they won't.
Yeah, miscarriage. Actually, it doesn't even get inseminated.
I was just gonna say
And
the only person that I've witnessed so far that obviously doesn't demonstrate so much anger as the rest of them is Scott Mackey. Right, he does a really good job of containing himself, as far as I could tell. But I find it very frustrating how at this point he hasn't conceded, because he's in here all the time.
he
Right?
has to be a paid shill, bro. He has to be, bro. Like, I'm
Honestly,
just
I
saying.
don't know anymore, man. Like what I found what came to mind. His name came to mind when you were talking about people come in here and they say they can see the curve, or whatever. I mean, that's something I've heard Scott say numerous times. Standing on the beach, I can see the curve from left to right. It's like, how? It's like you can only see it if you want to see it, right? Because
Right.
like you have a predisposition, in your mind, given what we were told of, it's a curve, so therefore I must see a curve,
Well,
because it's a curve,
maybe
right? It's a curve, right?
maybe he has
It's
astigmatism.
funny as shit.
Well, better yet, he doesn't understand optics. He doesn't understand peripherals. He doesn't understand equidistances. He doesn't understand that. No, or maybe he does, or thinks he does, but he will not incorporate that to reality, because he is based upon it being a sphere, regardless of what facts and proof you show or present to him. So at that point, I think he's just a fucking shield, bro. He has to be this entity.
Hold up. Well, like he's not here, so maybe we should just keep it general about Globers. Period. You know, if they don't accept the truth.
Yeah, I didn't want to start talking shit.
It goes for all of them, though. It goes for all of them. It goes for all of them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's not just him. It goes for all of them. They don't understand reality, but they come in here thinking that they do. That's what it comes down to. Just a bunch of kooks.
I don't know. I just think they're a little bit too trusting. You know, a little bit gullible.
I think Scott's paid. To be honest,
man, someone pay me. Man, what? Like, pay me.
There's no
I'm
way.
a better Glober than them anyway. Pay me.
There's no
Yeah,
way.
it would be a nice job though, just to be here, just like to get paid, just to sit here and talk. That'd be a nice job. Cushy.
That's crazy because they're here more than us, aren't they? Percentage.
Hey, there's no way that you can be in this arena for that many years and still have the same position. There's no way. It maybe logic
is
not their forte. Huh?
I said, are you still a flat earther? You've been in the same arena for years and you stay in the same position, so you know.
No, I'm talking about Globers. With all the evidence provided, how can you still believe that the Earth is curving away from your feet and spinning and hurling through a vacuum of space?
They'll say the exact same thing. They'll say, how can you still believe that the Earth is flat, a flat disc? You know,
No. Whoa. No one says a flat disc, bro. That's nothing. That's nothing. Globers, they think a flat disc in an infinite vacuum. No, bro, it's not a frisbee spinning around. Like they don't get it.
Vacuum.
Are we playing T-ball or what was that?
Isn't T-ball for kids?
Yeah, I mean, did you set that up on a tee to like make a point? Because that's cool if you did. I understand that. But if you're, why did you say that?
No, I'm just saying they'll say the same thing. They'll say, how can you be in this, thing, see all the evidence that we've provided and still believe, it's just the two sides of the same coin, kind of.
But the disc thing is what I'm getting at. Was that like what we were?
Sometimes they'll say stuff like that, and they'll falsely misrepresent. I mean, they'll misrepresent the the paradigm or what have you.
Yeah.
Just like how he said, how he added the infinite vacuum void thing, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just didn't want anybody to get confused because they do think that. A lot of them think that. They're like, yeah, flat Earth is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That disc. But then they come and speak to an actual flat earther and we go, disc? What the fuck are you talking about? And then that causes, right there. It's like, wait a minute. This flat earth that I thought was stupid, these flat earthers are also telling me it's stupid. So what's flat earth? I love that. I love that moment. But yeah, you said disc. I'm like, hold on, bro. What you talking about? Anyway, back to you guys. I mean, not only disc, people think that there's some type of flat object sitting around close by they can pick up and say, hey, yeah, this could represent the Earth. Well, I'm here to report that there isn't one of those objects. It's not a disc. It's not a frisbee. It's not a magic carpet, piece of paper. None of those things. So if any of you globies out here think that flat Earth is a disc, you got it wrong. That's your idea.
Who knows what it is, man?
Yeah, just like they don't know what the universe is either, and I accept that. Even when I believed in the universe, I didn't sit here and pretend like I knew what it all looked like. And so, as a flat earther, I don't do that either. So yeah, I don't know, and I'm okay with that, just like everyone else is. Don't nobody sit here and well, I don't know what shape the universe is, so problems. They're totally fine with not knowing what all of reality looks like, or where the boundaries are, or all those questions they
What
ask
do you?
about flat earth. They don't have
Yeah,
any
we don't
problem.
know, but what do you think?
I don't know.
What do you think is below Earth?
How could I sit here and just start making things up straight off the dome? What's the point of that?
No, I'm just asking you to speculate. Not
I'd have
don't
to literally just pull it
make
out of my asshole. I don't know. Just like you don't know. Where do I even begin?
Because, like, for instance, you could begin in terms of in terms of scripture. Like, I believe there's 7
Nah,
Earths.
I
Right?
get that, but I don't. I know that a lot of our
So below
target
this
audience
Earth,
isn't
there's
on
another
board
Earth,
with that,
and then
so
Earth.
I don't really offer that as part of my presentation, regardless of my
But if you
stance
were to
on it.
ask what's below the 7th Earth, I would have no clue. I'd be like, I don't know if it goes on. If there's nothingness. I imagine it would be nothingness, like no vacuum, no nothing. Who knows?
I think the thing is, who cares? No one cares. It's not like a lot of people that come here to try to debate flat Earth, if you will. They go, "What does it matter? It doesn't change anything." Blah 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 blah. Well, those same thoughts, they have that about like the universe and all the things you're asking now. Like, what do you think's happening at the boundaries of reality? No one knows and no one cares. No one spends any time on that because we don't care. Because how are you gonna know?
I disagree. I care because sure, I might not never ever know, but if they start claiming that we've discovered such and such that goes against my beliefs, that would be something that I would care about.
Yeah, well, I can agree with you there. But in terms of like asking me what do you think's happening at the boundaries of reality, I don't know.
It's a better position to say I don't know than I do know, because once you start claiming that you do know, you're open to, you know, this an argument that's going to make you possibly be wrong at the end of the day.
Yeah, but say I do know fast. Say it quickly. Come on, say it quickly. Say I do know quickly.
I do know. Is that good?
There you go. I don't know either.
Flat C. Klein. Logic is unfortunately not a Glober's best attribute, because technically, in so many different cases, they have to throw out logic and reason and understanding to make their paradigm work. Because there's a lot of things, even within their own paradigm.
Yeah, but you
That
do that the Dunning-Kruger falls under biases, right?
Yeah.
So you'll need to be able it falls under logical fallacies in a sense, but it's also under biases. So these are all really good you know how we were all like hammering on each other to learn logical fallacies?
Wait, how is Dunning-Kruger logical fallacy?
I'm saying that it's labeled as a logical fallacy because you can be so confident in something that you know little about in a discussion or debate. But you can also, the flip
Most people
side
are able
of
to know.
Dunning-Kruger, the flip side of Dunning-Kruger is that you can know a lot about a subject and have a lot of doubt, and that be taken advantage of from your opponent.
Well, like for instance, I know for a fact that when we build shit, it's plumb level square. So there's nothing that you can tell me that we are accounting for a curve when we are building things plumb level square.
Well,
So
when I was talking to you, Apocryphon, it was when you're like, I just can't understand why these globers can't figure it out, and they're here and learning these arguments from us and this and that. That was showing your bias of your curse of knowledge
true,
because you
true, true, true.
know a lot of stuff and you forget what it took for you to get to this point, that you don't understand the level that they're at, and
Right.
they
Yeah, you're right.
and you can't take yourself down a couple of notches to talk to them on their level. Instead, you're talking above them.
Yeah. Well. For instance, let me tell you this. Let's say you're a mom and you have a child, and you tell your child, "Don't touch a light bulb from a lamp because it'll burn you. It's going to burn your skin." And then
I'm a
that
mother,
child, okay,
so
yeah.
I
So
know very well.
yeah. So then your child touches the lamp and burns himself, and you're saying, "I told you." So there is a bias in your knowledge, obviously, and it's a healthy one because you're sharing something that's true. Now it doesn't become true
Healthy.
to the child until they touch it, and then they know Mama knows best, right?
But
Then they're like, "Okay, Mama told me right."
yeah,
Okay,
but it's even
yeah,
healthier for you to be able to tell your child something is dangerous and causes them their boo boo, that they've already experienced a boo boo just because they trip and fall, they get a boo boo. Well, you show them that you got a boo boo because you're a careless idiot and you're putting something into the oven to cook, and you touch the top of the oven opening and burn yourself. Oh, mama got a boo boo because the oven burned her, so don't touch hot stuff because it burns you. Then they won't touch hot stuff and never have to even experience being burned because they learned from
they
your.
learn. Yeah,
Yes.
they
So
learn
your
the truth.
bias can go away if you can just show them something like, "Hey, I'm an idiot and I did something stupid."
Right, right.
You're
Oh, of course.
so
That
you can
goes
cut
that
out that
that
bias.
goes that goes back to us being all globers once upon a time. But once you come out of that paradigm, once you realize the truth, then you're just trying to speak from authority of, we know this to be because this is obviously the truth. And the truth, like I said earlier, it stands on its own. I don't have to defend the truth. Hey, listen, child. If you want to touch that lamp after it's been on for a minute, go ahead. But I know the truth. I know it's going to burn you. That's the truth. And I don't have to defend it. I don't even have to tell you. You can learn for yourself.
Well, it's
And
self-evident that it's true, that if you touch a lamp, it's going to burn you. You can't prove that the Earth is flat.
no.
What are you talking about? You can touch it for a split second and not get burned. But let me just push back on something the woman said. You said, on the contrary, like on the flip side of Dunning-Kruger, you have someone that has a lot of knowledge, and yet they have doubt, and so they're easily swayed by whoever they're arguing against or what
No
have you.
swayed, but just easily conquered by their opponent because of their doubt. You see,
I think you're wrong. I don't think that exists.
that is the flip side to Dunning Kruger. It's not just
No, I
a
don't think that exists.
it is.
I'll tell you why. Because if someone has knowledge, like, they have certainty. You cannot have certainty and doubt, together, right? They're antithetical. So if they have all this knowledge that gives them certainty, they're not going to have doubt. If their knowledge isn't good, then they're going to have doubts about what they know. But to say that someone has a lot of knowledge and is doubtful on what they know, that doesn't add up to me.
I would say there's a difference between outwardly expressed confidence and certainty in what you're talking about and inward confidence or doubt. Right? If you're arguing with someone, you see what I mean? So if your opponent knows that and sees the chinks in your armor, right, they can take advantage of it.
Well, that's why I brought up, measuring things, plumb level square, to somehow represent a curve. This is my knowledge, so I'm not going to adhere to this bullshit argument that it's curved away from me when I know for a fact that these things are not fucking curving away from me as we build these things plumb level square. Call it a bias, I don't care, but it's still me telling you you're gonna get burned if you touch that fucking lamp, because I know it's gonna do that because I know the truth. Now, if you don't agree with me and say no, it's curving away from you, well then that's like you saying no, I'm not gonna get burned from the lamp. Okay, well then do it. Go ahead. You're going to get burned.
Okay, if that's not the case, and if it's not curving away from you, then why is there a horizon? Why can I not see the Sears Tower from
perspective?
My house?
Perspective.
How would perspective limit my ability to see that?
If you don't understand perspective, I can't argue with that. I cannot tell you how.
The change in angular size and the closer to the horizon shows a wide expanse of area smushed down into a small, with a lot of information, a small portion with a ton of information that your eyes can't resolve. That's why.
That's not true, actually. You
That
just
is
made that up.
very.
No, it's very true.
Not made
No, it's
up.
very true.
No, you guys made that up.
Wow.
Mushing together, squashing.
We made up reality.
Yeah,
but you
guys made things up. I'm not going to sit there and listen to you guys making
up until
stuff
the point.
Oh
It's true up until the point your resolving power
God.
doesn't improve it.
That's not made up
Yeah.
because you see the
Earth's resolving power can be fixed with a
Get the
telescope.
most powerful telescope on the planet and point it at the horizon, and no
not a
matter how much I increase the magnification, I'm not going to see the Sears Tower.
The Earth is not
Yeah.
a planet. Anyway,
Like a mountain that is hidden behind the curvature, you can take out the largest telescope you have. You're never going to bring it back.
And the thing is,
You're
the
right.
closer I move
the
to
mountain
that
is fucking
No,
huge.
The closer I move to that mountain, the more of it becomes visible. The tip of it
No,
starts
hold on.
and then
Wait,
the rest
hold
of it
on.
slowly becomes visible.
Wait.
It doesn't snap into render distance.
Hey guys. You're right. Hold on. You're right. You're not going to see that mountain no matter how strong your telescope is. You're right. Because that telescope has a perspective from its position and it's relative to how you can see something. Like, you guys don't get this.
Something over the
But
horizon.
it's in line of sight. The mountain is supposedly in line of sight, and no matter how telescope you have, you can't see it. That
how
doesn't
about
make sense.
everybody stop talking at once? The laws of perspective go to all optics, and the stronger the optic, the further the horizon. So you're talking about towards the horizon, there's a large expanse of area that is compressed down, where there's a lot of information compressed into a small area that you cannot resolve with any optic.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the part that's made up. Compressing.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
Compressed into a small area.
Don't say it's like a resolving power. It's not optics. It's you could or perspective. Don't say perspective. It's going to be at some point. It's going to be the atmospheric effects.
It
That's
is
causing something.
Thank you.
for all optics.
You can max out on your optics. Hold up, you can max out on your perspective, on your angular resolution. At some point, they'll still, even though you increase the resolving power and stuff like that, you still can't.
So for instance,
differentiate.
For example, okay, if I was looking at a boat go away from me, it's going to disappear at a certain distance. But with today's technology, we can take a camera and zoom in and see that boat that my eyes can't see. And
yes,
if you want to throw
so much
crosses the horizon,
yes, exactly. It's going to come to a point where even that camera has a maximum limit. So,
but you bring a better one, and you still at some point no matter what you bring, you can't bring it back.
Okay. So I agree.
I could still see
agree.
that boat at that distance. The difference is it would be a small speck to me. I could not make
Hey,
out any
hey,
details on
guys,
the boat. Whereas with that camera, I could see the identification of it. I could see the name of that boat, what color it is, etc.
look. Here's the reality. We live in 2024, okay? Where we have cameras that can bring back a boat into view that's way beyond your eyes could not resolve it. But let's rewind the tape 400 years ago. They couldn't do that. They could not fucking zoom in.
Yeah.
No,
But there is also things that disappear even regardless of. Okay.
You're
hold
lost.
up.
You're lost. You're
You're
lost.
right. Apocryphon, you're right. Yes, we have cameras that can bring it back, right? And then when it disappears again, we have a stronger lens with more resolving power that can bring it back again. But at some point, you can't bring it back. At some point, even though you get a stronger, even stronger lens, you can't bring it back. So it's not about perspective or optics or resolving power. Because at some point, that listen. At some point, that becomes a limiting reagent. Okay. At some point, it's something else that's causing an obstruction.
You're missing the point.
They say
You're missing the point. You're missing the point, bro.
Atmospheric effects. Because over longer distances, you're going to have more. Hold up, you're going to have more refraction because you're going to have more pressure.
You're right.
Pressure and heat variances and stuff like that.
Agree.
So those are going to cause atmospheric effects, which, has nothing to do with resolving power.
I agree, but you have to understand that once upon a time, you could not see a boat way beyond your eyes. Once upon a time. But the fact that you can bring that boat back into view, which once upon a time was attributed to it's going beyond the curve of the earth, but they just were not resolving it no more with their own eyes. So you could get a telescope.
They could still see that boat. It would just they'd be seeing a speck on the horizon, which you can't really identify as a boat or a bird. They all look the same at that point.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. We can see a boat. We can see a boat 10 miles away with the right fucking camera or the right telescope. But
at some point, it's gonna be.
You're right.
Bottom up, right?
I agree.
So then then it has nothing to do with the camera.
No,
otherwise you can't see it.
It has everything to do with perspective or angular
resolution.
resolution.
The whole shape of you can see half the boat. It's cut off, so you can see it's large. The resolution of the camera is perfectly good enough to see the boat, but you see the ocean instead. It's blocking it.
Dude, if you're lost or that bricked in your head that you don't understand how something to go in the distance can be brought into view, and guess what? If let's say
at some point, that's the point.
Listen.
I have heard you many times. You're just restating the same point.
Hold on, listen. Let's say you bring that boat back into view with a really, really high-powered camera, and then all of a sudden it gets way further, and now you can't see it even with that camera. That doesn't mean that it went beyond the curve of the Earth. It means that you can no longer resolve it. The same thing as 400 years ago when you were seeing something with your eyes and it disappeared, and then all of a sudden you couldn't resolve it no more.
But the resolution of the camera is perfectly good enough to resolve the boat, and you can't still see it. It has nothing to do with the resolution. You can't say you can't resolve it for no reason. Either it's because the camera has too low resolution, or there might be some fucking fog or something.
Yeah,
but that's not the case, because you can actually see half the boat. You can see half the boat apocryphal. I do get it, but what you're saying is completely it's completely bonkers. What you're saying, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay. First of all, if it was a curved Earth at 25,000 miles circumference, then technically that fucking boat we're looking at should be disappearing 3 miles away from our eyes at 6 foot standing. Do you agree to that? Yes or no?
I don't know the math behind it. It might be the case. I don't know.
Well, okay. If you don't know the math, okay, but
I don't remember it in my head.
Okay, that's fair. But let's say that boat's 10 miles away, and then we get a really, really good camera, and we could see it. That means it's not fucking curving behind the Earth. It just meant that it's so far away we couldn't see it, but now we can with a really, really good camera. And the fact that you can see it debunks that it's curving away. Now, guess what?
No, but if you can zoom in, then you can see it. But if you can zoom in on it and you see half the boat, that means that there's something else going on.
No. That's called refraction. So guess what? So sometimes
Refraction,
let,
Jesus
let me put you on game. Let me put you on game, okay? Sometimes a boat can disappear and you only see it half. You'll see it half, like the water's blocking it halfway. If the conditions are right, you can do that a mile away from you. If the conditions are right, because the water is going to block it out. Now, are you saying that, well, no matter how far I zoom in, I can't see the boat?
At
No,
some
you
point, yeah.
can't.
At some
Wait,
point,
no,
yeah.
no, hold on.
At some point, it's
No,
going to be blocked off, and there's nothing you can do about it.
But but listen. The reason why is because the optical phenomenon is blocking it. No matter how far you zoom in on it, it's
There's
still going to
no
be blocked.
optical phenomena. It's blocked by
Yes,
the
it
ocean.
is. It's called refraction. No, that's the
But
optical
that if you
phenomenon
look at
is
like
refraction.
you can take boat over oceans, right? And you can look at certain days, and then you obviously I'm not going to say it's going to be completely. Can I please finish? Can I please
I
finish?
said it's a mile away. I said it's a mile away. Why are you still invoking this bullshit globe Earth? If it's a mile away,
Okay, whatever.
and listen, if it's a mile away,
Listen. That's all you're saying. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jesus Christ. You've been speaking for like 10 minutes rambling, Jesus. Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
I'm saying like please, dude, calm down. So you have if you have I'm saying not to saying like you can have like weird phenomena over like shorter distance over the ocean, for example. So you can have like refractive shit going on, you can miraging and all that kind of shit. I understand that you can have these things. On certain days, it's be more extreme than other days, right? But if you take objects that are not as affected by this refraction, right? You can look at mountains. A mountain will always, when you go far enough away, it's going to be clipped from the bottom up. You're going to see the bottom of the mountain being clipped away by the ocean. It doesn't matter what the refraction doesn't matter in this case. There you can have like refraction and you cannot have refraction. At a tall mountain, you will always going to see it being clipped bottom up, and then as you move further away, you're going to see just less and less of the top.
Again, that
That's
is
completely
called
consistent with globe Earth.
Again, that's perspective because things. Okay, so you're gonna disagree with me that
All
things in the
atmospheric effect refraction.
You're gonna disagree with me that things in the distance do not drop in angular size.
Yeah, their angular size will be smaller, but you see the whole mountain on the flat Earth.
No, that's not fucking true. Don't invoke this falsehood.
Then you're making stuff up.
No, you're not. No, that's not. I'm not making shit up. I'm telling you the truth. Things are not going to fucking disappear because of a curved Earth. They're going to disappear because of optically, bro. Because you're going to see it.
If a mountain is if you're moving away from mountain over a curved Earth, hypothetically over a curved Earth, are you saying it will not be clipped bottom up as you move away?
In your paradigm, of course, it's going to fucking disappear bottom.
And what do you see?
Of course, in your paradigm.
What do you see? You see that, right? So why should I keep thinking it's flat Earth?
No, we're telling you though, on a planet Earth, the water that is fucking level straight across from you, even that shit, a mountain is going to drop in comparison to how you're looking at it from a distance, because the further away you are,
but it's not gonna. It's not
no,
gonna.
it's going to shrink. It's going to shrink.
Not the bottom of the mountain is going to be at your eye level. It should be visible.
Oh,
the bottom of the mountain is not going to drop.
You're not getting it. You're not.
I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying, but you're wrong.
What's above and below your eye level is like as it gets higher or lower, depending on what it is, right?
Yeah.
That will increase your line of sight, and it'll cause it to be smaller in terms of angular size and harder to see.
I agree.
What's at your eye level,
but the bottom part of the mountain is at your eye level. That is not going to drop.
Yeah. And that's why it's not perspective.
It's gonna,
but Apocryphon is saying it will. It will not.
Optically, it's going to drop, bro.
No, that's wrong. The bottom part of the mountain is your eye level. Why will it drop?
Because it's going to look like it's not dropping.
Why? It's at your eye level. It doesn't make any sense.
Look.
If it was above my eye level, yes. But it's
then
not.
you don't. You were right when you said refraction. You were right when you said refraction earlier.
Yeah, I know, because refraction is going to block it out to where your eyes see it. The way you see it, it's going to be blocked out. The way optics works. Now, a lot of Glovers, they don't fucking understand how optics works. A lot of Glovers don't. They're fucking retarded in optics, and they think that. Hold on.
Optics is a very general term. So you're right to say optics, and you're right to say refraction. But when you say perspective, that's when it's wrong. It's not perspective.
Your perspective is optics. So optically, in your
Not necessarily.
perspective, okay, look at optically in your perspective, you're going to see something converge to the horizon. It's going to literally converge to it. So as it drops optically, it's not that you're all of a sudden taller than a fucking 5,000 foot fucking mountain. It just means that optically you do look taller than a fucking 5,000 foot mountain.
Yeah, but
No
will it
difference.
go below the horizon? Converging doesn't mean going below. It means it will never cross the. It will never touch it. Actually.
No. But it's the water. It's the water.
Angular size, and we can max out that size with
like you're explaining it as if it will not go below your eye level, and then you're saying it will go below your eye level afterwards. It doesn't make any sense.
No. Put it this way. If you're looking across a flat horizontal water, okay, flat. Now, from a distance, that water will actually raise up optically, and anything higher than your horizon is going to drop down optically. Now, what that little cool phenomenon does is it makes an object that's 5,000 feet high going to squish down and be blocked out by the water because the water's raising and the sky's compressing. Because that's
but
how
it will
optics
converge
work.
to your eye level, right? But it will never cross the eye level.
Why is it raising above your eye level? That's what you're claiming.
The ocean?
Water's not going to raise above your eye level.
Yeah, the ocean, according to your logic, right? The ocean, everything that is below your eye level will rise up. Why doesn't the ocean go above your eye level, but the mountain somehow, when it drops, it goes below your eye level? It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Because this goes back to light bends down, right? Let's go back to light bends down.
You're saying refraction is what is causing the mountain to drop down. It has nothing to do with perspective.
Exactly. No,
but that's
that's what I'm saying.
No.
Then you change your positional.
No. You don't. No. You don't understand how they are synonymous with each other. They're synonymous with each other.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
All perspective. Listen, all perspective is optics, but not all optics is perspective. Okay. All refraction, all refractive effects are optics, but not all optics is refractive effect. Optics is a very broad, over like superseding term, right? So it's not perspective, but it is refraction, which still is optics. Does that make sense?
Okay. Let me break it down real simple to you guys. You guys seen a straw in a glass?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I have a good example.
Okay. So for instance, for instance, so refraction is causing the straw to look like two pieces, but perspective is going to show you two pieces. But in reality, if you change your position through perspective, you will see one straw based upon your perspective. So refraction and perspective are synonymous because they obviously are the same optical effect. But if you're in the right perspective, you're not going to see that refracted fucking weird thing. You see a straw in a glass, two of them.
Yeah. All you have to do is prove that there is a refractive effect. We call it like sinking, right? So that's what you're saying. So you're saying it's like refractive, right? So then you have to prove that this refraction is in the atmosphere can cause this refraction. You have to show that the model of the atmosphere will.
Well, we know the atmosphere can do that because we've seen time lapses where you could see the whole boat and then you see half of it and within the time of an hour.
Model the atmosphere. What kind of atmospheric condition will cause this to happen?
No, this is shifting the burden of proof fallacy because you're the one that's claiming it's physical Earth curve. So you have to prove that.
We already know atmosphere. You're thinking, so that's a possible claim. You have to prove that.
How about this? Can I ask you a question?
Hey, guy, check
guess
the
not.
chat. Check the VC chat. There's multiple demonstrations of everything you're talking about. All of your questions are answered right in there.
I was going to ask actually if A guy could actually provide an example of what he's talking about specifically, so we can
You
scrutinize
see he's explaining here like the vanishing point, right? So everything is, if you're moving away from the vanishing point in a straight line, like if you're moving directly away from the vanishing point, if there is an object there, if it's above your the point you're moving away from, it will drop down. It will converge to it, right? But it will never go below it. But mountains somehow do, right? That's what I'm contending.
So
I'm not disagreeing. Everything above your eye level will drop, but you can be below a mountain and it will drop eventually underneath. Sorry, you can be above a mountaintop and it will still.
Then you just proved our point. You literally just proved our point. You literally just did that.
Make a side question.
No, that's
not related to this
literally.
conversation.
This is not.
Well, yeah,
This is why it
just
doesn't
post an
work.
observation. Just post an observation on what you're talking about.
Yeah, Guy, do you have an example of what you're talking about, so we can scrutinize it specifically?
Okay, so I
You
posted
said a
like a
mountain.
boat image. This is just a boat image though, not a mountain image, but I can post that as well.
If you're gonna post a boat that's having a phenomenon optically of refraction of the water blocking it out, then you are literally proving what I'm just telling you, bro. I'm telling you right now.
I don't know why these guys are asking for examples of bottom-up obstruction. It happens. The claim, his claim, though, the implicit claim that he hasn't really made for whatever reason, is that it's Earth curve. You don't need to see an example of it because it does happen. We don't contest that it happens. But he's saying it's Earth curve, whereas we're saying it's refraction. We have time-lapse videos showing it happened to a boat and then like it not happen. You see the full boat and then you see part of it, then you see none of it and stuff like that. All within like 4 hours. So we know atmospheric effects cause it.
Right.
Yeah,
And here's
saying
the
it
bonus.
also was caused by Earth curve regardless.
And here's the bonus. And here's the bonus. Here's the bonus. These guys are posting photos of this really, really weird beyond the curve fucking horizon. But in reality, if you just waited 4 hours and took another photo, you will see the whole boat. Because the optical phenomenon will start to drop. The water will drop because the temperature in the atmosphere is going to change that fucking phenomenon to where all of a sudden you see the boat. That is why you see the oil rigs. Sometimes they're blocked out, sometimes they're not. Because it's
That's why I said like use mountaintops because they are not as affected by like
there's the
extreme
same
refraction.
no. It's the same principle, bro. It's the same fucking principle.
Yeah, the reason why
the principle doesn't. It's you're claiming refraction, right? That's what you're doing, Apocryphon.
No, here's the thing. A mountain can be blocked up halfway. It can be blocked out, but if you wait a few hours, all of a sudden that optical phenomenon will disperse, and the water is no longer blocking half of that mountain. It will literally.
I don't think that's half of the mountain will not like that. Like if you have like if you have like a 3,000 feet tall mountain, it will not block half the mountain and then the next day and block nothing.
It might block out a quarter of it. I don't give a fuck what your measurements are on that. But the point is,
this is why I'm saying. This is why I'm saying. If you use mountains, it's going to be much more consistent in terms of refraction, right? You're not going to have these extreme effects.
It depends how far it is, man. It really depends.
If you go far away, but that's the point, right? You go far away from the mountain, right? It's going to be much more consistent.
This is why I was asking for an example before, because there are so many different variables at play that when let's say there's only one, I'm sure this is not the case, but let's say there's only one example of this that you've seen, right, to support what you're saying here. If you provided it, we could scrutinize it specifically and maybe kind of come up with some explanations for that one thing, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe only one or two of the multitude of variables are at play there, and then it could be justified, right?
Yeah.
But
I have one example.
Yeah, it's better if we. I think it's better if we have that, right? Because you're making a claim, right, and then you're supporting it with evidence, and then we can attack the evidence specifically instead of going around in this theoretical kind of loop that we are, right? So usually, as far as I know, I am new to the channel relatively, but as far as I know, that's kind of the more or less the structure that we try and adhere to.
Yeah.
This is my first time in the room. Can I, Apocryphon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to get a baseline of how we do about this. What do you think the sun is?
Oh, we're gonna move the point. Change the point.
Yeah.
Let's not change topics.
Ah, but I posted my image.
Yeah, you posted how optics works. Congratulations.
Okay, so you said everything converges to eye level, right? Everything will converge to eye level.
Depending on the distance of it, yes.
Right? Depending? Now it's depending?
Of course, that's reality.
No, that's not reality. It converging to everything will converge to. It's not going to be depending on anything.
Convergence is proportional to distance.
It always depends on
distance.
The further away you go, the more it's going to touch the horizon. That's converging. It's not going to be, well, if I move far enough, it's not going to happen anymore.
For instance, okay, if you are standing in my camera and a light pole is right next to you, the light pole will be really, really high. But if I was to take that photo and the light pole way in the distance, that's still taller than you, but it's going to look way shorter than you because where you took this photo from, everything in that distance was a particular level, height. But everything beyond that is going to be lower. Dude,
but that
you're
lightning,
not fucking getting it. You're
but
not
that
getting
lightning
it.
pole will never drop below your eye level. That's the point. It shouldn't.
Nothing's dropping beyond your eye. What's dropping beyond your eye level, bro? What in your
You
paradigm?
just said it is depending. I said I asked you, will things that are above your eye level converge to eye level as you move away? And you said no, depending.
He didn't mean it depends, like as in it happens or it doesn't happen. He's saying it's proportional to the distance. It depends, like the amount of convergence depends on the distance.
Yeah, but this is like geometric, right?
Example,
you can draw out how your angles of view will show and how large it will be. You can calculate all of this in math.
Yes.
Are you saying that's not true?
For example, okay, where the photo you posted, okay, that tower is based upon its height is based upon the position of the original picture being taken. Now, everything beyond that tower will obviously be lower than that tower because that's reality. And I'm going to say it one more time.
That's what you see, yes, but it doesn't make any sense with perspective.
Listen. I'm going to say it one more time. If I took a photo of you with a highway of street lamps, now the street lamp that's right next to you is going to be way taller than you. But the street lamp that's way at the end, you're going to be taller than it because optically, that's the way it fucking works.
What do you mean
bro?
taller? Then it would be longer than you, or what do you mean it will drop below your eye level? What do you mean when you say taller?
All right. If you're not getting my fucking
I understand you're being like completely you're being like very ambiguous in your terms. You're mixing it up, and at some point you're saying, "Oh, it will converge to eye level," but then you say the opposite. Like
let me say it again. Let me say it again.
Seems like you're being like very.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again
on purpose.
Okay, let me say it again. Let's say I take a picture of you. You're 20 yards away from me, okay? And I just so happen to take the photo on a highway with light poles, okay? Now the light pole right next to you is going to be 20 feet, and you are 6 feet. I'm going to assume you're 6 feet high. Boom, there you are. You're smaller than the light pole, but the light pole that's still 20 feet high, but is a mile away in the background, it's going to be lower than you. Now you're not taller than 20 feet.
No, it's not going to be. That's wrong.
Holy fuck! You're bricked, bro. You're bricked.
Not if you are the same height as that person, right? If you're filming it from the same, I'm saying like you're holding a camera, and then you're filming the guy,
Okay.
and he's
Hold
the
on.
same height as you.
Hold on.
It doesn't
I
matter
have
how
photos
far
for this.
away you go.
I
That
have no,
lightning
it
pole
does.
will never
It does.
go
I have
below
okay.
that guy's
Hold
head.
on. Hey, bro, I have photos for this. I have a very. I use the Modelo beer, and I use a fucking look at. It's
Yeah, but I'm
really
talking
simple.
about perspective now, right? I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about
I'm
a
gonna show
model.
you.
I can draw this out.
I'm gonna
If
show you
I
perspective
can
right now.
make a drawing here,
Hold
right?
on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. I'm gonna post it right now. And hopefully you shut up about it because you're not getting it now. But hopefully you shut up. Okay. Let me find my little
Hey,
fucking photos.
well, while you find it, hold on. Let me ask A guy. What are
Yeah.
you trying to show in this one? It says observer height level,
It is
1,200 feet.
the
What
observer
are you
height
trying
is 1,200 feet, right?
Yeah, but what are you trying to show with that
The
picture?
mountain, the tower is 600 feet tall. We know how high that is, right? The mountain top, it's black rock. The mountain top in the background is 750 feet. That's 750 feet as he moves away. That it should converge to his eye level. It's
Oh,
below.
you're wrong.
Okay, then you're not making any sense.
What do you mean
like you're
eye
completely
level?
above. Like you completely. You're saying it should converge to eye level. It should converge to eye level, but except when it don't. Like it
But you're
doesn't
at
make
bird's
any
eye view.
sense. Like you guys are
You're at
saying.
bird's eye view, and that. So no, you will be. The optical effects are going to be elevated, right? Bird's eye view.
Bird's eye view? What the hell are you
Yeah.
talking about? He's
Go
just
look up
pointing the
bird's eye
camera at the
view.
mountain.
Look at
Go
I
Google it.
posted photo. Look at
I
I
know that
posted
you can
photos.
look it up and down, but he's
Look,
below the
hold
mountaintop.
on.
He's not looking at the mountain from a bird's eye view. He's
Hey,
literally
buddy,
above the mountain.
buddy.
He's literally below
Hey,
the
buddy.
mountain, and
Okay,
the mountain is still lower
look,
than him.
look,
How is that
buddy.
possible?
Listen. I'm gonna show you how it's
Oh my
possible
God,
in the
Nabokov.
photos in the photos I posted. Check it out. The first photo, there's a Modelo beer next to a fucking block of wood. Clearly, that block of wood is taller, right?
Yeah.
But look at, as I move the block of wood way in the distance, it's lower than the
Yeah,
Modelo.
but you put the camera below the tip of the bear.
No,
That's what I told you.
It's not, dude,
I said if you lift the camera up, it's not gonna happen. If you lift the camera up to the same height as the bear, it's not
Holy
gonna
fuck.
happen.
It's
But that's
the
what
same principle.
you don't understand what I'm saying. That's the problem here. You don't understand what I'm saying.
So you're saying that your photo, that the camera was above the tower? Bullshit. He fucking took it from the ground. You fucking nitwit.
No, I'm not saying. No, it's true. This is literally true. Some people, if somebody lived there, please go there and take the same image. I swear.
Look at.
Oh, so are you saying if this image is true, then you have a problem with flat Earth? So you are like you're saying the picture is a lie.
No,
Oh, why?
there's
Is this
no
where you're
problem.
going? Like Jesus
No,
Christ.
hold on,
Pretty low,
hey
man.
guy. No, don't get upset. No,
I'm
there's
not
no
upset. He's just
problem.
calling me a liar.
It is.
It's just it's a weak argument.
You come on, calm down. You said
I'm not
observer eye level,
excited.
right? So eye level, and then we have a high horizontal. And this is bird's eye view.
Yeah, but he's above the buildings in this case.
I just don't.
In the image where I'm looking at, he is actually below the image. He can't look
just
down.
a flat image. It's just a flat Earth image. So there's no problem for flat Earth here.
Yes,
the problem
it is.
for you is that you're trying to show a globe somewhere. There's no globe
Yeah, but
there.
you're saying he's looking down on the mountain, but the mountain is taller than him. How can he be below the mountain and look down on the mountain?
Dude, how bricked are you that you can't understand that a
literally
mountain in the distance? How bricked are you that something? Look at. For instance, the photo I posted. This is a flat patio. It's completely flat. Okay, how does that brick of wood become lower than a Modelo bottle?
Because the camera is below the tip of the mountain. You're not looking at it from the same elevation. I can show you an image, right?
No. Every photo
I can show you a drawing. Calm down.
Every photo is from the same position. Every photo is from the same position,
yes,
bro.
I know it's from the same position, but your camera, your eye level in this case is not at the tip of the it's not at the tip. Lift the camera up See if
So
it's the
you
same
want me to?
case if you lift the camera up to the same height as the bear tip.
It's gonna be the same principle, bro. If I would,
No, it's not.
you know what? For you, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it right now. I swear to God. Let me do it right now, okay? I'm gonna take a Coors Light fucking
So,
can and this big ass. Hold
and
on,
then you have
hold on.
something tall
And
here.
this. All right. No,
And
that's fine. That's fine.
you're
Look at,
saying
look at. Hey, I'm gonna fucking
this
prove to you
is
right now. I'm gonna prove to you right now.
your
I'm gonna put
example.
this. I'm gonna put this fucking. Hold on. I'm gonna put this fucking camera higher it's gonna be at the height of the fucking beer can that I'm gonna place. Let me find something that I can fucking place my camera on so I can take a fucking photo that's equivalent to the 6 to 8 inches high of this can right here. Hold on, give me a second. And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna move the pot that's clearly taller than the fucking can. I'm gonna move it back. And you're gonna see that pan is gonna look smaller than the fucking bottle as I pull it away. Give me a second. I'll fucking do it right now
Hey, it's
because
not gonna
you are
happen.
ignorant.
Be sure
Really?
that you
Okay.
have it at the same height, right? Don't
I
have
will
it
make
like a
sure.
little bit
I will.
lower or a little bit
I
higher
will
or
make
something like
sure.
that.
I will make sure. I will make sure.
Yeah.
For you, I'll make sure.
I'll
For you,
I'll
I'll
I
make
will
sure.
I will kind of trust you, but like you called me a liar earlier, so I'm a little bit. You said my picture was a lie, so I'm not sure what you'll do now.
Right.
I'm interested.
And if I may add, also Apocryphon, be sure to also take a with the same in the same example that you're doing now, to take a corresponding quote unquote bird's eye view or a top down angled view to demonstrate the difference between what happens when you take it at let's say at a ground level versus at an elevated level, like what was actually happening in right. So you'll you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. I'll do it right now because
Here,
this guy
this is
doesn't
what
get it.
I'm stuck with wood. Yeah, so this is what I meant by why it needs to be eye level, and then we said like everything that is at the same of your eye level will move lower, right? And everything that is below your eye level will move up to your eye level, right? But then you put your camera below the tip of the so the bear will also drop because the bear is above your eye level. But that's the point, right? If you're at the same eye level at something, it will not drop. If it's above your eye level, it will drop. So you put the bear tip right at above your eye level, obviously it's going to drop. But that wasn't the example I explained, right?
All right,
So,
here it is, guys. Here's the proof for this fucking morons. I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean disrespect you. Hold on though. Here it is. Here's the two photos. Look at the difference. Tell me it's not lower than the fucking can
you
in the
haven't posted
distance.
the image
You
yet.
tell me, bro. I just posted it. It's obviously lower than the
What am I
can
looking
because it's
at?
further away. Okay. Oh, so you don't see the? Oh, hold on. Maybe I gotta fucking put lights on it,
Very
or I
hard
don't know.
to see what I'm looking at. I look at like a tip of a bottle.
Okay. So the first photo is showing the pot next to the can. Okay. Now the next photo is the pot way in the background, but do you see it? How
What?
did that work?
Sorry, I'm. What is the thing in the background?
Oh,
Is that
it's kind
a
of blurry.
bottle?
It's kind of blurry. You can't see the pan. You can't see the pan way in the back. It's smaller. You can't see it.
Pan? What do you mean?
The pan, the pot from the first image, which by the way, it already looks like it's smaller from the distance I even took the photo
Sorry,
because
I don't
it's way.
understand that image fully.
Shit. Well, you're probably not gonna understand anything I say at this point. Hold on.
No, but
Let
like,
me take.
yeah, sorry, you can try and explain.
I just noticed something that the can and the pot. Let me take it up close, okay? Let me take
Yeah.
it up close. Okay, hold up.
Yeah.
This is what I'm looking at. Okay, the can and the pot. I'm going to use that right now. I'm going to post it. Okay, you see that? It's obviously higher. Clearly, it's taller. Okay. Now I only went
Oh yeah,
about
the
yeah,
pot.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Now I'm gonna only move it. Let me see. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 feet away. I'm only 14 feet away, technically, around roughly. Okay. I'm gonna take the same photo. Okay. From the same fucking position. Look at same position.
I don't understand. It looks like the pot is.
Is what?
Yeah, it's in the background. It's hard to tell what the height is, to be honest. Like, obviously, your camera is a little bit higher than the bottle.
Yeah, this isn't
because I can see inside the bottle cap, but yeah, I'm not sure what I'm looking at, to be honest.
Okay. Well, the point here is that it's clearly going to be lower.
Yeah.
Than the original position.
I mean, you could say I like these images. I'm not gonna say like, oh, this is like. I'm not gonna say anything from this because I think it's like hard to tell anything. It's very close, and yeah, I don't know. But like, just from looking at like a mathematical point of view, geometry, right? We can calculate. This is like perfectly calculatable. Like we can mimic how vision looks. We have games, right? You have game. People make games, and these are based on these laws of like geometry. Like it
okay. So check it out.
describes everything you can see based on geometry.
So check it out. So 14
right?
feet away. So 14
Okay.
feet away. 14 feet away. That pot looks smaller in distance. And when you posted, you're talking about miles. You're talking about miles away, bro. Not just 14 feet.
Oh shit. Oh my god.
You're talking about miles away, bro. Now the further away you get of the background object, it's going to be lower to the perspective
but
of
I'm
the
not
camera
saying
taking.
I'm not saying it's gonna be shorter, lower, shorter. What you like? That's two different things, right? So as you, my whole point is that top of that pan is always gonna be above the top of the cap on that bottle.
You know what?
It's
You're
gonna
right.
it can be right. That's what I meant when I said it's always gonna be above it. It's not gonna be it's not gonna be longer, right? But it will shrink.
No. Hey, bro. Optically, though, it will drop. Optically, it'll drop in perspective. Now, think about
not below the top of the cap. Not
Hey,
below
guys,
the top of that. The top of that pan is always gonna be above the top of that cap, the bottle cap.
No, bro.
No, not
This
if
is
the
what I'm
camera.
claiming.
This is where,
and you can't say no to that, and you haven't demonstrated anything otherwise now either, right? So yeah.
Apocryphon, hear me out, and then get an example of this. If the camera angle was lower, let's say at the mid height from of where whatever height the bottle is, let's say it's 7 inches tall. If you put the middle of the camera lens at 3.5 inches tall or above the ground, right? So
I can do that.
Yeah, so if everything is kind of more centered into view, you would see the pot actually lower, right? It's the same example of, for example, you have the person up against a lamp post, right? If the camera is at the torso height of the individual, and the individual is maybe 5 feet away, and the lamp post is a mile away, right? Of course, it's going to converge to the midpoint of the photo because everything is level and everything is sort of at the middle more or less. Right? I don't know if I'm articulating that, but I think Apocryphon's example here will demonstrate that. You catch what I mean, bud? Apoc?
Yeah, no, you're right.
All right. Yeah, it's all about the angle.
There you go.
Perspective.
I'm posting it. There you go. I'm posting it right now. It's going to show you the fucking pot is smaller than the can in a distance.
But you put the camera below the tip. Like, okay, yeah, I agree this is going to happen. I never said anything. Genuinely, like, I'm not trying to be any disrespectful, but like everything you showed here is exactly what I say is going to happen, right?
No, you didn't. You just said the pot would never be below the tip of the
as long as he has the camera at the same height as the tip of the mountain top. That's what I said.
Okay, I missed that.
Right. Yeah, that's the important part, right?
Missed it.
But the contention here is that Apocryphon is saying if he has that camera at the same level, at the same height as that tip of the model, he says that somehow that
answer me this. Answer me this. Hey guy. Answer me this.
Yeah.
At 12:55 my time, so just 55 minutes after the hour, does the pot look higher than the can? Yes or no?
It looks in angular height. Okay. Yeah, it's taller. It's smaller. The pot is smaller.
Hold on. Now 57 minutes. Hold on. Now 57 minutes after the hour, does it still look as tall than the can? Does it still look now?
The angular size is smaller. Obviously, I've never said anything else.
Okay. Now, optically, if I was to take that fucking pot and stretch it out miles away,
it's going to be smaller and smaller.
It would be lower. Exactly. So are the mountains. The mountains
smaller, but not lower. Smaller, but not lower.
Dude, what do you think smaller is? It's going to compress.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It can shrink and be above the eye level of the observer.
Wow,
it can shrink and be a. You're saying, these are the same thing. They're clearly not. Like the angular size is not the same thing as where its position is in your field of view. That's clearly something two different things, right?
Dude, you're lost, bro. You're lost because you don't understand that the mountains. You don't understand that the mountains in the foreground are going to be lower, not because they're on a curved ball away from you. By the way,
seem to confuse shrinking with.
Hold on. By the way, your photo is proving flat Earth. By the way, because the fucking mountains aren't angling away from you or getting way beyond this height because of a globe. Yeah. Because technically, if there was a globe, then these mountains would be much lower because the drop. Now, I don't know the actual distance from the mountains to the person that took the photo, but technically, in your paradigm, if the Earth is curving, it would exponentially increase the further away you get. So it would actually be way smaller. But what we're showing you is that photo is just showing you how things will be lower in size. The mountains are lower in size optically.
Yeah.
Because that's
so
the
you're
way it
saying
works.
You're just to I want to summarize and steelman your argument if I can. So I'm gonna try. So you're saying that if you have something above your eye level, it will not converge to your eye level. It will actually go below that.
No,
it will not follow this law.
No, you're misrepresenting.
Then you're conflicting. You're you're not being consistent. You're saying something that's contradicting yourself.
No, because you're not addressing the fact that the horizon to that camera, the eye view to that camera, is still the same fucking eye view. It still has a line, if you will, that's going to represent the things that it's capturing in this fucking film, right? In this photo here. So, but optically, the things in the foreground are going to be smaller or lower than the things.
All lower. Be precise. Smaller, lower. What will it be?
It's same thing.
If it's lower, then it's not converging. Then it's just going to be beyond the converging point. So you're saying it's not going to converge. What does converge mean to you?
Converging means it's squishing, if you will. It's squishing. The mountains are literally.
It means goes towards some point,
so
right?
Guess what? If the guy that took this camera was to travel 20 miles away, okay, then those mountains would be so fucking small from that position of that camera they would look like they're tiny, tiny. You would only see the tops of those fucking mountains, not because
I
it's a
agree with
globe.
that view of what you observe,
No,
but it's not consistent with how vision works on a flat Earth. And you're contradicting
no,
yourself. You're doing
dude,
that. I'm not
no,
letting you
no,
get
no,
away with that.
no.
You're
You're
contradicting yourself all the time.
no. You're saying that they're not going to make sense on a flat Earth. Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
Because
if you're saying light
it does make sense on a
converged,
flat Earth.
then yes, it will not happen on a flat Earth. But you're saying it's going to
It does
happen,
make sense.
and it's going to converge. That's contradicting yourself. It doesn't work. You're
But
saying
but
it's
it does
going to
make
move.
it doesn't.
It's never going to go beyond the eye level, and it's going to go beyond the eye level at the same time. That's it
No,
doesn't work.
no, that's
It's
not.
illogical.
That's not what I'm saying. Well, you're
Yes, it
misrepresenting what
is
I'm
what you're
saying.
saying. No, that's
No,
literally what you're saying.
okay. So if you can't grasp that things in the foreground of how you take a pic, for again, I'll say it one more time.
It doesn't help what you're saying.
Hold on,
You're
no.
contradicting
Listen.
yourself.
Let me say it one more time, okay? Since you're like slow to hear me, listen. If
I
I was
explained
to
your
take a photo,
position.
if I was to take a photo of you, okay, from 20 feet away, and you had something that's really high next to you, and we put like 52 things more that are the same height in the distance, the last fucking pole that we place in the earth is going to be lower than you, because that's how optics
Yeah.
works. Because the thing in the foreground is going to be smaller to the
So then it's
perspective
not
of the
converging
camera.
then. That's not converging then. That's not converging.
Yes, no, it is going to convert.
No, that is not
thing in the distance
converging. You're
is
explaining
converging.
something that is not converging.
No,
Converging.
that's
See,
exactly what I'm explaining. You
no,
cannot
it's
say
not.
I'm not saying
That's
that. That's
not
what I'm saying.
converging. See
Dude,
here.
you're lost. You're
See my
lost.
image here. See my image here. See my image I posted, right? Just look at that image. I'm gonna try
It's
and go through
inaccurate.
it.
It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate. I'll tell you why it's inaccurate. Because the thing, it's inaccurate because the thing in the background is
Oh
going to
my.
be smaller.
Okay, whatever.
Optically, it'll be smaller.
Finish.
No, dude, this is why you're brick. This is why you're a glober, because you can't grasp that the really, really high fucking pole in the background optically will be smaller in the background. That's what you're not getting. And I just proved it with my fucking photos. Something in a distance is going to be smaller. It's going to be lower, converge, compressing, whatever the fuck word you want to use, it's going to be shrunk down smaller, because optically, from the perspective of the one taking the photo or you standing there looking at it, it's going to be. This is why you can put a
And when you're
dinosaur
done,
toy.
I can
This
continue.
This is why you
It
could
seems
take a
like
toy.
you're
This
afraid
is
of
why.
me explaining.
This is why you could take a toy dinosaur that's only 7 inches high, and then you could put a person in the background way far away, and they're smaller than the dinosaur little toy. Dude, what don't you grasp about that? Matter of fact, I think I have a photo of that.
Converging. Let's look at what I'm going to show you what converging means first, right? Let's agree on what converging means. It's like it's a mathematical term, right? It means that some line is going to like approach it if it goes to infinity. That's what it means, basically. If something goes to infinity, it's gonna approach it, but never really touch it. This is like purely a mathematical term. So when we say it's gonna converge to your eye level, it basically means something that is at your same elevation. If you move directly away from it on a flat Earth, that's your eye level. That's at your eye level. That thing, right? Converging means approach it, but never really touch it. Do we agree on that? Yes or no?
I'm looking for something. My bad. I'm not even listening to you. My bad.
Okay, so converging means. Do you know? Can you explain to me what? It's a mathematical term. Explain to me, like in just purely like a mathematical sense, what converging means to you.
In this context,
compression.
This context, does this definition, this mathematical definition, apply?
Yeah, it applies. You can you can calculate even with convergent math. With convergent math, how it's going to approach some position if you have something go to infinity. I have done it like for flat Earth, explain to calculate like where your horizon will be if like the flat Earth was like an infinite plane. You can do that.
So in this context, it would be the sky and the ground converge at the horizon.
Using the word, I mean, that's why I'm asking you guys to really like precisely define
Look,
it what
all
it
right,
means in math, right? Can you explain it?
Do you see that? Hold on. Do you see that photo?
Don't look. Can you explain to me this?
Hold on,
It's
wait.
going to lead nothing if you don't know what conversion means.
Just listen. Do you see that photo that I just posted? Do you see how this dinosaur, the little toy that's 6 inches high?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but that's not the point. You're not understanding my point.
It's the whole point, bro. It's the whole
And you
point.
don't understand me. You can't steal my argument because you clearly don't understand.
Things in the distance look smaller. So this photo right here shows you that the dinosaur looks bigger than a human.
That's really helpful. So can you explain to me what conversion means, like in a purely mathematical sense, so we can actually move forward in this
I already told
conversation?
you, compression. It's compression. I already told you.
That's not what it means in a mathematical sense.
We're not dealing in mathematical sense. We're dealing in actuality, out in the real world. Take it easy.
Yeah, but
mate.
this is a model.
Shut up. Go for a walk down the street. Look at some power poles. A whole road full of them. And what happens in the distance? Even though the bloody things are like 20 feet tall, the ones right at down the end look like they're only 1/8 of an inch. Why? Because they are converging.
Okay.
What goes up converges down into the ground. What ground level comes up to the sky. They converge at the horizon. That's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing really much more to it, mate.
There is mathematics to it.
I couldn't give a shit. We're not referring to mathematics
You don't care about
in this
perspective.
area.
This is perspective is like perfectly calculable. Like we can know exactly where things will look and appear. Like this is how you know. Like this is why how you can use. This is how you can. This is how you can use actually equipment and know where a mountaintops is supposed to be at what height.
Bullshit.
If you're saying I have no idea, it's just mathematics.
That's not the way we use equipment.
Like it's ridiculous.
What you're I just posted a photo. I just posted a photo for you. To understand how power lines will drop to the horizon in a distance. I just posted for you. You can fuck off with your bullshit right now.
Yeah, but why are you guys so angry? I'm trying to ask you guys to do something very simple. To move the conversation along, I asked you to define conversion, and you guys don't even want to fucking do that. You're like very deceptive and like fucking avoiding everything.
Okay, are you gonna disagree with that photo? Are you gonna disagree with that photo I posted?
No, I don't disagree with any of your photos, but you don't understand my point. I'm trying to explain to you what I mean by converging and what conversion actually means when you're talking about it in terms of perspective.
Are the power lines converging to the horizon?
Are avoiding converging? Can you talk about converging?
One more again. One more again. Converging.
I asked you a question like 10 minutes ago. Can you fucking answer it?
Are the power lines converging to the horizon? Yes or no?
So you don't want to move the conversation forward. You seem to be just
weaseling out.
It moves towards the horizon, yes, but that's not my point.
No. Are the power lines converging to the horizon?
It looks like it's converging to the horizon, yeah.
Let me read you the definition of converge, okay?
Yeah,
a pair of lines of longitude are parallel at the equator but converge toward the poles. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but what does converge mean?
Cambridge Dictionary online. Converge. If lines, roads, or paths converge, they move towards the same point where they join or meet.
There you go. And they're meeting the horizon.
That's also fine. I can accept that.
They're meeting the horizon, bro. They're meeting the horizon.
They're meeting the horizon. So in this case,
so when you have mountains in the distance, when you have mountains in the distance, they're converging to the horizon, meaning they're dropping down. So the further away you get from something, the lower it will be perspectively. Do you understand that?
Okay, so
He agreed with your
now I
proper
can
point. He
continue with my
agreed with
point.
you
You guys
about
said
that.
what deceptive, right? See my image. Look at my image.
Shut up. Nobody's being deceptive. I think there's just misunderstanding going on. Right? I'm going to step in here. Apocryphon, not disagreeing with you. I don't understand. What's the problem here? What is the problem?
Hey, guy, which one of those red lines is the level line of sight? Where you said
I'm not answering any question. I'm gonna
you said
make
it
my
was at
point.
1,200 kilometers height. Is one of those supposed to be straight out to that 1,200 meter measurement? Which one of those red lines, the sloping one or the horizontal?
Are you talking about my diagram?
Yes.
The one I posted now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's a diagram. I drew it in Paint. So sorry if like the line is kind of like it's not perfectly straight, right? But I'm saying like this was a point made 30 minutes ago. I tried to explain it for 30 minutes. So in Apocryphon's example, he put the camera below the bear, right? I'm saying if you put the camera at the same level as the bear tip, it looks a little bit higher, right? So just ignore that. Act like it's the same height. It's just because my drawing is shit. And if you look at
No,
the
that's not the question. No, because
okay,
you had the
I
observer
don't want
eye
to talk about
level,
any other image because you guys are
1,200
just
feet.
firing questions at me, and I can't speak. I can't explain myself. Can I
Well,
please
because
explain
when you
myself?
say my example and then the wood, so you're like putting multiple examples, I guess, in that in the orthographic
It's just
view.
one example. Can I
So
finish it?
which one of the red lines represents the
Photo.
observer eye level 1,200 feet? A simple question.
Your photo, not your
In my
diagram. In your photo. No, in your photo. Your
Yeah, well,
photo.
The
the
observer eye level
diagram is
is
supposed to represent
is
his
the level
photo.
line. In the image that is above, it's the observer eye level, right?
So the one that's sloping up is
It's
the
not
observer eye
sloping up.
level.
This is literally a straight line. Sorry, a straight, quote unquote straight. It's a level line. It's not sloping up.
Okay.
The mountain
I
is
mean, it
just
is in the diagram, but
he's just pointing the camera slightly
You
downwards.
guys are talking about separate images.
Yeah,
Hey, guys,
I'm
then you're
trying to.
saying
Can
the
I please?
conversion to here,
Can I
that one
please
would
make
actually
my
be
point?
sloping down.
I'm just gonna post my image over and
Well,
over
maybe
again
fix your
until I can
fix
make
your
my fucking
diagram
point.
to fix your diagram so that it fits what you just said right now. Then, so the ones that said the one that's actually looks flat, that one's actually sloping down, and then the other one is actually the level one. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
I'm not gonna fix my diagram. It explains perfectly what I'm
Well,
gonna
I mean, you
explain.
didn't. Well, you did it wrong, and then you just explained it now, so you don't have to fix it. You explained it.
Did it
So
wrong? You don't even know what point I'm gonna make.
the
I'm trying to
level,
make it for 30
the
minutes. Can I
level
please make my
is
point?
a level line, and I got that.
Yeah, thank you. Can I make my point? Thank you. So in my example, you have the observer height being at the same height of the bear. And then you have the piece of wood in the background that is taller than the bear. I'm saying converging means approaching a point, but never going beyond it. You will approach it and eventually touch it if you move far enough. Like if you move infinite, basically, right? That's what it means. So if I move this piece of wood backwards in out of the image to the left, that top part of the wood is never going to go below the point that the conversion point. That's the eye level. It will never go below the level.
Yeah.
Do anybody disagree with that?
No, I don't.
Thank you. So then back to my Apocryphon disagreed, but if you did disagree, I can talk to somebody else, or into the break seem to be very invested into my image. Do you have a disagreement with that into the brick? Hello?
I'm just sitting back.
Ideally, no.
I'm going to bed.
Sorry. Ideally, no. It shouldn't.
Right? It shouldn't,
Ideally-
right? This is laws of
ideally-
this is going just purely off like math and geometry. This is like purely just perspective.
I can
right?
demonstrate this in my kitchen. I've done these things with taller and shorter objects.
Yeah.
Distance them apart and my eye down below and then up above and then try to get it down level and all right, yeah.
So going back to the other image, the black rock image. So that mountaintop, that is that tip of the wood that I explained. You moved away from that tip, that mountain, far, very, very far away. Converging means moving towards eye level. Eye level is where that line is. That top
Okay, so
line.
what do you imagine is going on? Do
And
you
the top of the
imagine-
image, top of that mountain, it's very far below the eye level.
Okay, so you imagine
Either
that the mountain
there had to
is
be some
lower than you?
refractive
Hello?
stuff
Is this
going
thing
on.
on? Is
Yeah,
this thing
sorry.
on?
Yeah.
So do you imagine that the top of the mountain is lower than you?
No, I'm saying it looks like it's lower than you.
It looks like it. So it's
Yeah.
not really lower than you, right?
No, we have measured the mountaintop. It's 1,200,
Right.
750
Okay,
feet.
so then what
So
is
it's
the
not
problem
lower
here?
than you.
What is the
The
problem?
problem here is that it should following laws of perspective, it should approach and converge to your eye level. That
So what?
mountaintop is above you.
Right. So
It's,
you just said it
and it
only
doesn't
looks
approach
like
the
it's-
eye level. It goes below
Hello?
it. That doesn't work. That shouldn't
Is this thing
happen
on?
on the flat Earth.
Hello?
Yeah,
You
I was
said
just
that-
making a point.
You just said that it's not actually lower than you, right? It just looks that way, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why has Apocryphon been tossing your salad for the last hour? Dude, it only looks lower. It's not actually lower. So what is the beef?
The beef is that it doesn't follow like laws of perspective. And Apocryphon is saying that it's converging, but it's not converging. And now we agreed on what
Well,
converging
what is your
means.
argument? Do you have an
Don't you
argument?
understand? Like, can I explain it very more thoroughly? Like
No, do
that
you
tip
have
of the
an
mountain,
argument?
that tip of that mountaintop should be
All right,
above
stop for a
the
second,
eye
stop
level.
for a second. Stop, shut up. Yes, thank you. In that photograph where it's got 3 lines, observer, 600 feet, 1,700 feet, the observer line up the top is a complete, absolute fuck up. The camera is at the observer line. So fuck that top line off and your laws of perspective will fit in. Everyone's happy.
Yeah,
It's a
fuck you
cropped
too.
image.
No, I just think that this guy he doesn't give a fuck what anyone has to say here. He just wants you guys to pull his pud for hours over bullshit. Meanwhile, he doesn't even have an argument. He has no position on this. He says that the mountaintop isn't lower than you. So what's the beef?
Yeah, this is, you come to think of it, this is really stupid. The top line, the red line underlying the words observer eye level at 1,200 feet. It's more of just like an underline highlighting the phrase than anything meaningful at all, because yeah, it's the camera that's important here. So if the camera is standing at 1,200 feet, we do see, of course, everything kind of converging to the middle point of the photo. It's exactly what everyone's talking about is supposed to happen. This whole thing has been
In that photo,
been for nothing.
in that photo, they've used the tower, which is out in the distance away from the camera, as a representative of a height. And then they've gone, hey, we're at 1,200 feet, so therefore that's how high 1,200 feet is on the photo. But on the photograph, they don't allow for perspective to
Oh
trigger
my
it.
god. You're
So that's
right.
what it
Oh my.
That's exactly what it is.
It's totally deceptive. Oh my lord. Oh,
What?
that's so
Why in the
ridiculous.
image does it look like you have to look up to eye level? I mean, is there more of the picture that we're not seeing there, or?
What I would like to know is the exact distance from the camera to the tower to the hills. That's it, and we'll rip it apart from there.
So who took the photo, and with what camera, and were they using sort of like focal length changes?
So yeah, if you get rid of that top line, everything falls into place.
Can you give us some more specifics
Uh,
on behind
I
the
don't know if
story?
I want to do that because it seemed like this conversation takes a direction that it always does in here. You guys are gonna start making up your own narrative about the image and then mute me for like 10 minutes.
No. Listen, dude. We're asking for details, like some clarity. That's all. Not making up
That's
any
all. That's what he's been
narrative.
trying to give you guys for a while. You guys have treated him poorly.
I'm asking him now. I've only caught the last half hour of this. I missed whatever was before that. Now I am asking for those details. Problem?
Yeah, we need the
I
data,
can
man.
speak now. Thank you.
We need the data. It's not enough with that image only.
Well, am I going to be muted like 10 seconds after I said after I given some details, or
If you're gonna waffle your dick around with the same shit you did past hour, then you're gonna get muted. Yes. If you're not presenting any new information of what being asked,
So
if
he's
you're
going
not
to
being,
mute you.
yeah, you're gonna be muted if you're not coming up with something new.
Oh, so angry, man. You're still angry.
Shut the
Who's
fuck
angry?
up.
Why so angry, bitch?
You little bitch ass motherfucker.
Yeah.
Lying piece of shit.
So I what do you want to know? Who took the image?
The core issue is the ordering of the altitudes, right? Like, if the image is an inaccurate representation of reality, then that's one thing, and the image is just fucked, right?
Yeah, they
But
took
if
it
it's-
on top of a mountain that was at 1,200 feet. That's
Right.
what he said to me.
But if
it was a guy on what was his name again? He is famous on Flat Earth Circle. Yeah. So I can see if I can find his nickname again. He's from Israel. Do you guys remember like a glober who was from Israel? I got this image from him for a long time ago.
there is a top-down image of the shot out there somewhere. I've seen it shared in this channel before.
Maybe, yeah. So what? Okay, so you have the details of the image.
What about the camera? What sort of camera was it?
I don't know what camera it was.
But
What kind of lens
the
was
focal length
used?
of the
I don't know
camera
what
or
lens.
the lens used wouldn't change the ordering of the altitudes. That's the core
Can't
thing.
adjust
the order.
focal length to cause
I agree.
perspective distortions and illusions?
Sure. It absolutely can
Okay,
do that.
then.
You're totally right, but there's no way for it to change the ordering of the altitudes. That's the core argument.
Yeah, you could with focal length changing. You could make something that is taller than your eye level appear to be lower than your eye level.
That's not possible.
Isn't? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, absolutely sure. And if you look at it, if you regard it idealistically, then definitely. In order to have effects like that, it has to either be non-planar or there has to be like optical stuff like refraction going on to make the light not travel in an idealized path.
Oh, okay. We're gonna like take into consideration things like refraction.
No, it's, I'm not trying to go down that rabbit hole at all. My point is that he is looking at the ordering of the altitudes in that image, assuming they're correct, right? We all have to take a leap of faith that it's correct, or else it's just the whole thing's a non-starter, right? The point is that if it were a planar setup and there's not grotesque refraction effects going on, we should never observe something above our eye level below our eye level or vice versa, no
You
matter
do
how far
realize
away
that
it
the
is.
mountain is measured from a horizontal, right?
Well, I would assume
Using
it's
a
measured with like
yeah,
barometrics.
no, it's measured with a big ass triangle.
So I think if you're going to make that argument, that's fine. It's an argument that serves to undermine the picture, right? I think
Yeah,
if there's an argument that the picture is wrong, then that's, that is what it is. That's completely fine, and the evidence provided, doesn't match reality, and then the
no,
argument breaks down there.
the measurement is reality. Optics is up to interpretation and
Well, optics
refraction
is a measurement.
and all this perspective and all. But no, the mountain is measured using a, as you said, planar setup. That's it. Everything else is just optics. And like a guy said earlier, it only looks lower. It's not actually lower.
I agree.
It's a
It's not
magic
actually
trick.
lower, right?
Right.
But
This is
the
a
only
magic trick,
reason.
dude. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. The only reason a guy shared it as a piece of counter evidence to a planar setup. He's saying if this were a planar setup, we could not make an observation like this. That's the point.
Right. Well, you can't use this as any evidence of anything.
It's
The
counter
facts are
evidence. It's counter evidence. It's tearing down an argument, not building up another.
okay. What is your argument?
I'm not planting my flag anywhere. I'm just seeing a lot of miscommunication going on about the point he's actually making.
Well, he doesn't have a point.
His point is
I can
that
make my point again if you want to.
No, what he does is he wants you to explain it. He says, explain this image. But then you ask him, well, what's your explanation? I explain it by saying it's measured using, as you said, a planar setup. And he told me it only looks lower. So he has no position on this. So this is all smoke and mirrors.
No,
I
I
think you're
have a
misunderstanding.
position. You don't understand my point. Then I didn't only say that, by the way. I said it was in conflict with like the loss of perspective. That's what I said. I explained you how perspective worked, and I said it would converge either up or down to eye level, right? And if that mountain is taller than you, it should converge down to eye level, not go below it. It clearly is below the eye level.
If you stop
so
and have a look at
you have
your
a problem, right?
if you stop and have a look at your photograph, my friend. Now, number one, the camera height, actuality of where the camera's sitting, is nearly dead in line with that mountain in the background. Now, just because you've put an observer high level up the top, what you've done is you've claimed that, but not allowed for perspective of observer high level. So you've
How do you
looked at
know the eye
tower and
level
you've
from
gone
that
from
It's a
the
image?
cropped
tower.
image. It's a cropped image.
Yeah, but how do you know the eye level from not
Well,
from
you think
the?
about it. Your eye level is not above you. You are your eye level. The camera is the eye level.
No, if you're
Your
pointing
eye
your
level's
camera
not
down on the
magically
ground,
above
that's
the
not
earth.
eye level.
Your eye level is where
Yeah.
you are,
Hey.
where you are looking.
Yeah.
No,
Hey, guy. How do you
that's not.
know that it's
That's not what I mean by eye
1,200
level.
feet? How do you know the picture was taken at 1,200 feet?
Well, the person who made the
Yeah, I'm
image
looking
gave
on
me
Simpson's photography. It
information on
doesn't
it.
have that information. You
Okay,
asked him
I can look
personally.
at.
You asked him personally, and he told
Yeah,
you.
but as I
Okay.
said, like I have to trust him on that, right?
Well, there
This
it
is a
goes.
famous image. There's articles out there where you can find where people have figured out exactly where this image was taken. Tourists have gone and retaken the same picture from the same spot to verify. It's a known thing. I can't.
I've got no beef with that. All I want to know is, number one, where the photo was taken. Number two, the distance from the photographer and that tower, and the distance from the photographer to those hills. That's what I want to know. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know the distance to it, but the height of the camera was supposedly 1,200 feet. Yeah.
So to me, all it looks like it's happening there, that tower in relativity of the entire picture from the photographer to the hills, that tower to me is closer to the photographer than the midway point. So therefore, the tower looks bigger than it should be, or on the flip side, the hills look smaller than they should be. That's it.
Sure, that's correct, but it doesn't get past the issue of them being out of order.
How do you mean out of order? If you've got a small object and it is extremely close to you, it will look bigger than a big object in the background.
But if
right,
he is at
you're
12,
correct.
sorry.
You're correct. But if
And
we
that's
assume,
what I'm saying, that's what's happening there. That's all
wait,
it is.
there's
That's why I
there's a
need-
detail you're missing though. There's a detail you're missing though. If we assume those numbers are actually truthful, and that the tower's at 600, the mountain's at 1750, and the observer is in between the two, what would happen is as you move those two objects out to infinity, let's just say you take them all the way out to infinity, such that the difference in distance is like negligible at that point if you just keep moving them away. You would never observe the top of the tower go above your eye line, and you would have never observed the top of the mountain go below your eye line, because they would converge to the eye line. They would both approach the eye line, but the image shows something different. The image shows the top of, yes, it does. It shows the top of the mountain below the eye line. That's the argument that's being made in the image.
The camera is the eye line. That's what you guys keep not understanding. Your eye line is not above your camera. The camera is the eye line.
Totally, yeah.
But you guys
It's
really
the
think
altitude.
that? Yeah, it's the eye. I'm not saying eye line. I'm saying eye. I'm saying eye level or level line. Level line.
Correct.
You're right. I
Where-
misspoke.
where
It
it's
should be eye
viewed from.
level.
The viewing point, the eye line, the eye level. Call it whatever you want. The camera
That's two
that
different
shot
things.
is the
But-
eye level. You don't have a camera shot and you're 600 feet
I
above
mean,
it. No.
are you saying
are the
if
eye
I?
level at the camera?
Yeah, but I'm saying like if I point my camera down on the ground, that's going to be level line.
If you pointed at the ground, you pointed at the ground.
Yeah, I know, but like that's not
shot there,
level, right? That's
whoever's
not the
taken
level
that
line.
photograph there has pointed the camera out, assumingly
But
level, and they've
That's
taken a
the thing.
photograph.
Assumedly leveled. You don't know that's true, and the photographer is saying that is not true. It is slightly pointed downward, which is
That's
why
what he
eye
is
level
claiming,
is not in the middle of the image.
Yes, thank you.
If it were taken completely level, then absolutely eye line would be like the middle pixel of the image, 100% correct. But what's happened is this has taken some small amount downwards.
So let me get this straight. You two have built an argument on a doctored picture.
No, they don't have an argument. They're asking you guys to explain it so they could say nah to it. Meanwhile, knowing that the mountain is measured, as this guy said, with a planar setup. I mean, come on.
I mean, if you want to argue that the image is bogus, then the image is bogus, right? And then there's no argument. and
No,
that's
what
fine.
is your explanation? Do you have an explanation?
I only chimed in to make sure the argument was being made clearly because I felt that it wasn't.
But do you have an explanation for why the mountain looks lower?
I'm not going to offer an explanation. All I'm doing is clarifying the argument that was made. I'm
Okay,
not
well
planting
then-
my flag on either side.
Well, from what I'm looking at, it's saying that the closest mountain range is 80 miles away. So those mountains are 80 miles away. Is that what's going on here? How far away is the tower from the observer?
It's a person managed to find the source. It's taken from like a lady named Ian Lynn, and it's taken from like Winter Hill or something like that. Maybe I'm gonna look it up. We can get some more details if you want to.
Maybe somebody with like knowledge of Blender can like recreate it for us just to get an idea. We can visualize it.
Sure.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
How about an elevation profile of the area? How about that? Does anyone have
Can
that?
be also made very simple. There's like program that can create the elevation profile, or you can just drag a line and yeah.
Well, I proved that I'm taller than light poles, so that tower can be taller than mountains.
Yep.
Really, really easy.
According to A guy, you certainly did. I mean, you're fucking Godzilla now.
Right, exactly. I just proved it. Like, there you go. Optically, I proved it. So now what? You're gonna deny it?
I mean, you did. None of the images that you made said anything opposite of what
I did a selfie. I
said.
did a selfie.
Oh, you didn't
I did a
understand what I
selfie.
said.
I did a selfie with the light poles behind me, and I'm clearly taller than light poles that are way down the
Yeah.
street. Clearly,
Yeah.
with your logic.
Great.
With your logic, the Earth is curving away from me at about maybe half a mile away. So, how big is your Earth, by the way, if it's curving that far? You tell me.
I mean, I feel like you didn't understand my point earlier.
He
I
didn't.
tried to explain it many times. The fact that you never you didn't even care what the height the camera was, clearly shows that you didn't understand what my point was.
No, it clearly shows you're misrepresenting the photo. I'll agree to that.
Apple, the height of the camera is the core, is the essence of the argument.
Yes.
It is the
Thank you.
fundamental property that allows for a geometric argument.
Yeah. Thank you. So you clearly understood everything I said, Shane, but I understood that Apocryphon had no idea what I was talking about, since he didn't even care about the height of the camera. Like, he didn't even mention it.
Even though I showed you a photo of a camera being at the same level as those cans, and it's still represented as a pot.
Yes,
it's
but
funny you say that. It disproves what you're saying, so you're not going to agree to it. I get it.
Wait, hold on. I'm scrolling up to your images because they got kind of buried in the chat.
Yeah, there's some really nice images up the top of pots and pans and beer cans and shit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I proved to him how you can take photos of things, but when you take something in the distance, it's going to be lower to the position of the camera. And he doesn't understand.
Wait,
no
there's a
matter what
nuance
the fuck.
here. There's a nuance here. It's not necessarily lower. So if you like take your board as an example, the 2x4 you have, the bottom of the 2x4 is lower than the camera lens, right? Physically, it's lower. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, otherwise the image wouldn't work. So if you were to move that piece of wood really far away out to infinity, what would you observe about the bottom of the board? The bottom of the board would actually move up within your perspective.
Correct. As it
towards
does
the horizon.
in the photo. As it does in the photo.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out the nuance. The statement that everything moves down is not true. It's that everything converges to the eye line.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's the entire point.
But the core issue is, like, if you look at the Modelo pictures, they are not analogous to the picture that A guy shared because the camera is below the top of the Modelo, which is the shorter object.
I get that. That's why I posted new photos of showing a camera view that's actually equivalent to the bottle can.
Oh, I see them now.
Right. And then if you look at the pot in the background, it drops. Now, that's only 14 feet away. If I was to take that pot 50 feet away, it would be smaller and lower in size because that's just the way optics works. But a guy doesn't get that. He can't grasp it.
Wait, so let's just assume that in those two pictures the camera is in the exact same spot. It looks pretty close. Not exact, but pretty close enough to make an argument. In the one where the pot is far back versus the one where the pot is close, the pot hasn't moved down in the image. The pot has converged towards the level of the camera in the image. It hasn't moved down. It's gotten smaller.
Yeah, exactly. It's because, and that's what's going to happen. Now imagine a mountain that's 5,000 feet high.
But
it's not going to get lower. Obviously, it's going to still be 5,000 feet, but optically, it will converge to the horizon, so it's going to look lower.
But Apple, here's the point. Here's the point that you're missing. Your setup's good, but the way it doesn't map to the original image is that the height of the pot when it's far away is still above the height of the bottle. That's the
because
difference.
That's because it's only 14 feet. If you went further away, it will drop lower. That's why I used originally. See, this is why you have to go lower to show that exaggeration, if you will. Now, the photo that he posted, by the way, that camera is not exactly the height of the top of the tower. You can tell
No, it's
because
not.
that height of the tower is taller. Right? Exactly. It's still low. It's not at the bottom, but it's not way at the top. So if I was to take,
Well, we don't have any. Sorry,
What?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted. Please continue.
If we were to take a photo, now I could do that right now if you want. I could take a photo where I'm only 3/4 high of the bottle and showing you how that pan will drop in the distance drastically optically. Obviously, we know that they're not. It's literally not lower. It's still the same height, but you will see it optically drop.
I'm following you. But the path that you're following is a path towards discrediting the image, right? Which undermines the whole argument. Would you agree?
Well, that's the whole point to take his position and dismantle it as we did.
No, but
no,
that's
no
not
one's saying
quite
the image is fake. No one's saying that. That's why it was annoying.
Well, that's what
you saying that in
Apocryphon is
chat.
moving towards.
No. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm saying I could dismantle the description of this photo
You're saying like the data presented here isn't accurate in some way.
No, it's not. It's not inaccurate. It's misrepresented. He can't grasp that objects in the foreground will be lower than something closer to you, to the position of the camera.
Let's not insult him. If there's an issue with the image, then there's an issue with the image.
Yeah, and the issue. No. There's no issue. There's no issue with the image. The only issue
Agreed
is with his
that.
interpretation of it. He's trying to say that the mountains are lower in the foreground because they're on a curved earth. But I proved to him that I took this photo on a flat patio, but optically, things are going to be lower the further away you get from the camera's eye.
He didn't present a positive argument. He presented a negative argument. It is counter evidence.
Oh, okay. I get it.
You're getting caught up in the minutia that he is trying to bolster up a globe Earth argument, and if he's going there, he hasn't even gotten there yet. He has provided counter evidence to say, if this was flat, we would expect a different observation than the actual observation we make. That's what he's pointing at. There is a discrepancy between theory and experiment. That's the point.
Yep.
That is all.
And he's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like the dead horse has been beaten into a pile of meat,
I don't know how else
I will
to
fade away
explain it.
now.
I don't know how else to explain it. So I looked up by the way, if somebody wants more details, Manufactorium find like a source. It was apparently taken by like Ian Lynn or something, and there is some there is a place where you can look down on the Blackpool Tower. Sorry, what's it called? Blackpool Tower, yeah, and see the Isle of Man in the background, and that's from Winter Hill. So it said like it could be taken from Winter Hill, and I looked up like on maps how high that is, and it's like 1,300 feet actually. So it fits the height that a person who gave me the information from was saying. So yeah, I mean, it would be best if I try to place. You can place the man in Google Maps and see like people have been there. And typically, like, of course, the image that was taken on top of that mountain with the Google Maps was of course, like foggy day, so you couldn't see anything. So I hope that it was like an image that was crystal clear, but it's not. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I can look. I find it a little bit interesting, so I'll look into more interesting things or around the image.
I think the claim that was made to try to justify that the Earth is curving away from the position of the camera because the mountain is lower in the distance is a falsehood. Because perspective across a flat plane will do the same exact thing. And I think that's where we're disagreeing. And we're probably going to butt heads until until pigs fly.
I mean, I showed you with the diagram how that's impossible, I would say. Like just pure geometrics. But so I don't want to go into it further. I feel like I explained it. Shame Spirit understood everything to a T, exactly what I said. Pokemon, you didn't sorry, but you didn't understand anything about what I said. I don't know how else to explain it. Really, maybe it's my problem. I explained it wrong.
Bro. I understood what you're saying, but my logic of perspective and optics just needs to call you out and say you don't understand how the optics of your eyes or this camera truly works. Because technically, on a globe Earth, on a flat Earth, on a square Earth, that doesn't matter. Optically, these things are this. Something that's closer to you will be a certain elevation. Anything behind it can drop the further it gets away from that position.
I feel like I'm going to just restate my point from earlier, and it's not going to lead anywhere. Like as I said earlier, I'm wondering, is it my fault? Am I explaining it bad? But Shame Spirit understood everything I said, so I don't know how else to explain it actually any better. And I don't know what else to do. Right? I can't explain it.
Dude, I understood your explanation. It's just false.
I don't. With all due respect, I don't think you did. With all due respect.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. I can't make you understand something that I'm telling you.
Yeah,
if you are blind to what I'm saying, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, I think I have a problem. Like you're using the word shorter and smaller and lower. Like you're mixing. For me, you're mixing them a little bit up. Like that's why I'm getting confused, because you're saying, are they smaller? And then I'm thinking, do you mean shorter or lower? Like I'm not sure what you mean exactly.
Same thing. See, when I say
so
same thing,
when I say,
I mean it's when I say smaller, means shorter. When I say shorter, I mean converging. When I say converging,
I'm completely confused by that. I'm very confused by that when you say it like that.
The issue with doing it this way at Procopon is that something very short in the foreground appears huge, right? So short and small are fundamentally not the same thing. You can't
and also their position, right? When you say lower, like when I talked about position, I didn't speak about the size of the object. I never disagreed it's going to shrink. I just said its position. The position in the field of view is going to have a certain, like, it's going to position itself a certain way in your field of view. I never said it's not going to get smaller. Like, obviously, it's going to shrink.
Ideally,
the angular size is going to shrink, but its position,
ideally,
right?
It's ideally, yes. And if you've got your camera very level.
Okay, if I was to tell a child, look at this photo, is the smaller shorter or taller than the tower? The child will say, hold on, listen. The child will say, it's shorter. Why? Because it's not taller than the tower. And then in the same breath, if I was to say, well, is it lower? They would say, yes. Because why? It's not higher than. So they're all the same word here, bro. You are just not realizing what I'm saying. I think I don't know. Like you're not getting.
But lower is like the position, right? Lower is the position. Higher, lower, it reflects the position. It doesn't represent the size. Like something can be higher than you,
Obviously.
right? Something can be higher than you and small, right? It can be lower than you and tall and
Obviously.
right.
We know that a
So
5,000 mountain
I'm
is
just
not going to
making
be
an argument
shorter
about
than a light pole.
yeah.
You
So
understand
I'm just making an argument about the position of it. So I'm just saying it's not going to be lower than. I'm not saying it's not going to be smaller than. I never talked about the size of it. I like in the image okay, I'm going to post it again. So in this image,
you're just playing word games. You're playing word games in your own brain, bro.
No,
you're not getting it.
Okay, so this is a piece of wood. I never said that it can be like smaller. The angular size can be smaller, but it will shrink around the conversion point. Right?
You can say that.
So,
you can say that.
Yeah. Okay. So that means that the top part of the wood will like move down, and the lower part of the wood will move up.
Correct.
And everything will goes to yeah.
That's
so the
way
top part will
works.
never go past the conversion line. It will never like go lower, even however small it is. Like, of course, it's going to be super small. The angular size is going to be super small after a while. But at that point, it's just going to be like a dot on the conversion line, basically.
Okay. So, like,
it's never going to be lower.
So, for instance,
right?
optically, the bottom of those mountains are raised up in your view. Yes or no?
Let me post the image again. Wait 2 seconds.
Whilst he's doing that, just so for everyone knows, if you punch the data into an Earth curve calculator, like we all love doing, observer height being 12, switch it back to Imperial, 1,200 feet, target distance of 93 miles, because that's where the photo was taken, pushed out to Isle of Man, which is those mountains in the background. You are missing, ta-da-ta-da-ta. If I hit the right button and I fucked it up again, about 1,725 feet.
Isn't that the claim size of the mountain?
1719.8643. There you go. My bad.
And isn't that around about this? Isn't that around the claimed size of the mountain?
Yeah, I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait.
And on that note, boys and girls, I've had a lovely evening. I'm going to go to bed. Have a good one, y'all.
Thank you. Bye.
Matrix.
I'm going to look up, actually.
Good stuff. I like that he brought out that, because technically, if it's curving away, there's so much more footage in your paradigm that would be blocking out those mountains, and it's not. And that's another funny thing about it. You guys you just hand wave or dismiss reality that actually can be calculated. You guys are so big on math, yet you do not want to calculate the actuality of your own paradigm. When we, quote unquote, flat earthers, bring it out to you, which totally.
And what have you calculated?
He just did the calculation.
I'll do it as well. Today's XFM. Target distance.
You just said it, 794 feet. Yet that photo doesn't represent that. If the only thing it's representing is through optics, how things are going to converge in the distance. That's it. That's all it is. That's all we're arguing right now. How things further away from you get smaller in the distance. And Globers believe that has to do with because it's on the curve of the earth. It has nothing to do with the curve of the earth.
So then what is the potential origin or the potential explanation for seeing the height of a distant object that is taller than an object in the foreground
Need more
as
details.
below.
Hey, I got the demonstrations. I got the
Need more
demonstrations in the voice chat right now. Just go look at it. You're asking some really dim questions.
Okay, dude.
It's conversation's over. I put the proof is in just doing a simple demonstration. It's done. It's over.
Exactly.
Move on. Next topic.
Okay.
Yeah, he showed you how the lighter is taller than the spice bottle. If you take that spice further in the distance, it's obviously going to optically
Yeah, but come
drop.
on, like it's so close. Like I was going to say, like if it moves it like a millimeter up, it's gonna change everything. Like it's so
Okay,
close to
no,
it.
but you have to realize this though. We're showing you
It's just so
something.
dishonest, man.
Hold on,
It's very
no,
dishonest because the lighter in the foreground is
no,
basically
bro.
at eye level, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's
so
at
hard
eye
to
level.
tell.
You have a certain angle that's basically 0, and the whole effect goes away.
Yeah, I put the whole image I took into the
He's the one that claimed the camera's not at eye level. He's the one that said it. He said you're. So when I posted, hold on, when I posted the Modelo bottle and the wood, he said, well the camera's below the Modelo bottle, the top of it.
Yes.
So then he posted the lighter. Look at the camera of it. It's actually at the top of it. He
Yeah,
posted
it needs
something.
to be below middle, right? It needs to be below because look at the original image A guy posted. There is not an itty bitty difference between the height of the photographer and the height of the tower. There is a 600-foot difference. It is almost symmetrical.
Hold on. We're talking about these photos
Why
of
does
the
it look like
lighter.
that then?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me say this. Into the break posted a photo across a table. I'm gonna assume that this counter is not larger than 20 feet away. So, but he's posting something that's 93 miles away. So you can't say, "Oh, it doesn't make sense because he's not, accurately, just demonstrating what we're looking at in the photo." Well, I would agree, obviously, because he's not taking the photo from 93 miles away. But with that being said, if he can prove this to you locally on a smaller model example, then clearly 93 miles is only going to exponentiate that fucking problem for you guys. It's going to get further and further and further away to where it would be even lower than what he's even showing you, because that's how far away it is.
All right, I'm just gonna go take a couple of photos for myself so you guys can see.
I want to do
an
it
honest
myself,
take.
actually. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Like, I don't know if it's gonna help. Like, I feel like I'm just beating the same dead horse, actually, to be honest.
Guys, I've just had a snapshot of the Earth curve calculator in case you didn't do it there.
Yeah,
Or
I have also actually did the same thing. I'll post mine. Let me show you. I think this is
more or less the same thing.
yeah. How much hidden? Yeah.
You guys just gotta wake up, dude, to reality. You gotta stop believing the bullshit nonsense curving away from you. It's just perspective. It's just the way our eyes work. It's the way the camera eye works. You're seeing something in the distance, it's going to be lower. The foreground will always be lower than the thing, the
Yeah.
image that's closer to you. That's it. There's how much more do you have to understand, bro?
I mean, you're saying that, but then you're also saying it's converging, so it shouldn't drop lower than the eye level. It's going to also go lower than the eye level and also converge to the eye level, which means it will not go lower than the eye level. That's to me.
Can someone just do this in Blender and just get this debate finished with? So I think we'd agree on Blender.
The argument's wrapped, bro. It's already dead. Like, we already disproved it. Like, there's no even point to talk about it anymore. The only thing we're dealing with is incredulity right now. Like, you cannot accept reality right now. Whoever is on the side of the mountains lower because of a curve, you are brick. You're not understanding optics. That's it. We posted enough photos for you guys to see something that's taller in the that's closer to you can get lower as it gets away from you. You still can't grasp that. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's gone. I was going to ask for a bit more about that image. Anyway.
You're a little quiet, G-Dub, man. Oh wait, no, I have you on like 80% for me. Okay, I'll turn you up. Sorry,
Sorry, I
dude.
must have been yelling earlier or something, wasn't I?
Yeah, I think so, man. I think so.
I'm just wondering. I want some details about that photo. Like, why is eye level up in the air, in the sky? I mean, I'm not getting that.
Well, like, just double checking. That's Blackpool, right, in England, or is it not?
Apparently.
Right. Okay, that looks like Blackpool Tower looking over the ocean side, which would be like the east looking west. Sorry, yeah, east looking west, east looking southwest. That's what it looks like to me, because the it's on the coastal side of the water, the tower, and that would be looking at the other side of the cove, maybe south. Um, it's a square based tower, and I think it's set north, south, east, and west. So we kind of are looking at the south, I think, southwest from the northeast. So I could get it on Google Maps
Right.
and have a look.
Yeah. Okay, but the image itself, right? It looks like the tower is at eye level. Like, it's hard to tell. I mean, doesn't look like eye level is where
Dude,
it's
Right.
being
I
indicated to
understand the
be.
that's
confusion.
such a
I
good
think
point. That's such a good point. Like, they're saying that the eye level
I
is
think it's
1,200
just
feet,
centralized.
but
No,
even the
I
eye
get what you.
level 1,200 feet is above. That makes no sense. Zero sense.
Eye level
There's
is not the
no.
same as eye height.
No,
You know,
I know.
it could be angled down a bit,
I get
or
it.
it could
I
be
get it.
cropped. The image could be cropped. Okay, could be either one of them.
Right.
That's what I was asking about earlier.
But who's to say it's 1,200 feet? How do we know these stats? How do we know that to be accurate?
I have to figure out what he's on. That's 1,200 feet high. The observer.
Because I could take a photo and tell me my height, but doesn't mean it actually is if I'm trying to prove a point from a biased position, only to try to make this argument to make you look dumb if you believe otherwise. Do the same thing.
Yeah, I think we need to run this through like Google Maps, get the distances and location of the camera to confirm it, and then put it through like Blender so we can or like a Google Draw or something, whatever it is, so GeoGebra.
Nah, let's get an elevation profile.
Yeah, that'd be good too. An elevation profile, because the topography of that tower and those mountains might be way different. Like, you can take a photo across the valley, and the things that are at the top of the bowl of that valley can be higher in elevation only because they're technically on a higher elevation. So that would throw off this whole argument as well. And opposite of that, if you had things that are lower only because the topography of them are lower than your position, like, dude, that also comes in play. So I totally agree. An elevation profile would be the most best thing to look at. because it could all be deceived.
That harkens back to what I was saying about suggesting that the original image itself is borked, right? Because that's what argument leads. It doesn't matter what route you get there. If the argument is that the image misrepresents truth,
right,
then the image can't be trusted.
Right.
Then it is
I
what
agree.
it is. And if a guy was kind of talking about the argument after that.
Right.
Well, we could confirm how high them turbines are, right? Because we don't know them heights, right, from this picture, because they're in between the mountain, aren't they? And I could like double confirm the line of sight.
And I will say this. It does seem like the topography of this photo that it does actually go up higher, because those turbines, they're never built that tall. Like if this tower is the amount of feet that they say it is, those turbines are not even that high built normally. They're not that high. So technically, optically, they can look that high if the topography of that ground does curve up, if you will. If it goes up, if those towers or those turbines were built on a higher elevation in the distance, it's just going to throw off the whole photo altogether. But I'm just saying, I mean, there's a lot to go. There's a lot to fucking, like, you could pick a lot from this, dude. But elevation profile, as well as the position of the camera and that elevation, can definitely bring this to a close.
Yeah, look, effect items in the chat. To my understanding, I don't know, and it's not great. I'm telling you, I don't know much about this shit. Pretty sure you could get that effect by like messing around with focal length and lens angle change.
You can get weird stuff to happen, but if something is below eye line or eye level and something's above eye level, you can't get them to cross. That's the thing. You can definitely do weird focal stuff. You can't. You can't without refraction. You need to bring in
I'm pretty sure you can.
something external. No, you definitely
Pretty sure you
can't.
can get that effect.
You definitely can't unless you add an effect like that. I shared two images that demonstrate how the planar,
like just simply tilting your simply tilting your lens, not changing its height. Just simply tilting your lens and changing its height will make something in the viewfinder in appear to go up and down.
Sure, that's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Right.
But
so
you're not
go below or above eye level, right?
if you have an object in the image that is below eye level, like if that actual object in the real world where it physically exists is below eye level, you're not going to be able to get it to appear above eye level in an image without some external factor. And vice versa, if something's above, you're not going to be able to get it to appear below without some external factor.
Okay, I don't know. I'll have to look a bit more into it, but I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah. By the way, that land where those turbines were built, it is higher in elevation in the distance, which would make sense why it's blocking out that mountain that's further in the distance, because those turbines are about 318 feet, and that's clearly like, obviously they're higher in perspective than this 600-foot tower. So obviously that land in the background is higher. So like, imagine if you were to block out those mountains strictly by just land being, the topography being higher up in the distance. Like, that's a given. The bottom of the mountains being blocked out by the change of topography in the
Right.
distance.
You're really narrowing in on the argument of the numbers in the image are a lie. That's what it seems like. Which is fine. That is what it is if that's what you think.
Yeah, based upon even those
Right.
those wind turbines. Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. You know, if
it's
that's
just all
where
being misrepresented. That's what it comes down to. It's just being misrepresented. All of it.
In that article that was posted, apparently it triggered their readers. They're like, "It's fake." They wrote into the editor or whatever. It's fake. It's Photoshop. Triggered the people.
Yeah, because
I put a couple images in the chat that demonstrate the converging that was being talked about earlier.
Yeah, convergence is a real thing. That is reality. But so is perspective and things looking low in the distance.
It's not just low though. Like if you look at my two pictures, if you jump back between them, the chapstick, which is below the camera because it's small, actually moves up in the image. It gets smaller and moves up.
That's how optics works. Things
I
that are
know.
lower go up. Things that go higher
So
go down.
you just saying things that are lower or things get lower is not true. That's inaccurate.
No. Things that are lower go up. Things that are higher go down. So technically,
Yeah,
with
they
distance, right? So technically, with distance, things that are higher do go down. Technically.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. No, this is making sense now. Then to follow that up, the question is, what happens when you take that like to infinity, right? So I agree. As you move a taller object further away, the top of it comes down. But what happens as you move that object, to the very edges of your sight?
Well, with that being said, in that same photo, it's safe to say that even that tower is optically not represented accurately because you still have a distance away from it. So that tower even looks smaller. Itself looks smaller because that 600 feet, 600-foot tower looks smaller than what it would actually be, clearly, because you're a distance away from it.
I mean,
because that's the way
how it looks subjectively isn't really the observation being made. It is where the tops of the objects are. Like just the pixel at the top of the hill and the pixel at the top of the tower. Right. Everything else is a distraction.
Right. But there's a lot of things at play here. The topography itself is going to change everything.
The topography is, if the altitude readings are correct, then the topography is irrelevant. It doesn't matter how much the land rolls from point A to point B if you know how high you are at point A and point B and also point C. Because you're not, there's no statement being made about anything except the tip of the tower, the tip of the mountain, and where the camera is. That's all. Just those 3 points.
Right.
That's all.
But yeah, you're right. But the fact that these are being misrepresented because now they're placing it on a globe. And it has to be a globe because these mountains are lower than the tower.
Well, it doesn't have to be a globe. It could be a sphere. It could be flat, and there could be all kinds of refractory things going on.
Well, technically, that's why I said it doesn't matter about the shape here. The argument here is how do things closer to you, how are they taller than something that's in the distance that would, by elevation, technically be way taller? So, for instance, a 4-foot trash can look taller than a light pole that's 20 feet in the air.
Sure. Yes.
If you take the photo from it closer to the trash can than the last light pole.
But I think you're missing the forest for the trees here, right? The point is that, like, if you look at the pictures I took of the spices and the chapstick, that is a planar setup where the objects that are moved back in a planar way, right?
And it made sense. It made perfect sense.
And the observation made in those two pictures differs from the observation made in reality. That's the point. The point is that the planar explanation is insufficient to describe what is actually observed. There's a gap. That's the only claim being made. The claim isn't there's a gap, therefore everything your opponent has to say is true. That's not the argument. The argument is that here's a piece of evidence that demonstrates that a planar argument disagrees with what we observe in reality. And then there's tons of ways we can close that gap. And those are all interesting, right? There's tons of, this is why I keep saying it could be refractory. It could be a globe. It could be a whatever. The only point being made is that there is a gap. There's a delta.
And it comes down to the interpretation of it.
May I ask what is exactly a delta?
A delta is a difference. So it's a difference, yeah.
All right.
So, yeah, observation differs from the idealized experiment.
Right. And then
I'll be nuanced. The real world is not ideal, right? Of course. But we do see,
when it comes to optics.
Yeah, of course. It's unless you go out into a vacuum, right? Like we're down in the atmosphere, things are messy and blurry and gross. That's definitely part of it. And that's part of the difficulty is, there's all kinds of, and it's almost certainly not just one effect, right? There's probably a bunch of effects conspiring to form this observation, right?
I agree.
So the question that would follow is it possible that we are making an observation on a plane and that those other effects are strong enough to result in this observation? Again, assuming the numbers are true. That's the real point here.
Yeah, and I agree with you. But would I disagree with anybody that would say, because of how we're seeing this, it has to be a globe? That's where I disagree.
Sure. Yeah, I completely agree. You couldn't look at this picture and just say globe. For somebody could absolutely use this picture as a grain of sand in their heap of sand that they're using to conclude globe. Right. But you're right. This picture in isolation does not lead directly to globe. The whole reason it was brought into the conversation was as a counterpoint. I agree with the idea that, when we human beings walk around the world, our experience is not that we're living on a globe. That is you don't just look out and that's not an obvious conclusion.
Right.
Right, at all.
Right. This is why when he presented it as being his evidence for a globe, that's why I immediately harped on him. Because I was like, dude, that's not proving a globe. And then I showed him the pictures. I showed him the photo. I said, dude, and every photo I showed him was across a plain tile backyard, patio.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. And I think, to steelman him a little bit, I think he was eventually trying to go somewhere, but it all stalled out on his introductory point. And I think the real failure was the geometry he was trying to point out, which is what I tried to capture in the two images I shared. He was trying to make an argument about geometry and how in a planar system, everything converges to a vanishing point. And he presented a picture that is counter evidence. And I'm just suspecting he was going to use that to undermine flat Earth and then say something else. I don't know what. We never got there.
No, yeah, from the beginning, he was trying to say that that was his proof of a globe Earth from the beginning. And that's why I said, no, that doesn't prove a globe, bro. Because I could show you why it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't prove a globe. No. But to be fair, just to be nuanced and mature, that picture is stronger evidence for some kind of round Earth than it is for a flat Earth. It is more on the round Earth side than in the flat Earth side. Like, it is an observation that is more evidentially powerful for that side, which is why you brought it up.
I think that because
shouldn't be able to see those mountains.
I think that because these observations can be clearly exampled, if you will, on a planar Earth. We're just dealing more with topography and perspective. Then it would never have a flat Earth or globe Earth argument at all to begin with, because the way perspective works and the fact that there is topography in this photo, obviously, like I pointed out, the turbine, like, dude, those are 318 feet high.
But you're missing the forest for the trees. The only points that matter are the camera and the top of the two objects. That's all. The rest of the image might as well be white.
What are you talking about? There's 1,700 feet of missing curvature, man.
And that's an interesting argument the other way, where if you just draw straight lines on the surface of a sphere that's the radius of the Earth, then there are all these kinds of there's all this documentation of observing things that are like over the curve, right?
Right. Why do you think people wrote into the newspaper all upset? You can't see that. That's not real.
Yeah, so in this case, the mountains would have been fake, because they would say, you can't see those mountains from that far because it's a globe. Yet someone just presented it that, oh, here's the mountains in the background. It's a globe.
The
When
issue is
technically,
that tourists have gone and
mathematically,
repeated the photo, right? It's not a doctored photo. I can't personally say that the numbers are right because I don't know. I have seen this image before. I've seen people like talk about the image before. And I know for sure that tourists have gone and repeated the same photo because of the notoriety it's gained. So you can go there with your own camera and capture that photo. You can do it if it's a clear day.
But if there's a mathematical equation that it has to be for this globe Earth, because that's another thing, by the way. On a planar Earth, you don't have to start saying, oh, well, this thing's going to disappear because of the shape of the Earth. You don't have to say that. What you're going to say is that these things are going to disappear because of the way optics work.
Because of a vanishing point, because they're going to go off to infinity.
Right. But on a globe Earth, there has to be a disappearing act eventually down the road, because it's all curving away from you.
So this would be an interesting observation, is like a way to test exactly the point that you're talking about, because assuming I'm understanding you correctly, and stop me if you feel like I've misunderstood what you're saying, but if we're on a planar Earth and you watch an object sail off into the sunset or whatever, right? It would shrink and shrink and shrink to the vanishing point, but hypothetically, if you pulled out a telescope, you'd still see it, right?
You're right.
There's
We do.
There's no object in the middle to do it, and that would be the case. In an idealized scenario, you could go infinitely far, right? Obviously, other effects stop that. But,
of course,
right?
But for instance, there is a video of someone watching the sun set in the ocean, and it looks like it's going behind the horizon of the ocean, but then he zooms in and you can clearly see that the sun is way still above the water, but because of whether it's atmospheric lensing or glare, whatever, it just looked optically, it looked to the observer's eye, it looked like the sun was going behind already the horizon of the ocean. But when he zoomed in on the camera, all of a sudden the sun is still way above the ocean, way above the horizon, only because he was able to zoom into it. So, like, technically, though, if he was to keep that camera still zoomed in, eventually that sun would have went behind that horizon even still, until that camera was no longer able to resolve that image in its view. And that's
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
hear what you're saying. I'm getting it. But I think what you're pointing out would be true in both models, right? I don't think it's a piece of evidence. There would be differences if you could measure to extreme precision. There would definitely be differences. But I think, just zooming in with the camera, you could make that same observation in both models, right? I think you need to narrow in on, like...
Hey, Shane Spirit, sorry, I'm really sorry to interject here. Can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Okay, can you do everybody a favor and stop saying model, okay? Globe does not have a model. Flat does not have a model.
Okay, what would you prefer I say?
If you could do that, that'd be great. Sorry?
What would you prefer I say? I don't really understand how to portray that idea better.
No, I'm not trying to police. I'm not trying to police your speech, but we don't have a model.
That is what you just did.
You guys don't have a. Well, I'm not trying to do that, but we don't have a model, man. We don't have a model. We don't have a map. We don't have any of that shit. We're not trying.
So would you prefer I say
do.
system, a flat Earth system versus a globular system? Is that better?
How about we just say, globe? They have a fake model, and flat Earth, no model.
Okay, this is a red herring.
We're not claiming a model, man. We're not claiming a map. We're not claiming we know where north is. We're not claiming where we know south is. We're not claiming any of that shit. We're not claiming we know how the moon cycles and sun cycles work. We're not claiming we know how the seasons work. We're not claiming any of that shit. We're claiming exactly what we can prove, which is water, earth, flat. That's it. That is literally it. There is no model. There is no map. There is nothing. And you guys keep coming in here and saying model. Your model doesn't fucking work either. So look, I'm not trying to police speech at all. I'm simply saying.
And you're distracting from the conversation.
I'm simply fucking saying.
If you want to drive the conversation down, we can do that. It's late. I'll just go to bed. It's fine. But I was actually enjoying speaking with some people who I'm politely disagreeing with and bringing the conversation up. Do you want to be part of that? It sounds like the answer is no.
I'm just simply saying, fucking stop trying to say we have a model. That's all I guess I'm trying to say.
I'm not putting any words in your mouth. I'm not making any claims.
We don't have a model. You guys don't have a model either. Your model doesn't work. Our model doesn't work. Do you know what a model is?
I do, and I would even challenge the idea that I'm treating you guys as you guys. You're all individuals. You all have your own ideas. You're not a monolith.
Yeah, we don't have a model, man. That's all. Anyway, look, I'm not trying to be a dick. Actually, I do like you. You argue well. You're very articulate, and you're clearly very, very smart. I'm not trying to be a dick here. I was just saying, one thing that really, really fucking grinds our gears and grinds my gears is when you guys say flat Earth model. Okay, we don't have one. I would really wish that you guys stop fucking saying that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. And just to be completely clear, where that just went is definitely not the effect I'm trying to have at all. I definitely don't want to be antagonistic. I feel like a lot of the conversation has been good. And if I do accidentally keep saying model, it's definitely not to apply to
it's all good, man. I'm not a social justice warrior. No one fucking is here. Okay.
Cool.
Just
I appreciate that.
Model has a very specific meaning, and we don't have one.
Okay,
anyway,
so
continue, man.
I'll try to say like system or something, because in my mind, I'm talking about like idealized concepts, like
concepts. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's when I'm saying model, I'm literally thinking of like, an idealized layout of things in my head. And I'm only exploring aspects of it. I'm not criticizing the whole thing in its in its robustness. I'm just kind of exploring narrow aspects
Gotcha,
of
man.
each.
I'm not trying to be a dick here. And if I don't know how long you've been here, but if you've been here for a while, you'd understand why I'm actually going.
I understand. I understand.
What I'm
Yeah. I understand.
All right, gotcha.
And I understand also a lot of people come in here and are assholes on both sides. I get the intensity.
Yeah, gotcha, man. Look, I'm not trying to be a dick, man. I do, and I'm not trying to be. This is not me coming at you, but we don't have a model. Okay, there's no flat Earth model. In fact, there's no globe Earth model either. There are many globe Earth models, and all of them have holes in them.
Sure.
A model is simply something that approximates something that people believe to be true. Yeah,
definitely. I agree. That's what a model is for. It's for making approximations about the future, and any non-trivial model would have to be basically infinitely complex or near infinitely complex to truly, completely accurately predict. There will always be gaps, right?
Gotcha. And look, mate, I appreciate you accepting my being pedantic with that. I just it gets a bit old, man. But this is not a shot at you in any way, shape, or form. Please continue.
Cool. So what I was getting at is that we could sorry, I lost my train of thought a little bit.
Wait, is the perception that God themselves, I'll say themselves because I don't know if it's an it or he or she
or an us,
but God themselves is a I guess infinite being that exists beyond the realms of what we humans would consider time and space. Like, they exist beyond the boundaries of before, after, during. Do you know what I mean? Or is there a, perhaps, is there a temporary sort of ambassador, if you will, that can interact with the primitives of the time? So, for instance, us right now, we're human, and so we have a primitive being that interacts with us, Jesus Christ. And maybe, perhaps, 1,000 years from now, there's a primitive being that is beyond what we would consider human or extraterrestrial. Is that a valid question to ask, or is that just bullshit?
Animal, if you want to have a religious discussion, you can go to one of the others. This is about the Earth, reality, and the facts that can be derived from it.
I mean, they were asking about, gods and, messianic figures, so I thought it might be a... But anyways, I'll switch to another channel.
Yo, Skinny, why would you not have a model? I mean, if you take all the ideas flat earthers take to be true, and put them in a set, you could create a model, right? It's not perfect, maybe, and it's just provisionary, but yeah, why don't you have a model?
Because then we would just create another reification fallacy and being exactly like the system that we've shown to be false. Because as the globe Earth has its models and we say, hey, you're claiming to have a radius of 3,959 miles, yet in reality I can't find that. Somebody would come up with another model that wouldn't be a globe, and then you would say, hey, look at this. You're claiming this is true. Well, in reality, I don't see this happening. So then what would be the point? That's why we say we don't have a model, we have reality. Either what we're thinking matches what we experience in reality, or it doesn't. You know?
Yeah, what Kiko just said. That perfectly exemplifies exactly what I was going to say. Matt. All right, we don't claim a model at all, and to claim any model, the most accurate model that I have ever seen in my life for anything at all is what we used to do before every patrol, both in training and when we're deployed on operations, which is what's called a mud model or a sand table in American parlance. And even then, it's not accurate at all. And I've made mud models. I've actually made them. They're oriented to the correct. They're oriented north. You've got grid north. Everything there. Got everything there, but it's not accurate. It's a model. It's simply a fucking model, man. And models are not accurate.
I have a question for you.
Go nuts.
I just want to know if you have any idea how GPS works, how time zones work, or how seasons work.
Okay, you said seasons, time zones, GPS, yeah?
Yeah. How do you have a concept of how any of that works?
All right. So I'll go GPS at the start. My dog has decided to start barking. I'm sorry to hear. You hear that in the background. Hold on a second. All right. GPS. GPS is so fucking unreliable that to this day, soldiers are taught map, protractor, compass. Seasons, don't know. The other one, I think, if it's sun or moon or something like that, don't know. But GPS is incredibly unreliable.
Okay, so GPS you think is nonsense and does not work, and seasons and time zones you don't know.
Seasons, I don't know how they work. Time zones, don't know how they work. And get GPS though, I know GPS though, I do know, is incredibly unreliable. This is why to this day, soldiers, sailors, airmen are still taught map protractor.
You don't know how it's supposed to work, but
don't know. Okay, don't know. So this means that what I'm saying has no validity at all. How about this?
Honestly, what you're saying has a lot of validity.
Yeah, I can tell you something about GPS. I can tell you that ground positioning system or pseudolights, which imitating supposed GPS signals from space in a realm that doesn't exist because it's contradicting the law of thermodynamics. Anyways, the thing is that today we use pseudolights in major cities and hyperpopulated dense areas because these pseudolights, which is a ground-based system, which you would probably think is GPS on your phone that is connected to some kind of dish in space, is actually a ground-based system and actually only works this great in cities and high-dense population areas is because they use ground-based pseudolights. You can look this up. I can send you PDFs and files and documents that actually underline this thing. So what happened is we have spent millions and trillions of dollars to put things in space just to figure out a few decades later that actually putting stuff on the ground on, like, let's say high towers and major cities and whatnot, and make a triangulate-based system that then the frequency and GPS signal is actually much more stronger and more preferable instead of shooting something in space. Nice. What a great accomplishment. What a great waste of money. Because we had a Concorde, for example, that flew over the Pacific Ocean just using a ground-based navigation system in the first place, and it was flying faster than the speed of a bullet. Isn't that amazing? But yeah, we flat earthers, we don't know anything. Yeah. We just deny GPS. We have absolutely no clue what it is and what it does.
I appreciate your sincerity.
Yeah, there
So
you go.
GPS stands for global positioning, right?
Yeah. So Skinny, I appreciate your sincerity, and to Clay Underseal, you have a flat Earth model.
Well, look, you're not being a dick, man. And I appreciate that. You're not being a dick. But I'll tell you what, like, if GPS was so fucking reliable, there is no soldier on this planet that would be taught how to read a map, how to use a protractor, how to use a compass, how to actually navigate over the ground. GPS is so fucking unreliable, man. It is unbelievable. Like,
Skinny.
it often puts you.
Skinny, to your defense, man, he was already strawmanning you. You said it's unreliable. That's why the soldiers are still being taught how to use a map and a compass, right? And he said, "Oh, so you just don't believe in GPS?" That's what he said. The first answer
I never said any such thing.
You
never said
reflected
any such thing.
You reflected the opposite of what he was stating. I
said
that.
I
It was
appreciate his sincerity.
No. Remember your first. Remember the first
It's a
answer you
misunderstanding, come on.
given after what he has said.
Clay.
You did not reflect what he said. You strawmanned it, and you said something else, as if he doesn't know what GPS is. Do you want me to read?
He knows what GPS is clearly.
Okay, next time use his words. Next time say, "Oh, so you think that GPS is very unreliable because soldiers still use this," and don't insert something he's never said. I don't like this kind of debate when people reflect upon a wrong thing that someone never has mentioned. No, you didn't. And be honest.
Can someone actually tell me what the fuck is? Can someone tell me what the fuck is actually going on here?
He came in here with questions that he could have Googled. But for some reason, he's come here. Why did you come here to ask these questions, Roland, my boulder?
I wanted to understand about Skinny Vet's position, and Skinny Vet.
Why would you come here
I
randomly
asked
to a
Skinny
private
Vet
server?
questions based on what I had heard him saying.
Why did you come in here and ask those questions?
Can you be quiet so I can answer? I listened to Skinny.
Hey, Roland, it's Skinny talking for a second. Sorry to cut you off. Skinny talking for a sec. Can we do me a favor and not cut in anybody else? So, I brought up why GPS is not reliable. Roland, answer.
Well, my answer is, you said there's no flat Earth model, and I asked you how do XYZ work, GPS and some other stuff, and your answers were completely consistent with your statement that there's no flat Earth model. I had no beef with it. I appreciated your sincerity. I said as much.
So your view is because I don't have answers for things that the globe Earth model purports to answer, that makes my position wrong? Is that what you're saying? I don't want to.
No, I thought I actually thought you were the most consistent, like, flat Earth person I have talked to. If you had said, "Well, seasons work this way, and GPS works this way, and blah blah blah, and that works," if you had explained everything, then I was gonna jump and say, "Well, you've got a model," but you were sincere. You said, "I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. I don't have a model." So I had nothing.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that, and by all means, message me, man. We can debate about this as much as you want, or we can, just exchange on message, man. Like, I'm always happy to talk to people who aren't dicks, and you're not a dick, man. So, I'm happy to do so. But we don't claim
mutual feeling. Like you totally agree.
Thank you. Look, here's the thing, man. It goes for any kind of debate on any subject whatsoever. There are things that are verifiable, and there are things that are not verifiable. And what is not verifiable are seasons. What are not verifiable are the movement of the sun, the movement of the moon, tides, things like that. These are not verifiable at all via the scientific method. It's literally that simple. It's assumptions, and we were talking. I was talking with Eggshells earlier today before my internet got cut off for a little bit. He said much the same. He said these are assumptions, which I respect the shit out of him for. He's a glober. He's laughing as a fucking flat earther, but he's a glober. I respect the shit out of him for that. I've got no problem with that, man. I've got no problem with globers. We were all globers, man, at the start. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. What I'm saying is that there's things that can be absolutely proven and things that can not be absolutely proven. And so, you know, things like the seasons, things like the sun, things like the moon, etc. These are assumptions, educated guesses at best. The best guess, in the words of Eggshell Guy, best guess. Okay, educated guesses at best.
No,
Right.
I really did come to like pounce on you. I asked you those questions thinking you would explain them, and then I could say, see, you do have a model. But you
No.
You didn't even you were like, I don't know. So yeah, you don't have a model.
No, I don't, and none of us do. And you know, this is the thing. Like, for example, I'll put it in another way for you. So when people come in here that are globers and they claim to know, for example, anything to do with military things, how marksmanship works, what you account for when it comes to shooting direct fire weapons, indirect fire weapons, things like that, and they don't know 3/5 of fuck all. I've actually done that. So I can actually speak to that with authority because I've done it. I've literally done it. I've called in fire. I've done all that kind of shit. I've done everything with that. If anything that I don't know, but anything I don't know, I go, look, man, I don't know. I don't know. So I'm not going to fucking lie to you, man. I'm not going to bullshit to you. If I don't know, I don't know. If I do know, I do know. And
so you
what
know,
I'm not going to work
we have these like fake towns where the buildings are all built out of plywood with about, I don't know, 1.5 feet of sand as the wall. And so that way you can do live fire exercises and the bullets all will not go through the walls. And I was doing one of those exercises, and
sorry, just quickly, not trying to cut you off. You served?
I did serve, yeah. And I was doing this live fire exercise.
Sorry,
So we all
just quickly. Thank you for your service. What was your job?
Light infantry, 11 Bravo. And
yeah, I was infantry too, man. I was 2RAR, 2nd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment. Thank you for your service. Sorry, continue.
America number one.
But the story does not go in a good direction. Live fire exercise. We have these like fake towns where the buildings are all made of like plywood and sand, so the bullets won't go anywhere. Anyway, it's a urban warfare thing where we're trying to penetrate a building through a window. And the third guy threw. So I was the first guy into the window, and the third guy threw his rifle in. He was supposed to hand it to the second guy. Like the training was like third guy hands his weapon in, and then goes through the window. And dude just chucked it. And here I am in the room already, and the fucking rifle bouncing around with live ammo in it. I don't know. Like, thank you for your service, yes, but goddamn, have some brains. Don't throw a weapon with live rounds. I don't know. I feel like there's a message that needs to get out there. Don't throw a weapon that has live rounds.
So your battalion. I was 2nd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment.
I don't
At the time I
feel like
served,
that we're in the same country serving. Your
gotcha.
nomenclature is strange to me.
It's all good, man. Like grunts are grunts, and it is what it is. But pleasure to talk to you. And absolutely,
What's
again,
your
absolute respect.
What's your worst story of a
I
fellow
posted a grenade. I posted a grenade in a creek line in East Timor, and I strapped myself in the head.
Jesus Christ! Here's my so I told you my scariest. Here's my funniest. I was in a Humvee, American Humvee. I was the driver. The American unit is driver, and then is low rank, and then in the passenger seat is high rank, and then standing up in the turret is another like lowest rank. So like standing up in the turret with the gun is the lowest. Driver is second lowest, and passenger is the highest. And gunner.
It's the same in the Bushmaster in Australia. Same thing.
Yeah. And so the gunner. So me and the squad leader were like kind of tight. The gunner was just like an idiot. And we didn't trust him. We didn't like him. And the squad leader hits him on the thigh, like bang, bang, and says, so is this fucking same guy, actually. It's a funny story. Same guy. Anyway, same guy. Another live fire exercise. Squad leader says, make sure your weapon's on safe. Just like pounds on him. And before we like entered the hot area of the training, he's like, make sure it's on safe. Like 5 seconds later, the squad leader is like, what the fuck? And he's like, he goes, he pulled the trigger. That's how he checked to see if it was unsafe.
Oh my
for fuck's sake. So the thing is, man, thing is, Roll, I got you, man. Like, that's fucked up, man. So look, how do men like me and you, okay, how did we get fooled into this globe model? Because everything that we do is based off flat. Navigation with maps is based off flat. Everything we do marksmanship-wise is based off flat. I was a mortarman. That's based off flat. The FSW. Like, it's all based off flat, man. How the fuck did we get fooled into this shit?
Science.
Science? No, not at all. Because it's based off flat. Everything we do is based off flat, man. We're grunts. You and me are grunts. Everything we do is based off flat.
I hear you, and I will never dispute your gruntness uses flat. And here's my only rebuttal. Can I offer a rebuttal? Without impugning the military or service and all of the sacrifices that entails. Here is my rebuttal. What's your hardware store? Where do you go for screws and wood?
Say again. You said, "What's my heart rate? Where do I go for screws and wood?"
Where's your hardware store? Like, you want to put an add-on to your house. What store do you go to? Or the nails?
Hardware.
Well, anyway, whatever store you go to. When I go to that store, I buy the lumber, and I assume that the lumber is perfectly straight, and I use it as if it is perfectly straight. And the fact that the lumber is not actually perfectly straight just doesn't matter. Like, I can build my house, I can build my add-on, I can build my deck using the lumber, assuming that the lumber is perfectly straight, even though if we really looked at it, we all know that the lumber is wood and it is not, in fact, perfectly straight. It's all wood. Some is
gotcha. I don't know where you're going with this. I don't know where you're going with this, but yeah, I get you.
Well, that's it. I'm saying that we can fight the fight as soldiers, treating it as flat, and we can build a house treating the lumber as straight. We don't have to account for every single little thing. We don't have to account for everything to fight the fight. We don't have to account for everything to build the house.
Okay, so you said you're 11 Bravo, right? 11 Bravo would be infantry in American parlance, yeah?
Yeah, like unmounted light infantry.
Okay, gotcha. What was your particular MOS? Were you a gunner? Were you mortarman? Were you what were you?
Well, 11 Bravo is an MOS. I served a variety of roles. I don't know. What was your quick? You want to know like what I did day to day?
Were you
The reason I'm asking,
you saw
the reason I'm asking,
Go ahead.
sorry, Kiko. The reason I'm asking, the reason I'm asking is what you were carrying, and the reason I'm asking as well is M60,
M16, M16. I was
M16, M16. Okay,
I was not a sniper. That's something else. But I was expert qualified on my rifle.
oh, you're a marksman then. You weren't a sniper, but a marksman, yeah.
Right. I perhaps could have been a sniper or not. I never attempted to do that.
So you carried an ACOG on your weapon?
I'm sorry, a what? It was my weapon only had iron sights.
Only iron sights. Yeah, no ACOG. You didn't carry a 240. None of that shit.
None of that shit. Iron sights.
Yeah. Enemies run short on wanting to give people their optics, and then if they send you to the range, it's like you have to use your iron sights, and then select people get the fancy shit.
Yeah, I was not select. I could do dude, I apologize. It was been a while, but I think it was 300 meters. The farthest target.
300 meters is the farthest target, and it's 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. That's the distances we're told to shoot. And 40 rounds, and we're told to hit as many as you can.
I hit them all.
Oh, look, don't apologize, man, because I sucked at grouping. I was excellent at instinctive shooting and snap shooting. I was fucking great at that. But grouping, deliberate shooting, I was fucking horrible at. Point being,
I feel like we're polar opposites. Like on the zero range, my shit was like perfect.
I had to train. I had to shoot day after day after day after day to get my groups down to below 100 millimeters, man. Like,
did you do that thing where you put the coin on the muzzle and you pulled the trigger and the coin like stayed on the muzzle?
dude, I was shit at it. I was shit, and if I didn't actually continually train, I was shit. But I tell you what, instinctive shooting, kill houses, sneaker lanes, things like that, where first shot had to kill, I was fucking brilliant at. I was absolutely
So
brilliant.
you and me would have made a good pair because I sucked at that, but I was good at the rest of it.
My point being, though, that everything long range, and all right, so for me personally, so I was a rifleman like you, and then I did mortars, I did SIGs, I was signals platoon and communications, and I was mortars platoon, which is putting warheads on foreheads from fucking 7K away.
That's a nice
Everything that we do.
Foreheads on foreheads. I like it.
Hey, look at the fat electrician on YouTube, man. That's where I got that from. He's fucking great. Point being, okay, everything that we do as infantrymen is based off of flat. Everything that we do. We don't factor in
Dude,
curves.
I already agreed. I'm gonna just pull into it. I can also build a deck or an addition on my house, and I can treat all the lumber as if it's perfectly straight. It's the same kind of thing. Like, yes,
I get
shooting
the
mortars, artillery. Let's
analogy.
assume it's flat. Let's assume it's flat. Fine. We can also build houses assuming the lumber is straight. Doesn't make the houses fall down. It doesn't make the artillery miss. Sometimes assumptions are okay, even if we know for a fact the assumption is wrong.
Yeah,
Like
but
the lumber
I get you.
is definitely for a fact.
I get you, brother. I get you, brother. But however, that bent lumber, you can actually hammer into straightness. You can actually hammer that into straightness when you make that deck. Yeah.
Not perfect straightness. I mean, like you could come out with some special fancy stuff, and you could measure each piece of lumber on my deck and show me how it was actually not flat. I mean, it's flat enough to walk on. It's flat enough for us to Barbie, but fuck it, it's not. It's not like if you came out and like really looked at it, you would say, dude, this lumber is not straight. It's good enough. And same thing with the artillery. Like, dude, look. If the mortar, if the what did you say? Something's on foreheads. What was it?
Warheads on foreheads.
Warheads on foreheads.
Warheads on foreheads. Dude, if the warhead missed the forehead and hit the chin, the job got done. Nobody cares. So you don't have to be like that precise. Like you wanna win, but you don't have to be perfect. You can be good enough. You know, there's a thing. You must have heard hand grenades and horseshoes, right? Because horseshoes, I don't know.
Hand grenades and horseshoes. Hand grenades and horseshoes. I don't know that one.
Oh, there's a horseshoes are these U-shaped pieces of metal you put on equestrian hooves.
I know, mate. I grew up riding horses. I know what a horseshoe is. Yeah. I don't know how grenades and horseshoes.
There's a game where you throw the horseshoes at a peg in the ground. It's kind of like that other thing with the sandbags, cornhole. It's like cornhole, but instead of sandbags in the hole.
That game is called quoits. You throw. It's called quoits. Okay, I know the game.
We call it horseshoes. Yeah. We call it horseshoes here. So you throw the horseshoe. So if the horseshoe doesn't ring the peg, but just like kind of lands up against it, it still counts. And it's kind of like how if the hand grenade doesn't actually hit the dude, but just lands next to him, it still counts. So horseshoes and hand grenades. It's like I don't have to be exact. I just have to be close enough. Like, if I throw a hand grenade at you and I was off by the Coriolis effect, I think you're still going to be sad. Because you know.
Okay, so where... Okay, gotcha. So where does this actually factor in when it comes to flat versus globe?
Oh, just that many times, as in hand grenades, as in medium range marksmanship, the stuff that I did, 300 meters, as in lumber, building a deck, lumber, building a house, it does not have to be exactly correct. It can just be close enough. There's many situations where close enough is good enough. And so to say, that artillery doesn't account for the globe, therefore it's not a globe, is to say that I didn't account for the curve of the lumber, therefore all lumber is perfect. Like,
no, buddy. Look. I respect your service and everything, and I really like you. And please message me because I like talking to you. But that, my friend, is a false equivalency because I'm telling you something right now. Okay, I was a mortarman. I did work with artillery as well. I did work with sniper cell as well. Now, if curvature, Coriolis, all that shit, span actually was something that affects the firing of the round, and then later on the hitting of the round where you're trying to hit, it would be factored in. Because, right, you're ex-grunt. Okay, you're a grunt, I'm a grunt. What is the primary aim of firing any kind of weapon system at the enemy? What are you trying to achieve at the other end?
Disable.
What are we talking about? Sorry, I just got here.
Dying.
Well, then,
dying.
You got a little off.
Sorry, okay. There's two grunts that are talking about. There's one that's a glober, one flat earther, and we're talking about how that affects the passage of rounds. So again, Roland, when you fire a round of any kind,
bring the lumber,
at an
bring
enemy,
the lumber part in too, because that, in terms of
no, the lumber part that's a false equivalency, man. When you are firing a round,
explain the false equivalency to the newcomer.
Okay, false equivalency. If a bit of lumber, when you're trying to build your deck, is not completely straight, that's just okay. Yeah, you got to squeeze it in. You got to massage it in. You got to brace it somehow. You got to make it straight somehow. All right. When you're firing a piece of ordnance at somebody else, you have two aims. Normally one aim, but sometimes two aims in a danger close situation. In a danger close situation, you're ex-infantry like I am. In a danger close situation, the people firing the ordnance have two aims. What are they?
Kill them, not me.
Very well put, yes. Yeah. Kill the motherfucker you're trying to kill, and don't kill your own people. Yeah?
So skinny bit, there's like a tolerance in the machinery, right? And like accuracy of it. And then there's also like the blast range you take into account and like the area of effect, right? You got to take all that into effect.
No, it's pretty easy. It's actually so what you take into effect and what you're actually accounting for is bearing, range, elevation, and meteorology. That's it. It's literally that simple. If you're talking sniping, which is direct fire, then you also take into effect. You also factor in things like temperature, humidity, what elevation you're at when you fire, as opposed to the target elevation.
Can I jump in and ask a mortarman question?
Go nuts, man.
I regret that it'll probably seem like I'm attacking you, but it really is just a sincere question. Let's take everything that a mortarman accounts.
Sorry, just before you ask your question, mate, you can't offend me. No one here can offend me, man. Okay, I'm a grunt. You're a grunt. We can't be offended. Ask your question.
Well, as a grunt, I feel almost challenged, but I'm not gonna take the challenge. I feel like I could, but I'm gonna pass. Anyway, the question is, as a mortarman, take all the things that you said into account. I don't want to. I actually was not a mortarman, although I have called on them many a time. But I was never one. You said wind, humidity. I thought temperature. You listed a lot of things. I just want you to take everything.
No. Sorry, mate. Just to correct you, I said that was more for snipers. Mortarman, okay, with mortars.
Yeah.
Okay. With mortars, it is elevation, range, charge.
Okay.
Okay.
I want you to like take everything that you can into account as a mortarman. And I want to be my normal Ford observer self. I got my binos, I'm gonna watch, I'm gonna call back to you what is happening. And I want you to take everything into account, and I want you to fire round after round after round. Do you think those rounds are all going to hit the exact same spot?
No, they won't, because this is why you have a spotter, and this is why every time you have a fire mission called in, you have a spotter.
100%.
Because
you and me,
because
rocked on 100%.
It's a high trajectory weapon, and there is a lot of fucking wind up there. There is a lot of things up there that to take into account. So what happens is,
So if we ignored something as egregious as Coriolis, well, fuck it. I mean, the rounds are gonna hit wherever they hit anyway, and the fucking forward spotter's gonna call back. I'll correct. Kentucky wins. We win. Dude is dead.
No, it's not because
Hooray.
it's not because. Okay, Roland, you know this. You're an ex-grunt. Okay, what is a danger close mission?
Well, the danger close means danger because the mortarman does not have exact control over things, and I don't have exact control over what I call in. And shit could get real. I could die.
It's pretty easy.
If I'm calling in danger close, I am putting my shit on the line, saying I'm about to die because of them. And so fucking drop shit on me because I'd rather die from you than them, and maybe you'll hit them instead. Danger close is fucked up.
Come on, brother.
If you're calling
come on, brother. You're in one. Hey, brother. You. Come on. Okay, righto.
Yeah.
So
if you're calling shit in on your own head, you're taking some risk.
No, danger close means in American parlance that you're within 600 yards of the enemy. Okay?
Where'd that number come from?
Meaning that if they are off by even a little bit, the chances of you getting hit are very high, especially with such a high trajectory weapon. Okay?
Understand all of that very well.
Right. So
the whole point comes back to you when you said if you fired round after round under perfectly ideal conditions, you know those rounds will not hit the exact same spot. They'll hit close. I mean, you're a good mortarman. I have great confidence. I would have you at my back any day, brother. Even as a flat earther, I would trust you. But the rounds will not hit all in the same place.
There definitely is that. It's a very high. So a mortar, by definition, fires from 45 degrees up to 90. A gun fires 45 degrees and below.
That's as low as you can go.
A howitzer fires both.
I see. I've never done the thing where you drop the thing and you you drop the thing and you power off to the side. I've never done that.
I mean, you can fire the mortars direct lay. You can fire them direct lay. And what happens is, well, I have done that, and you fire direct lay. So you use the almanac, basically. It's a wheel, and you use the almanac, and you fire. And if you miss, which oftentimes you will, you focus your sight on where you actually hit, and then bring it back to the aiming post, and then you aim halfway between those two to make sure that you actually hit the second round. Point being, everything that we do as infantry, I'm sure it's the same in American infantry battalions. You have mortars, you have direct fire support weapons, javelin, all that shit.
Are pretty old.
Everything is based off flat.
For you. I actually have never called in danger close fire. I have done FO work. I have called in fire. I have adjusted fire, but never ever have I been in a danger close situation. Supposing that I were to be in that situation and call fire in on my own head, which basically is what danger close means. And assuming that we could get it right, I'm 100 yards away from these guys, and I need ordnance right on them and not on me, and I'm calling it in, and you are firing the mortar, but I'm assuming the mortar's got some adjustments on it, like you turn some shit and adjust the elevation and azimuth and whatever. So if I say danger close, how many people check the mortar before you drop the shell?
All right. So what happens with danger close?
Just you, or does it get double checked or triple checked? How many people verify that I'm not going to die?
Every round you fire, even if not danger close, is double checked. Every round is double checked. What happens with danger close fire is you actually put sandbags on both of the legs of the bipod to make sure that that mortar doesn't move too far with the recoil from the mortar.
And still just double checked or like quadruple checked? Because I don't want to die.
Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say is, Coriolis, spin, curvature does not come into it at all. And if it was actually a thing, if that actually factored in even an infinitesimally small amount, it would definitely be factored in, because the last thing you want to do is A, not kill the motherfucker you're firing at, and B, kill your own guys. That's the last thing you want to do in the world.
So can I tell you a couple of other things besides the non-existent Coriolis that I suspect you have never taken into account?
Go nuts, man.
I suspect that you do not adjust your settings based on the moment-by-moment temperature. And as it turns out, metal is subject to thermal expansion, well-known effect. So the shape of the rounds, the shape of the tube, the shape of the bipod, everything is changing based on the current temperature. So, like from morning to afternoon to night, you will go through a thermal cycle where the shape of everything that you touch is a little bit different. And I don't think you ever take the thermal cycle into account. And likewise, I don't think you take the age of the mortar tube into account. And the age impacts stiffness of the metal and how brittle it is. Mostly that's a thing that comes about because of the thermal cycling going through day and night and cold and hot and blah, blah, blah. And like metal does wear out. And as it wears out, it changes how it behaves.
That's a fair call. Do you know why we don't take that into account? Because we actually have our what's called an MFC, modifier controller, a forward observer, FO.
I have been the FO. That has been one of the things I've done. And what the FO does is tell you fucking missed. Go left this clicks, and dude, I got it. I know how the FO works. And my point is, there are many things, not just Coriolis, that you do not take into effect. And you trust the FO. The FO will walk your shit in, and we will win. We will drop the fucking warheads on the foreheads together, you and me. Dude, I'm American, you're not American, and I swear to God, you and me could make a great fire team. We would win. 100%.
Definitely.
And I think you could come over and build a deck with me, and we'd build a nice fucking deck too, because we're not assholes. But we also don't take every single last little thing into effect.
Well, yeah, definitely. Now look, that's a fair call. That's actually, I got to hand it to you. That actually hasn't been put to me before. However, and most of our tubes in Australia, they're American made and they're old. They were used in Vietnam. Okay, so yeah, not long after
I
Vietnam.
got a lot of Vietnam hand-me-down shit too. I totally feel you. The
But
American military is at this point mostly hand-me-down. So.
But my point being, okay, we take a lot of things into account. Because again, you want to kill the motherfucker you're trying to kill, and you don't want to kill your own. Now, again, if curvature, if spin, if Coriolis were actually impacting the fall of that round, it would be taken into effect. It's not at all. Same as, like you just talked about, how old the tube is, right? Fucking how worn the tube is, etc., etc. And the tubes are actually checked every single year to make sure that they still have the correct. Some of them are rebored to make sure they have the correct spin of the rifling, etc. I get where you're coming from with that. However, that is
God forbid you and me are
nowhere
doing a
near.
fire mission on December, and you know January that tube's gonna get disqualified. For fuck's sake! Like,
Oh, I
God
mean,
forbid
well,
you do a fire mission in
think about
December,
the
right?
shooting competition. Well, I mean, think about the shooting competitions. That's why you get a cold bore shot before you actually start getting scored in shooting competitions, because
Yeah,
a
I
cold bore
totally get
shot,
it.
right? But my point
So
being,
the whole point is that Coriolis could possibly be some like trivial effect, but there are very many more things like cold bore, thermal, age, blah 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 blah. There are a lot of things that affect exactly where that round lands.
yeah, definitely, for sure. However, Coriolis, curvature, spin are not factored in at all.
Right. Just like
Never have been.
temperature of the bore isn't factored in.
Well, look, when you fire a mortar cold bore, I think it's, from
You
my
know,
understanding,
I
okay, I'm not
wonder.
an expert. Wait, hold on. I'm not an expert, okay, at all. But when you fire a rifle cold bore, yeah, it's going to be off. Firing a mortar, something that, or artillery, that's something that's high trajectory, I'm not sure that that is necessarily going to be, given the lethality of the round and the lethal radius of the round, I don't think that's going to be that significant. But if you're firing a rifle, a sniper rifle, the level of lethality at distance, at 1,500 meters, 1,600 meters, that will probably mean the difference between killing the target and not. Mortars and artillery, or naval artillery, naval guns.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, right? Or what did you call? What was the horseshoes
Yeah.
game?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, it's the lethal radius is going to be a lot fucking bigger. So
Yeah.
the margin for error.
But even a sniper rifle has a margin of error, right? Like if I so let me go twofold though. You know, snipers do not work alone, right? They have a spotter who's watching and helping, incredibly helping. And so I'm a sniper pulling the trigger, and you are my spotter. We're laying next to each other. So first of all, I have probably 2 chances to do this, right? Like I could shoot at the guy and miss, and he's perhaps going to hear it or not, depending on how far away he is and some other things. I could possibly get a second round off before he even reacts if I'm like suspicious. So anyway, I like, there's some things I could maybe fire twice, but even if I only fire once, and I agree, the tolerance is very tight, but all I gotta do is hit his head. I mean, really, all I gotta do is hit his body, right? Like if I hit him in the shoulder or the leg, like thigh or the abdomen, whatever, I'm gonna put him down.
Mate, one of my best friends, was actually, he had the 3rd longest shot confirmed kill in Afghanistan. He was in sniper cell in my battalion.
So
Okay,
he could surely tell you that like he couldn't account for everything, and he did his best, and the bullet landed, but he didn't know, what his left eye or his right eye or whatever. Like,
but what I'm trying to get here, mate. What I'm trying to get here,
I think you're missing the point, Skinny. Let me explain. Yeah. So I think what Roland my boulder's trying to say is that both with artillery, now his example of artillery, was that there is Coriolis occurring, However, it's that insignificant. Like all the other things you don't take into account, it's not required to be taken into account due to the insignificance. And in the artillery, he had an FO at the front who says, "Hey, Skinny, you fucking missed, man. Go a little bit to the left and down 2 degrees," or however they direct you, yeah? So now I believe, and Roland my boulder, tell me if I'm wrong, yeah? He's saying the same with sniper rifles, that, okay, yep, no problems. Coriolis isn't taken into account, but it doesn't mean it's not happening, because it's another insignificant thing that we're not taking into account, like the temperature of the bore, how many shots have been fired, is it, these things that you guys went through. So I feel like
Yeah,
you're a little bit.
I think you're summarizing me about right. But only thing I want to correct is the Coriolis could or could not be taken into account. And I'll just twist back to my deck. Like, I could be an asshole and say every piece of lumber has to be exactly fucking perfect, or I could accept some imperfection and still have a good deck. And the mortarman, the sniper, would accept some level of imperfection and still get their kill. Like, I could use a deck. It's all about like tolerances. How much error can we tolerate and still get a hit or a good deck or whatever? And is Coriolis a bigger effect or a smaller effect than temperature of the barrel?
Is Coriolis within the tolerance?
Many things. Yeah. Is Coriolis is Coriolis the thing that we need to worry about, or should we be worrying about the humidity of the day, the temperature of the day, how many shots have been through our barrel? What's the biggest problem?
That's what I was trying to get to. And look, AJ actually brought up a good point with that. But that's what I was trying to get to, man. If it was important, it would be factored in. It's not factored in, therefore it's not important. You're trying to kill a motherfucker,
totally,
and you are trying to not get your own.
I totally agree with you. If it's not factored in, it must be a similarly unimportant to number of shots through the barrel, temperature of the barrel, temperature of the day, humidity of the day. Many things might affect the trajectory of the mortar or the sniper bullet, but not sufficiently that we have to get twisted up about it. So we can't think of everything. We take the biggest 5 things and go with it, and we get kills and we win wars, I hope, and we don't kill our friends. Skinny, please do not land mortars on my head if I'm your FO.
So what you're saying is that these weapons that we're discussing don't prove any rotation of the Earth.
Right. I don't think that mortars, artillery, as they are in normal contexts, serve to support globe or flat. I think that it's kind of like saying I built a deck, therefore the lumber at Home Depot is perfectly flat or not. I don't know. I built a deck. I got the job done.
We're back now. We're back, Roland. Sorry, man. We're back now to the false equivalency, which is what I was getting.
False equivalency. The point is that we can get a job done without having to account for every single thing. And so that we got the job done does not prove A or B.
Sorry, man. I respect the shit out of you, man. Okay, you're a fellow grunt, but what AJ said is right. Okay, it's a false equivalency, dude. In all honesty, when you're talking weaponry at long range and high trajectory, especially if the Earth was spinning, if there was curvature, that would definitely be factored in. You're trying to kill the motherfucker trying to kill.
I don't get that. I don't get that part. It would definitely be factored in. You didn't factor in temperature of the barrel. You didn't factor in number of shots fired. You didn't factor in humidity of the day. There are many things you didn't factor in.
Because the topography is actually needing to be accounted for. If the curvature was a portion of this topography, then it would have to be accounted for.
We're not talking about curvature. We're talking about Coriolis. Keep up, bro.
Well, look, so we're talking about, okay, so look, for example, before World War One, before the start of World War One, okay, artillery
I
was
was not yet.
basically, I'm just saying, okay, before World War One, for example, artillery, mortars, all that shit, they existed before World War One. It was pretty unscientific. It was basically direct layers where you can see what you're shooting at. All right. By the end of World War One,
I can't imagine that they didn't have FOs.
at the start of World War One, no, at the start of World War One, no, they didn't.
I am not a World War One guy. I don't know, but wow, indirect fire.
No, they didn't at the start. No, at the start, no, they didn't.
They have indirect fire like in the 1800s. I mean, weren't they firing like cannons?
They had indirect fire, mate. They had indirect fire in the 1500s, but it was direct lay. It was you see what you were shooting at.
Wait. Indirect fire means you can't see and you're relying on somebody else. Direct lay means
no.
That's why it's called
indirect fire. Indirect fire means
direct lay.
Wait, come on, you're a grunt. Come on, don't do this. Okay,
you can't say I have indirect
fire. Indirect fire means that you are not shooting directly at the target that you are firing at. That's what it means. You're lobbing something.
You can't see the target you're firing at. Look, a sniper does not fire directly at his target. A sniper probably leads if his target is at all moving, the sniper's leading it, and he's not firing.
Come on, you're a fucking grunt, man. Come on, you can't be this dumb. Okay, indirect fire means
cannot see
that you are lobbing, and indirect fire means that you are lobbing, whether you can see the target or not. You are lobbing.
No,
a round.
Fire means you cannot see, and you're relying on help. The indirect part is the FO. The need for the FO, whatever the mechanism, 1800s cannons and fucking guy on a horseback running from me to
Meaning you're not firing directly at the enemy. The firer is not actually seeing the enemy directly. That's indirect. That's the very definition of indirect fire.
Correct. If you can see, yeah. Okay, I think we've settled. If you can see where your rounds are landing and adjust for yourself, that is direct fire. If you cannot see where your rounds are hitting, whether you're
not if the round doesn't go directly. So no. Not if the round doesn't go directly at the target.
Right. If you can't see,
hold on, I've been itching to say this for the longest fucking time. Okay, whenever you're on a fob, or whenever you're out in the field, and you get mortar rounds sent to you, it's called IDF. It is indirect fire. Okay, the guy who gets up before morning prayer. No, before the guy gets up before morning prayer, sets up his fucking tube out in the middle of the fucking hill points it towards the fucking fob. He can see the fob. He knows exactly where the tube is aiming. He knows his trajectory. He's aiming at it directly.
Yeah, that's direct fire.
No, it is not. It's still indirect fire.
No, it's not.
The fact that he
all right. Roland, I'm gonna be again. You're a good guy. Okay. How about this? Okay, it's the difference between. Okay. We all threw rocks as kids, okay? You with me so far?
Before you do this, let me ask just one question.
Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Sorry, just give Roland.
Does it really
Can Kiko's
matter?
question get addressed or statement be addressed?
Does it really matter?
No, it don't matter.
Direct or indirect fire.
I was about to address Kiko. Okay, Roland.
We really have to get so particular.
When you throw a rock directly, hardly, like you're pitching a fucking baseball, okay, and you hit something, that's direct fire. when you throw a rock at something that is far away and you lob that rock at a high arc, at a high trajectory, and you hit that fucking thing a lot further away, that's indirect fire.
Okay. Do you
Come on,
have
man. You're a grunt. You know
anybody
this.
else? Do you have any other like manuals, handbooks, infantry guides, mortarman guides that support what you're saying? Because that is not my definition of those words. And I can offer you some citations. Indirect fire is when you cannot see where the rounds land and are relying on someone else. If you can see where the rounds land and adjust for yourself, that is direct fire. It doesn't matter if it's a hook shot. If you can see
Okay,
it
so,
and fix it yourself, that's
for direct fire, for example, if you fire a javelin at a tank,
yeah,
right?
and you see the tank,
and you know, and there's two. We're both grunts, and we both know that the javelin has two modes of use. One, you fire directly like a 66, like a law, or
like fire and forget, or wire guide.
Or you have it fires up above and then goes down on the top of the tank. Yeah?
Sorry, you're not talking dragon. You're talking. Okay, yeah.
One is direct fire, one is indirect fire. It is literally that simple.
No, both are direct fire.
No, they're not.
You can see. Look, you're not going to pull me off of this. I'm nice, and I will remain civil. And you're a great guy, and I would definitely go into whatever conflict with you.
I like you too, man. I'm not being a dick. I like you too. I'm not being a dick.
Direct means you can adjust your settings yourself. Indirect means that you need an FO to tell you what happened so you can address things. Like indirect means that you need me. Direct means you saw what happened yourself and you can fix it. It doesn't matter if you're a mortarman, tank, a sniper, pick whatever you want. Direct means you saw the consequences and adjusted. Indirect means it went through me, the FO, to tell you what needed to happen. That's it. Whether you're a tank, mortarman, sniper, whatever.
No, buddy, look, I love you too, man. I actually, and again, please message me. I want to talk with you. No, that's not what it means at all. At all, because you can direct lay with mortars, and that's an indirect.
I agree. I agree. You directly with mortars. If you can see the target, it's direct fire.
If it's
even
not
though it's a mortar.
pointing directly at the target, it's an indirect weapon. It is that simple.
If you can see where the rounds look as a mortarman, the difference between direct lay and not is whether you can see the target. Direct lay is that you see the target. Whatever you've pointed it, however high you're lobbing them, whatever hook shot you're pulling to get the kill, you see what's happening. Every time that it's indirect fire, not a direct lay, you can't see the target. That's the difference between them, whether you can see the target and where your rounds are landing or not.
Look, artillery can aim point blank as well. Naval artillery can do the same thing, and they are all called indirect.
Many things can definitely be direct fire, even though they are usually indirect.
You chose a very interesting sticking point here, mate. What we're trying to get back to here, okay.
I do recall asking you, do we really have to get stuck on this? I recall
does it rely on a globe? Does it rely on a globe, or does it rely on flat? And everything that you and I have ever fired relies on flat. Everything relies on flat.
Yeah. Well, sure. The Earth pretty much usually seems flat.
And our navigation that we use, our navigation that we
lumber
want,
from the hardware
is
store
flat.
seems straight. Why would I quibble with it? The
Fucking
lumber that I
hell,
bring home.
dude, like a
Actually,
broken
I do
record.
quibble. I do quibble with it. I do look down. I do look down the 2x4s and throw some of them back because it is god awful.
Adjust your building using the known curve on this fucking board.
Right. Even though the lumber is assumed to be flat.
Yeah, you accounted
is
for the
in
curvature
fact
of that
not,
board
and not
in
flat.
your building project. But we're gonna
No, I did
pretend
no
that we
such
didn't.
thing. I did no such thing. I
Oh,
screened
you would,
for the
because I
curved.
would.
Okay. You have a different process than me. I go to the hardware store and screen for the curved boards and
Hey
put them
guys,
back.
just quickly,
I
just
guess.
quickly, Kiko, Roland, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to duck out. I got to go now. But Roland, man, message me. All right, I like you, man.
Yeah,
We can
anytime, man.
discuss this another time.
And
Okay.
by the way, thank you for your service. I really do value you, and I would definitely have you at my back any day. You're a good guy.
Thank you. I got you 6, man. You got mine. That's fine. Kiko, you're fucking awesome as well. AJ, you know I love you, brother. Yeah, I gotta go, but yeah, look,
Have a good one.
yeah, don't take it as an attack, okay? Don't take it as an attack, and yeah, I'll be back.
I think it may be possible that we may have possibly been seeded by some sort of extraterrestrial life that is far beyond what we are right now. But in saying that, where I am right now in terms of my belief is that I think that is very hard to believe right now as I stand.
Bravo.
Can you repeat that?
He thinks aliens made him.
No. I said
I'm
that
going
I think
back
it
on
may be possible that there is some extraterrestrial life that made us, but currently I find that very hard to believe because I have no evidence to support it.
So what would that have to do with the shape of the Earth that we're standing on?
Nothing.
Well, I was mainly just commenting on what old mate said before he left, in terms of his belief that the Earth itself was some sort of seeded creation of an extraterrestrial life form. If you were here for that in the last basically 20 seconds.
What?
That Skinny said that when he left.
Are you okay?
Precisely.
Lost, man.
I was expanding on what he said as he left, because I was only entering as he left.
I don't think he said anything that you just said. Kiko, am I right?
No, I'm not saying that he said anything that I said. I was expanding on the idea of an ancient civilization that was here before humanity was. The idea that there was an ancient civilization, basically.
Well, I don't know. You've gone
Like
from
I said, I only came here in the last 20.
to. I'm confused, man, because now you've gone from aliens maybe creating us to a lost civilization.
I mean, if you actually follow any of these supposed conspiracy theories, you would actually realize that all of these fucking things sort of coalesce into one another. Because most of these people believe that one another, all of these conspiracies sort of coalesce into one another in some sort of fashion. The idea of an ancient civilization sort of closely linked with the idea of an ancient civilization that is alien, that people sort of reference over the last 20 to 30 years in terms of secret space programs and whatnot. So that's the only reason I was sort of mentioning them, because I thought it would be, I guess, common knowledge within the conspiracy landscape.
Do you know why they think that?
Do I know why they think that? I think there
What would
is
be like,
multiple
without
reasons.
droning on,
I think
I'm
there's.
about to go away for work. What
I
would
think
be
there's
your short answer?
the
I have a
short answer. I don't know if there's a short answer, but I think one of the short answers would be the fact that people have an inclination to the explaining the things commonly perceived to be unexplainable. They sort of attribute to things that are paranormal. And I think that is sort of common throughout any sort of endeavor throughout human history. Whether with regard to sort of exploring the universe itself, I think there is some... Excuse me. I think there are some ideas about certain planetary bodies that are sort of esoteric that incorporate... What?
The short answer is actually it's because they believe they live in a globe. And outer space is true. That it's an infinite expanding space vacuum. That's
I think
why
that's
they
a pretty reductionist view. I think there's many people that believe beyond that, but that is part of the belief, yes. But I think that's a pretty reductionist view of the entirety of belief when it comes to human civilization, when it comes to the universe itself. I think that's pretty reductionist. But obviously everyone's open to their own fucking opinion, own interpretation.
Yeah, this isn't a conspiracy channel.
Well, it was pretty quiet, so I just felt like saying something in the empty air, you know what I mean?
Yeah. How many beers you had this morning?
Hmm?
How many beers you had this morning?
I don't know, I just entered this chat within the last like 2 minutes.
So you lost count?
Is horizontal level?
I don't know, was anyone present for the conversation prior to leaving or joining? In the
Yeah,
last
I was.
3-5 minutes? Anyone have anything
Yeah, I
to...
was, and the guy that left never said or alluded to anything that you just spoke about.
Okay.
He was saying goodbye to everybody for the last 20 seconds.
Fair, but I mean, like, in the sense of, was there anything that you, like, wanted to add or disagreed with or whatever? It's open to everyone, I guess.
Yeah, I'll go, I'll back Amish Secrets and say, well, we're not here to talk about conspiracies, we're here to talk about facts, and the fact is that Earth is not a sphere.
Okay, well, what does, as someone who isn't too familiar with the, I guess, literature, I guess you would say, on either the pro or negatives or whatever you would say in terms of believing or disbelieving in flat Earth, what would you point someone who has absolutely no knowledge base in either believing or disbelieving, where would you point them in? As
I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You need to search for a measured curvature or radius value, a measurement that's verifiable.
Of the Earth specifically?
Yeah, that's how we all started, basically. Yep. Go find it, whether you do it yourself or go query some academic journals, go look at surveying manuals, go look at geodesy, go look at large construction projects, go look for an actual radius measurement comporting to the stated curvature of the Earth, as set by what we're told the dimensions of Earth are. No, we're given specific dimensions about the size of Earth, so it's subject to measurement, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And from that, what would you, from everything that you learned from the circumference of the Earth and whatnot, what should we take away from those measurements and whatnot?
Well, the conclusion is so far nobody's actually measured curvature anywhere. It appears to be flat.
So far the Earth has been, what would you say, like measured as flat or
to be curving?
Okay, so far it's been assumed to have been curved. Is that what the?
Yeah, the whole
There
world
is no
thinks Earth is a
curvature.
ball, and it's going to be
Okay.
harder to accept that the whole world is delusional with an urban myth about the globe than it is to accept all the overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, and then from there, what would I guess, if someone was coming into this wanting to know why we've been lied to from the beginning about the or the curvature or the lack thereof of the Earth, what would be the reason why such a thing would be presented as fact to the entire world when reality is
I'd say people are
because they're
delusional
hiding
with an
secret
urban myth.
countries and armies and explosives and bombs, and they're going to.
It's like a giant urban myth that's gotten out of control at this point. I mean, I don't think that there are many people at all that are actively lying about it. I think people working in these positions believe Earth is a globe too. And a lot of what they work with is kinematically and geometrically equivalent to a globe. So, when they can use equations to put equipment up in the sky and think it's a ball, it's all working, but it's kinematically equivalent to a flat Earth. So there's no way for them to tell. There's no way for anybody to prove that Earth is a globe.
So is it like a part of like the idea of if we can convince everyone that the Earth is round, we can convince them of everything? Is that the idea that you're sort of talking about?
No, I mean, we can speculate all day as to why, but the fact is we've got evidence before us that resoundingly exclaims that Earth is not the globe that we were taught. So people lie for no reason at all. Did you know that? Pick up psychology journals. People lie. So we can speculate all day as to why people would lie. Their motive. They may not even have a motive. So it's a pretty fruitless endeavor at this point. I mean, I would say speculating on the lie comes after you accept the evidence that Earth isn't a globe.
I guess the idea of people like sort of focusing on the supposed lie is the fact that everyone wants an easy explanation as to why something is the way it is. But
yeah, you're never going to get that satisfaction.
I can't necessarily disagree with anything that you just said. So,
well, because we're a community that's rooted in empiricism. So we don't like to lead with conspiracy theory ideation about the nature of reality. That's just a losing proposition. And that just gets you talking in circles about unverified conspiracy theories. And ultimately, that doesn't convince anybody. And I don't even believe in most of these conspiracy theories that self-proclaimed flat earthers like to talk about. So I mean,
Well,
many
I
of us are
guess
kind of caught in between two communities, you know?
considering what you just said, if you were to, I guess, imagine you encountered someone who has just absolutely no knowledge of the world whatsoever, and you were trying to convince them of this position, that there is some sort of, I guess, malevolent faction within our global government that is sort of actively lying.
What, like governments don't lie?
No,
Easy question.
Yeah, we all know that.
To someone who has absolutely
Ellis, that's
no
a really
knowledge.
easy question, yeah. When you were a child and you walked outside until you were told it was a globe, did you imagine you were standing on the outside of this big spinning ball? Or
Honestly,
do you only know
I
this
don't
because you're
remember.
told?
It's
Yeah,
an
you've been in.
it's an interesting question because I actually can't remember what I actually thought before. Knowing in the colloquial sense, in quotations, knowing that the Earth was a globe. I don't remember any sort of period before that time period. You know what I mean?
Yeah, righto.
I mean, do you do you remember any
Yeah, I
time?
do.
Like, do you remember remembering the Earth as a flat sphere, or sorry, not flat sphere, but like a flat plane, and maybe one day being taught that it was a globe? Do you remember that day specifically? I don't.
I definitely remember being taught about the globe and very much questioning how I'm standing on the outside of a ball upside down in Australia and struggling to get my mind around that fact.
I
That
guess
up
it
is
also
not up
comes
and
with.
down is not down, and
Yeah, well, I guess it also comes with like depending on your age too, because like I'm only 23 this year,
I'm
and so
44 this year.
yeah, so like, and only in the last, I guess, probably maybe less than 10 years were we learning about physics and quantum mechanics of the universe. And so I imagine that these concepts of like gravity and what changed dramatically from the period of when you were in school and when I was in school as well.
No, it's the
That
same
has to do with
story.
Earth. Why would that change, Earth being a globe or not?
Oh no, not the Earth being being a globe or anything, but our understandings of like gravity and whatnot, and the fact that they, or at least not the fact, but the impact that they have or the effect that they have on astrological bodies in the universe. But I'm not saying I'm not saying that to justify or to not justify any of the theories that we have now. Anything like that.
We were taught the same gravity as you were, yeah? But I'll ask you the question, what gravity? What gravity are you speaking about?
No, I'm not making any definitive answers about anything. I'm just wondering whether or not our actual teaching was different based on our time periods. I mean, even though it was only probably, within 10, 20 years difference, what we were being taught, how different was our teaching compared to yours? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not making any definitive answers as to whether or not we're a globe or a fire thing. Yeah.
Not very different because I've got 4 kids. My oldest son's 20 and I homeschooled all of them, and I used up-to-date textbooks. They did go to school for a period of time. The only thing that's really changed is how they add up or work out some of their maths equations, their times tables or divisions. They've changed that a fraction, but other than that, everything else is the same. They're still doing a diorama of the Earth in grade 3. They were still doing, coming home with Newtonian gravity and mass attracting mass. Nothing's changed.
So would you see that as indicative of the I guess trueness, if you will, of what our teaching was, or would you see that as an of what we're being taught right now?
Well, your original question was, if no one knew anything at all and they weren't told, what would you tell them? Or I don't think you would have to tell them anything because they would just be going outside and witnessing the flat water and the flat plane that they exist on, watching the sun and the moon move across the sky, not the Earth rotating underneath them. And they wouldn't be coming to the conclusion, that's for sure, that they're living on a sphere.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Which is why I asked you that question. We probably went a bit off topic.
I can't. I mean, because I'll fully admit I'm dumb as a motherfucker. So I convince anyone that I'm a astrophysicist or anything like that. But I would like to think, based on what you just said, that everyone would sort of come to a similar conclusion if they had no knowledge of mathematics or even the universe itself, and they were just experiencing it in the moment.
Well, consensus is psychologically soothing, so yeah, it's only natural to seek it.
Mm-hmm.
And the opposite's true too. So when you got flat earthers breaking away from the herd and saying, look, reality is a lot different than what you believe it to be, then there's a social cost associated with that. And a lot of people don't look into it just because of that alone.
Yeah, it's socially disadvantageous to people at the time, but it's also socially advantageous to people who actually believe it as well. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's all interesting to actually question, though. I don't think everyone...
Yeah, I mean, empiricism is rooted in skepticism. If you're not going to be skeptical about claims, then what are you even claiming to do science for, right? Determining cause and effect of things. So, yeah, I mean, we're fulfilling an essential duty, we think, for the world, and that is being skeptical and being empirical, especially on this most fundamental topic that cuts to the root of the nature of existence. And we're cutting the root, we're pulling it out, and we're showing the world, look, this is what it is. It's not the globe that you believe it to be. It's not even a globe.
Yeah. I mean, like...
Earth isn't a planet in space. Does that make sense to you? This is not a flying space frisbee.
I mean, over the years, I've... I don't know. Right now, currently, I don't know how I would describe Earth, let alone the solar system. Because at one point in time, I would
solar
give you
system's fake, pal.
No. But at one point in time, I would give you the general idea of what is presented in school. Like, there's the Earth, there's the Sun, and the center is, the solar system and whatnot. And this is how it works and whatnot. But now, I have no fucking idea. Because basically, within anything that I thought that I believed or that I thought was true, I've sort of been presented with something that goes right against it. You know what I mean? It goes right in the face of it. And I don't know how to respond to it other than either accept it or fully reject it. And I think that that's probably indicative of anything that would be, extraterrestrial to humanity. Like, if anything was to come down here that was so beyond what we understood in terms of technology or sociology right now, we'd probably reject it immediately, thinking some sort of bullshit technology that had no use for us. And I don't know, it's either a scary thought or a comforting thought, knowing that we aren't the smartest things out there, knowing that we don't know everything. But what comes along with that is a sense of, I guess, anxiety. Knowing that we don't know everything. We don't know what's out there. And I don't know, I think that sort of plays against our sort of basic human function of what is scary. The unknown. You know what I mean? I'd like to be hopeful. And currently I am hopeful. but I'm also aware that it could be very negative. But we'll see.
Having the evidence for aliens and flying saucers, so I do reject all that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not worried about that. I'm also not worried about meteors crashing into Earth. None of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about a lot of the things in space that they tell us to be afraid of, like black holes.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'd probably have to agree with you. I'm not worried about any of these things sort of affecting my life.
Yeah,
not
I don't
even
think they exist the way we're taught either.
Yeah, not even the possibility of a sort of I guess malicious alien life form. I'm not even worried about that because we haven't had any sort of evidence of anything that is even beyond our capabilities of intelligence within our own solar system. And I think it's probably, maybe I'm being a little bit too humanistic here, but I think it's probably something to be worried about if you were like maybe 4,000 years in the future, but not right now. I think there's more things to be worried about in terms of actual things that we could probably prevent from happening, rather than some sort of intergalactic civilization. But in saying that, not everyone believes in some sort of, ridiculous or sort of world-ending or even sort of like an invader situation. There's a lot of people out there very different things regarding sort of the idea of seeding life.
Is there anyone else who wants to talk? Going once, twice. Okay. Go ahead, man.
Hey, what are you guys talking about? Aliens or what?
He's just off the rails, dude. I don't know what's going on.
If we're done with Alice, we've got VFAX, who I server muted for butting in earlier with some rubbish. But VFAX, I'm going to unmute you. You got one chance, dude. If you carry on, you're out.
Oh, I'm really tempted. Better get it right.
So
What's his name? Vsauce? VFAX?
VFAX.
Wait, what?
What brings you to
What?
the server?
Wait, what?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Same as you. Thanks, buddy. Let's listen to people
Welcome,
like this.
welcome.
Gain some insight.
Oh, this sounds.
I don't
This
know, bro.
is gonna be interesting.
Wait, what? I'm so confused. How did this jump to me?
Well, you were server muted for butting in, so whether you're listening or not, I don't
no, bro,
know.
I was
But
just joking. I was just
this
joking.
is your chance to shine, my friend. Any
Fuck
evidence
yeah.
for the globe?
Oh yeah, I got. So I dropped my pee on the floor this morning, bro, and it went out in the.
Yep, he's done.
What did you say?
Quick. He dropped his pee on the floor this morning.
Oh, well. Yeah, he doesn't sound too bright, to be fair.
No.
It's sad, but like when you listen to people like that, you wonder the rest of their life they're just gonna be listening to other people tell them what to do. They'll never think for themselves.
No.
You have hope. You have hope, man, but hope only goes so far.
It's surprising the way I hear people talk about themselves in here. Like, oh, no, man, I'm too dumb to understand this stuff, or I'm too stupid. And, man, yeah, you're going nowhere.
Well, they put the establishment above themselves, right?
Yep.
I'm not a scientist. I just don't. I'm not as smart as those guys. They're smarter than I am. So they're always defeating themselves. Always.
Yep.
And I think it's by design, to be honest with you. By design.
100% it is, bro. 100% it is.
Is that not very
The only
human of people,
yeah, go
though?
on. Say again.
Like, I mean, like, is that not a very humanistic, like, portion of humanity, though? Like, to say, I don't know this thing, and yet they want to portray themselves as being more sort of knowledgeable about something, so they
No,
reference
I'll give you an
something.
example, dude. I'll give you an example, Alice, yeah? Just before you came in talking to us and you're saying, man, I'm a pretty dumb guy, yeah? I'm not real smart, I'm pretty stupid. Well, you know, if this is what you're speaking into existence about yourself, you haven't got a very good life ahead of you, dude.
Yeah, that's some bad energy, dude.
Well,
Bad energy in the way that, I mean, just how you look at yourself. You don't see yourself with potential. You don't see yourself having the capability. You're already defeating yourself before you even begun to fight, man. Like, your mind is a battlefield, brother. And the only way that you're going to advance, the only way you're going to advance is if you take charge of your mind. Critically think about everything that's being told to you. Like, yeah, there's a layer of like what we're talking about in here, but it goes far past that, man. It goes deep into your psyche. Like, what do you perceive of this earth? What do you think it is? Like, people can tell you what it is, but it's up to you to discern what it is, right? You're the final arbiter of what you think, not the guy on TV telling you that there's aliens and you know, planets and things. Because
no, I agree with you. But I find it ironic coming from this side of the aisle, though, because from what is presented, at least, I'm not going to say that this is indicative of what you guys actually are, but what is presented, at least in the media, is that your side of the aisle that comes, you know, with these esoteric ideas, is that you are fundamentally fucking insane. And that you don't
that's by design.
actually.
That's by
And
that's by design. Look, check this out. So by design, they've made a narrative where it can't be refuted, and that logically cannot exist as something that can be, because like everything that they talk about is backwards, right? They say that, oh no, it's fine. Science is, if you disprove what we're talking about, that's the way it works, right? Just disprove what we're saying, and you know, we advance in science. Yet when we say that the Earth isn't what you've been told, they're like, oh no, that just can't be. No, we have settled science, and that says that the Earth is a globe, and we don't have to look any farther, right? We've already known that the Earth is a globe. They're telling you a narrative, and when you believe that without investigating, you've just bought the lie. So instead of you just buying that, you say, wait a minute, okay, let me ask some questions, right? Let me just find out if that's true or not. How do I know that the Earth has been measured to have this curvature, right? That they're telling you live on a ball, right? So
yeah,
I mean, yeah.
But I find that the level of combativeness is exactly the same on both sides. So if someone who was, just for instance, had absolutely no knowledge about either NASA or the idea of a flat or globe, explanation as to the nature of Earth, right? Both of those positions, no matter where you stand on, have such animosity towards one another that there is no sort of reasonable way for someone to sort of come to their own explanation as to what is reality.
Well, here's a way to discern. And I'm sorry I'm butting in, but here's a way to discern so that you can have the keys to knowledge, right? So in this arena, right? This arena, there's a way to know that if you look at it from a third person perspective, probably like the way you've been listening, right? It sounds like a shit show. Well, the reason why it sounds like that is because people that have this rooted belief come in here and vehemently are against it. Like with all of their fiber of their being, they don't want it to be true. It's like, it's akin to like a religion. So a religion, like if you tell somebody, no, if being a Muslim is incorrect, that's wrong. what do you think is going to happen? You're going to get a backlash, right? Probably a real firm, sturdy, like they're going to be railing against you the moment you said that, right? Very provocative for you to say something like that. It goes the same thing as this. The globe is a giant religion, okay? In and of itself, it has its own priests, and it's got lore. It's got all the things that they tell you about the earth that you can't verify. They say, okay, well, you can find out if the earth is a globe. All you need is a rocket. You got one of those? And you're like, well, no, I don't got money. Okay, well, it's there if you want to find out. There's a rocket if you want to find out. And you're just like, well, I'll never probably afford one of those. I'm like, well, that's fine. Oh, we got the tools to find out that planets exist. Oh, but you don't have those tools, do you? No, I don't. I'm not a scientist. Well, okay, well, just become a scientist, and then you'll.
Everything that you just said is absolutely, completely, 100% very. But it doesn't matter when all you're going. Okay, let's say for instance, you've got a fucking rocket. You can go to Mars. You can fucking verify that the soil exists, that it's red. But hang on, but there will always be someone out there to say no. That's not real, and that exists within everything. Like, so like how do we? How can one?
The reason why I told you that is because it's going to lead me to the next thing, right? So they tell you things. It sounds like it's plausible, right? Like you could do these things, and in your mind, you're like, well, shit, yeah, I know I can do those things. I just don't have the means to do them. Well, okay. Now let's take a look at if it's even possible, right? So why do they put things at arm's length to you, whereas in they could just easily make the information easily accessible for everybody? For example, if the Earth was a globe, then it would be easily directly measured as such. So you could say, hey, I'm going to go do a long distance observation. I'm going to see as far as I can see, and I'm going to measure how much drop over distance on the surface there is. Because obviously in 2024, we have ways to measure, right? Lasers and LiDAR and everything else you can think of so that I can measure, right? I'll find out no matter what. Well, what happens is when you do these like simple tests to directly measure, they tell you, oh, it's much too complicated. You're like an amoeba on a giant beach ball. There's no way that you can know if the Earth is curving. It's too big. It's way too big, right? And on the same breath, they tell you, well, it's too big, but guess what? In about 3 to 5 miles, a ship will disappear behind the curvature of Earth. So the effects of curvature will make the boat disappear from the bottom up. And you're like, okay, so the Earth is too big, but I can't measure it. But it's still too small. It's small enough so that boats at 5 miles can disappear bottom up. Well, they can't make up their mind, so they got you in a paradox. Yet, you don't know that because you've never applied to physically investigate whether or not the Earth is a globe. So it's a conundrum, right? And they also tell you this, right? The Earth is in motion, it's spinning, you just don't feel it. I mean, it's much too slow. It spins once every 24 hours. So to you, it's like, well, shit, I can go with that. I know that the Earth is spinning slowly because I don't feel it. So they got you in this like Jedi mind trick.
Not really. I mean, the idea of not feeling but the idea of spinning is not exactly a crazy idea if you think about a fucking giant.
Yeah, it is, bro.
If let's just let's give them the benefit of the doubt. If the Earth is as big as they say, if that thing is fucking spinning as fast as they say, would you really feel it? Like, I mean, do we have anything to compare that to?
Yeah,
I mean,
like
aside from our own.
Yeah, listen, that's what I'm trying to
aside from our own human experience of something at our own proportional size, like that's the only thing that we can compare it to. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you something because what happens is the mind job that is the Earth as a globe, it's all about you can't perceive the Earth as a globe. So they have to sell you the idea, which you right now would seem to make an excuse for, instead of saying, bullshit. Yeah, if you would
Is
have
that
said bullshit, I need to hold
okay?
on. If you would have said bullshit, I'm gonna find out right now if they're doing the what they say they are, or if it's not what it seems to be, right? So when you actually get down right to it and you start to investigate if that can be true or not, you're gonna find out there's no way that you can detect or measure the spin of the Earth. There's no way you can measure the curvature of Earth, and there's definitely no way that you know that you're in a cosmic vacuum, right? Because
Okay,
the Earth is
aside
surrounded
from
by.
all of the mathematics, everything that you leveled against the, I guess, the fundamentals of Earth with regard to sociology, disregarding all of the maths, would you level the same criticisms against an Earth that was exactly as described in, say, a creation story like Christianity or any of the religions of the world?
Yeah, I don't know what's being presented in that case, but I can tell you this much. The Earth as presented through the biblical narrative or through any holy scripture, I would say that I'll just make it broad, right? It's not one of a heliocentric, right? Sun in the center, a heliocentric model. It is definitely not that. So if the holy scriptures of any religion are speaking of an Earth, it is definitely not one of a sun-centered, solar system. So that being the case, it supports a narrative that's outside of the globe religion. So the globe religion has to stand on its own merits, right? Like you have to be able to verify. Otherwise, what you hear from the people that believe the Earth is a globe are excuses. You don't hear people saying, you know what, we've directly measured the curvature. The other day, we went out there and we did some field tests. We found out that all these things are conclusive that the Earth is a globe. You don't hear that. So it's like smoke and mirrors. It's like a magic trick, right? You see it happening. You think it's real, but when you look behind, like what the magician's really doing, it's sleight of hand. So what you don't realize is that it looks real by the onset because they made it. It's by design. It's made that way. Okay, so the excuses are by design. The appeal, the appeal
So,
for the globe is by design. Go
with
ahead.
that said, how do we determine what is real?
Right. So in this reality that you and I exist in, we have to come to terms whether or not we can discern what reality is. Now, and just bear with me, right? If you say reality is real, and I know that it is, then you have basically a cognitive sense of knowing something like is true, objective truth, right? So you could say, I know objectively true that something exists, right? Like if you say this, just as an example, I know right now I'm talking on Discord. That's objectively true. You're talking on a program called Discord, right? And there's some people that would say, I could be a brain in a jar, or this is a matrix, or whatever the case, right? But if you say, I know in my reality right now, my sober mind is telling me I'm talking on Discord, and I'm sitting down, or I'm laying down, whatever you're doing. If you can say that and say that's objectively true, then you're on the path to understanding this reality a little bit better than most, because there are those who will undermine our cognitive abilities to discern reality, which means, right, because there's a bigger game at play, which means that you're gonna negate all the truth that comes with knowing right and wrong, what is right, what is wrong, what is truth, what is false. Because if somebody presents you a narrative, right, like whatever it is, you won't be able to discern whether or not it's true or not, because to you, fundamentally, there's an epistemology that's behind how you think the world is, that's flawed. In that, you'll start to realize, like, well, shit, I don't know if I'm actually in this reality with you guys. I could be sitting on a shelf somewhere, like a brain inside of a jar. Like I wouldn't know that, but it could be the possibility that that's the case, right? I could be just imagining this whole thing, but this is the trickery is to get you to not know or to stay confused about everything. So once you're confused, it's easy to confuse you a lot more about what your reality is because you can't perceive, right? And that's what I'm going back to what I was saying before. When they say the earth is spinning, you just can't feel it. The earth is curving, you just can't see it, right? So they start to tell you things that in your mind you start, well, shit, that could be the case because I don't know. Like I can't perceive that, rotation if the earth is that massive. So all of this is wrapped up in you not knowing, right? It's all wrapped up in that. And so then you start asking questions. How can I know if that's the case? So for you, it's hard, right? At this current junction in your mind, because you wouldn't be able to know how to discern. But here's the really cool part. You can take your mind back at any time. At any time. You can say, you know what? I'm just gonna think for myself for once. Just give me some space. Well, let me think, right? Let me see what's going on, and I'm gonna see what's true, what's not, and ask some questions. Because when you start doing that, that's the road to knowledge. Asking questions, being curious. You know what I mean? But when you're apathetic to that, and you say, you know what, I'm just gonna believe whatever they say. Let some experts tell me whatever. I don't mind. I'll just live my little. You know what I mean?
I'm at the point now where like I don't know if I don't claims to have any sort of definitive answer to the origins of the universe, let alone ourselves. But I guess I'm sort of leaning more towards the idea that energy doesn't just disappear, and the fact that things like stars, when they die, they become something greater. I guess I'm more sort of leaning towards the idea of maybe we die and we become something greater.
Yeah.
I have no evidence. I have no evidence to support that, but it's a nice thought.
I know. Let's just take this one step at a time. Because the critical thinking mind is a very difficult path, because you have to start to realize that you are the arbiter of your own understanding, right? So somebody could tell you something, right? But you could say, wait a minute, let me think about this. Let me see what's going on here. Let me investigate. But the moment you stop doing that, that's when that's where the disbelief comes in. Like you could say, well, shit, I don't know if what the guy on TV is telling me is true or not. There could be planets. I don't know. Like, I mean, he says that there's this planet's got a nickel iron core, and you don't ever stop to think, man, how does this guy know that planet that he says is a planet has a nickel iron core, or that it's even something physical? What if it's metaphysical? What if when we're looking through our telescopes, the things that we're seeing are not actually something tangible? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things to consider that before you were just like, before a critical thinking mind becomes, how you start to adapt. You just accept everything, right? As in, that's the expert just told me that he looked at the night sky and he said, well, we looked at Jupiter and it's a gaseous planet, and it's got methane atmosphere or whatever, and you start to adapt all that into your worldview, and then that becomes kind of like truth in your world. You don't question it, you don't know how, and so when you come into a room like this and we're like, hey dude, how do you know that Jupiter's got a methane atmosphere or whatever? You're just like, well dude, what else can it have? That's what it's a gas planet, so you don't have any way to rebut that except for this.
But I guess in learning all of this thing, it also I don't know if you're similar to this, but it adds to the I guess the imagination of some of these stories that we have learned over the years. Like, for instance, there's the idea of the seeded DNA of humanity. That was, there was an ancient civilization or alien civilization that seeded the DNA for humanity. And then you have, films like Mission to Mars, basically
exactly represent that story. And learning more and more, the more that we learn about our place within it, I feel like these stories get more and more. In one stage, they get fantastical, and the other, the fantastical nature becomes more of a reality.
Yeah, but that takes you away from this reality and what is known to the unknown, right? Like this, everybody. Okay, I'll put it to you like this, right? Everybody loves a good story. Let's not kid ourselves, right? We all do. Everybody does. We love to hear a good story. I mean, there's books and fiction, and we love hearing good stories. And that's just the nature of us, right? But the case when it comes to like what is true and what's not, that's important. So you're not just going to take that lightly if somebody says you're actually living on a planet or an oblate spheroid or whatever, however they depict the Earth to you. That's something serious because they can't just tell you that. You're actually standing on it. You can, if you wanted to, discern for yourself. But when they actually put the knowledge of what the Earth is out of your reach, like arm's length away from you. Oh, you could go find out if the Earth's a globe. Just get on a rocket, bro. And you're like, dude, I'm never gonna do that. So, like I mentioned before. So if they put that stuff out of your arm's reach where you can't get it, but it sounds like it's tangible, like it's possible to do it, then you believe that much more. So it doesn't take much for you to actually tip you into the belief stage. All they have to do is tell you, no, it's you can do it. Don't worry about it. And so you can tell other people, like when you come into a room like this, guys, what are y'all doing, man? I mean, we can actually. There's people going to do rocket rides, so you guys are just denying the fact that the Earth is a globe, and you're defending something from a stance of like not having that evidence, but from because they make it sound like it's doable. So that's how you defend things. Hopefully, I'm making some sense, man. Because this is the state of a mind. The state of a mind that comes in here is confused. They kind of downplay their own intellect, which I don't like. Because I think anybody who comes in here and is able to discern what we're talking about has a capable mind to understand the truth. That's just the way it is, man. But they make it sound like there's this like this hierarchy where only these super smart individuals have the keys to knowledge, and you don't have those keys. You can only go through that door when they open it. Like, you know what I mean? So that's the only way you're going to learn. And that's not true. That isn't true at all. Just asking some questions to people and saying, wait a minute, how do you know that? And you're going to find out more often than not, because I've been doing this for at least close to 10 years now. You're going to find out more often than not, those guys who claim to be scientific communicators are going to tell you something that you probably think that they're not going to say. This is my best guess. That's what they say. When it comes right down to it, when you strip all the information down to its core, they say that. They say that it's.
But I have to say that I am fundamentally, I guess, part of me. I can believe someone who is more upfront in their position in the fact that they do not know everything than I am with someone who presents themselves as someone being the arbiter of all knowledge with a select field of knowledge, which is something that I have seen numerous times over and over again when it comes well, not even just one specific field of any, sort of I guess, conspiracy theory related topic, but you have, at least from my own experience, you have a set few of people who have a specific knowledge base who are just incredible to listen to, and then from there you have these fucking grifters who basically exploit everything that these select few say to fit their own narrative. And I've seen that more and more as time goes on, especially in the last, like, I'd say 5 years, people have easily gotten away with absolute fucking bullshit. And I say absolute bullshit in the sense of without having any evidence to support what they're saying, and yet having full support.
Yeah. I mean, you could say that in the political stage. You could say in the economical, in whatever stage you're talking about. That's the case right now. That's the current state of affairs. As there's a lot of fuckery going on, man. I'm just being straight with you. That's what's going on. So you don't have to be flat Earth, globe Earth to know that. It's just that's the state of affairs. I mean, when you go out into wherever you live in whatever country, it's just there's a lot of shit going on and a lot of people believing the bullshit, right? Like, I mean, news, for example. I'm gonna just veer off a little bit from what we're talking about, but like news, like they put a lot of spin on that shit about current events, and of course they have you believe, the media has you believe one specific idea, and then you got another another newscaster, saying no, we got the truth over here. We are the no spin zone, and whatever, and they got you believing that they have the truth. And then the other guys are like, man, those other guys that are telling you that news, don't listen to those guys. They don't know that we have the, and so everybody claims, like the media, when they're saying news, that they have the gospel truth. So you're just like, well, shit, I don't really know. The news coming out of this people over here
But
sounds
see,
like legit.
that claim that you're talking about, everyone has that claim that they've got the gospel, as I feel like everyone now, like everything that you see online, no matter what position you hold with it, with regards to anything, you might go on Facebook and one day you'll see like absolutely insane position that you've never even heard of before, and yet it coalesces very well within your own sort of political framework for the rest. And it seems like that is happening more and more as time goes by. Like,
right?
It doesn't even seem like we can have any legitimate groundwork as to what is real, what is actually happening.
You saw on my end, you're cutting in and out. Maybe your voice activated isn't set right, but like you hear, there's like 4 words transmit and 1 word cuts out, and then.
Hey, Crit, I hear him clearly. Like he's not cutting out for me.
Yeah, probably on my end then. I'll disconnect.
Yeah, he's not cutting out for me.
I ask
go on, Alex.
Quick question.
Sure.
I was just curious. If you were wrong about the shape of the Earth, would you want to know?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, I was just curious. That's an honest answer.
Oh, I don't know who you were asking. I answered, but I don't know, Alice.
Although I must say, what would it benefit me if I was wrong about the shape of the Earth, being lied to?
Ooh. Let me just ask Alice.
Me personally, I would like to know.
Yeah, I know, but hold on. Like, let me just. I have to ask this. Do you value truth, Alice?
Absolutely.
Like, to what regard? Is it up there with like is it really predominant in your life? Like, truth matters to you, or is it just like, well, I think truth is okay, but it's not really, it's not really up there. Would you say, you know what, truth is paramount in my life? I need to know, like, let's just say, for example, if you were, I don't know how old you are, but if you're,
I would like to think that truth matters 99.99% of the time, but then I think of the extreme, or the extremities of that case of like, okay, well, if the extreme meant knowing that, say, a particular individual, based on their, say, race or their belief of a certain religion, meant that they would be exterminated, then I would be content with saying that knowledge is not a privilege. But as we currently understand it now, I would say that it would be of the highest priority for everyone to have the same knowledge that we have right now.
Right. Yeah. So back to the question the gentleman asked. If you knew about this, like, what would you want to know? And it's like, when you ask the question, like, if what would it matter to me? Like, actually, that truth, knowing the truth. Yeah, go ahead.
if I had the opportunity, if I was the arbiter of our entire race, if we had the opportunity of knowing the full weight of knowing, of having, thought and feeling, I could be very easily convinced being told, no, I don't think that it is imperative for our race to actually have that. Because it may very well be the downfall of our civilization as it currently exists now. The idea that we have the ability to think and function of our own regard without any sort of, primordial being there to say, no, you can't do this, yes, you can do that, may very well be the collapse of our civilization. So it could be very well answered that, no, I don't think it's good.
Yeah, but that's a speculation. I think we need to go with the facts. That we need to go with the facts, and the facts are that having truth on your side is valuable. It's almost as precious as gold. I mean, you need to have truth, and if someone's withholding something from you, or they're not telling you what the truth is about, maybe like where you live. Like,
I think you would have to make. I think you would have to make the case that truth is inherently valuable.
Well, I mean, that's why I was asking, because I don't know. To everybody, truth doesn't really. Some people are like, I don't really care. But I mean, if I know something, I've heard it before. That's why I'm telling you. Some people don't really care for truth. So maybe you do, and like it sounds like you do. But that would answer the question, right? That you had. What would it change in my life, or why does it matter? Because if truth is valuable to you, then it would matter that because truth is valuable. So it would matter.
I said that I would answer right now that I would like to think that it is, but considering that it's not something that I have actively thought on in any meaningful sense.
Yeah. I get you.
Thinking of it now, I think that it would be very hard to make a definitive answer, yes or no.
Well,
either way.
Yeah, the best thing to do is just present something to you and then let you decide, because like this room is not like when we talk about it, like 24/7 is kind of like it's a brand basically, and all the people that join because we have a server and that. But what we talk about is we're not here to convince anyone. It's not about convincing people. We're here to challenge you. And so the only thing we are like, if tomorrow you wake up being like, those crazy flat earthers in there, I don't even know why I went in that Discord, but like, so long as you know that you were challenged, and that's the only thing that matters here in this moment, right? That you thought about it at least one time. Whether you leave and you never think about it again, that's on you, right? Or if you come back tomorrow, you're here every day or whatever. But we're not here to turn people into flat earthers. That's not what we're here to do. I'm certainly not concerned of that. All the years that I've been doing this, I really don't care. Like if you say, "Hey man, I'm a flat earther," you convince me. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to speak the truth. And if you say like, "Hey, okay," either you're talking shit or you made some sense. Either one, right? But in any regard, you will be challenged, right? So I put it to you like this. I usually wrap it up in 3 questions, right? I kind of try to make it succinct and short and concise and all that. So if you thought about these 3 questions that I'm about to give you, then you could challenge yourself. I'll even make it this way. I'll make them rhetorical so you don't have to answer. How about that? I'll make it even easier. All right. So the first question I usually ask people, like it's kind of a format now, but I usually ask them, who's ever measured the curvature any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? So when I ask for measuring directly, right, like the curvature, I would say, who's measured the drop over the distance? Because they're telling us we live on a giant oblate spheroid. And if you were on a geometric shape, the consequent of being on that shape would have surface curvature, right? And it would be curving at a specific rate, which means this. Where you're standing, right, as an observer, away from you, the Earth would be dropping away at a specific drop rate. So the drop over the distance would be measured, I mean, I would say pretty easily because of, the the numerical value that they've given us of how big the Earth is, right? If you search it up on Google, you're going to find out that the Earth has a radius of 3959, right, miles. Well, that and the diameter and the circumference. So the question I ask people, right, again, I'll just restate it. Who's ever measured the curvature any time in history as in the drop over the distance? That's question one. Question number two, I usually ask people, who's ever measured the spin of the Earth? Now, I usually caveat to say, they tell us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour. So, if that's the case, who's ever measured the spin of the Earth or known that it's rotating at that velocity? So, can you tell me? And then I'll move off to the next question. So, if you know or if you don't know, you could say, "Hey, I know," and then you'll give me the answer. Or if you don't have the answer, say, "I don't know." We'll move on to the next question. So, I usually ask that, and I usually wind up hearing that they don't know. So I'll go to the next question.
Copernicus?
Say again?
Something about Copernicus? With relation to the speed of the Earth in terms of how fast it is actually rotating? You're talking about Copernicus? Is that what you were referencing?
No, I'm asking for the specific method or the person or people that
the equation.
Yeah, or not just the equation, but like how they figured out that the Earth is rotating and observed this directly, right? Because we have to have an observation in our natural world that we know, not just by an equation, but verifying it by natural observation that we know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So natural observation moves off into understanding that we see something happening in nature. Now we're going to quantify it by putting an equation to it or figuring out other methods to verify. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but wasn't correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the speed of the Earth's rotation calculated by the speed or the apparent speed of stars in the night sky that they were able to actually observe?
Yeah,
that was part of their calculation.
It's
right?
an inference. It's an inference, but yeah, it's an inference. But I usually ask people that. It's actually rhetorical. Like I'm not meant to get an answer from you, but if you start to, then I'll go back to question one and we'll figure out if you know.
No, but I think that the reason why that question is rhetorical is because most people will not have an answer for you, and part of the reason why the overlapping conspiracy of a flat Earth theory convincing is because people do not have offhand information that actually correlates with the actual answers that you're looking for.
But check this out. Because here's how I'm generous. I will ask them to go search it out. And the moment I'm asking them questions, I let them do whatever they need to do. I say, you know what? These questions that I'm going to give you, you can go search them out. Honestly, I want you to research any of these. Come back and give me the answer. You don't have to answer right away. So I usually quiz somebody. I quiz somebody when they say they know, right? If they say, I know, okay, I start asking them the questions. So if they say that they don't know, they'll come back later on, I'm good with that. They're not questions to be pressed for that moment. But I ask them that moment because the people that I'm asking, they sound like they have the answers. Well, I know. Yeah, okay. Let's ask to see if you do know the Earth's a globe. So anyway, you didn't have to answer, but if you want to, like we could, but you don't have to. And let me just go to the final question because that was the second question. So the final question is, do you believe you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you know that you're in one? So you either know that you're in a cosmic vacuum or you believe you're in a cosmic vacuum. And by that, I mean that the cosmos, right, like everything that you see outside of the Earth.
But that's a disingenuous question because everyone...
No, it's not.
Sorry. Everyone that actually talks of a cosmic vacuum already concedes that everything that they know of currently within space is within the confines of a cosmic vacuum. Not that they know everything exists within a cosmic vacuum.
Oh, okay. So do you? Let me ask you, because it's starting to seem like you want to answer the questions. You do want to answer the questions?
Well, I mean, based on what you just asked,
If you do,
I was just
I
giving
was
an
just making them. I was just making them rhetorical so that I can get through them, so I can just tell you what I ask people. But if you want to, I can actually ask you directly.
No, based
Do you
on
want you?
that's based
do you
on
want
that.
to-
Hang on, based on that specific
Alex,
question, I gave you a specific answer. I don't know if I will be
no,
able
no,
to
no.
give you every answer to everything,
Well,
but
there's only
based on
there's
that
only
thing, I
three.
could give you an answer.
There's only
Yeah.
3, so I can go back to the first one.
Okay, like I said, I'm not like an astrophysicist or whatever, but based on that specific question, I could give you an answer. But I don't know
Okay.
what your
So let's go back.
questions will
Let's
be.
go back to the first one. You'll see.
Mhm.
You will see. I'm not. This isn't okay. So this exercise isn't you ask me questions. I'm only trying to gain whatever knowledge you have about these questions. That's all this exercise is about. So try not to do your best not to ask me any question. Well, what do you think the Earth is? No, I don't. You don't need to ask me. Just answer the questions if you know, and if you don't know, say I don't know, and then I'll go to the next question. So the first one, go back to that one. Who's ever measured the curvature any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? And I already told you, so you know.
But hang on. What do you mean by the drop over the distance? Like, you have to be very specific. You mean the measurement that you're asking for? Because if you're asking for a specific measurement, you could very well do the research yourself. Who has ever measured this specific thing in time? What you're asking is very vague.
It's not vague. It's not vague. I don't think you've ever heard the question. That's why it sounds like you're caught off guard. You're trying to reconcile. You're trying to reconcile the question. You're trying to
That could very well be the case, but it sounds vague, is what I'm saying.
Alice, you gotta relax, man. Just really relax, because what the best thing to do, if you don't know the answer, just say I don't know.
I just said
it's not
that
really difficult.
based on my current understanding, it sounds very vague. I don't know
it's not
what
vague.
you're getting at. I just said that based on my current understanding of the question, it sounds vague.
Yeah, it's
That's
not.
all I
But
said. I don't understand how I'm being. Yeah.
Here's what it is, right? So you're the observer, right, on Earth. So away from your position, the Earth should be dropping away at a specific rate. Do you understand what I just said?
What do you mean? Dropping away by a specific rate? What do you in relation
imagine,
to what?
Okay, put something in your mind's eye. Imagine you standing on a giant ball. Okay, you're on top of a giant ball. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Depends on the size of the ball, but yeah.
On that giant ball, right? The Earth would be that giant ball, but it would be away from your position where you're standing. The Earth would be dropping away because it has curvature, so it'd be curving away from you.
It would depend on the measurements of both bodies that you're talking about. Like, you can't just say imagine one arbitrary body without any specific measurements, and then imagine this one specific body that's large without any specific measurement, and actually give any sort of correct sort of interpretation of what you're saying.
Alice, I'm talking about the same thing. The Earth.
Yeah, but what you're not being specific in your actual
what do you mean,
example.
The Earth?
In your example that you're using, you're not actually being specific, which lends credence to the fact that your position is not credible. Which that's something that you have
I don't know. I don't know what you're on about. All I'm saying is, if you're on a giant ball like the Earth, they're telling you the Earth is a sphere. Do you understand that much?
But you have to give.
Okay. All right. So if you were standing,
I can imagine, but what? No. I can imagine a sphere as big as the Earth. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But from your position, you have to give. No. But from your position, you have to give exact measurements. Otherwise, just being anything but evidentiary. Like, everything you're saying is just being completely speculative.
No, you don't understand. Like,
no, it's not a matter of understanding. You have to be. You have to be exact.
I am exact. Now you're not listening, so you're jumping in between what I'm trying to tell you, and it's going to be hard for me to finish, right? So if you're on a giant ball, like they say the Earth is, do you know the person that measured the drop over the distance? Either you know the information to support what I'm asking for, or you don't, Alice. It's simple. You don't have to overcomplicate it. You don't have to say it's ambiguous. Just answer the question if you know somebody who's measured the curvature of the Earth or not. It's simple.
You said
Do you
who
know?
measured the you said who measured the
Yes.
drop over the distance.
Yes.
What is that framing? What do you mean the drop over the
curvature.
distance?
That's the curvature, Alice. That's the curvature.
That has been recorded throughout history. It's not one specific person.
Oh, all right. Who done it? Who done it?
The ancient Greeks have literally measured the curvature of the Earth.
Which one?
What? You mean the exact fucking ancient Greek who measured the fucking circumferences?
Yes.
Why don't you fucking look it up? It's been measured throughout history. It's not one.
Then you
It's
don't
not only
know.
been.
Then
No,
you
no.
don't know.
It's not only been.
Then you don't
No, no.
know.
It's not only
Then you
been
don't know.
one fucking person.
You don't know.
You say no, no.
You don't
But this
know.
is the tactics that you use. You, say,
don't
oh, no. Tell me
It's not
the
a
exact. No. Tell me the exact person
you're being
who fucking did this. No. But
Look at how you're being defensive, Alice.
what you're saying is completely no. What you're saying isn't a. It's not a
You don't
position
know.
on anything, though. Yeah, but what
don't-
you're
but you
saying
don't
isn't
know,
a
Alice.
position on anything. You're not taking
Alice,
a position
you
on
don't know.
anything. You're saying,
Why
do
are
you
you
know
defensive?
the exact reference?
You're
By the
getting
way,
all
it
the
was,
friggin' out, bro.
By the way, it was
No, no.
Aristophanes.
Just say you don't know.
No. All you.
It was Aristophanes, by the way.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that you're not referencing anything in particular. All you're saying is, do you know the exact reference to a specific thing that I myself am referencing? Which, if I asked you the exact question, I guarantee you wouldn't know who was the fucking person who actually conducted that test.
Eratosthenes.
Right. So if you don't know, he said the answer. Eratosthenes, what you were asking for, but still,
No,
you didn't
I
know
wasn't
that.
asking him. I was
Up until this
asking.
point.
I said specifically you. If I asked you specifically, without any sort of exact reference point, no.
Remember, I told you when we first started this exercise that you can't ask me the questions because I'm just asking you for what you know. Remember when I said that? That's exactly what I meant. Every time I do this exercise, people start asking me questions. This isn't an exercise that you ask me anything. This is for you so that you can understand how much you know, Alice. Either you know or you don't know. And the reason why you're defensive right now is because you're finding out that you don't have the answer to the question that I'm asking. And it's not something that's ambiguous or however you're painting this thing. You just didn't know the answer. That's all. And that's okay if you didn't know it, right? I'm not saying anything about it. I just said, like, if you don't know, just say, I don't know. But we had to go the long way around because it sounded like you thought you knew. And then you started getting defensive because I'm like, do you know? And you're like, no, what do you mean? And you got all up in your feelings about it. And you don't need to do that. Just say you don't know. And we could have just moved on to the next thing. It's just that easy. Now, I don't like to leave people muted, but you got to really calm down. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
No. That's fair enough. No, that's fair enough. What you just said, that's fair enough. But that's not what you did. This is fair enough. You can present it any way you want, but if you misrepresent the way you asked a question, then you're not being objective, no matter what fucking standpoint you have. I don't care. Like, what you just said there is completely. It was a misrepresentation of the question.
Okay, but so now that you know, do you think that you have the information to support the answer?
No, that's not. I said to you, I didn't know the exact person who measured the circumference of the Earth, which I also said I doubt you would have known if the person who actually, if you will, interrupted, which I'm not saying he did, but if you will, interrupted, I don't think you would have known that either. But you misrepresented it in a fashion that put you in a sort of, I guess, higher position that made you look like you were more knowledgeable. That, I guess, wasn't really.
You're being defensive again, Alice.
So he doesn't
You're
know.
I'm not
then.
being defensive. It's like you're talking about esoteric ideas that don't have any actual
Esoteric ideas.
They don't have a foundational knowledge base, so there's no way to actually give you a definitive answer on anything that regards to them, and yet you answer from a.
I'm asking, Alice, you're all up in your feelings right now. I'm only asking if you know the answer to the question. Yes, you are.
No, I said to you, I don't know the exact person who measured the circumference of the Earth. I said that from the beginning, and yet you keep going to this point of you're all up in your feelings, but I'm not.
No, you didn't. You didn't do that, Alice.
I literally said that fucking 30 seconds ago.
Let's go back. Let's go back and rewind a little bit.
Go ahead. Go back 1 minute. Listen.
Well, we don't need your commentary right now. So just relax. You said it was some Greek person, right? Some Greek guy. I don't know, some Greek guy. And I was like, well, who? Who is it, Alice? And you got all defensive about it. I don't know. Why am I supposed to know the person? And you went off and you said that, right? That's what really happened. That's what went down. And so because of that, you started making it sound like I was asking you something I didn't ask you. And the only thing I was asking you is if you know anybody that measured the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over the distance, any time in history. My question never changed. It's always been that. And you didn't know. Some other gentleman chimed in and said it was Eratosthenes, but we didn't even get into the part whether that's correct or not. That was the thing that you were stating, the name of the person you didn't know. And so, here we are. You're being defensive. You're saying I misrepresented the question, and you're making up all kinds of excuses because you have egg on your face and it looks bad to you. You don't like that. You want to recover. But this isn't about that, man. I asked you, I actually did this. I was like, dude, I'm going to give you the questions and they're going to be rhetorical. You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer. But you started to answer the second question. And I was like, dude, well, if you want to go through the exercise, I can take you through it. It's no biggie. But now I'm seeing that this is the exact reaction I get, Alice, from all the people that I ask these questions to that believe in their heart that the Earth is a globe. They react just like you do right now, all defensive, angry. They're just so upset. They can't. You're not asking me that. You're being disingenuous, and they're always telling me that. I'm like, dudes, if you don't have the answer, just say I don't know, and we can go to the next one. It's not. This isn't a gotcha. Nobody knows the answer, Alice, to this question. Okay, you're not the only one. There isn't an answer to it. It's an unanswerable question because there isn't anybody that's directly measured the Earth to be a curvature on it and it be a globe. Now, Eratosthenes wasn't the man. He's not the guy. Somebody chimed in and gave you that answer. There's nobody that's ever measured the drop over the distance because it's not a globe. It's that simple.
Is he? Can I try talking to him? Maybe see if I take another approach.
He did.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, we were having a back and forth, but more often than not, when I go through the three questions, people just get in their feelings. They start ranting. They're saying I'm disingenuous, and that's never the case. It's just they get mad because they don't have the answer they thought they did.
Yeah, so they look for another.
It's amazing how they react like this. It's just it happens all the time, like you say, Alpha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
all the time.
I mean, how many times have I done this one deck and you've heard the same react, and it always sparks up this it always sparks a visceral reaction in the people, and the third party listeners are